Hmm. Hmm. Oh, no, back
True evil
again.
lurks within everyone.
Back again. Oh, more out. 12 more. Hmm. Hmm. Ooh, first one got 370 views. So the question is this one gonna do better or do worse? You know, with different comment. Three, Chelsea. One, goes. Hmm. This one can have a scrim. You have their phone numbers or anything. Hmm. That's funny. Low key need to add them in the replay. Here it is. Yeah. Hmm. Oh, that's funny. Let's go. Let's go. World chat's got jokes. Sorry, I'm late. It's been like 2 minutes, dude. It's been like 2 minutes. been doing. It's been 5 minutes. I don't particularly know what I want to do. I'm just kind of new. I've got a lot more time to survive through. Gonna go until 8:45 a.m. tomorrow. The enemy's using an assault rifle. This would do that. I guess we'll do that. Not assault rifle. What the frick just happened?
Changing mag.
I didn't get a kill.
I got shot.
Some bozos, please get all the kills who you actually say. Nice spawn.
Target down. Reloading. Changing mag. Target down. Changing mag. Cover me.
We've taken the lead.
I got shot. Reloading. Changing mag. Enemy down. Reloading. Cover me.
Only one shot.
We lost the lead.
You have to hit 2 hip-fire shots if you killed me that quick.
The enemy is jamming our radar.
Enemy contact.
Bro, this one guy,
Enemy shock RC
lucky
is
son of a bitch. You're bad.
Hunter killer drone ready for deployment.
Let's go. Send friend request. You send it. You're the one that got yourself deleted.
Nice work. Well done.
Oh, got a headache, bro. I have to go take a shower soon. Right now, probably I'll have to just push me through the night. And whenever I go take a shower, I'll slap a YouTube video on for you guys. Oh, the stream is already up to 9 views. That's boys. Let's go. Oh. Oh.
Team deathmatch.
Hardship and danger do not intimidate me.
Grenade, move!
Tango down! Enemy down!
UAV recon ready for deployment.
Don't know how to
Enemy
do it.
down! Now I
Just
know.
spamming a hole around the corner, I
UAV
guess.
online.
Tango down!
Lost the lead.
Reloading, cover me!
Enemy shock RC is coming.
Target
UAV
down!
recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by.
Target down!
Predator missile awaiting orders. Heads up, team. Enemy UAV spotted. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Lost the lead.
Holy crap,
This
bro.
is not the end for me. Targets in sight!
We tied for the lead.
Changing mag!
Hunter killer drone deployed. Counter UAV up. Blind.
Target down!
Objective almost
Reloading.
complete. Keep it up. Predator missile inbound. We lost the lead.
How are we not winning? What the heck?
Now I know you. This is not the end for me.
How did
Contact
we
with
lose?
enemy!
Like 20 kills, bro. I'm on 20 kills. Man.
Defeated. Don't let this happen again.
Probably 60. How did we lose? And get it. Hmm. You can send a friend request to me, dude. My username is right there. You can figure it out. You can figure it out. Hmm. Alright, let's get into these assault rifle kills. I'm cooked, bro. I've been playing for far too long. We're working on hour 13 right now, which is just insane. Halfway done.
In sight. Changing mag.
I haven't even done any kills, right? In all this time I spent playing, no camps have been completed. That's just so unlike me. Guess I should probably do the PDW at least.
Changing mag.
Oh, I should probably grind PDW camos after this
Team
because I grinded
deathmatch.
none at all this whole stream.
Now I see the world with open eyes. My own. I got shot.
He's always trying so hard.
We've taken the lead.
Enemy down.
I don't know what he's shooting at.
Changing mag.
Bro is trying so hard with his little
Now I know
arteries.
your weaknesses. Time for you to
Yeah.
experience eternal sleep.
We've taken the lead.
Enemy down.
UAV recon ready for deployment. UAV online.
Target down.
Predator missile awaiting orders.
Targets in sight.
Friendly Predator missile inbound.
Tango down.
Airstrike is ready. Friendly airstrike incoming. Taking the lead.
Enemy down.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by.
God, I feel bad. He's obliterated all of them, bro. And just all got eviscerated. Can I show my creddy kill? That's crazy. He was trying too hard with
Mission
arteries, and I
accomplished.
had to put
Good
him in
work.
his place. He was trying too hard. He had to be put down. It was a necessary evil chat. It was necessary. You needed to be done. You can't win an artery and use a mythic and shipment and expect to not get put down. Like, what was he thinking? What was he thinking? Oh, man. Well, in theory, I'll be good at the game by the time I'm done with all those streams and stuff. How much I'm playing, you would think. How many views is my YouTube channel even up to? 391,000. See if I can get a scrim tonight. Probably our challenge. Probably our challenges. Maybe do them eventually. PW needs headshots, I believe. That's right. Mostly melee rounds. Freaking bad. Just get it all finished. Keep on those at free. Completion is wrong. My goodness. My goodness. Can't chat to dead this time, but that's to be expected, I suppose. We don't get a kind of fortune. I thought we are gonna go take this channel. Hmm. We're gonna play. Hard play shipments and camos. For camos. Hmm. Back to camo grinding, very reliable.
Reloading.
Very unreliable. Need headshots.
Hard point.
Hardship and danger do not intimidate me.
Hard point identified.
Reloading.
Tango down!
Hard point contested. Hard point is ours. Hard point contested.
Target down.
Enemy contact.
Hostiles have captured the hard point. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested.
Boom! Headshot. Changing mag. Cover me.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy
UAV
down.
recon ready for deployment. UAV online. Ready to
Changing
jam
mag.
enemy UAV.
I got shot.
Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Target down.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Target down.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Enemy down.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Hardpoint is ours. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint contested.
Contact with enemy.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. UAV online.
Enemy down. Changing mag.
Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead.
Headshot. Reloading.
UAV recon ready for deployment. Ready to jam enemy UAV.
Tango down.
Enemy down.
Target down. Reloading. Cover me.
Counter UAV is up. Good work. Hardpoint contested.
Reloading.
Advanced UAV is ready. Advanced UAV is online. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. We've taken the lead. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Ready to jam enemy UAV. Counter UAV up. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Enemy down.
Advanced UAV is ready. Hardpoint locked down.
No, my knee.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Advanced UAV is online.
Target down.
Hardpoint is ours.
Reloading. Cover me.
We've taken the lead.
Changing mag. Cover me. Enemy.
UAV recon ready for deployment. Capture the objective. Ready to jam
Reloading.
enemy UAV. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down.
Dang. Is there really 10
This
people
is
in
not
here?
the
What the
end
hell?
for me.
Counter UAV is up. Good work.
Uh-oh.
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the
Somebody's
hardpoint.
spamming the
Hostiles have
smoke
the
grenades,
hardpoint.
but it's
Hardpoint
annoying.
locked down. UAV online. Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
We need those headshots,
Hardpoint
bro.
contested.
Now I
Like,
know
this is
your
working.
weaknesses.
Reloading.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint contested.
Nice call you got there, buddy.
This
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have
time for
captured
you
the
to
hardpoint.
experience eternal sleep. Target down.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the
I'm
hardpoint.
hurt.
Hardpoint is ours.
No,
Hardpoint
he
contested.
got on the other side
Hardpoint
of me.
contested.
Now I know.
Hardpoint
your
lost.
weaknesses.
Hardpoint locked down.
I heard him at the last second.
Capture the objective. Heads up. The enemy has deployed chopper
What
gunners.
the frick?
We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
This is not
Where did he
the
get a
end.
freaking shot there, buddy?
Down.
You guys can't fire.
Hardpoint is ours.
It's persistent. It's not persistent. How did he even get that
Hardpoint
thing?
lost.
Tango down.
Reloading.
Hardpoint's locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
This is not the end for me.
Stop it. Who's throwing
Capture
smokes?
the objective.
Holy bro. Dude, I swear to God, if my teammate throwing a smoke grenade, you're just retarded.
Reloading. Cover.
Enemy
Hardpoint
down.
lost.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint is ours.
Changing mag.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat,
Target
UAV
down.
recon is standing by.
Cover me. Reloading.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint
You went
contested.
from
This is not the
Dual
end for me.
Phoenix to an
UAV online.
MG42. You must be really
Enemy
fun to be
down.
around.
Targets in sight.
Hardpoint locked down.
Experience eternal sleep.
You must be really fun to be friends with. Cool.
Just another day. Good job.
You really need to be just PDW to gold. It's 30 more headshots. And you can add me. I already told you. Oh, which is a little bit there. 17 views. Terrible. Cat's a little more hit than the first one. I was expecting it to be a little more active based on the time of day, but I guess you never know. I can get a ball on me and get most of these headshots probably. More headshots time. Get these PDW gold and then figure out the plan from there. Not my PDW.
Hardship and danger do not intimidate me.
Hardpoint identified.
Enemy down.
Where's that freaking martyrdom on, bro?
Hardpoint lost.
Enemy in sight.
Hardpoint locked down.
Yeah,
Hardpoint
the melee
contested.
player.
Hostiles
Are
have
you
the
serious?
hardpoint. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Why the
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
fuck did I click on my map, bro? What the heck?
Now I
Hardpoint
know
contested. Hardpoint lost. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by.
It's gonna be one of those lobbies where I
Hostiles
get
have the
no
hardpoint.
headshots, isn't it? If I split the damage.
This is not the end for me.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint lost.
It's so gonna be one of those lobbies where I get zero
Hardpoint
headshots.
contested.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Hardpoint
There's one.
contested.
Let's start.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
He's taking my kills, bro.
UAV online.
Enemy gun.
Now I know.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound.
Nice.
Heads up,
100
team.
foot
Enemy
red.
UAV spotted. Hostile sentry gun in your AO.
Headshot!
Hunter-killer drone deployed. UAV recon ready for deployment. Heads up. Enemy's lightning strike incoming. Hardpoint lost. Lost the lead.
Changing mag. Cover.
Enemy down! Changing mag!
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
I think I'd like you better dead.
Be advised, hostile stealth chopper inbound.
You
Hardpoint is
scared me.
ours.
This is
Hostiles
not the
have the
end
hard
for me.
point.
Oh, spamming score
Now I
streak
know
is
you're
so
Lost the
hard.
lead.
Target down!
How am I supposed to fucking
This is
headshot
not
this
the end for me.
fucking score streak till the end of time?
I think I'd like you better dead.
Hardpoint locked down. Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Target down! Reload!
Ooh.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Changing mag.
UAV online.
Changing mag! Time for you to experience eternal sleep. This is not the end for me.
Hard capture the objective. Friendly airstrike incoming.
Now I know.
Hardpoint is ours.
Time for you to experience. Enemy!
Hardpoint contested.
I got shot!
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Ready to check enemy UAV. Hardpoint
Not the
contested.
end for me.
Hardpoint locked down. Counter UAV up. Line. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Reloading!
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the enemy shock RC is coming.
Reloading! Cover me!
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. UAV online.
Changing
Enemy
mag!
UAV spotted. Hardpoint is ours. UAV recon ready for deployment. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles
This
have
is
the
not the
hardpoint. Bring it up, squad. UAV online. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon. recon is standing by. Hardpoint locked down.
Now I know.
Counter UAV is up. Good work.
Time for you.
Hardpoint lost.
Eternal sleep.
Hardpoint is up. Capture the objective.
Reloading!
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Tango
UAV
down!
recon ready for deployment.
Well, the only one who is talking? Yes, you are. Congratulations on that. Congratulations.
Enemy contact.
Ooh.
Mission failed. We'll get him next time.
Ooh. Ooh. Not getting headshots, bro. Imagine if Ninja got a little paper fade. Yeah. Imagine. Imagine. Am I supposed to add you? Yes. I said it like 6 times, dude. The answer is yes.
Hardpoint.
Now I see the world with open eyes.
Hardpoint identified.
Wow. You're so
Capture the
skillful.
objective.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
It's gonna be a
This
shitty
is
ass
not
game, bro.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down.
I'm gonna
Hardpoint
get no
contested.
headshot.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
They already
Watch
got
out.
fucking
Enemy orbital
scorched,
laser
dude.
deployed. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Reloading!
UAV recon ready for deployment.
like the best of dead.
Ready to jam enemy UAV. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint locked down.
This is gonna be like a
Hostiles have
shitty
captured the
game, bro.
hardpoint.
Now
Are
I
you
know.
serious?
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hostile sentry gun in your AO.
Reload!
This is
This
fun.
is not the end.
Be advised, hostile stealth chopper inbound.
This is so much fun.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Enemy sentry gun has been destroyed.
Be advised, hostile predator missile inbound. Hostiles have the hardpoint. We lost the lead.
All fucking trophy systems, bro.
This is not the end for me.
Enemy down.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Enemy con-
Hardpoint contested. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Good! Reloading! Tango down!
is not the end for me.
We lost the lead. UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down.
Nice, so
Hardpoint
2
contested.
shadow blades.
Hostiles have
Enemy
captured the
inside.
hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Tango down.
Hardpoint locked. Capture the objective. Capture the objective.
Shot.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Contact with.
Be advised, hostile sentry gun spotted. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is ours. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hostile stealth chopper inbound. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Lost the lead. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hostile capture the objective.
This is not the end.
Enemy sentry gun has been destroyed.
Hardpoint is ours. UAV recon ready for deployment. Ready to jam enemy UAV. Hardpoint contested. Counter UAV is up. Good work. Hardpoint contested. UAV online.
Tango down. Changing mag.
Hardpoint contested. Advanced UAV is ready. Hardpoint contested.
Now I know.
Advanced UAV is online. Capture the objective. Capture the
Not
objective.
the end for me.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Now I
Hardpoint
know.
lost.
Target down.
Hardpoint is ours. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Time for you to experience eternal sleep.
Hardpoint locked down.
Changing mag.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Hardpoint
Reloading.
contested.
Cover me.
Capture the objective. UAV online.
Target down.
Ready to jam enemy UAV. Hardpoint is ours. It's too close. Fight harder.
This is not
Hostiles
the
have the
end for me.
hardpoint.
Tango down.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Counter UAV up. Line. Hardpoint is ours. Hostile center gun in your AO. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Watch out. Enemy orbital laser deployed. UAV online. Be advised, hostile stealth chopper inbound. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint lost.
Target down.
We lost the lead. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Now I know.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Capture the objective. UAV recon ready for deployment. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Ready to jam enemy UAV.
This is not the
Counter UAV is up. Good
time
work.
for you to experience eternal
Hardpoint
sleep.
locked down.
Now I know you.
Hardpoint lost. Hostiles have the hardpoint. UAV online. Hardpoint is ours.
Fucking shadow.
Not the end.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact! Enemy down!
Time for you to experience eternal sleep.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint capture the objective. Capture
Now
the
I know
objective.
you.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
This is not the end. Now I know you.
Enemy down! Reloading!
Oh, this was there. Am I gonna have stream on my screen? No. I'm not playing. I don't. Oh my god.
Priority tasking failure. Return to base.
How many pin shots am I even at? At least the 60. At least get to 60. Good god, that was coffee. I might be more. Oh, get a bot or get a finish this dumbass headshot. The hell 11 bucks for one person. Oh, I'm gonna finish this PDW to go take a break until streams at 11. And then after that, I'll take a shower and struggle through the night. Bot lobby. Thank God. Thank God, I get some headshots done.
Hardpoint.
Hardship and danger do not intimidate me.
Hardpoint identified.
Changing mag, cover me.
Target down.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV recon is standing by.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint is
Reloading.
ours. Hardpoint contested.
Changing mag, cover me.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. contested.
I got.
Hardpoint
Nice,
contested.
one spot
Hardpoint
next to me.
contested.
Headshot!
Hardpoint locked down.
Changing mag.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Friendly
Target
care
down.
package inbound. Ready to jam enemy UAV.
Contact with enemy.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead.
Why are
Hardpoint
they
identified.
before screaming?
Capture the
Fucking
objective.
score
know
streaks? Are
you.
you serious?
Counter UAV is up. Good work. UAV
Target
online.
down.
UAV recon ready for deployment.
Reloading.
Hardpoint
Targets
is
in
ours.
sight. Boom. Headshot. Reloading. Cover me.
Advanced
Changing
UAV
mag.
is
Cover
ready.
me.
Hardpoint locked down.
You're a good
This
fucking
is not
score
the
streak
end for me.
spammer, but you can't kill the bots you need to kill them.
Contact with enemy. Enemy down. Reloading. Cover me. Changing mag.
Hardpoint is ours. Counter
Enemy in
UAV
sight.
up. Blind.
Enemy down.
Ready to jam enemy UAV.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Advanced UAV is online. Hardpoint identified. Counter UAV is up. Good work. Friendly care package inbound. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Now
Public
I know.
care package.
Target down.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat, UAV
Changing
recon
mag.
is standing by. Ready to jam enemy UAV. Hardpoint is ours.
Headshot.
Changing mag.
We've taken the lead.
This is not
Hardpoint
the
locked
end
down.
for me.
Counter UAV up. Blind.
Now I know you.
UAV online. Friendly stealth chopper
Reloading.
inbound.
Enemy in sight.
Of course, he got on the stealth chopper streak. And he uses a dog.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy
Hardpoint
down.
is ours.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Ready to jam enemy UAV. Hardpoint contested. We've taken the lead. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Counter UAV is up. Good work. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Advanced UAV is ready. Hardpoint
This is not
contested.
the end for me.
Advanced UAV is
Target
online.
down.
Hardpoint contested.
Reloading.
I swear to God, teammate, you're so fucking
Now I know.
retarded.
Down.
Boom. Headshot.
Hardpoint is ours. Stealth chopper inbound. Capture the objective. Friendly care package inbound.
This is not
Capture
the
Any
end.
job for sleeping score streaks, like for 12 seconds. Well,
Hardpoint lost.
well,
Now I know you.
freaking bot lock that I couldn't grind camera.
Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead.
Are you serious?
This is not the end for me.
We're winning this one.
Enemy in sight. Boom!
Ready
Headshot.
to jam enemy UAV.
Changing mag. Cover me.
Counter UAV up. Online. UAV online. Capture the objective.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point is ours.
Dude, I'm gonna freaking block you if you bug me one more time. Holy shit, dude.
Enemy contact.
Can I get my kills? Please tell me I don't need any more. Like I fucking
Nice
dumbass.
work. Well done.
Okay. KW is both. Thank God. Thank God, bro. Alright. KW is pretty tough. Add another gold to the checklist. Oof. Man, gonna play scrims. 11. Yes, man. I still have 11 more. Holy. What's next? Razorback. I'm gonna charge my earbuds for streams. Earbuds for streams at 11. I haven't done the Razorback right. Yeah. Wonderful. MSMC after that. I've done the HD40 and then the Pharaoh. And then we get into the territory of ones that I've done a lot of. And we need 400 enemies, hip fire, full attachments, headshots, no attachments. So a lot of work to go on the Razorback. Extended mag. Strike stock. BSA. Rack laser. Extended wide. Razorback is next on the
Razorback is next on the SMG grind list. Oh man. Get my phone charged for scrims and get my earbuds charged for scrims at 11. And I will take my shower after scrims. A sent request? I know, dude. Calm fucking tits, dude. You bug me about it one more time, I'm blocking you and timing you out of the YouTube chat. Dude, after he pisses me off, goes and deletes all his messages. Makes it like it never happened, huh? Jesus Christ, dude.
Wait, are you on 50 and I'm on 17? I can't do the roll.
Oh.
No. You got crazy.
Clean up the chat, it looked like I was spamming because you were spamming, dumbass. Oh, okay. Phew. Message me, Mango. Stream is very dead, but nothing much you can do about it.
you? Right here. Yo, teammate search. You want to check the info that you can report?
Oh, scrims at 11, chat. Scrims at 11. In theory.
They're pushing me down. Dude, people just died. They just died. Did people just die in do you remember I haven't done any guys on my show?
Oh, chat, we have scrims at 11, so I'm trying to let my phone charge a little bit and my earbuds charge a little bit. That's why I'm not playing. My hands are sore from having played for 13 hours. But come 11, we'll play scrims, and then after that, we'll watch some YouTube through the night to get through the 24 hours together, because I am not playing this game for 24 straight hours. I'm just not doing it. I don't know if I can do it physically or mentally, because my hands are already hurting, so we're just chilling around for about 30 minutes. I am fucking tired, bro. This was a horrible idea. This was a horrendous idea. I mean, it profited me a little bit of monies, but not really worth my sanity.
Yo, he's cracking. He's like cracking. I didn't know that. He's cracking. Yo, look on me. There's one. Nothing. Hit him, nothing.
I'm gonna flame people in world chat.
Putting something on for so long. It's like you have to do all these tomorrow, but you're like, what's one more day without doing it?
Need to ship Mango off to get me more subscribers, bro.
They have better lobster. Someone's landing on top.
Damn, he said you weird. Got world chat beef, let's go. The greatest beefs always are in world chat. Yo chat, make sure you subscribe and like the stream, and maybe YouTube will recommend it to more people. And 1,270 subscribers, let's go. Yeah, chat, today is my birthday, March the 5th. March 5th, 2005 is my birthday. Scrim's at 11 if you're in chat, guys. That's why I'm chilling out. What? And 3 other... What the frick? Yeah, scrims are at 11. Might be day 2. I mean, if it's actually a birthday, congrats, dude. Happy birthday. If not, then But yeah, scrims at 11. I'm letting my phone charge and my earbuds charge and my fingers cool off because I've been streaming for 13 hours today. So I am in the middle of just chilling out for 15-20 more minutes before I set up for scrims. World chat is crazy. Templar is the best mythic. I agree with this guy. It is definitely the best mythic. I have mine maxed out. Let me check my Discord, make sure we're still on for 11 o'clock scrims. These guys are beefing, bro.
I knocked his.
No, we got this guy promoting me. Let's go.
Okay, he probably got.
I would play with her usually, but like my hand fucking hurt.
That,
Who's she playing with? Oh, screw it. Screw it, I'll play with him for a couple games.
I did so well.
There we
I
go.
felt so much.
True evil lurks within everyone.
Too evil lurks within everyone.
See, it's already
That's
connected.
so
So start.
badass. Oh my god.
All right, let me add you to the party. Okay. Now it
Yeah.
should let you.
All right.
All right. Let's
Let's
see.
see.
Wait. Fuck.
If I'm streaming, please don't say anything racist.
What?
Streaming. Yeah.
He said, "I'm streaming. Please don't say anything racist."
That's so fucking funny. Mm.
Mm.
Ooh.
Had to be
I
this
mean, I
map,
don't
didn't
know how what he expects from me.
it?
Contact with enemy.
Enemy contact.
In sight.
Oh, Shannon, guess what I fucking found out? Figured out.
What?
I got Brandon's controller to connect to the phone.
Oh my god, really?
Yep.
Wow. That's funny.
Hard point. Hard point identified.
Grenade out.
Hard point locked down. Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point.
Target down.
Enemy down! Again!
Hard point is ours.
Targets in sight. Tango
Hard
down.
point contested. Hard point lost.
Enemy down.
Sentry gun ready to deploy.
There's a guy just camping in the crate.
Hard point locked down. Hard point contested.
So,
Hard point. Airstrike is ready. Hard point is ours. Hard point contested. Hard point lost. Hard point locked down. Hard point contested. Hard point.
Enemy down.
Hard point contested. Our sentry gun has been destroyed.
Down.
Hard point contested. Hard point is ours.
Enemy down.
Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point. Hard point contested. Lost the lead. Enemy UAV spotted. Hard point locked down. Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hard point contested. Hostiles have the hard point.
Tango down.
Be advised. Hostile Predator missile inbound. Hard point is ours. Hard point lost. Hard point identified. Capture the objective.
Contact with enemy. Grenade.
Hard point locked down.
damn it.
Lost the lead.
Target down. Enemy down.
Sentry gun ready for deployment.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint locked down. Sentry
Grenade,
gun
move!
deployed. Capture the objective. Our sentry gun has been destroyed. Hardpoint is ours.
Target down.
Hardpoint contested. Our sentry gun has been destroyed. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Enemy down.
Friendly air striking. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Heads up team. Enemy UAV spotted. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Capture.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Heads up. Enemy UAV spotted. Hardpoint. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Fuck is that? The fuck?
Enemy in sight.
How come is that one or something anyway?
Hardpoint contested.
Oh my god, they're gonna fucking get me. Okay.
Damn it.
We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Our SAM turret has been destroyed.
Enemy down. Changing mag. Cover me. Tango down.
Sentry gun ready to
Enemy
deploy.
down.
Airstrike is ready.
Target.
Stealth chopper awaiting orders.
I'm hurt.
Friendly predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Keep on them. We're winning this one. Capture the objective. Sentry gun deployed. Friendly airstrike incoming. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
It's fucking
Damn it.
serious.
Has been destroyed. Our sentry gun has been destroyed. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Target down.
Hardpoint locked down.
Grenade out. I got shot.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
Wait.
Cover me.
Target down.
You good?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh.
Honey mobile. I named it.
How'd you do with the controller?
Just another day. Good job.
100 points behind you.
Girl, you don't know how to do that? 100?
To my scores. And I got more kills than you. You only got 27. I got 36.
Dude, let me join and stuff,
Okay.
please. Just post someone in monthly follow. Wednesday in jail and call and stuff, very boys. Sorry, at least kind of focused on the game. Welcome to the stream, please. I'm glad you hit the subscribe button, started chatting. These are my friends, so can't really anybody join. Like, you know, after we're done playing, they're like, we'll play scrims and maybe you guys
Front line.
Hardship and danger do not intimidate me.
Enemy in sight.
It's in the garage already.
This is not the end.
Oh my goodness. Basic, guys.
Target down. Reloading.
Almost had you, bitch.
Just laying it down again. Fucking.
Tango down.
Contact.
Lost the lead.
Oh, okay.
recon
You're on
standing by.
fucking channel.
UAV recon is standing by.
Now I know your weakness.
UAV online.
This is
Yeah.
not
There's a person in our building downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
God, we're
Lost
losing.
the lead.
Nah.
You talking about some nah? You don't see the scoreboard?
Hostile hunter killer drone.
13 to 30. You talking about some nah?
Headshot.
It's being made and a flash.
Fucking
Now
hell.
I know your weaknesses.
Frag. Enemy in sight.
Dude, this kid is one tapping with this. Like, I don't know if it's stronger. Like,
This is not
crap.
the end for me.
Grenade out.
Lost the lead.
Alex, why'd you turn all the freaking lights out?
Target's in sight.
Got me too.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Contact.
Laying on the ground back there. You need a scope.
Alex, why'd you turn all the lights out?
Hear you? Actually,
Well, turn one back on. I can't see anything.
Frag out.
Oh my god.
Lost the
This
lead.
is sword fucker.
Down.
Upstairs in our building, it's crazy.
I'm hurt. Enemy in sight.
Squad.
Now I know your weaknesses.
Grenade.
I brought us back right there. Come on, see it. See it. 9-1.
There's only 4 kills if they keep winning.
Yeah.
This is not the end for me.
We're done.
Of course, I had to be grass kill. Get the fuck out of here.
This corner nigga.
Connor, suck a dick.
I didn't know.
He talking about some, I don't know.
Mission failed.
How good you do?
We'll get him next.
Oh, you got MVP? You think you're
That's
good?
fucking trash, bro.
16 to 10.
The most kills.
All right. You better slow down, girl pop.
You had to have held a button on here to be able to activate it to something else.
Hard point.
I don't really care for this gun. Okay, probably gonna take hardpoint off.
Hardship and
Ooh,
danger do
I
not
want this gun.
discriminate.
Hard point identified.
Go for it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Damn it.
Hard point
FFAR1 Brightblade.
That's what the fuck I'm talking about.
Now I
I'm
know.
hearing nothing about the Bama Blitz, baby.
Blitz, blam, a blitz, baby. No, let me stop.
Hard point is ours.
Fuck 'em up, fuck 'em up.
Contested.
Fuck them up.
Fuck 'em up, fuck 'em up. You don't give a damn, then we don't give a fuck.
Targets in sight.
Don't give it a damn. Call me
I
Shazam.
can hear the Iron Will's thoughts.
Shazam, bitch!
Evil.
Hard point. Taking the lead.
I'm your buddy from the muddy, so don't hate me.
Hostiles have the hard
Okay, what?
point. Locked down. Hard point contested. Hard point identified.
Oh yeah, smack that ass.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put some butter on the biscuits.
And them cheeks,
Oh
boy.
yeah.
Butter them biscuits.
Contact with
They
enemy.
gonna learn what Baba Yaga is today.
Oh, hit him with the Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga.
I'm their worst nightmare.
UAV recon standing by. Repeat. UAV
Whoa,
recon is
that
standing
sounds
by.
like taking
Taking the lead. UAV online.
Changing mag.
Damn, they done got scared and half of them left. Ain't that a bitch? Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Smoke grenade.
Goddamn, I'm out of bullets, motherfucker.
They can't kill us, man.
Motherfucker, I'm out of bullets. Fuck it.
Can't kill us,
Fuck
man.
it.
Oh nice.
Sword time.
Enemy down.
Forward time.
Taking the lead.
Oh, okay. Fuck it. I'll bring out my other mythic. Fuck this shit.
Enemy down.
Hard point identified. Capture the objective.
God damn, half that team actually fucking left.
Enemy in sight.
Oh, pussy. That fucking pussy hurts.
Blitz, Bama Blitz.
For deployment.
Oh, Jesus. They done got butt hurt along with pussy hurt, and then they fucking left.
They
What a
done
bunch
ran
of
from us,
bitches.
partner.
Pussy asses.
Contact with
Hard point is ours. We've taken the lead.
Yeah, they couldn't take the heat, so they got the fuck out the kitchen. Easy win. Easy win. Well, at least the bot had some fucking balls to stay.
Yes.
changing mag.
God damn, it's bad when the bots got more balls than the players do. Ain't that a bitch? Goddamn, it's gonna be fucking easy ass win. Some bitch.
Funny.
Yeah,
Not me pulling out the citrus again.
yeah, yeah.
That's funny.
Get her
as
done, get her done,
hell.
get her done, 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 get her done, get her done, get her done, 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 get her done, get her done, get her done, 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 get her done,
Oh
get her
my
done, 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 get her done.
god. Yes.
Get her done, get her done, get her done, roll tide, get her done, get her done, get her done, roll.
Hey, that's funny as fuck.
Damn, Lena, did we get 2K? Almost got 3K. We didn't even hit 2K?
Wow.
Yeah, I know your score's 1,400. Mine's 2,800.
Damn.
Alright,
Yeah, step it up, young one.
I'm gonna go play scrims with my so you guys have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of knew I was getting a friend request after that one.
Oh, shit, we got scrims. See if nobody's joined the voice chat yet.
True evil lurks within everyone.
Yeah, in the voice chat, I gotta set it up. Hmm. Well, we should have strings. But let's see who's in voice chat. Some emojis in voice chat. Eric's probably will be in there. Let's see. We'll keep an eye on my Discord this year. It's supposed to have scrims at 11. Nobody found a scrim, but they're not responding and half our team's missing, so we'll see. We'll see if we pick one up or not. That chicken is supposed to be sleeping. Parents playing with. It's playing on actual team or for actual team. And see who they were playing against. We've played Pokos and Misery. We beat them.
Hunter killer drone deployed.
They're Pokos Misery. Same guy, I think, yeah.
Enemy
Hardpoint
CoDM.
identified.
target
Capture
down.
the
We've beat
objective.
this team before. Who are they playing? I don't recognize who they're playing.
Hardpoint locked down.
It's a close game. I actually stopped writing. Interesting.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
We've taken the lead.
Oh.
Enemy in sight.
Hey, Garrett's back. Hello. Hello.
Target down.
So Eric
Hardpoint
is
contested.
Greasy. He's working on an EMP. He's working on an EMP.
Friendly Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint contested.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint contested.
We got the EMP though.
Hardpoint lost.
BR noob or what? What does that mean?
Hunter killer
You're
drone
calling me a
deployed.
BR noob? Do you want to play BR with me and you're calling me a noob?
Friendly
Like,
hunter killer drone deployed.
I don't know.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
Hardpoint contested. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint identified. Capture the
Targets in
objective.
sight.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Ooh. Like almost 2 hours again. Jeez.
Hardpoint contested.
Streaming too much. How's Eric's doing? Look away from my phone. He
Hardpoint
told me an
contested.
EMP. From
Hardpoint
21,
lost.
22.
Hardpoint
Enemy
locked
in
down.
sight.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down!
Where'd that guy?
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours.
Nothing in the Discord
Hunter
about
killer drone
screams.
deployed.
Tango. Enemy contact!
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
Down!
Hardpoint lost.
Tango down! Targets in sight!
Okay, don't know if I can see the guy on the right.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
Maybe a good time to pop the EMP. This Hiller P4
Hostiles
probably.
have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint is
Enemy
ours.
down!
Go and spawn behind.
Hardpoint contested.
Good timing.
Hardpoint contested.
Contact with enemy. Target down.
They're just frying these guys.
We've taken the lead. Capture the objective. Friendly hunter killer drone deployed. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested.
This
Hardpoint
is
lost.
probably top 9 PR. If you've been
Hardpoint
holding it
is
for this
ours.
long for anything
Hardpoint
in
contested.
particular.
Hostiles have the hardpoint.
We got the
Capture the
one
objective.
tap. That feels so bad when you get one tap by an SDS because there's nothing you can do.
Enemy down!
Freaking massacre.
Hardpoint contested.
Oh my god.
Hardpoint contested.
He's working on a
Friendly hunter
7
killer drone
EMP.
deployed. Hardpoint locked down. Friendly predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy contact! Enemy down!
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Headshot!
Hardpoint locked down. We've taken the lead. EMP systems incoming.
Enemy.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Down! Enemy down!
Hardpoint contested.
Down!
Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hostiles
Hmm.
have captured the hardpoint.
I'm so glad Paris is on our
Hardpoint
team.
is ours. Hardpoint locked down. Capture the objective. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Keep on them. Winning this one. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Go down! Contact with enemy!
Getting a little hairy.
Hardpoint
You
is
seem to be
ours.
struggling against them a little more probably if Pirates were playing
Target
for him.
down!
Hardpoint contested.
Boom!
Oh
Headshot!
my god, that guy, you hot sauce.
Capture the objective.
Bit of a waste of a grenade.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Target!
Hardpoint is ours.
Pirates dropped up 50. If we're not gonna want the demonstrates, we're gonna go take a shower and chuck some YouTube on for YouTube. Scooby Doo, what a name. What a name. Yeah. Pirates picked up another hard point. That was good. Good job, but we want to go take, I'm going to take a shower here in a minute. Charge my other phone so I take care of my chat while I'm gone. Streams at 50 views, not terrible. 52 and live for a lot less longer. At like 11:15, I'm gonna go shower and I'll check the Scooby-Doo here. Or Scooby-Doo. Is it Scooby-Doo? No, it's Scooby-Doo. I'll add you. Got you. That name is so funny. Scooby-Doo. It's just so funny. Yeah, at about 11:15, I'm gonna go take a shower. I've been streaming for over 14 hours now.
Too evil.
And then after that, I changed date player and added whip. Yeah, about 11:15, I'm gonna go take a shower. And then after that, I'll come back and we're gonna binge watch a couple of the World Champs series.
Hardpoint identified.
We're gonna watch
Hostiles have
2022,
captured the hardpoint.
2023, and 2024 World Champs top 8
Hardpoint is
matches.
ours.
Because I
Hardpoint
just
lost.
can't play the game
Hardpoint
anymore. I'm so
contested.
tired.
Hardpoint locked down.
They added Wick and dropped whoever the
Enemy
else they
down.
had, I think. Oh, I don't have the Type 63 downloaded, so it's full auto
Hostiles have
helo
captured
bolt.
the hardpoint.
Jeez, so loud.
Hardpoint is ours.
We're not gonna be playing scrims tonight. They no-showed. The team was
Hardpoint
supposed to
lost.
play no-showed on us, I believe. So,
Hardpoint locked down.
not the worst.
Hardpoint contested.
I don't have to, like, lock in and try to play. I think we'll be okay.
Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective.
So tired. I'm so
Hardpoint is
unbelievably
ours.
thankful I get to play with Tyrex and not against him, bro.
We've taken the lead.
Got a lot less to do on this map.
Friendly Predator missile inbound.
This is just anchoring. He has literally nothing to do. This is a crazy angle. I didn't know you could see green from back there. Marx is such a nerd.
Hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint contested. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Target down. Tango
Oh
down.
my god.
We've taken the lead. Predator missile inbound. Friendly EMP systems incoming. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint locked down.
Frag out.
That
Hunter-killer
spawned
drone
very
deployed.
quickly.
Grenade out. Target down.
How did that guy live? He just got hit point blank by a war machine helmet. How on earth did he survive that? I'm gonna watch through this map and go hop in the shower. I don't know what I'm gonna chuck on for you guys to watch on YouTube.
Target down.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint identified. Capture the objective. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Frag out.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Boom. Headshot.
Hardpoint is ours. Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed. Hardpoint contested.
You must have split the damage. I felt like you got more than 4 bullets to connect there.
Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Friendly Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint capture the objective.
Top control.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Role playing against
Enemy
Hardpoint
down.
is such a nightmare.
We've taken the lead. Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Oh my god, how is there still one on? Oh,
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested.
Down.
how is he alive? Why are you, oh my god.
Predator missile inbound. Hardpoint contested.
Jeez, bro. On a massive streak now.
Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Capture the objective.
Holy man.
Enemy in
Hardpoint
sight.
lost.
Grenade out.
Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hostile hunter-killer drone
Tango down.
inbound. Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Grenade.
Well, that full 60 got me
Hardpoint
close.
locked down.
They're slaughtering this team. They should be
Capture the
winning by so
objective.
much more.
Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
He's almost already back on a war machine after one hard point.
Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested. Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone inbound. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint.
Enemy down.
Hardpoint locked down. Hostiles have captured the hardpoint.
Bro, who let this man cook?
Capture the objective.
Target down.
Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint is ours. Hardpoint contested.
Bro, how is he all alive, bro?
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint contested. Hostiles have the hardpoint. Hardpoint locked down.
Enemy
Taking
down.
the lead. Hardpoint contested.
That's bad timing.
Hardpoint
No
Frag
chance
out.
they lose this, right? They're trolling.
Hardpoint contested.
Tango down.
Capture the objective.
He's gonna have to save that EMP for
Hardpoint is
P4 or
ours.
for P3.
Enemy contact.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost. Hardpoint locked down. Hardpoint
Well, never
contested.
mind, he's gonna pop the EMP at this point.
missile inbound. Hunter-killer drone deployed.
Okay, that was a weird way to end it. Should have made it all the way back to Q3. Or this is just a bad guy, man. Arguably one of the best players in North America right now, probably.
True evil lurks within everyone.
Bro. This man drops kills and scrims like it's freaking ranked. Eric's just freaking elite player, bro. Holy. Alright, chat, I'm gonna go take a shower. Let me find the old CoDM esports stream. I have to take this phone with me. I'm gonna charge this one for YouTube. Esports. Change 2024. I think for the live. Let's skip it to a match.
Take a shower.
For our alpha. Obviously, Phil dealing with a little bit of a. You can see there in the bottom. If you wanted to follow along in this matchup, this will be on the Bravo stream once we get our Tribe and Q9 matchup set up. But it's a 3-0 lead so far, specifically in this map, and a 1-0 series lead right now for the North American kit.
And this is great news for Luminosity, who are also dealing with a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
Jesus Saves having the highest KDA in North America from stage 4. And then obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity, as they are looking pretty good here against Nova. Another one of those squads with great mobile, mobile esports pedigree.
Okay, you guys have fun watching that. I'm gonna go shower.
The different strains from the different regions
and then
play out
when I come
early
back,
on. Obviously, India not where they wanted to be, North America surprising others, and then Europe. Europe's one of those in the middle where we weren't sure what to expect. Strut still taking Omega a little bit there. Nova struggling right now against Luminosity, and then Strut, finishing in that, surprise win earlier on. Where do we think Europe's going to finish up?
It's funny that you do mention that, because it's one of those things that we all ended up talking about, that when you think about the strongest regions out there, Europe is not one of them. So Europe coming into an international event, and you have been able to have at least a comfortable stage 4 against your own region, I honestly think that Europe are going to be able to stand up quite well. I mean, even against like the Chinese teams that we were just seeing, even in those earlier rounds, they didn't look half bad.
Yeah, the worry was that they would get kind of blown away in a game like that. But that's not what happened.
Not at all. I think that's great news that you come out and you're fighting. Problem is, there's not much of a lifeline out here. So as much as we can sit there and, blow some sunshine towards their direction, you still have to get through these well-rehearsed international squads. And even though the map 1 win like from Strut, surprise, we didn't really expect them to do too much when it came to playing up against those powerhouses. Right. That's cool, great, but in the end, you still have to be able to finish out these series and actually do something to tell us that, yes, Europe is a major contender at this tournament.
So speaking of surprises, right, just like Strut was able to pull one out there, I think the other one that we're all waiting to see, which is coming up very, very soon, is Scars from Japan.
Yeah.
Will Japan sit in this region as well, or in this regional conversation as well? Because for every other team, you get to say, okay, we have regional strength and individual strength. Scars being the only team from Japan, you got to figure out where you sit in all of that, and they got a fruitful draw not to go up against Tribe or Q9. They go up against Influence Kevin to start things off.
But you still have that looming in the distance, right? You know you're probably going to have to face either Tribe or Q9 maybe once, if not twice, throughout the entirety of just the group stage alone. And not to mention the pressure, coming back to LAN and representing your entire region as the only team. I mean, they got to show up and absolutely slay out.
The biggest thing is it a big fish in a small pond? Like, it's cool, I think, to have, the whole country's behind you.
Right.
But we didn't really see much competition in Japan. I mean, Scars was flawless. No one really even touched them. I mean, the whole broadcast was over in 2 hours, it felt like. It was over as soon as it started. And that has to be something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself, be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or Influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent-free in my head right now, brother, is you have to come in and play your own game. What was your strengths coming out from your region as a whole? We talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I were casting.
Yeah.
It was the search and destroy, and they did look very good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily there. But for Scars, you have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes, and whatever is comfortable for you to be able to take as many maps as possible.
Well, what happens when you start losing, too? Like, you don't expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Yeah, well, they'll have to figure that one out when they find themselves behind. Right now, falling a little bit behind with all 4 games getting set up. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups C and D for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I'm joined by the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are heading into what I would say is the most highly anticipated match of the day. The Kings of the West, Tribe Gaming, going up against Q9, who has been very dominant recently. Beef Mommy, how you feeling?
Man, we just saw the most anticipated group of the day, which is Group A, and now we're heading off into what is the question mark. Who is going to win between the Reds today, Q9 or Tribe? But obviously there's going to be a lot more matches up next, so I'm really excited. If you guys just came into the stream right now, we already saw a bunch of 3-0s at exception of one, which is a Charlie stream, Strut versus like another team that was really good, actually. I'm really surprised with Wolves. Yes, they lost at hardpoint, but again, all 3-0s across the board. But now let's see if it's going to be the same thing here. Q9 and Tribe, what are your thoughts?
I mean, both regions off the start, what we've seen from them look very strong. We saw NYSL from that North American region, third seed, still got the 3-0. Wolves, a little bit of a slow start, but they bounced back, and even in their second hardpoint matchup, they were still able to get the win pretty easily. So heading into this one, I think it's going to be a battle of the modes. I think it's all going to come down to control. That's my expectation, because we've talked about that being the swing mode for basically the entirety of the event. And I think with how dominant Tribe is in hardpoint, how dominant Q9 is in Search and Destroy, I'm really hoping we get a Game 5 out of it.
You are absolutely right. Control will definitely be that swing mode. We already know that Tribe very good at the hardpoint games, and for Q9, Search and Destroy is definitely their favorite. But for me, firing range being the map choice, I feel like that's going to be really interesting for Tribe to actually go and win. But I'm really hoping that they did have a really good run, because they did go up against Luminosity, won that 7-4. So that was the last time they actually played in firing range S&D. But for the side of Q9, well, they feel like they need to kind of step it up in this particular matchup, because they haven't really played it too much. The last time they did, it was up against the Wolves, which they did win.
Yeah, this is a bunch of really interesting map picks, because I know that not a lot of players love Raid Hardpoint. I know that North America doesn't like Hacienda, and we're playing that for Control as well. But I think Tribe taking a little bit of an advantage for themselves. We got a Slum, Search, and Destroy. I think if it does go to a Game 5, that tends to be the one map where teams that are not as Search and Destroy dominant can seem to find the edge. So I think heading into this one, obviously got to give the edge to Tribe. Their #1 go-to game mode has always been Hardpoint. Their gun skill, their teamwork, just phenomenal across the board. And it looks like we are ready to hop into the action.
Let's see how we're going to do it. Q9, Island, D-Chen, Oling, Tang, Dam. And for Tribe, we have Jez, Bolu, Tectonic, Vague, and Marshy. Let's see who's going to start things up. Jez getting that beautiful kill. Let's see if we can finally get one more. Oling's going to be in a little bit of a pickle up here in top laundry. Going to be proning just a tiny bit, slowing things down, but Tribe still has a solid hold here in Q1.
And we saw the Tribe and Q9 guys talking yesterday about whether they were just going to agree to GA the SKS. Does look like they have done exactly that. So lots of trigs in play for Q9. A little bit of a slow start, but the kills starting to come through. They're able to find the break right here, and some solid map control up by top laundry for Uling. He's able to find 4 early kills, and I've heard a lot of players from a lot of different regions talk about his dominance and how difficult he is to kill. We'll see what type of impact he has for Q9 today.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things down yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point, where player #1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point immediately. Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to hit the flank. Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights. That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island, but he's able to bounce back and able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point time. Tribe not really capitalizing on what they've got right now, but they break back in and definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds. Everybody on Q9 very happy to set up on the inside of that money hill.
Very early rotation coming in from Q9. I was planning to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Dam trying to go in there very early in the rotation and just give up with the scrap points. And that allows Tribe to get them a little bit of a lead. And now let's see what we can do. Fine going for the pick, but then one by one, they drop like flies in Q9. 2 only inside of the hard point as we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling through into the backside.
And right now the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from Driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just to contest as much as they want. No, they don't want to contest. They want the hard point for themselves. They're going to be able to break in right there. And now Marshy on that back doorway, the Purifier, he's going to be able to find one, and looks like he's working on some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile, especially come that basketball court hard point. He can get some big value out of that. But Tribe, as expected, the dominant hardpoint team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America, Tectonic. 11 kills on the board already. He has definitely turned out to be a huge leader for this team, and he is popping off the start.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of, let it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into basketball, and as they're trying to get a hold of the spawns, not really quite winning the gunfights. As we see player number 2 up in Spiral, that's going to be Bolu getting a lot of these kills as well, and not just that, secures it just for a moment. But player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Dam, tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here, spawn control for Tribe.
And the thing about raid hardpoint, especially when it comes to basketball, there is no spawn control. You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to do so as right now Tribe can tend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Player spawns directly in front. Dechen, unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marshy doing everything he can to stay alive. Q9 able to break in at least for the time being, but with only 15 seconds left to be gained right here, you gotta focus on that rotation up to P5.
Scrap points not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said, that player number 3, that's going to be Oling, tries to get whatever scraps they have because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far away, and now finding the rotation also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them, is that the early rotation, but Jez having the Pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe Gaming team. You look across the board. The only player not above 10 is Marshy, and he's the OBJ man. He does the dirty work for the squad. Uling doing everything he can to snake his way in. Jez finally going to get dropped right there, but the rookie having his way in this matchup. 18 kills on the board already. And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu going to pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back. Instant break for Q9. But they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to have a chance of getting back into this one.
Tribe gives away this particular hard point and moves on to the next setup. Very clean as they take out all the players all around P1. They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in Driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name, it seems like gun skills, Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition had zero chance. Uling from the top side can be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip an opportunity. And if you're Q9, you can go 40-20 right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly that. Staying alive, and he's almost on a Pred missile. They're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like the momentum's starting to swing a little bit to see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes, and still a lifeline coming in from Q9 if they get a solid hold here.
right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through that doorway. Purifier still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one to the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there is no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the reinforcements for Tribe. That's that teamwork, the cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw a very early rotation coming in from Q9 here in Garage, and now no contest whatsoever. Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago, and now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can, as Tang gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. And now for Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill it.
Yeah, right now the operator availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation the first time around, and just like that, Tribe's gonna break on in. Uling, the only one there to defend, he gets shut down, and if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe, so clean on the breaks, the holds have been untouchable. Tang's got a freaking EMP system, but this late in the game is not going to be able to do anything. And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points left. Contest for just about half a second. There you go, Tribe Gaming. A very convincing first win here in Hardpoint Raid. And this is what we expected in the first place. What a beautiful win, and the breaks are just so clean, Bobby. Yeah. Every single lane they covered, especially in Garage, where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break, they cover all 3 entrances.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Tribe was in control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming that matchup, and that tells a big portion of the story. Bolu, Tectonic, Marshy doing the dirty work. I mean, if you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style. Everybody has that ability to stay alive on the inside of the hard point and be where their team needs them to be. So Vega and Jez going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but everybody, huge contributions.
Honestly, for me, one of the biggest reasons why Tribe actually won, I mean, yes, they are really good at the gun skills, but you're taking a look at why. It's because they have better gun composition. They have different SMGs. They got the Krig 6, they have the CBR. But for Q9, they all ran 4 people, Krig 6, and 1 CBR. Maybe that is the biggest difference as to why Tribe kept on winning those close range engagements.
Now, coming into this, I did expect Tribe to win map 1. We talked about they're a hardpoint team, Q9's an S&D team. Now, if we see Tribe take the S&D, then Q9 starts to get really, really worried, because not only does that mean you got to win 2 straight respawns, but if Tribe's got the ability to beat Q9 in S&D, then I think they can beat just about anybody. So I'm not expecting Q9 to lay down right here. I think they're definitely going to step their game up. It should be a very, very interesting firing range, especially with the sniper dominance that we've seen for a lot of these Chinese players.
Yeah, the question is it going to be as close as we think it is, or is it going to be really far away, kind of like what we saw in that hard point matchup? So really excited to see it, because as we keep hyping up Q9, really good at S&D, really, I don't know, disciplined when it comes to the gameplay. And for sure, they're one of the teams like, okay, we're going to be losing that hard point, but we already saw that a while ago from Wolves, where they did lose that up against Strud. Now let's see if it's going to be the same story here, where the Chinese team struggling at the hard point, but great at the S&Ds.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say characterizes the Chinese search and destroy is aggression. You will never see people fly across the map with as much confidence as these guys do. It'll be interesting to see the clash of the play styles, because North America has definitely been known to have a much more passive play style, and obviously that helped them to excel on that map 1, but when it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it, that can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
Let's see. Offensive, defensive side. We already saw some of the teams kind of just struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But coming in for Q9, though, especially in their last tournament, that's going to be CDFI, where they had a flawless run in Search and Destroy, almost at least. They had one little mashup against Almighty. But taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team because they deliver every single time on every single game.
Absolutely. Looking at some of our other matchups right now, we've got other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 2 team coming out of North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check that out on the other streams. We also have Scars and Influence Kemin going at it right now with Scars in the lead early on. That was a team that had a very big question mark coming into this because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but looks like they're delivering. We'll see if Q9 can do just that heading into this second map. Definitely a big proving point, and we'll see if that confidence pays off, but forgetting to pick up the bomb off the start, not a great start.
You know what, we're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all, but again, very passive. This is very surprising to me because like what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip, and now, let's see it. But then gun carrier, that's going to be really hard as Vay gets that first blood as Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well, and now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's going to drop as well. Bolu pulling out the snipe, and I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1. We did see a fairly aggressive push into some unusual angles, and to be honest, from what I've seen of the Chinese teams, they don't play a ton of firing range Search and Destroy, and it's showing right now. Bolu with the nade, Vay with another. Round number 1 looking a little bit lopsided right there.
God, nades all across the board. We saw Bolu cooking up that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end. Really good confidence for this team, but Q9 still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of the really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they had solid map control. We had Island pushed all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Jez is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again. Sniper in hand. He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that you got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang, and he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. He's going to be able to find one, but can't get the turn onto Vay. And back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as we said that, it has to be Uling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes. Not just that, the information for them.
Well, here, Jez is going to get way pushed up on the inside of trailer, and more than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over to wood. Vay's going to find 2 with the Krig in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here, trying to stay alive, but they've only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster, and Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now, 2 players on each side. Now what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature. I like this discipline coming in from this team because they're not pushing whatsoever. They don't have to. They're at the defense. They're just waiting for the plant.
Yeah, right now he's just playing the waiting game. There's 2 players waiting for him on this bomb site. Vig probably heard the slide right here. He's going to see the feet. Able to take down 1. Smoke going to go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not. And he's going to get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how Tech hasn't taken him down yet, but it's only a matter of time. It seems at this point they're closing in from the backside. Tech's going to pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, rated down to a 2v1, but again, it's just really hard in that high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0 here at round number 4. Let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just trying to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMG's cross map when they've got snipers. It looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore, because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is matching them, if not exceeding them, in that category right now. And man, oh man, these Q9 players struggling to find kills.
Speaking of struggling, Dam and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that. And only with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, Vic having that 6, that was just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is going to be going down, but Dam, signs of life for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marshy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Jess wins those. And now another round going in for Tribe Gaming.
Huge opportunity to swing the momentum right there. And once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. Man, oh man. 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Oh, Dam's just like, he's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out, and Bolu goes down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation for all across the box. Then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with just doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find 1 onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's 2 nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, and some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize, because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe is definitely really impressive to shut down Q9.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. You still got a Tectonic in the backside they got to deal with, but that's just a trophy. Tech's gonna drop right there, and now the aggression starting to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Uling finally finds a big snipe on the Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. That trophy gonna disappear. Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Uling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Uling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to bait him in, but he's not gonna peek around quite yet. Uling playing the waiting game. Will the timing go his way? It definitely does. Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming, and the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back, and then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time, and now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finding the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one onto Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable. And Tang drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again, a lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit. Looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe, needs to find a way to answer back. And now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually going to be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A. Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank. Couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Vague right there. The angles are too clean. And right now, Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. D-Chen and Dam shut it down. And definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in Bathroom where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, you get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of Bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Vague peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are one round away from closing out this second map.
One round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9 is probably going to give it away for a retake. And now that's going to be really big for Tribe, and now closing it out is probably going to be very difficult, but for a team like Tribe, it's going to be easy.
Feel like Q9 got a little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site, you know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9 is going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener onto Marshy.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trays coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Uling, and player number 5, it's Island.
Uling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. Vague, he just says, I want to chow. Uling makes it pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously, and a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information from the inside of trailer playing a crucial role, and right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets one, Tan goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now it's just Q9 all across the board. 2v4 situation. They're going to be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, it's going to be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are going to stop things over here. We're going to restart it really quick. We're going to stop this matchup as we see kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know, we're just going to wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds that we saw, 2 of them, they're being played very passively, which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the 3rd time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but it's mainly because the B looks have gotten shut down immediately. So I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back. And right now it looks like we might be hopping back into the matchup. Not 100% positive. Looking at our other matchups that are happening right now, Influence Kemen is absolutely frying Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run, but obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor. And now for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in this search and destroy. 1 away to evening things up with the scoreline of Scars. And now we see that's going to be Scars yet again with the bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again, this time from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know it's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. Now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen. 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive, because going into this, they had a 22% win rate in SND. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. It's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo is a player for Scars that completely dominated all of stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him, and consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty, so that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out, but wow. It's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Chemin 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skate versus Almighty, where, well, looking like Almighty's having a little bit of trouble here in firing range.
Yep. It's been certainly unpredictable to say the least so far. So off to a great start for Stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money. A lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first time that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making. So a lot of teams, I think, got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map counts, Smart Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega is going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, out of every single one of the matches here in Group A, NYSL Mayhem versus Omega, I feel like is going to be so interesting, because both of these teams kind of scrappy. So gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, Inco, Stalwart, and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has a donut for today. And now for Group C, no one.
Alright, chat. We're gonna watch 2022 finals.
Stop the clock at A, make some more progress.
Okay, let's go to
And man, right there on the top, 1.96 KDA right at the top. NB is a great player. Band, a great player. Not even close.
It's not, and that's the main thing. I was trying to talk to some of the teams, like, what are you guys going to do? I was talking to Trump issue for any Wolves.
The weaknesses of their team.
Luminosity, we saw 2 players from one team and 2. You're at minimum $280,000 and prime position for the $700,000 for first place. Again, our tournament prizing brought to you by HyperX. The $1,700,000 prize pool has been just such a great boon for all of these players. And for you at home, you have the opportunity to win some super cool in-game swag by watching in the client. If you're able to go ahead and tune.
Get this.
No question about it. But it's beautiful. All right. This is coming in. The teams are going to be drawing up game plans for Lucasen.
This is hard. Not a
on over to our casters.
Can be said about Luminosity. They've had
Luminosity is the only game mode out of the 3 that they have truly struggled with. Yeah. But hey, really not too bad at all. Tied as far as wins are concerned. And the respawn KD, well, it's just a little bit better for Minko, but I think it's kind of inflated because of Lucasen.
That's definitely the case. I mean, when you throw somebody up there that's nearly a 2.0, that losses, 2 of them came to Control. So we'll kind of throw it out in the air. Summit would be map number 3, Control. Haven't seen much of that this weekend, so we'll keep kind of our finger on that while we look over the first 2 maps. Standoff, Hardpoint, Raid, Search, and Destroy. Where's your headspace at, Brock?
My headspace right now, when it comes down to it, is quite literally just around that Raid, Search, and Destroy. The only reason being is because the vetoes kind of go against what Inco are mostly comfortable on. The Hacienda taken away. Take off Hardpoint, not even in question whatsoever. So the Raid, Search, and Destroy, I think is going to be quite telling where these 2 teams stand up against each other. Got to get warm here on the standoff Hardpoint first.
We have yet to see This Inco team play on standoff hardpoint, but you expect to still continually have not just sniper rifles maybe in play, but a hefty amount of SKSs as we start to rotate towards those more open hardpoints. But how about LG? Blur getting involved with some long-range ability, and it's going to be 3 straight eliminations for Washi as well. Luminosity off to a hot start.
There he goes. SKS trendsetter in the mix, finds 3 in a row because, of course, he did. He won about halfway through its tenure here on the opening set, and I mean, all said is that Inco are still in a superior position. Yeah, they're getting traded out, but so long as you can dictate the pace of the middle of the map, you're going to set yourself up wonderfully for the rotation.
Early streaks as well for Washi. Hunter Killer Drone already spent. Nades on the way in. Break attempt coming from Inco Gaming. Numbers prevail as they look to get onto the hardpoint. Contest on the way forward, and yep, that will work out nicely. Blur is going to be the player to really keep an eye out for LG when it comes to trying to lock down this SKS, and he's clean with it so far. A couple of great eliminations as he finds his fist before dropping.
Yeah, I mean, hey, Bobby ended up talking about it as well, is that you have to have a strategy of some kind to deal with the long-range poke and prod effect that is the SKS. Kill feed starting to erupt in blue, but the push that's coming through in the backslide of Brown is actually quite influential. It's setting up a pinch to come through out of Bakery.
I don't think Inco expected that there was going to be hit from the south side of the map. Now the spawns will give them that information, but it's just too late. Solo, 3 in a row. LG on the break, up to 40 points. Inco looking to try to contest this as soon as humanly possible from mostly the gas station side. There is one long flank out of Noel, but he drops, so now the whole hit from Inco has to come from the front, and the kills are at least decent enough to neutralize the time.
Yeah, big kills actually coming through out of the gas station. You lose those gunfights, you could potentially be in a spawn trap for the next 2 respawns. So working your way back in for 30 seconds could be very, very good. And you see it right there on your screen yet again. Lucasen, 1.96, mostly just with the SKS, has been an absolute trendsetter, already up to 11 kills.
And the thing that we really have to keep our eye on with these setups for Inco once they get the rotation in their favor is where do they throw their double SKSs at times. Lucasen likely to lock down one lane. You expect Dan to kind of swap back and forth, maybe pulling out a second SKS if necessary to lock down the opposite. For LG though, already pinned up. Blur, easy kill on the dad, and that will mean that as the old time will expire, it's pretty much all Luminosity set up for P2.
Yeah, Luminosity still having those close spawns. You have one player that's actually watching the long ball, but Solo Band here over in the courtyard, able to lock down 2, knows that number 3 is just outside. Washi will be there for the elimination, and it is just coming up all wonderfully for LG at the beginning here at 3.
I think everyone who played up against LG in this map from yesterday is saying, let's not make sure Band goes on that huge 9 spree onto this hard point. He was floating, flying, stinging all over the place. 70-42 the current tally. Inco looking for a break attempt, but LG quick on the read. Noel on the interior, has to pretty much do it all himself, and nearly does, but the clock comes out for Washi. Only finds 1 elimination. LG still with numbers to try to get back in, and so it will be. The switchblade from Band, another double.
Here, fire out, Band locking things down here for the scrap time. Gonna find themselves 4 in a row, and that should be the last bit of scrap time here secured. Here on P3 was about a pretty successful 40 to about 3, comparatively to where Inco are located at, going all the way through the rotation. You still have one more player to worry about. That's gonna be Washi. Big trade to come all the way through, but space provided for LG to threaten this early.
And trends really have been LG better on the initial 20 seconds so far, whether that's from the rotational wins for the gunfights or mostly locking and holding down to their initial setup. Same thing here. The full break, right as soon as the hard point opens up, comes from LG. Reinforcements on the way, you can see the read. They know for a fact that Inco is going to be hitting from the left-hand side. Preg missile called in. Pure Fire also in the mix. Kills favor that of Luminosity, but Inco still have a chance to contest from the front.
There's still a very defining reason why Luminosity are the #1 hardpoint team with a plus 118 differential, 7-0 through Worlds so far, but Inco need to showcase why they are #2. Breaking back in with the Holger in hand is Crozen, just trying to meet them at the gates here at 4.
Yeah, both teams largely have not been contested in their hard points until likely now when they meet each other. Inco with a substantial break off of their second attempt, now looking to lock in every bit of this scrap time. 13 seconds to fight for it. LG are still trying to put a little bit of pressure on towards this. And to be fair, this could be mostly in an effort to make sure there's not a safe exit for Inco, but spawn for number 5 in blue is Crozen. He's going to have a chance of trying to win out Hotel, while Lucasen is going to go to a very bold claw call, and it works out. Double comes through, spams down the hard point, but it's going to be Inco who have the ability to jump in the hill first.
Still able to find that space, because like you were talking about, Luminosity at the end of the first set, we're trying to set themselves up for an abundance of exits as Lucasen continue to doing Lucasen things, even swaps to the pocket SKS, and is able to find 3 in a row. Just the guy cannot be stopped, but there needs to be more follow-up on it. Able to get yourself set up here inside P1, slowly closing in on the lead that Luminosity have.
Now it's on to
He's
Noel
been
Dad. Can they
so
work their
good
way
for
back in
so
towards the
long,
SMGs to try to
man.
lock this
There's
down?
so many
Rafa also in the mix,
different
but only for a short time. LG, 3 quick eliminations. Right back into the hard point. Ban locking down the back door towards Hotel, and it's LG dominating the kill feed and a chance to continue to grow a cushion here on their score.
20 seconds remaining here inside P1. Double-edged sword coming through for Luminosity. Basically calling for players like Solo to continuously find the zoning effects. Has one player inside a bakery. We'll be able to get some help there from Blur. Now you need to start pushing all the way forward, especially with Inko spawning out.
It's going to be a bit of a 50-50 battle over towards New. Rafa able to slide in. Crozen assisting towards the old time, but it really is on to Rafa. What can he do as an individual without any sort of help? Here, as soon as the hard point opens up, LG members all over the place. Noel quickly to come back in, tagged up, but can provide a little bit of assistance, but no, it's LG with the quick eliminations, and as the hard point opens, it's LG securing more time.
And look at the split spawns that are actually coming through from Inko. You have 2 players that spawn up over by the gas station, the other ones are spawning over in the courtyard outside the bakery, but no one was reading where Ban was located at outside of L. So much damage was able to be found because Inko were just one-dimensionally trying to sprint into the hard point to try to help things out. This is such a substantial setup that LG have.
Operators are used here for LG. They're trying to put this game a bit out of reach. Inko looking to contest. Oh, it's a long-range shot from Washington. 3 from the backside of gas station, making sure no one else can contest from the south side of the map. And Inko a bit paused up here all of a sudden. Looking to play for rotation. This is critical time that they're missing out on. They would essentially now have to counter with a full 60 of their own.
Yep, you would need a full 60 here at Grandma's, and the setup isn't exactly strong when you already have players that are moving their way over by Grandma's tank. You have Predator missiles being called in by Blur, Envy finds 2, and now you're spawning out if you're Inko. Not the setup that you want ahead of 3.
Rafa, last one left, just flat out overwhelmed. Luminosity again, dominate on rotation, holding the spawns, holding the early time in the hard point, and they will break past the 200-point threshold. Operators out for Solo. It will expire, only finding a couple of eliminations, but that will still be fine. One more deep. He gets caught swapping between the weapons as the charge runs out, but again, the streaks now start to fly on forward. Hunter Killer Jones, Preg missiles, doesn't seem to make a difference what it is, just throw it at them, and Inko are completely stuffed without even getting in until maybe Dad here. Okay, hold on. Double with the Purifier, contesting the time, waiting for the regen. It's going to be 3 as Dad will clear the point out for Inko.
Got the Dad cap on and everything. Purifier needs to continuously lock things down here, 25 seconds, but you look at just the overall score. This is where we start having the conversation for leaders advantage. It's 219 to 111. Now Luminosity, they don't have to break here. They could just set up for New, and that's exactly what they're doing to try to close it out in the upcoming hill.
No operators for them though to try to hold on to this setup. On the opposite side, you look towards players like Crozen. 24 eliminations, a chance to possibly be the catalyst for the break with an operator ready for go for him. Now the play. Hard point expires over at Grandma's. Now we head over towards Bakery. Dad through the warehouse, looking good. This will set up a bit of a route. Looking to play for spawns, but Envy denies. And Luminosity, a really solid read on where this Inko hit is coming from as they get to 225.
Able to clear away the bottom left side of the map, but you need to break this sooner rather than later. Blur, able to get themselves a Purifier, just holding the stairs.
Good read on the first player up top. Noel denied any entry from the high ground. Now it's just down to flooding from the front, and this is dangerous, but the shutdown comes through. The claw from Crozen, that'll allow them entry. LG still trying to fight back. Envy for the first, holding down the trigger, but can't secure the second. And Inko have an extra life for now. Banned! Oh, on the entry, finds an easy cleanup. A good double kill from him and Blur, and that may be the winning moment here in map number 1. Inko, yeah, they got 32 from Lucasin, but it is not nearly enough as LG dominate.
Little pop-off on the stage as well. Luminosity gotta be feeling themselves off of that, and it's gotta be talked about one more time. There is a reason for coming into this matchup as an all-star of
32 out of Lucasin.
Jeez, bro. Lucasin just carried every team he touched back then, huh? Noel was their objective.
But we wanted to see how NA was going to deal throughout the majority.
To find themselves inside the hard point moment or on 2 different fronts.
Something we got to keep here at World Championships. Subs.
Looking at is essentially that a SKS setup can really shut that down.
So good. All these graphics look so
and then on top
good.
of that, just to kind of have to reverse sweep. Confidence up because for Inko, they were really be allotted towards them. Wash is the only one to contest, has a scope out, and Noel will get first blood. That's actually kitchen control as well for the side of Inko.
This is actually something that we saw Inko take as far as an adaptation is concerned in their search and destroys late last night, was that they were just bringing out more submachine guns and just really just denying so much space by way of aggression early in these rounds.
Number 4 in Blur, the only defender at A, but he's going to be getting help from Band on a long route already through bedroom, and nobody from Inko is expecting this. Patience, it's a virtue after all. Band able to secure a nice 3-win, and how about Blur? from inside the site, completely stuck, comes away with 2. And that likely wins the round for LG, just down to Crozen.
I love that coming out of Blur. SKS in hand and all. Last player alive inside of money, won't be able to stay alive for long. And you know, if you want to talk recency here, especially for Luminosity, again, such a small sample pool because they've just been tearing through everybody. They have that at least one time spent on this map, 7-4 versus Stamina.
Yeah.
And they looked very, very convincing on that, understanding their timings and all, as you got to see Band on that previous play. Full-on rush coming through here today.
2 defenders, though, will be here. Solo working with Blur this time. Once again, the trophies go down. Rafa, shoulders being thrown. Lucasen finds the first onto Solo. Slide cancel on in, and Blur cannot hold against the 3 members of Inco that get on. Quick plant also on the way.
Gonna have to retake this on 3 different fronts, but open staircase is being looked at from Crozen. You still have Washi to deal with, but if you're Envy, you have to wait for this push coming down spiral staircase for some help.
Envy finds one to the backside. If he can get the second, maybe there is a chance to come back through, but now it's just down to Washi. This would be a 1v4, finds the first rather rapidly, but the second one comes from behind, and Noel, no problem. Color surprised. I thought for sure that Inco was going to try to feel things out. I mean, the double SKS sniper setup, what we kind of said in the past was, let's feel out this defense, maybe get a pick and then capitalize, but that's not the case at all. This is all gas pedal early on.
It kind of feels just shades of some of their matches that we ended up seeing yesterday, doesn't it? Where they did start off with snipers, SKSs, and then they adapted for more SMGs. It seems very early on that Inco want to take the aggression early and try to meet the pace that they know Luminosity are going to bring.
Great search, man. It's been so.
We'll get a little bit of map control early, but again, this is what we were expecting. Lucasen scouting things out, swapping to the sniper rifle this round to work with Crows and Washi. Good pick up from Money Window. And careful, Solo is actually pushed up in towards mid. Assistance from Washi as well, doesn't necessarily need it. Dad not there for the trade. And just like that, LG significant control over the map, and more so, they've kind of got Inco trapped down inside the pool.
Yeah, they sure do. And even though Luminosity, they have that 1 number advantage, this is the right call. You know, you just send at least Solo, maybe to try to go take a look at Kitchen, maybe take a peek and a gander over by the A bomb, but you have B on lock. You 100% play for the retake here.
Rafa with the bomb would be the one that would have to kind of tell his teammates, yeah, we're ready to go. Which, by the way, it is double sniper SKS. So trying to clear out any of these sites would be a hard task. But they will stack together. Like you mentioned, LG going to give up this A site in order to likely just play for full retake. With mid control, laundry control, you think it's going to be good for it. 30 seconds, and LG are getting the idea that, okay, they're not coming to B. Let's get ourselves in a better position to try to contest this bomb plant. Here comes Rafa forward. Trophy system goes down. LG stacked up towards the staircase. First sniper shot misses. Envy gets the opener. Envy gets the follow-up. Just down to Crozen. 1v4. He's stuck inside a Tiki with a lack of ingredients. And how about the left fist from Band? He's been all smiles all weekend, so why not try to throw something out early?
Sitting there having a little bit of a chuckle in that 1v multiple situation. Might as well slide into Tiki and let the Dukes out, man. That was fantastic stuff coming through from Luminosity. Again, very reserved, I would say. They found those 2 picks, they gave up the space, and they played for the retake. Executed wonderfully.
That is a strong left hand.
Yeah, if you think about it. And it's a weighted
shots
shot.
of an SKS or 1 left hook?
Mike Tyson would have words.
Would, for sure. Again, forward mid-map control for LG this time. It's a double stack, though. Very different look for them defensively, with Band working alongside Washi to try to control pillars. The other defender towards B is Envy, up towards Laundry, now playing towards the backside of Ring. So this is a very far forward advanced setup towards B, whereas the defenders at A are more playing response and react.
You're starting to see some of those transitions actually coming through from the weapons itself, from Inco. Again, a little bit more SMG eccentric. Will be traded out 1 for 1 we go. But Washi going to be able to find yet another pick again. And they know that they have them trapped, but somehow, some way, the bomb still gets pushed up by Rafa.
Solo with the shotgun!
Or driveway. So 3-1, the lead goes. Washi for first blood.
This LG team's coming a little bit different. Washi is just not missing. Lucas and Amir
or driveway, so to find yet another pick again, and they know that they have them trapped, but somehow, some way, the bomb still gets pushed up by Rafa.
Solo with the shotgun!
Or driveway, so 3-1, the lead goes. Washi for first.
This LG team's coming a little bit different. Washi is just not missing. Lucas and Amir consolation prize on the shot towards Blur, and it's barely even that. Dad, the last one left. He's being hunted down, and you can feel NG and LG looking like they're just gonna run it down mid.
I mean, why not? Hey, you and I casted a lot of Search and Destroy. You know, sometimes one of the best strategies in Search and Destroy when you know that you're just better than the opponent is just to gun them. I'm not saying that it's a discrete skill difference, but as far as teamwork is concerned, LG are definitely showing better.
And the thing is, when you start to find success while just running at your opponent, it completely foils any kind of a game plan that you may have had, because you have to start to hold off, respond to any forward pushes, and then set and execute play. That all told, though, bomb is going to be very rapidly planted here at A. LG quick to try to contest. Dad, money window. It's a tough gunfight versus Band. Just jumping, peeking, seeing if he can keep him at bay. Solo the first one to drop in the engagement. Onus towards LG to try to find a response. They get one from the front. Band, naded, will be pushed off just a moment, but LG still clearance through the double stairs. All this post plant is set up deep towards bedroom, hoping that Crozen's got an angle at the bomb. LG, 18 seconds to go. Have to make a move, and you have to hit a snipe. Lucas in close. Band able to track down almost one. Blur, last one left. Two players tight and not enough time, you would think, to get the kill nor hop on for a defuse, and that will indeed be the case. We'll have a 2-4 half.
One sniper, one SKS, 3 SMGs. I want to see more of this out of Inco, honestly. It is being able to call the bluff of LG, who all went in for that ring control. And Inco was just like, hey, we can get aggressive too. Just immediately bull rush over towards A, get the free plant, and then the post plant was just absolutely sublime, keeping this within 2.
It's another moment, though, at the halfway point where you look up towards the scoreboard and you say, who's going to help out Lucasen? 7 eliminations. LG under the cover of smoke, looking to make a play towards A, but this is all a bit of a fake. No full commitment to get to the bomb on at the moment. Washing with control of Tiki. Band trying to zone off the money window, but as he gets tagged, said he'll back off and just play this from basketball as the bomb is planted.
Shut that if you're Band. No. Good call. We got players inside Tiki. Gonna be watching that money window as Band as well. Make sure that the flank stays secured.
Blur's playing deep in towards bedroom. Washing and Tiki with the scope. Numbers for Inco. Crozen checking, playing lifeguard over the pool. And LG have not given up anything. Good trade comes through. Inco are now in towards the site. But how do you clear out these players that are in and around Tiki? That's the bigger question here. Blur playing down by the beach chairs. Flank out of Band. Communicated for Lucasen. Rafa's also moved forward. He's cleared out Tiki. This is looking good for the retake. But now you got a hop. Blur's they got this position. The snipe has to hit. And it does. Is there time though for the defuse? I do not believe so. It's going to be close. No, not going to happen. And LG go to 5.
That retake was so quick and it was executed so well. Every single line of sight being looked at and being able to find the eliminations as quick as they did. And it's just extra maybe 2-3 seconds to be able to find those eliminations. Otherwise, everything was looking pretty darn stellar. 5-2. Luminosity nades over the top to basketball court again. Lucasen is under pressure, but Noel will find first blood.
That's a big pick because he's pushed up aggressively alongside a couple other Inco members. But how about this little alert from Blur? Holding in towards spawn, and it works out for the double. Mid-map, though, Inco still retain numbers. 3v2 with that elimination from Dad.
Envy wisely enough waiting for Blur's help to come all the way back across the pool side. Some shots are going to be thrown out there, but I mean, Dad, Lucasen, Crozen, they're making the right call here. You just play inside jungle, inside a kitchen, you play for the retake.
Yeah, LG do not have the weaponry to try to pick apart at long range. This Kilo will be fine to spray down players, but it's not an SKS, that's for sure. Dad will let you know about it. Even wants the second challenge. It's bold, but it works out. Collects the skull of Envy through the woodwork. And Inco still hanging around.
Really did feel like that Blur's play all the way into the back of garage was going to be the difference maker right there, especially counteracting the overall aggression that was coming through the middle of the map for Inco, but not going to be the case at all. Keeping their heads above water here, keeping it within 2. Still rushing over towards A. This LG team really loves it, and it seems that Inco are starting to get an idea of what they can possibly do to counter it.
Lucasen, though, flash stun, concussed up. Noel laying prone, looking for a little bit of help. First shot misses. That will be enough for Washington to get elimination, and then the turn back for Band. Collects the double. And Inco are going to have to play retake in a 3v5 with no ground at all to work with. But Crozen may have poked a hole in this post plant with the first blood going his way onto Envy. Clean out towards muddy window. Rafa looking to make a play. No, instead he's actually going to join his teammates. They're going to try to full flood this from that back staircase. Dangerous prospect. Band still holding, waiting for any sort of comm, any sort of point of contact. Solo's hitting a bit of a route. Crozin, whoa, what a shot that is. A little slide through, Crozin gets more, but now Solo on the flank. Ah, he's gonna finish off the double. And now map point for Luminosity.
It was almost about to look like what it did a few rounds ago, that when Inco were able to get that retake, they knew exactly where all the positions were located at. The only difference was with one player inside a cube, but one thing you can never count out is your flank coming back through Kitchen. 6-3. More aggression in the middle of the map defensively, and LG have thrown a wrench into the system.
Yeah, Inco have just completely bamboozled LG on this setup. LG's only gut check call would be to try to force their way over towards B for a quick plant, but there are still nades available for Inco. How about this? Right over the top. Ban does clear out some of the play through mid. Nade does not quite land, so Envy able to stick for the plant. And as we go to a 4v4, there is a steep advantage for LG in this post plant, set up in and around ring.
One-dimensional retake starting to manifest itself here for Inco. They're all essentially on the backside of Laundry. Nobody coming through mid-map.
Nades over the top, trying to get over towards driveway. Ban holding close. Has he been stunned? Someone's got to make a move. This is taking a lot of time if you're Inco. Initial trade comes out. They do a lot of clearance. Of course, it's Lucasen to get the double. Only one more to find. It's Blur deep. He's got a nade still, though. This could kill off time, but as he gets finished off, it will not make much of a difference. The defuse will come through. And again, Inco still fighting their way in.
Yeah, required retake, obviously. Otherwise, they would have been down 0-2. And again, that's not where you want to be versus this Luminosity team. But hey, when the retakes are on and they're coming through one-dimensional like that, this is where Inco absolutely thrive. Their teamwork, communication, team shots, and everything else included is what is required for them to be able to make that play happen. A little bit of a bait play starting to happen here. You have Solo push up through open staircase.
Oh, and Solo, he's trying to change the route. I think he's hoping that he's going to get some help from his teammates through mid on the zig cut, but it does not happen. Envy also drops. Blur up top inside a bedroom. Would have to probably get 2 here. Does well to find the first. Still doable. Lots of time for LG. And you know, if you're Inco, you really can't take too much further of a step towards this offensive spawn, so they'll back down and just play their normal setup with numbers advantage.
Ban might be the player to watch out for, but he's going to have to get through Noel first and throws a shoulder through Zig. Very tough gunfight to find for yourself. Damage is going to be traded off, but the rest of their team is surely on the way through Zig.
You have to hope that Washi hits a shot here. If you're going to cross through mid or head over towards B, Washi has to connect. That's your only way back to a 3v3 when you know for a fact Lucasen and Crozin are going to have some hard scoped angles likely to defend against any of these pushes.
Look at the read. The read immediately rotating all the way to the backside of Laundry, and they have guessed correctly.
Band is pushed up towards Laundry window, though. Blur tagged up. Trophy systems go down. And man, he may be able to hit a route right here. Inco up the top. Oh, Dan, great read. Band still finishes the kill, but Noel cleans things up, attributing the assist to his teammate. And now it's just on to Washi. He's found a kilo to work with. Also has the bomb. He's going to stick for the plant to try to put the clock on his side.
Noel got the sound cue, immediately slides through the staircase. We'll get that elimination. 2 rounds in a row now for Inco, starting to find their footing here on Raid Search and Destroy, and that's coming through with shutting down any aggression antics that LG are looking for in the middle of the map. They've shut down the A push successfully. LG, though, they haven't done it in a few rounds. Here it comes again.
Full flood over towards A. Noel down, trophy systems, denying utility from both sides. Lucasen stunned up beyond recognition. Noel drops, Lucasen would need to find one here, not going to be able to provide. And Luminosity are going to get the plant. How do you contest it if you're Inco? How about Crozin?
The bomb has been planted.
Gets the numbers more to manageable positions as he gets a second to a 3v3. The long flank from Rafa. No one's watching this from LG. Rafa makes himself activated. Washi cannot connect with the quick scope. LG trying to force their way up the double stairs, and Crozin will get 4 out of 5, sending us to overtime.
It was a 4-2 half, and Inco, as gritty as they come, are going to be able to force out overtime, just shutting down Luminosity's pushes, their rotations, their reads, everything at an all-time high here for Inco. And it's by way of adapting with even just weaponry. We asked for Lucasen to be able to get some help. Crozin delivers. Is up to 12. Dad also up to 10.
So big from Crozin on a lot of those defensive rounds. Nades over the middle of the map through tree. Inco still collect first blood. Solo drops.
Inco playing this very, very patiently. They know they have numbers, and they're still waiting to be able to find some more information. Envy is 1 shot, no stim right now. Inco are more than aware of it, but they're not capitalizing on it.
No, not yet. They got the information that they needed. Maybe that's enough to pull the defense. They may be able to think about trying to threaten over towards Tiki, number 5 in blue. Washi over towards Money Window, maybe the one to contest this, but now the call from Inco is to try to force this over in towards the B site. Bomb making its move in. Rafa waiting for a little bit of assistance, and those shots coming forward may have dissuaded them from actually committing to this. There's still plenty of time if they want to track back over towards A, and Washi, very heads-up play, has made that rotation. And look at the proactivity. LG are already calling that Inco are going to want to make a full wrap, but they may have guessed incorrectly.
They haven't seen a soul.
Oh, or maybe they guessed correctly.
But the timing is not favorable. They all ended up going back to check over towards A, but they were exhausted so much time, 40 seconds remaining on the clock, and Inco might have been able to find the time to work their way over here.
I don't know. Washi and Blur have the weapons to try to hold off against this. It's on to number 4 in blue. Blur, SKS, gets a read, sees the player and says, that's enough for me to back away. You have a long flank on the way from Band. You also have Washi contesting mid-map, and Inco want to try to isolate him, and you catch him on the reload. And now you can immediately swing back through pillars. It's going to be Blur on the rotation. Does he catch anybody? No! It's Lucasen, connects! And the bomb will be planted. Steep advantage for Inco here in the first overtime, but Band at least keeps the number relatively level between our two squads.
Bomb going down for Rafa here at B. Close plant, set up for laundry. You also have arc control, and Rafa just swinging around rings, trying to see where these players are coming from.
Band is rapidly on the flank. Envy would have to contest through pillars. Noel's waiting for this. Maybe he's heard a footstep. Yeah, it looks that way. Yeah, and Rafa's seen him. This play not concealed anymore at all. And Noel gets out of dodge. So good just to kill a little bit of extra time. Confirms that LG are double stacked. Envy up high, Band down low. First one connects for Envy with the SKS. Dad, next one up. Gets not just one, but Noel finishes the second. Advantage to Inco.
Insane scenes coming through for Inco. Again, adapt, overcome. Really utilizing all of those 2 minutes on the game clock to their utmost advantage. They found that first blood, and then they just held the line from red. They never pushed that much further forward. Here come LG again, though, offensively.
How about Inco, though? 3-man stack through water stairs. They're going to catch this LG on rotation. The kills, they're coming rapidly. It's looking clean from Inco. Last one to grab. It's going to be number 2 in Blur. He's stuck inside of Tiki. The troops are reinforced, and a comeback of the ages in map number 2 for Inco to tie us up at 1.
It was a 4-2 half. That favoring of Luminosity. Inco come all the way back, force the overtime, and it ends in an 8-6. They just needed to force the overtime, and they won the next 2. Playing with the calling out an SKS and a sniper, getting some SMGs presence through the middle of the map, and everything just came up so much better for him.
3 members of 13 eliminations for Inco. Notably, that is all of the long-range players. From that
towards the 8, be able to shut
launching up play from Blur.
More and more adaptive.
Number of different discipline of the squad. Inco stalwart side.
Biggest issue is that they're 8th place in control. Yeah. This is where Inco can absolutely take advantage of Inco.
But I think that has to be kind of selection. And Skate all paralleled.
America, as firing range, as gameplay going up against Omega. Talking to these guys as well.
You know, I'm Shine and really going to try to figure that out. Even against Luminosity's weakest mode has been control, and their ability to go map 3, map 4 win
that we've seen could honestly the utmost amount of success. It worked for 6 rounds in a row. Be able to bring back that last search and destroy. Got to have it here. All right.
Yeah, they are.
LG quick to try to push not just into but through the B site. Blur, good first blood. Inco trying to stack on towards A. It's Mixie. It's scrappy, but it's going to work out for them. Clock has stopped for second progress, looking good. Band on the flank. Good to try to deny some of the reinforcements, but the first tick still gets locked in regardless.
Nice opening. Nonetheless, only lost 4 lives coming through for Inco, but space still needs to be found here. Second segment, very much so on the way. Crozen able to find some eliminations. Look at the push that's also coming through from the snow path as well, but completely unbeknownst to Inco, all of Luminosity wanted to come back through the north side.
Really well done, and just good distraction play out of Solo, pulling out the R9. We saw a lot of our Eastern teams try to do the exact same thing with these shotguns, and that's actually dissuaded Inco from even playing on the interior. A little bit more of a lane to play with. Progress at B starting to come, but largely mitigated by the kills coming out of Luminosity. And this is just good recovery from LG. Second floor control. Luca's just sitting here waiting to see if he can find a free kill on the rotation.
I love that call. I don't know if you ended up seeing that. Noel tried to push all the way back over back blue and was trying to at least start a little bit of a spawn trap, trying to split up some of these defenders. But just as soon as it was a great start, the life lead has been mitigated down to 2. Space being provided for Luminosity, but Inko trying to find themselves some nade points, trying to find some different points of angles as well. Crozen down low with the SKS, gonna be able to find an opening.
That's a big round as well.
Yes, it is.
Crozen could use that as an opportunity to either stop the clock at A, make some more progress, or possibly just completely cut off the reinforcements. But LG, good double coming out of Band as well as from Envy, as he actually makes it 3 straight in a row. Crozen's play mitigated largely just because LG flat out shooting better.
Just straight up shooting better. Luminosity coming out of the gates, absolutely swinging. 10 seconds remaining here. Only a single segment is all that you need over on A if you are Inko to extend the game clock, but it's not coming easily.
There's just no route to get there, none at all. Washi assisting. Again, the long-range pressure from LG has matched up with Inko 100% perfectly. Clock will expire with just 2 ticks of progress. The lives were starting to get tight, but Luminosity, after the opening break-off, pretty much denied any re-entry towards A at all.
Really did feel like that third segment was going to come through over at A, but I mean, there was just so much focus that was coming through from Inko through the snow path that there wasn't a whole lot of focus over by Catwalk, which, hey, you guessed it, that is actually one of the best power positions here on Summit.
Luminosity, good first bloods, high ground control. Inko, they're just trying to keep it mixy down low, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. So LG with numbers, Dad can only do so much. And with that, only one member from LG will drop the round towards the A site. They've got a player deep inside of the Inko spawn, and this is punishing on multiple facets as LG really letting Inko have it at the moment.
Yep, this is exactly what Envy was able to find success with, what Noel was attempting to do. Look at all the space that is coming through for Luminosity. 26 plays on against 22. The second segment already on its way, and already up top is Band with the claw, letting them have it, finds himself too.
Chance to snowball right here for LG. We'll take a second to listen in to see how exactly they may finish off this offensive round.
Flank that, flank that, flank that.
Side outside A door.
30 bucks, 30 bucks.
Come on, come on.
Good, good. Stay on that beat, don't give
One green, one green. Green, two green. One shot green.
The vortex,
There's 2 green, 2 green.
Hey, help us cap, help us cap. I'm flashed, I'm flashed.
They're all green, they're all green. All of them are green.
Hey, help us cap, come on now. Fucking
on your Blur. No, one more green, one more green, one more green.
Fucking shit.
Don't peek Blur, don't peek Blur, don't peek Blur.
No.
I got flash right now. Alright, he's gonna push right here. I'm a double flash main, I'm double flash main. One more, one shot, two. They're fast. Nice, go in. One more, Swashi, one more.
I died. One more.
Look alive.
Not the most polite comms you've ever heard, but hey, they're working out pretty well. 16 playing up against 8. They nearly got it done on the second attempt. Again, that snowball, gravity vortex, claws, purifiers nearly allowed them to just string together both zones.
You don't have to be nice. It's top 3. You just got to get it done by all means necessary. Second segment already completed here at B. 13 playing up against 8. Just under 2 minutes as well, but Crozen able to at least take down Wachi. Look at all the space that Inko have been able to find.
This is looking solid, Rafa. Purifier out. Continues to pack a punch over through the LG spawn, but it is a 10 versus 5. And LG are looking at that as their win condition. Just do not give anything away. The counter stack from Inko. Purifier is out. Dad on the way in. If you can line up a couple, it'd be massive. Only gets one, but Luca's in following behind it. The trade favors that of Inko. Need to clean the rest of this up, and as Envy drops, it's down to Rafa. Gets the double. A 5v3. And Noel is scouting them out through spawn. Now a 4v3. LG a bit stuck. Plenty of time. No reason to get crazy. You could literally play this as an S&D round from here on out.
And you don't have Washi. Washi's the one with 2 streaks plus an operator. Noel playing down low. Crozen is here as well, able to slide, get himself another 2-piece. Now you got a 2v2 situation here, and it is just all
1v1. Rafa against Blur for the round. 47 seconds, and Blur is trying to call his bluff by playing the low ground with the R9. Rafa not seeing him yet, but finds him from the high ground, and the 1v1 goes the way of Inko.
It's just so massive.
Like 15 lives.
The implications that you're pouring in operators.
How many lives were they down?
Don't peek Blur, don't peek Blur, don't peek Blur.
No. They're down 22, 12, 18, 8.
And LG.
Washi's the one with 2 streaks.
They have a 10-year lead.
Not seeing him yet, but finds him from the high ground. down, and the 1v1 goes the way of Inko.
It's just so massive. Just the implications that you're pulling in operators when you're down considerably for lives. You just want to make sure that it's worth it. Dad pulling out that purifier, able to find some space, communicating and where everybody might be on the map. Inko, stay alive, get themselves a defensive round of their own.
But they will have to face up against Streaks and an operator from Washi relatively early. Inko stacking up towards A. Once again, they're focused primarily towards the lower ground. But LG, nice little response. Keep it relatively even, and with these kills, they've actually regained a lot of this second floor. Rafa caught with a nade out. That's not going to work out, but actually, pardon me, that was a 100-killer drone, so he secures his own trade. Solo taking his place by repositioning back towards that same high ground. First tick of progress being depleted. Dad not able to hold on towards the zone.
Just playing inside of Graves, just waiting for some help here. You got Noel that's up top on the catwalk, or down low, excuse me. So Dad's going to go ahead and join them. Maybe try to win this battle on two different fronts. And you can even see off the respawn as well. Inko have no idea where to go. They're constantly trying to get themselves snowpath control. Noel needs to be the one to get activated. He's only able to find one.
Good help, though, coming from the rest of his teammates. Trades will still allow Inko to try to get their way back in. Blur holding, making sure his teammates can stay safe from afar. And Gravity Vortex got his spent by Blur. Works out for 3 eliminations in a row for him. Noel stopping the clock over towards B. Pred missile called in. That'll find Crows in as Noel continues to kind of go back and forth between the B zone and the lower portions of this A connector. LG in the meantime, though, still picking up our kills. 23 playing up against 16. And Luminosity had to feel like this is going to be a pretty comfortable defensive win for them. pending Noel doesn't do something unbelievable.
You came back from a life deficit defensively. So just do it on offense, Forehead. 20 seconds remaining here, 22 playing up against 14. Not a whole lot of space. Why is that? Because, I mean, Luminosity are just cycling players out. They're not trying to push into their spawn at all. They're playing this very, very well defensively.
Clean stuff. Have only dropped 8 total lives in the span of what has been a very, very quick defense.
Yeah, convincing, I'd say.
Yeah, that'll work.
Only losing 8 lives along the way, no segments of progression given up whatsoever. You barely had to dip into any one of their resources as well. And I mean, Inko, they were already playing on their back foot nonetheless. You're coming into this one with 3 operators, a pocket full of streaks, pocket full of posies maybe. I don't even know what the saying might even be. All I can tell you is that Lucasen is struggling. 7 eliminations for both them and Noel. Rafa's the one that's been stepping up, and Crows is going to open this up with the claw to try to get themselves an early numbers advantage.
Immediately shut down. Luminosity have met them with 2 claws of their own. Dan trying to find the shutdowns wherever they possibly can. Pred missile called in, it gets down 2. LG, even with those eliminations, have not found a way to get towards either of these 2 sites. They're trying to put the hurt on with the lives. Dan up top nearly able to lock things down for Inko defensively. But now recovery will have to happen. Nasty heady from Van. Takes down Rafa for his 2nd elimination. And now LG say it's time to go. 2nd tick of progress on the way. 2 operators being spent. Inko nowhere to be found. Do they have to give this up? And it looks like we may have gotten our call. Thing about it is they can't just give up this entire space because LG can just move right over to B.
Yeah, and they have resources to be able to snowball over towards B as well. Solo down low with the purifier inside of the A zone. Might just be able to get this segment by themselves. They're still trying to find out where Rafa's located at. Finally able to find them, and now Inko all spawning out. Numbers in the middle of the map and in the count. And that in favoring of Luminosity.
Hunter Killer trying to clear a little bit of space. LG following up behind that. Solo. Double form. Pred missile called in. This is really putting a hurt onto Inko's life count. 22 playing up against 12, and LG stopping the clock even further at 157 still left. Looking good for the offense. Inko, not a lot that they could spend here. It's just Noel, the only one who has an operator that he could possibly play with. 2nd tick locked in, 3rd on the way. LG zoning forward. Van playing far. He's going to find Dan, no worries. And now it's a 20v4. Doesn't even make a difference. It's going to be the full capture of the B zone, and Luminosity, the 8th ranked team based
here on Champ Summit. But
and the Summit pick since Crozen tried to step up, but for the majority of that map, Lucasen had a switchblade in hand. So as much as we were sitting here saying the SKS may be championship condition for Inko, you take away takeoff, maybe that's the counter. I mean,
probably more fearing what Luminosity was going to be looking at on the potential for a Hacienda hardpoint or a search and destroy. As we take a look at some of the player stats comparison, specifically in the hardpoints, it has been Blur versus Lucasen, and it's really hard not to just focus on this guy from Inko. I mean, 32 and 29, the SKS. The biggest difference, though, again, going back to what we were talking about from that standoff hardpoint, was that hardpoint time being generated. These are your more impact if you
getting these eliminations and turning it into across their row. I'm just going to go
pub stop.
Literally, probably fire games are long.
Yeah, yes,
so
they are.
trust that they're going to lock down the lane individually, let your SMGs focus on wherever they're not looking. And it worked out for Skate pretty darn nicely. Just down to can Inco do the same as their Brazilian compatriots. Nice start. Rafa for 2. Noel gets the third in the mix, and that is very convincing kill feeds, leading to a lot of time for Inco right off the rip.
And that's what you need right there. Lucasen got the SKS back in their hands. You need to continue to pop off right there because you cannot allow to have LG pop off the way they did the same way over inside of the standoff. It was a blistering pace set on early. You need to answer the back here in map work.
LG able to find at least an answer for now. Smoke will be the biggest muse for them getting in towards the hard point. 4 kills in a row for Envy, working towards possibly early streaks. Ban getting aggressive, sidesteps a Hunter killer drone. Quick reaction out of him, has a chance for Noel, and will turn that into his 5th elimination. Dan Inco, though, able to re-break, and with that, the 22 seconds of Luminosity will be met and exceeded by Inco Gaming.
Good quick rotation also coming around all the way past tires. It's also being looked at by player number 4. That's going to be Lucasen that's watching that. That's the player that you probably want, being able to shut that down ahead of the rotation. Middle of the map, also at least trying to be secured. Big battles going over just for the scrap time there at the exits, but it is Inco set up for new.
And just keep your eye very passively on the minimap for number 4, number 5 in gold. Those are your 2 SKS users. You would like to see them on opposite sides of these hard points, and so far that is indeed the case. LG trying to force a break, trying to break in towards the windows of America, but it's not working out really whatsoever. Blur able to control Jeep. That's going to be a nice little setup for them to try to get on in. Blur Envy finding eliminations, and with that, LG will push the spawns away and also reclaim the zone.
But you needed to be able to break on in very, very quickly and keeping them zoning away. You still have a lot of presence going in over by 10. Band actually spawns all the way on the backside of Wood. That's a parallel spawn that happened along with Lucasen, who is just letting them have it inside of 10 at this moment of time. But it's really the only one that's able to pop up the kill feed. Yeah, Dad is able to take down Band, but that's not an influential kill to be able to break back into this hard point. And I don't even know if you want to at this point, because with 10 seconds remaining, if you fully clear away Luminosity from this hard point, you're actually going to be spawning them a little bit further out than you probably want them to.
Good map control on the rotation here for Inco. We were not able to say that very much at all in the opening hard point. This time, though, just a bit on the tidy side. Only 1 player inside for LG in the trailer. Gonna be shut down. Noel gets a 3K with a nade. Wow. Well placed, I'd say. And with that, Inco will gain the early time, but LG looking to threaten quickly, have some mid-map control, try to also play it through backside barrels. Purifier early, out for Noel. Claw trying to strike it down. Washi able to at least spam things over. Lucasen doing the same from the opposite window. Gets 1. The second one on the interior finds that as well. 1 more deep, and it's Lucasen for a triple. Inco reclaim the point.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is just massive stuff coming all the way through just off of that previous hard point. When they ended up breaking them out, they were able to anchor out the spawns all the way to the backside of Showers, so that way they could maintain this south side of the map ahead of this 10 hard point. 20 seconds remaining inside of this hard point. Dad feeling it, wants to pull out the Purifier, almost expecting for a contest to come through, but that's the overall fundamentals of Luminosity. They're seeing what the map is offering for itself. They're setting themselves up for next.
Noel already a chance to try to contest the lower floor here at Wood. And he's in, and the support deep from Rafa. Lucasen working out well. Blur onto this gravity vortex. Number 4 in blue, trying to hold it down. He's by himself inside the zone. He only gets 1. That is not worthwhile for the side of Luminosity. The kills are there. There's still 3 members to flush out, though, from Inco. Pred Missile trying to make life a little bit easier for these court defenders. But LG have the numbers. Rafa on the backside. Gets a read on the Blur, but shut down. And with that, LG will substantiate not just the spawns, but also the hill.
Neck and neck is this hard point right now. 45 seconds, still ample time to fight over. And Solo, what a read is that? Pulls out the Purifier, goes over towards Banana, only able to find 1, but it sets up their team for success to be able to find those trades. You still have 2 players that are pushed out through the middle of the map, and it is being read by Envy over inside of 10. Another big 1v1 happening off screen, but regardless of the matter, everybody from Luminosity showing up the kill feed where it matters the most, keeping Inco at bay.
Smokes concealing some of the window play. Rafa shut down by Solo up top. Now trying to jump down to assist the hard point, but doesn't need to. Teammates have already picked things up, and over 100 points go Luminosity. Scrap time also looking good for them, as Inco are hard focused on trying to control trailer and America. They're able to neutralize a little bit of the time and even get some of their own here at the old Wood hard point. But as we rotate to sandbags, LG will be here first. Pred Missile makes things a little bit more difficult, but with LG inside of 10, they should be comfortable to at least contest this hill.
P1 going in towards the second set is mostly all based around this 10 control. and making sure that the flank is going to be secure. That actually gets picked up by Blur, so wonderful stuff for them. Probably not expecting there's going to be another player. Yeah, got to get traded out off screen, but even more so than that, you have players like Envy on screen trying to zone away Tin, trying to keep all of Inco on their toes and just cutting down their reinforcements where they can.
Rafa's able to sneak forward. Noel watching over the top of him. Watching, looking for the reclamation of the hard point. Dad stunned up. Take it down, no worries. LG, 30 seconds to still fight for. And they look like they want to try to soak up as much as humanly possible, allowing Inco to gain some key positions as we look towards rotation soon. But you do not want to let this go if you're Inco. This game has been close until this point. You do not want to let it get out of hand, and the kills will allow them to at least once again contest. Luke is in. That's kill number 29. 3 in a row. Already looking to break past the 30 point. No one else in the lobby is even close.
And the only one that you would probably make an argument for is Envy on the other side, but it's slowed up considerably. 20 and 20. 29 and 9 for Lucas, and this is exactly what you needed. But you're still down by 29 points. Look, you can find all the kills in the world, but if you're not generating hard point time, then you're getting put in the blender.
Hello there, friend. One more on the corner. Someone gonna get a trade on Lucas-in. One more nearby. Finally, Blur shuts him down, but the claw comes out for Grozin. Locking down the front doors. Everything bouncing around like a pinball machine inside of America. Ban gets the double, and LG a chance to not just get death, but possibly grow their lead even further as Inco look to set up their break.
Again, it's just such a quick shutdown, an even quicker break to come all the way through. Everybody from Luminosity just showcasing their own teamwork. That argument needs to be made by Inco. 150 to 109. Zoning away is Solo with yet another purifier. A little bit too out of reach is Lucas-in with the SKS, who finds yet another 3-piece.
There are 3 operators that Inco could use to possibly try to break down this time, but they're not looking all that privy to trying to oblige that. Sitting back, very uncharacteristically so. LG are kind of picking apart at this, and this is all Inco saying. We want to try to control trailer spawns, but there's still so much time at Olds that those spawns really aren't even open yet. So now to 175 go LG. A chance to win the series and go to the World Championship final right here. And if they find a way to lock down trailer, this game could be out of reach for Inco.
One operator gonna be pulled out. Solo doesn't even need it. Able to find themselves 3 in a row. Purifier also in the hands of Blur. You gotta have it here if you're Noel. Lucas-in. Both have operators in their back pocket. You need this break yesterday.
Yeah, I'll say. This is just a critical mistake from Inco, you have to think. Noel, Purifier in. Able to take down one. That will get the zone back into their favor, but only 30 seconds to fight for. A long laundry list of things that have to happen. Noel responding to the play from Solo, who single-handedly breaks. Rafa on the way in. Just enough assistance from Inco to shut down the potential final play from LG. Red Missile called out for the rotation. And it will find one off spot. Rafa challenged, but denies as the double goes his way. And Inco are sticking around. Envy for one last challenge, but it's only for about 7 seconds.
It's still a whole hard point difference. 201 to 130. You have to find yourself a full 60 just to bring yourself back into the game. And good luck with that going in towards Wood. Wall bangable, to say the least. Lucas and Noel, though, able to find 2 to open things up, but you still have Ban, Solo, Blur, lurking members able to find these straight picks.
And is Lucas ever going to use this operator? He still hasn't pulled it out yet. I get it, you got 42 eliminations, but at some point in time, you have to sacrifice the SKS in favor of locking down the hard point. LG with the numbers. Lucas pulls out the claw to get absolutely nothing. Immediately shut down. Inco, though, still in the hard point, struggling to lock down spots as Envy's in the back towards bathroom. That will provide an opportunity for Solo to try to work on it. He gets 2 with the Purifier before falling, but Inco still retained the point.
Oh, Band up top, and Wood able to get behind enemy lines, pulls out a claw as well, slides on forward, is able to find himself 3, and now it's trying to zone away inside of Banana. 225 and 147, Envy, Blur, not slowing down.
This has just been too cautious from the side of Inco. Still 3 operators in their hands. Most of them have not been used. Rafa gonna pull out the claw for himself. Gets at least the first. But, I mean, this is at a point that is really not going to allow for the claws to do too much. You've got to face up against Predator missiles, and Luminosity have full control mid-map, looking to put this map away.
That has an operator. Frozen has one as well. Lucas-in's going to pull out a claw again, able to find themselves at least some damage, but still not enough quite yet. Noel needs to capitalize on this. What a snap on a Blur up top. Need this plus some more. You can only give up 9 seconds.
Lucas-in trying to lock down time. LG, though, with the numbers, trying to break back forward. Putting it away here. Just need 8 more seconds. Blur, good elimination, tries to step in through the smoke, denied. Inko not gonna let them get away with it for free. Numbers now persist. Luminosity looking to break once more. They've got high ground control. Washi jumping down. Little Batman move from the high ground. Not able to turn to find the follow-up elimination, but his teammates are here. Is this the winning moment for LG to get to the World Championship Finals? It sure looks good for it. Inko trying to deny, trying to contest with the kills. They go back and forth. Still back and forth. Pinstripe goes to kill feed, but it's Lucas in. He gets to 49 eliminations. But is it enough? LG can still try to find a way to win here. Contest for this long enough, but you look towards rotation to New, and LG have members that get the last 2 seconds.
Oh, Band's pushing up. He's finding so many eliminations. Gets himself some squad spawns. New hardpoint will pop. 2 seconds are all that required, and Inko are nowhere to be found. Luminosity, off the back end of their hardpoint prowess, are able to punch their ticket to the World Championship Finals.
It's just... use your operator. Do you claim it? It's almost a combo. They're finding enough.
I know everybody can't see us at home, but I mean, we're sitting here pointing just at the top of the screen continuously, just when they had the setup initially, that an operator here or there would have been fantastic to be able to hold on to the hard point. Lucasen drops 49 and 29 for the L. Just so much space being provided through the entirety of that first and second set. But Luminosity just through team continuously along the different adaptations.
Watching you play.
Oh, it's proper.
Here in stage 5 on land in.
Casting.
Little they can actually show. They need to have
aggressive break. You've got to rotate around the
quite as well as Luminous. Also going to come.
Also the fact that Tribe in
felt like they got ahead and reset the point matchup
breakdown. But glad though that Inko did a lot of them for the side of Inko. But for Tribe Gaming, they're also 3-0 on the map.
For what it's worth, I was totally right in guessing the vetoes. Anyway, here we go, starting things off. Take off map number 1 on hardpoint, and this was the one consideration that if you're gonna get rid of Hacienda, if you're Tribe, you have to be ready for this map mode combination.
Yeah, have to have it. And the thing is, they are ready for this. They've played it at pretty great and considerable length throughout their run thus far, with convincing tallies, mind you. As it looks like we very well may have a bit of a restart here. Some players taking away Annihilator.
You and I actually cast it over Tribe's court, right? But being able to take it away, expect with takeoff, like we were talking about, you gotta have it if you are Tribe. They've played it 3 times through this entire stage 5, and they are 3-0 on it as well, beating the likes of Wolf.
The rule set was so
guaranteed
weird
first, in particular in the venue set. Compare both the map wins and
of that previous. Inko kind of got their another on
a day number 1 about Wood 10 because Marshy can't just
again. We're posing the question: Wolves, why?
Maybe something about for more. See that again. If
Tribe roster as a whole bracket run, that's when we're
putting on the OBJ. I think this operator right here,
some damage, some in all,
but
fundamental needs against all these East. They prepared for this.
Yeah, we're getting onto the hard point time, so they feel great about the rest of this. A little bit of pressure on this.
Floodgate for the SMGs. Rafa's going to find the first blood here as well, but not a whole lot less to speak of. You're not really upsetting the spawns for Tribe, not quite yet.
Jazz up top, lots of damage, lots of spam. Tribe fighting for the backside at spawns. Gonna work out. Only 9 seconds given away for Inko Gaming. Not a lot of eliminations for really anybody at the moment, but Tech, importantly to note, he is popping up that SKS, looking good with it so far. Kind of like Beat Mommy was saying on the desk, there are 3 ways to kind of go about the SKS gameplay for Inko. Either say, that looks like fun, I'll give my hand at it, try to match it 1 for 1, smoke it out, take him out of the picture, or the third is just completely overwhelm the hard point, force them to have to make tough decisions. Bolu from behind, trying clean on the kills, up to 25 points and looking good for the scrap time.
I like the Porque no los dos kind of tactic as well, as we starting to look like some players are not moving across the map. Noel was one of those players all the way on the backside of the double ring, and yeah, looking like there is some conversations happening up on stage as well. So, I mean, even through the opening break, as little information as we were able to get, I definitely... Competitive rules are competitive rules. I mean, all 10 players are very much so still in this lobby, and yep, Vig throwing his hands up, relaxing, having a little bit of a smile, and well, Jess just gonna go ahead and walk around. Why not just boast some prize fighter gloves and yeah, the good old 1-2 on 3.
Looking good. This will win the rotation. Inko members starting to make a move, starting to shoot back. Look, we've seen this before. And now you're dealing with a 100-point deficit as Inco are finally starting to come out and starting to play. And you've got streaks, you've got operators. This could get really ugly really quickly. Tribe realizing the shots are coming back their direction, are going to use the operators to just completely put this game out of reach right off the rip.
Yep. That's exactly what's going to end up happening, especially with all the hard point time that got generated. Tribe very much so still set up. Marshy will find 2 with the sub. Jez fully streaked out of their mind, 14 eliminations. Veg also calling in a hunter-killer drone on top of Jez.
Not just for map number 1, but if you mentally just get booned off of this, I mean, Tribe's ready to fight. They're saying, let's go. Let's make it happen. Inco finally get a kill feed worth talking about. But I mean, it's 141 to 20. And we'll see kind of what happens as we go through. But as we continue to mention, the word was play on. Decisions may be made later on. But I mean, Tribe, this is maybe a free map for him.
Starting to look that way, isn't it, Alan? I mean, the simple fact remains is that Tribe, ever since being knocked down to the lower bracket by Wolves yesterday, have been on the absolute warpath you'd had to expect for them to come out of the gates absolutely swinging. They will take this.
Yeah, Inco just looked like they're lost at the moment. Not really able to regain mentally. Again, we don't have any idea as far as what may have happened or what may not have happened, but all we could commentate on is the fact that this is all Tribe. 160-23. Inco having a real tough time even finding eliminations as they started to kind of get back in towards the mix again. And again, hard to expect it considering the fact that everything was tooled up when it comes to operators and specialists. But finally, Inco going to get some of their own, maybe a chance to start to put something together here.
Going in towards the second set of rotations here at the end of it. Yeah, we got to call a spade a spade. 166 to about 36. Scrap time gets soaked up here by Inco, but you look at the rotation going over back through the middle of the map. It is completely taken over by Tribe.
So we reset. Inco on the unfavored side, approaching over towards this mid fountain. Tribe back and forth in the kill feed, but with the high ground, have an opportunity to slay out around the hill. And that'll be enough for Marshy to have a chance to allow his teammates to move on forward. Just watching the crosses, making sure nobody contests from this outside area. Inco. Couple of response kills coming through, but again, a lot to be done here, not just on this hill, but of course in the overall state of the game. And as Tribe comes right back out of their spawn, finding clean eliminations. Lucas in for a double, nearly able to do it all himself, but Tribe superior with the numbers, get to 180.
180 counting on up. There's still a lot of time here left on P1. You also got to take a look at the spawns. Inco essentially have the better side of the map, but the way that Tribe are set up on the north side of the map, they are also setting up a nice little coordinated pinch, basically trying to funnel in Inco for that launch site itself. But when it's all said and done, you still cannot allow Tribe to soak up all this time off of P1. That'll be conceded. The back 10 seconds, 200 points on the horizon here for Tribe.
5 operators though for Inco. They are trying to get themselves in towards P2. But it's 200 to 40. This would have to be the most stellar operator usage we've ever seen for them to pull this back. You need a full 60 here, need to win the rotation to new, and then beyond that, we can start talking about further win conditions that would have to come out to make this comeback possible. Tried. Operators again of their own, using that to try to break from the front. High ground control goes their way. Noel, surprised by Bolu, and it's a full Tribe kill feed. The break is in, and Tribe can win here.
Looking pretty poised to do so, Alan. You got close spawns coming in. 5 and 3 in blue is Crozen. And soon Noel will fall. Operators being popped on Inco's side, but it's being answered back in kind. Tectonic there with the claw. Up to 12 eliminations, just holding down this entire flank side, not allowing anybody to come from behind.
Win condition is still in play here for Tribe on this second P2 hardpoint. Inco looking to try to find a way to break on in and contest for as long as they can. Kills still showing up in favor of Tribe. Vague letting them know about it. No contest at the moment. Inco tagged up by Nates, able to get through. Can they still find a way to extend this one more hard point? Because you can still win here if you're Tribe. Bolu letting them have it. And that will be 250 to 45 at the moment. And again, just because I know all of you out there are probably wondering what's happened, we don't know. All we know is the word was play on, and Tribe sure did that.
That's right. No admin set to stop playing, so we kept on playing on through the rotations. And when you get told to keep playing, you gotta keep going on as strong as possible. And hey, try and free
good. There are the other for you. Not a lot for us. Becomes very through.
Stats. 35 and 10 for Jez. He was also just running around a lot.
Yeah, he was for boxing gloves. Yeah,
he was vibing. Yeah. It's again, you brought up a great point that when this and if this stands, Luminosity 4-2 on the half.
50-50 with rematch of stage. And I think there's how impressed this snipe on Search and Destroy. Not just the success as you look back, not just the success of Tribe on the year, but more importantly, he's been kind of the guy that has locked in some of the key Search and Destroy plays. As you look back over towards Jez yesterday, it was weird to see the Annihilator pop, but
yeah,
I mean, this shows why you just don't want someone like Jez to have this.
Also just making sure that they hold on to the shot when it's utmost necessary to pull the trigger. And yeah, I think the caption for that, the LOL what, is just, with the Annihilator, for talent, it's such
so to speak, to continuation. They'll continue.
Little they can actually show. They need Tribe's best search this weekend.
Here we go. Inko tasked with the offense first and foremost. Quick hit over towards A. Saying, let's go. Let's get into this series. Tribe, as usual, still set up to try to contest this. Bolu for first blood inside of Cubby. Vague working alongside with him. They'll both combine for the first 2 eliminations. Inko stuck behind the tank. Vague says, my time to go. Good help from Abaz. And now the pistol out, but Inko respond with eliminations, just not quite enough. And the aggressive offense countered by just an aggressive setup for the defense.
Yeah. No, I mean, that setup right there, specifically for Tribe, is just what we have come to know and expect. You know, you get tractor control, you make sure that somebody's always inside a cube. The cross from Delhi is always kept in mind. For this next offensive attempt, going to be a little bit more of a gas station alleyway control.
First blood, Vague switching things up by playing frontside hotel. Marshy just behind. That was a play through gas station. It turns into a 2-for-1 exchange favoring the Tribe defense. The bomb also down just outside the hotel stairs. So advantage once again kind of early, leaning towards Tribe because they got a lot of forward defensive positions that Inko need to clear.
Timing is going to be everything here for Bolu, playing on the statue tank. Player number 5 is going to be Crozian, would be the first point of contact, but try to run back inside of Bakery. They will be dealt with. It is just so timely. Just the pouncing off the information leaves Rafa in a 1v3.
Has an SKS as well as a Switchblade. Whichever tool is best for the job. Nate at the top, desperate in nature, not going to land for Vague, but will regain and rejoin his squad mates. 3v1 situation, bomb still down inside a hotel. Bolu sees a shoulder. Was that information mutual? Oh, it was, but Rafa not quite able to land. Now in towards Bakery. Help is here for Tribe. In fact, all 3 members are going to have a pretty good look as they try to trap Rafa inside of white.
Oh, slide out, and blunder ensues. And yeah, you know, the biggest difference maker is just how proactive Vague is being just in those first 2 rounds that we've honestly seen. And even dissected it through the other 3 times you and I got to cast Tribe on this map mode combination. Just wherever Vague can be with an SMG in hand, he's always fishing for that first blood.
100%, and this Tribe defense has been, I would say, stalwart beyond recognition. I think of just about any other squad. It's when they get to the offensive side that their vulnerabilities start to creep up. So if you're Inko, I think your goal here is to try to find a target of 2 on this offensive side. And they're going to try to flush things out, heading Marshy's direction towards Fridge. Trophy system taken care of. The push is still on. Defensively, Tribe trying to rotate back just in case help is required. And this does mean the middle of the map stays relatively open, although Inko will not possess that information.
Big moment can come around here for Marshy. We know how much he loves that back alleyway outside of Delhi. Throws some shots into Dad. Causes considerable doubt. Are you going to push this? Marshy thinking about it, just some pre-aim, but everybody recollects himself as they try to rotate over towards A.
And you need to use nades here for Inko to try to get some of these Tribe members out of these key positions. Bolu inside of Cubby.
Watch out!
Not tagged up by the flashes. That one will land. Help is over the top of this. Jez is here to help support. As Rafa may have caught a bit of a route. Snuck it in from behind. Has Jez in front of him. Trigger discipline executed for not quite long enough. The trade is good, and Tribe still holding numbers, but Luke is in. Takes Vague right off the top of the bomb site, giving his team a chance.
Bomb patty cake on that picket fence. A little reposition again will be happening after Vague goes down, but Bolu doesn't have to move out from Cube. Proactive play coming through from Marshy, all the way in the backside of the warehouse.
This is just 2 scopes that are left here for Inko. Good first shot on the tech. Flank again, like you mentioned, is on the way. Bolu still holding inside a Cubby. This is a tough clear for Inko, even though it's 2v2. Crozian would have to essentially pop off for a little slide peek and quick scope onto Bolu. There it is. Misses the shot to the pistol. Not going to get away.
Finish the mission.
Following up, Luke is in. Able to at least secure the trade. But the question is, where is Marshy? And the answer is, he's right behind you. Luke is in, stays alive. Pistol. Resets, creates a buffer, but the clock has expired. And with that, good discipline from Tribe to secure
Had to go for that ego challenge. This is the only hope to be able to get that win condition. You see Marcy right there just smiling, kind of laughing a little bit, able to finally capitalize on their ever so loved alleyway flank.
The objective, the enemy.
And again,
has the
it's
bomb.
all really coming down to just a little bit of a mishap. You try to make that flank play happen through the middle of the map, you don't have the coverage to look at Grandma's.
Yeah, it's true. Early numbers advantages lead to these kind of rogue routes, finding success. Inko, a different look, aggressive, in towards Marcy's direction at Deli, and they will isolate for the pick. Tribe trying to recover, but Lucas then makes sure nobody pushes through the A site. Best look so far on the offense for Inko. Plant is down. Forward positions that Tribe have to clear. The Bolas found a bit of an angle deep. And how about that shot from Jez? Tech also in the mix. The kills are all coming the way of Tribe. Dando, an opportunity to try to isolate some of these members. Has a chance to look over the top. Also has nades that he can play with. Bomb's being defused though, and Tech will just hold for it. Dan never getting a look.
No, they really, really difficult there in that 1v2, right? When you get that first pick, more often than not, in historically Search and Destroy for Call of Duty, you're always expecting for the challenge to come through for the trade.
Sure, yeah.
It never came through. So in Dad's defense, yeah, I mean, you might want to go check the bomb maybe in that 1v3, but it never comes through. 4 rounds in, all in favor of Tribe.
And pretty darn convincingly as well, that retake. Woo-wee. Inko given some space this round over towards A. Tribe trying to recollect by playing a bit of a delayed retake, and it's not going to work out. First 2 kills once again good for Inko. Jez wanted to give it a look, but inevitably not able to find too much. Dad mid-map, Marshy trades. Some control here for Tribe again as the bomb is still planted with a 4v3 in favor of Inko.
And the flexibility coming through from some of these players. Kilos in hand as well. Just the wall bangs absolutely sublime. But the push over towards A is successful. Time ticking down to 30 seconds. And Jez, Marshy actually splitting themselves off from one another.
Jez looking for an angle on the backside of this bomb site, trying to make life a little bit easier for Marshy on the reclamation through barrel. Noel in the corner. Shots ringing out. Noel has yet to move. 15 seconds have to go. Marshy predicting the corner, but the shot's not quite going to land. Noel secures the kill, and on the flip side, Jez cannot get through the cut. And that'll be a first round for Inko. I've still maintained 2 would be successful for them on this offensive side.
Would. Hey, 2 was all they needed against Luminosity to fully come back in the Search and Destroy, but you're messing with a different belly of a beast here of Tribe Gaming on standoff. Wonder what the adaptation is going to be. Thinking that it's going to be all through the middle of the map. Look at Tribe completely giving up all the space in the world, inviting Inko in.
The difference is Fake is actually going to be playing through mid-map, so he can actually pitch behind this rather quickly. The counter nades from Tribe are landing, and they're landing hard. Stuns, flashes, nades, even the gunfire coming in favor of Tribe. Numbers as the bomb is planted. Can you survive through this 40 seconds? Nade over towards elbow. Does it land? Noel sees Jez through the cracks of the barrel. That'll work out to try to make this a little bit easier on the life count. Vague on that quick pinch. Crozen trying to walk through boxes. He did not see the Tribe members coming through, but still finds the first. The pistol in hand. Inko repositioning, but they can't go too far. The bomb's not planted for this. They have to still hold around Tractor and Cubby, and as they make their way back through, Rafa gets the first. Rafa, as he gets the second. Knife is out. He's not able to get there. The timing, though, he still collapses. He's slicing. He's dicing, and Inko get the second.
Rafa going absolutely massive on the main stage. Pop off, young man. Well done indeed. And look, if you're Tribe and you completely give up the A bomb site like that, your retakes need to be on point. It's the same post plant that we saw from that previous round. As you see there again, Rafa just threw the knife and then immediately going to the pistol, be able to clean things up. 14.
Oh, and how about Rafa? Little heat check on that Marshy. Tectonic in the back will secure the trade, making safe the flank. But early map control, trying to be forced for Inko, and Noel will get caught. So numbers early with Tribe, but a lot of time on the clock here for Inko to try to figure out how they want to set themselves up.
Basically giving up so much space. I mean, you can see here with Dad thinking with the idea, maybe I push all the way through the alleyway, but Frozen, he's got the A-bomb on lock, especially with the sniper shots like that, taking down Bolu.
You know Jez is saying, you want to dance, brother?
Yeah, that's his side of the map with a picket fence.
So Jez will move over towards that corner at boxes, seeing if he can catch any information off Crozen. Fake, bomb in hand, working alongside him. Jez connects onto Lucas indeed. Dad on the long route, coming forward. Crozen stunned up, flashed, Vague, taking space. On top of that, you do have a little bit of assistance through the middle of the map. Tectonic gets a couple of shots into Crozen, who does stay alive. The trade good as Dan comes back through to capitalize on the isolation in mid-map. 2v2.
Post plan has one on Statue. Crozen gonna be able to take down Vague, throwing shoulders, seeing where the play is gonna be coming from. And Jez, he's not gonna have information that all the players are coming from this.
This is just quick scope city from Jez. No nades, just the scope. Might be all he needs. First shot, he collects him! What? Oh my God!
We talked about it. Jez lives for these moments. Take a look at it one more time. You can't write a better story than that. Post-plant situation, 1v2. You set quick scope, he'll take 2 to go.
Oh my! Tribe now up 5-2, playing with a little heat check of their own. Down towards gas station, it gets denied. Inko still trying to keep the tempo up. The 3-man hit does work out for first blood to the back alley, and that's enough for Inko to hold the numbers and back away.
Are you shooketh, Inko? Probably not. They still have fun first blood, but they're giving up a lot of space here. Bolu pushing up here with the CBR fort. Just going to be waiting to see if anybody pushes through the gas station. It's pretty typical, especially after finding first blood, but statue control very much so still in play here for Vague.
Tex trying to rotate over to assist. Jez, just keep him that side of the map, Lucas. Still trying to contest with some wall banks. This is a very passive defense, though, for Inko, and it can get punished if the bomb gets down, largely because you have the long flank being washed into safe position. You've got Vague, who could safely get back to cover by tank. And Jez could just decide, what does he want to watch? Do you want to watch mid? Do you want to watch A? He may just do both at once, considering what we've seen from him today.
Gonna start pushing up. Gonna help let this bomb go down. But you have coverage across the tractor, so now Jez can back all the way up towards statue, play for the post plant, but the retake is coming through very quickly.
Tech, well done to get 2 on the backside of tractor. Oh boy, Jez. No, not this time. Luca's in. Will shut down any potential heroics. You can hop now. Bolu, timing. Luca's in, sees him over the top of the bomb site. And Inko get the 3.
Look at the smoke even came out across the picket fence, just like, no, we're gonna cut off the line of sight one way or another.
Look at me.
Yeah, I don't even know if you would even care to have the smoke in front of his face. He probably still knows the wallbang spots.
Yeah, facts.
Counting the one picket fence at a time. Getting themselves on the board for defense are Inko so far. This time they're not going to give up that much space. Got a full flood coming over
They're going to push through this. Yeah, they're pushing through. All these nades go over towards boxes. Noel gets forward. Tribe have given away a lot of space. They may not 100% know that this position has been kept. So for Tribe, looking largely at a play through Hotel. But look at Inko. They free up Noel to get forward and then say, he's got all of A. Let's go help out in the backside of B.
And I love this. Just very swift rotation. Didn't see any nades. Didn't see a lot of pushback over by A. Quick rotate all the way back in the overside of Delhi. Rafa, Dad, coupling along together. Thinking with the idea that they want to push through over by Alley, but you'd have to assume that's going to be over here.
Oh, Noel. Oh, that's information. Tribe could isolate here. Luca's in trying to help on the cross. He needs to try to keep Noel from getting overwhelmed, because here comes the rest of the Tribe, knowing they possibly have a free kill in front of them. Lucas in just looking for information off the jump. And Tribe is taking a long time to try to break this down. They're going to use nades to try to flush out Noel, who does reposition. They may not know he's still here. Oh, now they'll know. Flash will connect. That's actually a stun through. Bolo on the slide! Shut down by Noel. Still a good 1-for-1 commitment. Lucas in over the top. Sniper battle with Jez. Dan on the flank, caught out by Tribe as Marshy gets both on the long play. Vague, free to plant as he tries to get it down over towards B.
Lucas and Crows in 2v4. And they both have snipers, Alan. This is going to be very difficult. And they're isolating themselves as well. They get some shots. It's just information on the Crows, and you legitimately don't need to do anything when Jess is watching the cross.
Creating space, creating time. Vague needs just to find one more. It's Crows in. Back towards his spawn. Barely a hope. Maybe not even a prayer. 20 seconds. Tech over the top. Smoke, but Vague responds with the pistol. It's map point for Tribe.
Vague adding a little bit of extra there after taking down the first. He's just cool, calm, collected. Just knows that it's just strictly business coming all the way through for Tribe. And again, you know, Marshy shutting down that flank play was really the only thing that Inko had up their sleeve to potentially stop that play from happening.
Yeah, agreed. Inko defensively double stack over through Hotel. Marshy's so lucky to be alive right now. Also got the read that if there's going to be 2 players in Hotel, we may be able to get forward on towards A quickly. Good kills. Would have been nice to have if you're Inko in this position, because you've completely left the A site wide open for Tribe to take.
Bomb going down here for Vague. Look at what it's planted for. It's planted for that very long line of sight that Jess is playing, but unaware. Rafa's pushed all the way up through L.
This could be a first blood that would favor Inko's retake attempts. And they do catch out, not just Jez, but also Bolu, trying to hold inside a cubby. Clean kills coming out for Inko. Someone can hop right here. It's going to have to be a long play, 1v5 for Marshy. Not going to have it happen. Flawless round for Inko to get to 4.
Can't ask for a better outcome right there. Just a swift adaptation coming through for Inko. Instead of sending players like Dad all the way on the flank past the gas station, they just recognize, hey, nobody's pushing us over by the BS&D, so why don't we just go ahead and take the courtyard, take Brown, and put one player of Rafa's caliber of what we've been able to see through the day in L to be able to upset that line of sight that we all know that Jez loves to play.
That's factual. Another passive look here for Tribe, trying to see if Inko will once again flirt with the temptation of trying to get an aggressive flank out. This time, no such antics, it's just nades. That battle for backs continues to be a very high-pressured point of contact as Vague will fall. Crozen for good first play.
Take down the bomb. It's on the statue. You'd have to assume, especially for Inko, that you took down Vague. That is more often than not the OBJ player. This play for pick, offense to defense, has worked out that in favor of Inko. They don't have to do anything. They're still playing for the retake. You got 3 players all on the backside of the AS&D.
Still a little bit of getting locked in for this defense. Shoulders being thrown over towards back alley. Oh, Jez. Does he see either of these 2 players that are quick on the contest, either in deli or on the jump up? Bomb collected. Jez also gets an SMG to work with. Once again, Inko not providing any information whatsoever. Stun queued up.
Watch out!
That will bounce over the top, not connect with anything. Trying to force motion out of the defense. Very little can be provided. But Rafa has just given Marshy a chance to even up the numbers. Isolation likely to come through here towards Hotel. Marshy hoping that he's not been hurt as of yet. Sees the prediction. The free fire comes out. Marshy gets the kill. Here comes Inko though, quickly over towards gas station. And as Lucas takes down Tech, the defense needs to make a decision here. Do you play for this flank or are you trying to stop the plant? You really can't do both at once. And as Jez gets the first pick, he's got freedom to try to plant.
Bomb going down. Look at the space that Bo is playing right in that corner. When the retake typically comes through for Inko, they're going to come flying from that side of the map.
That said, though, Jez is not able to back out of the bomb site, so he's going to stack with Bolu. Playing long as number 5 in Marshy, but he just has an SMG. Inko laboriously trying to make their way in. Point of contact through elbow. Tribe takes it just off the screen. Dad tagged up. Doesn't want a challenge. Good free fire, though, from Lucas with the pistol. Need to get their way in. Still double stacked his Tribe. On the way out of Cubby. Not going to work out. It's Marshy to watch the retreat.
Competition. Defensively, just free spirit.
Biggest problem is offensively, even though they got 3 plants off in the 6 rounds they played, very rarely were they able to fully lock down the post plants. For what we saw,
at least be able to balance. Always making sure that
and the
information on
are so a very difficult destroy. We thought was going to get on mobile globally.
Control as well.
Again, the Lions shit. Admin had direct environment without consent that was going to be their way.
Stop. The admins take off hard raid.
It's possible on both. So you expect to hope that Lucas
in, albeit again, you know, I'm not going to knock on the guy. He's comfortable as that may be.
The reverse sweep is already farming impression.
Offense first. He's coming through for Inko. Definitely love to see it come through convincingly, but 2 for 1 goes the trade, evening things out. Tech, Jez, Bolu all showing up with the kill feed. Noel still here at ring though.
Reinforcements defensively, very rapidly though on the way. Noel avoiding a large majority of the utility on the way. Can you find the kills though? Counter utility for Inko looking solid. First tick of progress is good. Defensive numbers still persisting though. A Tribe gets 3 straight. Lucas is up top in towards Ard. Yes, gets the double. But with that said, the second tick of progress was not locked and it's further being depleted.
Look at the positioning as well throughout the entirety of the map. Like Tech is just chilling bottom bed, waiting for any flank to be coming all the way through. A lot of focus inside a kitchen. It's just one of Rafa who turns. He's going to be able to find one. Almost had Marshy locked down, but was dead to rights either way. But taking a look at the B zone, it's completely chalked by Tribe. Whether you love it or hate it, it's the right call. You give up the 3 seconds, you hold on to lives.
No, I think that's the right call on both sides. Rafa just a nuisance in the back. Pulling Tribe defenders back at the same rate for Tribe. You just don't want him to exist in kitchen when you have to rotate over towards A. So it's kind of a give and take situation for both squads. 21 playing 20, tons of time on the clock. Just comes down to how do you want to try to get across and find an exit from this B zone if you're Inko. They're opting to go towards mid. Vague, here to meet them. Long range shots, decent. Did not expect to play through pillars though, and Inko will gain that mid location in the gardens.
Tech still hasn't moved, by the way.
Yeah, true. He's just hanging out. Yeah.
Bottom bed.
Yeah.
Mid-map push actually starting to ensue. Crozen's all the way in the backslide looking at jungle as well. There's a lot of work to do for Noel inside of kitchen. Is able to find one.
You gotta think, I mean, look, Tech is fine. If anyone gets onto the A zone, he's gonna have a really solid look back there to just pick him apart. Dad, Inko looking to put some pressure on towards the lives though. 6 life advantage, thirdly occurring for Inko. More to possibly come, but as Dad drops, the rest of Inko will full commit. Once again, just saying, all right, we still got plenty of time to put you down to within single-digit life counts. Tribe's response is solid though. And with that, we go 13 v 10. Tech now getting activated as he backs up, helping out the play through pool. And it's only 43 seconds of the clock, and all of a sudden, Inko, they have their own little bit of an obstacle to try to hurdle, but Tech could only come away with one.
Big trade from Rafa to finally get Tech out from that positioning. He's able to go on 5 in a row, though. That was their first life. Keep in mind, you, but regardless, everything stabilizes, but it's favoring Inko. You had 2 lives as far as the advantage is concerned. You can play for the trades here, but you got to get onto the A zone and stall the clock.
Yeah, this defensive setup for Tribe is forcing Inko to have to all hit through Tiki. They are on, though. Clock will stop. 2 life advantage for Inko. Vague from the window, waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Now has clear sight over what's on the zone itself. Tech, Bolu, combining. Marshy trying to recontest. 8 v 5. Second tick of progress on the way. Flank play from Vague, shut down. Lucas in, turns his attention up towards money window. Good for the double. Now towards basketball. Last hope for Tribe would have to come through. Trades could be win condition. Could just jump on the zone as well. Whichever's more convenient for you. Marshy trying to clean out the flank. Boxing gloves out. Left, right punch combo. But Marshy's down to limited amounts of time and cannot get back to contest. Inko on the board first.
Now, diamond boxing gloves. I mean, that, first of all, seems very heavy, unpractical. And also just would hurt, too. But regardless, yeah, I mean, backs against the wall. Really did feel like that the spacing through the middle of the map was going to favor that of Tribe. But finding the right picks, being able to get inside of Tiki, like you were saying, it was one-dimensional, it was required, and they come through with the offensive round.
Inko predicting their defense needs to be moved over towards B. They have guessed incorrectly. Tribe are on towards A, but this is why. Lucas in, calls out the Pred missile. Makes life a little bit easier on the defense for the retake, finding the first kill. Crozen, backside, SKS. First tick locked in, second on the way very rapidly, as the stack is largely here. Marshy one tapped in the corner. Bolu, oh man, thought for sure he was dead to rights. I think the same was thought by Crozen, and Bolu keeps his life. Secures the second tick. Dead off the backside. Double for him, but the knife comes through. More boxing match happening over the course of the poolside stairs. Trying to find a way to regain. Inko, can you get on to contest? Do you even want to? The answer seems to be no to both questions asked, and Tribe will add 60 seconds with a life lead. Whoa!
Well, hold on a second. Lucason's heating up even further. 13 eliminations to their name. The only real players that are even closer, people that are on 8.
Yeah.
Dad gets traded out, though. This is a lot of space being provided through the middle of the map. Yes, you lost the A zone, but the lives are starting to mitigate itself.
Friendly hunter-killer drone deployed.
Rafa had pulled out a purifier, trying to gain control of Art. Only got one. Noel could make the same play if he so chose to. Still plenty of time on the clock, just a 1 life advantage for the defense. Tribe getting their setup over through driveway and in towards red. Now the nades on the backside. Dad flushed out from topside ring. Still surviving though. Hunter-killer drone will likely be what is used to try to get on first, but it was destroyed almost instantaneously. So now the hit has to come through just the hard way. Nades over the top. Inko a little bit stuck as Tribe is going to pull 2 operators trying to secure this B zone.
One last purifier here. It's going to be in the hands of Vague, trying to push up over to driveway. Great help there from Tech. First segment already done. Second, marginally on its way, but trades are going to be good enough to at least keep Tribe at bay.
Inko need to make a decision here. They've got 3 operators they may have to spend to try to lock down this defense. And a 2-0 count would be massive for their efforts, but here comes the stack from Tribe. Second tick rapidly on the way. Likely to be secured. Inko, what do you do? How do you get in? Oh, how about that? An easy elimination from Lucasin. Third tick, though, already halfway done. You got to find the kills. You got to get on the contest. Tribe still finding kills, but Lucasin pops out the claw. Finding great value, will clear off every Tribe offensive member while also depleting the third tick fully.
But you have a minute left on the clock here, Alan. 10 v 7. Lucasin still finding trades with the claw, will finally be exhausted. Hunter-killer drone also being invested by Lucasin. Also has a Pred missile should they want to use it. 2 more operators to speak of, but it might not matter because Noel's pushing all the way up past the hot tub and is able to keep them further at bay. Sub 1 minute now.
86, Noel could just be a pest back here. Rafa's also revealed his position, trying to tag through elbow. Only a little bit of chip damage. Noel still an absolute pest. Gets this life count down to within 1, and look at all the SKSs controlling Statue. Inko are going to be shredding with just a couple of team shots to happen. Long route, though, from Jez to the backside. This 1v1 could open up space. Could maybe determine the round overall. Tribe finding a little bit of success from the front. Jez could still play this for spawn kills, but Crozen eliminates the threat. 4v4, 12 seconds. Tribe at the flood. Smoke comes through. They're going to use that to make their way on past the SKSs. Lucas in a little bit deeper than Dad. First kill comes out. Tech with the trade. 3v3. Clock stops at 5. Lucas in the corner. Misses. Tribe still a chance. 1v2. Marshy gets the first. Avoids Crozen. Can he get the regen? Crozen goes to the collie sticks. Regen's in. Marshy. 1v1.
Nice work.
Still probably thought he was either weak, thought he could cut down the space. Marshy kind of having a little smile over it as well, just knowing exactly what they did. You gave up the space. It's okay to remain contested. There it is from his POV. Marshy just locking things down again. Didn't even need the reload here with the CBR. Gets the information as well, just snaps as well. Put the collie sticks away, young man. Marshy shows up when it matters most.
Huge 1v3. And Tech comes into round number 3 with the first blood. Inko rapidly making progress on towards B. Second tick lock. Bolu wants a challenge. Takes down the first. Predicts the second. No, turned away. And Inko will get a very early capture on this B zone.
There it goes. 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Casual stuff. It's a 5v3 trade where the opening break is concerned, but playing for these exits are massive. Look at also how you have defensive members for Tribe all the way up towards driveway, and if you're Inko, that kind of gives you a little consideration. You got to be careful with where you go.
Trades back and forth. Down to even lives. Bolu trying to contest bottom side bedroom. Denied. Inko still a couple of streaks. 100 kilodrome can be spent for Dad. Operators even across the board at the moment. But some mid-map focus starting to come through for Inko. Tribe would have to respond to this. Shots on the way in. Just pre-fires for now. Now nades to follow. Dad pulling out the operator, trying to clear out Kitchen. Good nades to support this. Wow, now on the way in. Noel able to assist. Possible flank from Bolo on the backside of this, but he reveals his position. Now he's got to essentially just help from the cut. Not going to work out. Inko looking good to immediately storm on towards A. 6 life lead. And the clock will stall as they start to get on towards the A zone.
Rafa with the Purifier only able to find 1. Dad is also about to respawn in with 2 streaks of their own. Noel and Crozen have operators. On the opposite side, you have Tectonic as well as Marshy with operators. Should they feel the pressure to try to retake it with them?
Tribe regain. First tick of progress does get secured. Win condition could be met just by trying to play this like a TDM. Rafa delaying, trying to find a way to finesse onto Bolu, but ultimately unsuccessful. Vague, stun, doesn't make a difference. Still finds 1. That's going to create some extra time for the defense to trade from this clock.
10 versus 14. Under 1 minute. Winning conditions quite literally all over the place, and the way that Tribe have to continue to play out through the rest of this defense is on their side of the map. You can't really try to overextend because there's going to be so many players from Inko mid-map.
Now flooding forward, Tech focused up towards money window, but the kills come out of Olu. That will clear out the majority of Kitchen, and now you can start to zone forward. 6v10, 40 seconds on the clock. Life advantage to Inko. Clock advantage to Tribe. Jets sidesteps around, finds Crozen for free. Life lead now down to 3. Pred missile uses a chance to possibly get over through the money window. Trade's looking good for Inko. Marshy, could he do it again? Marshy for the double, predicts the third, but the SKS ultimately wins the battle. 2v7, clock will stop. While Inko stay in the zone, but now it's Bolu's turn to start up. Tectonic clears the zone, long range shots, lots of tags. Can't finish the kill. Second follow-up, takes care of Noel. Now a 1v3, second tick is locked. Tech has to go. Has an operator if he wants to use it, but is instead going to clear up basketball. Has to touch, has to get there. Inko still on, still contesting. Tech gets the eliminations, but cannot stop the clock or the contest. And Inko take the round.
Such a tough call, isn't it? I mean, just don't want to fly out from the wheelbarrow cutout, but even more so is what makes it a little bit more of a head scratcher is even just trying to slide it. Like, worst comes to worst, you're still going to lose it, but you had information on that second player of your tech. There's no real reason why you shouldn't have just tried to slide after getting that first elimination and trying to find the second. Regardless, all offense so far. Tribe now looking to do the same to extend it to a round 5.
Once again, Inko try to control over towards B. It's Tribe focus early over towards the A zone, but with Kitchen controlled by Inko. They will have a chance to try to pick apart at this. First tick in.
Taking A.
Second tick rapidly on the way. Marshy gonna call out the Purifier, trying to control money window. This may have to be a concession out of Inko. I don't know how you get through this and not cost yourself a ton of lives. They are gonna give it a kind of one half go here. As Lucas and Rafa able to find a couple eliminations, but ultimately the third tick looks pretty inevitable. And now Tech has got a clock. He's trying to put some pain in towards the spots. Yeah, the zone gets captured, and now all of a sudden Inko are just kind of stuck just outside of Kitchen. Tribe could get on and start making significant progress on B. That's exactly what Jez is gonna do.
Tech will find 3 with that claw. I really don't like what I just saw from Inko trying to at least get that third segment back in their possession, because as you were saying, middle of the map, off the respawns, and you already have that first segment. Second, surely on the way. 2 minutes on the board.
Play through pillars though. Inko trying to force a regain. Working out well. Kills come through. Bolo trying to get something done with the claw, but is shut down. Tech right behind him. Also turned away. Crozen with the regain. Second tick of progress depleted.
Stabilizing. At least for now. You still have a Predator missile in the back pocket for Lucasen, Noel, Dad. They got some operators. It's really just like one big standout player so far. It's just been Tech on that flex so far, but still lives evened up. So much time still left to be able to find either 15 eliminations or these segments.
Map control starting to trend in favor of Tribe as well. Especially if they can find Crozen, but no, not the case. Crozen on the backside, almost finding a double. Trade in from Noel, plus more. You take a look to see what's still left. You kind of pointed at it. Lucasen is absolutely frying this map. And Noel says, let's try to put this one away here, but only gets the first with the Purifier. That's an expensive use.
Noel, Purifier in hand.
Frog out.
Dad also going towards the streaks as well. Trying to keep them at bay. We have already shaved off about a minute worth of this clock. And Rafa was trying to get themselves inside of Art, but this is where Inko are the most annoying. On ring with 3 SKSs.
Yeah, there's no more streaks to possibly peel them off of these godlike headies. Bolo clearing space and Tribe. They're looking to kind of maybe put a little bit of pain towards the spawns. Make the life count a little bit more dwindled. Now the hit comes through mid. Dad up top, able to find one. Lucasen sliding forward, denied as Jez has the operator out for 3. 7v3 situation. Looking good for Tribe at the moment. Crozen trying to force this one forward. Trying to put it away here. Noel working with him. The double comes out, but Bolo responds. A 1v5 would be necessary from Dad. First in the corner by the tree. Not going to come through. And Tribe take us to round 5.
The COD mobile control is wild.
COD Mobile is wild.
It's just all offenses. It's raid, so it is, I wouldn't say easier out of the majority of the maps, but you can absolutely capitalize a whole lot faster through the middle of the map. Look at the way that it all kind of panned out for us, though. On defense, it will end up being Tribe Gaming, but the way that Inko are rolling out first, they want ring, they want B zone.
Oh, they've gained it. 3-member stack. First tick of progress should be good. Inko throwing support nades to the backside as Tribe look like they're largely going to concede. Maybe the entirety of the point. They're playing for pillars control, but as they lose Laundry, there may not be any kind of approach towards this. And yeah, I think with that elimination, Tribe will kind of lick their wounds and set up an aggressive line of scrimmage to defend A.
A casual 4-1 start here in favor of Inko. One player on the flank, though. That's actually going to be Marshy, because of course it is. The guy exists on the flank, I swear, but only able to find at least one. Big spawn battle coming all the way through versus Marshy. Lucasen will take them down. Battle on the backside of the jungle, though, has stabilized itself, and now we're knotted up 25 apiece.
Lucasen is able to work a little bit further forward. Did not expect that Vague was actually just behind him. So zone of control again, trends with the defense. Dad denied through Laundry. Tribe taking even further amounts of ground. But as Bolo drops, Bedroom's now repossessed. Inko using this as their setup point. Minute 30 on the clock. Tribe have 3 operators if they choose to use them. Long range battle. Lucasen wins those more often than not. You see why? Bolo with the claw. Thinking that there's still going to be a hit over through Kitchen. He would be wrong in this prediction. Still plenty of time to get this thing to use. And he may just try to hit this from the flank. He's got great timing. Lucasen caught by Tiki. Easy first. Predicts the right. Doesn't see it. Puts down the claw in favor of the SMG. Trades come through, but once again, the defense prevails.
Jez also previously to this current respawn had an SKS and lost a crucial 1v1 over here by Laundry. Rafa trying to pick up off that space that was being provided after Dad took down Jez, but won't be able to come up with much of anything. Middle of the map control very much so still here. Bolu will pick up Laundry, making sure that nobody's full flanking, but the way that it's set up on the pinch, you got one player in Tiki, one underneath the bed.
Wall out, Purefire trying to deny, but Marshy is shut down. Trades back and forth. Vague forced out of his position as he's trying to value his life through bedroom. Back and forth we go, but it's Tribe on top of the trade. 17 now playing up against 12, and things start to get pressed for Inco. Last chance saloon, trying to avoid the 3-0, trying to find a way to earn a revenge shot against LG, but Vague says not on my watch. Now back up top. Whoa, the boxing gloves are out, but he goes to the drop shot. 17v6. Is it going to be an all North American affair here at the World Championships? It's looking likely. 16v3. 18 seconds on the clock, and Tribe will have a chance to match up against LG for the first time in an all North American Grand Finals, as Inca will not be able to get there, not be able to neutralize the kills in time. Send them on in. Boxing gloves out once more. Tribe punch their ticket to the Grand Finals.
All North America Final last night. Someone ended up seeing as well. Fact that even the desk was talking about that.
22, 12 assists. The dude was everywhere.
Yeah, really was. I mean, it's that flexibility from Tech that even the desk was talking about.
Props to Lucas, and to be honest, it didn't feel like Tribe even had a counter for him as much as it was they were just going to play their game and assume that their teamwork was going to be stronger and that their rest of the 4 players could keep up above the other Inco players.
Well, third place, $150,000 US there for Inco Stalwart. It makes the wound feel a little less bad, $150,000 for third place, but man, it really
Play well.
They get to make a really big difference for any team that he coaches.
Well, if you're trying to make a big difference in your game, get your hands on the and be crowned Duty Mobile World Champion. A story that these
so good.
We tried, you know, after they ended up losing out that winter side matchup versus Wolves, they popped down in the lower bracket.
Say it, but again, twice, but with less 6.
And that to me is just an anomaly that I have no idea what's going on, but it's popping out of a spray can and it looks amazing.
Dude, I love
that's nice. It is
701.7
prediction
from each map individually has been at an all-time high through the entirety of the weekend.
Shift, how did Tribe win this?
Look, their search and destroy has been really clean. And when they had played last time, standoff.
I mean, because you know that Luminosity from that one hurdle. Because you know that Luminosity
relatively closely, so got reverse swept in stage 3. So they're trying at all costs to avoid that.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a question of who's going to be that NA #1 and try to defeat Tribe, and especially with this competition where they kind of
tournament long, even up against.
We got Degon.
Dreams become reality.
2021
championship
is a $20,000 drop off if you don't take that first place prize. Gotta think all the hours.
At this point of the competition, you need to be strong on every single one of it in every single game mode. But kind of like what we saw in that first game that we had today, Inco versus Luminosity, where it was such a huge factor when it comes to Luminosity's win. Tribe Gaming, what do you think is going to happen here when it comes to the map selection?
I mean, I think if you're Tribe, one of your biggest objectives is trying to get to that map number 6, the standoff search and destroy, where they are undefeated on the weekend. You got to feel like that's a really good chance for them to lock in a win. But on the downside for Tribe, we do see a Hacienda hardpoint. That was the exact map that we saw Wolves defeat them on, their first hardpoint loss in the entire tournament. And it is the same map where we saw Luminosity take down Wolves. So that puts them in a really tough spot. They're already at a 1-map disadvantage.
Matchup is too giant. We kind of just throw Luminosity actually.
That's where absolutely in the outcome of these games.
Raid when it comes to those
especially for the ones that tip J. So
stopping the push and in their career.
Most of the people in region,
as Luminosity is usually the one that has a very
I'd call it, but especially as a flex player, he's had a pretty solid KD while at the same time bringing that OBJ contribution. So he's another player to keep an eye on. Marshy, we always expect him to do Marshy things, but it's Envy opening things up. First blood, Vega in the high tower right there. Gonna be able to find one. Shots on to Band as well. A little bit shaky to start. We have yet to see anybody hop on the objective, and it's finally gonna be Marshy who hops in for a whopping 1 second.
That's a lot of seconds for you, and Marshy definitely knows how to pick up the points. Now, going in there very aggressively, that's going to be player number 4 coming in from Luminosity. Blur gets those kills, still forming that SKS, looking like it's going to be really good in this map, but take a look at the other side. There's actually no response whatsoever when it comes to those long-range engagements, looking like they really just want to go for the CBRs, the Krig 6, and also probably like one, oh, I see actually a Switchblade. So, again, if it really works for you, then go ahead, but you need to find some sort of counter up against Blur.
Yep, does look like he's still going to be rocking with the SKS. Obviously, Tribe has talked before about how they don't really like the weapon. Tectonic pulled it out for a little bit up against Inko, but we didn't see it have a huge impact for them. So with the Kilo being his weapon of choice, no surprise he's sticking with it right here. A pretty even P1 as the battle for P2 ensues, and looks like Spawn's going to go the way of Tribe. Marshy playing nice and sneaky right there. Tries to hit the flip, but not going to be able to get the turn for the kill. Jen's going to get shut down as well, and a big feed for Luminosity to lock in a chunk of time right here. Bolu pushing up now. No reinforcements here for Luminosity, and they're in a tough spot. Solo's got to go big. He's able to find one. Blur does get dropped right there, and now Jez looking to go big. Solo one with the shorty before he gets traded out.
I mean, Luminosity was winning those gunfights, but it wasn't really high. It wasn't really a high kill count enough for them to actually go in for that spawn control, where they kind of just struggled in for that defense, and now most of the time being soaked up by Tribe. And as what you thought that Luminosity could actually win that particular hill, especially with getting a lot of those kills, not enough for them to actually anchor up the more favorable spawn, but they do have that rotation off into that next hard point.
Luminosity has definitely looked more solid on the early rotations.
Capture the objective.
Seems like for the most part, Tribe's game plan has been bully your way into the hard point. We'll see if they can do that here, and Marshy doing his best to make things happen. Vega in the backside as well. In the early rotations, not doing a whole lot for Luminosity Gaming. They are struggling to win these gunfights. Couple of Purifiers come out as well, and that's going to lock in that much more time for Tribe.
Now bringing out the Purifier helps them go in there for the break in this particular hard point. That's going to be really big for them. Not just that, sustaining it, Marshy still getting shot at, but with the Purifier in hand, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Freddy finally going down. He does get that double kill. Not only that, is on a 3 spree. Bowler brings out his claw, and it looks like it's a little bit spawning out of control. That's going to be very hard, because look at the next hard point too. The fact that 2 players from Tribe are also already there.
You can see the Luminosity players saving their operators right now, which is interesting given the gap that we've seen form. Obviously, really prioritizing this rotation of P4, but they don't have a whole lot of people here. A few break through. They're able to take out the remaining Tribe players that are there, but they gave up all the scrap time there on P3, and right now, in need of a solid setup and good spawns to be able to lock in big time right here. Blur waiting for somebody to rotate to that window side. He's got the gravity vortex ready to go. Gotta be careful, might run out of time, and he's able to get big value right there, but still not able to clear out the Tribe players. And now Envy looking to break on in. His claw gonna go to waste as well. And slowly but surely, this seems to be slipping out of the grasp of Luminosity as Tribe Gaming is snowballing left and right.
I mean, they do have a 100% win rate here in Takeoff throughout the competition in Hardpoint. They played it 3 times, and it looks like they're just so comfortable and such a good map pick for them. And they're just doing so well when it comes to these engagements. Obviously for Tectonic, he's going to be that anchor, that slayer, trying to get those points, knowing very well that the players from Luminosity is actually going to be spawning right over there.
Well, we talked about Tribe maybe not necessarily going to the lower bracket on purpose, but not really being worried about it, because we know they're a team that plays better when their backs are up against the wall. Well, it's the grand finals, and there's not a much bigger wall than that. Right now, they find themselves up by 110 points through this first set of hardpoint rotations. Major reset needed for Luminosity. Blur in the high ground, not going to be able to connect with the SKS. Marshy doing Marshy things on the bottom side, and once again, Tribe in full control. Luminosity just scrambling left and right, but no map control, no kills going through. Jez slaying out right now. He's on a 4 spree. And Luminosity just seems lost.
It's just Tribe always has the upper hand because they have high ground advantage, where you don't have much of sights here because you always have to think about the verticality of the map of takeoff, and so far Tribe is actually using that to perfection. Tectonic doing such an amazing job but always stopping the push. 21 already to his name. Vague, Marshy also have operators to play with, and just as I said that, Tectonic gets that one as well, and looking like Tribe is outclassing LG here in their favorite map.
This is getting ugly really, really quick. Luminosity only able to muster 40 points, just not looking like the same team. And you gotta wonder if there's a certain degree of mental block against this Tribe team that has beaten them so many times over the past year. I don't know what it's going to take to overcome it. We see a couple big kills go through in the feed right here. Nobody in the hard point. Solo finally going to be able to occupy, but he can't win a gunfight either. And once again, it's Tribe in the hard point with the Purifier coming through. Vague goes big right there. Solo finally going to be able to survive, but seeming only like a matter of time.
Luminosity, you need to go and catch up, and for you, you need to have really good comms, kind of like your previous games. Let's have a Luminosity listen in.
Nice, we got point. We got no. Go new. Yo, stadium safe. One more. Ball blue. Top right half. Nice. Top right. One top blue, I think. One top blue. There's one on hill. One secret. Nice. Push the point.
You can just hear the frustration already when it comes to those comms from LG. So different from their first game a while ago, but obviously it's because they have so much to catch up on. Yes, they go and capture this hard point, but obviously for Tribe, so easy to break every single time.
I mean, they've gotten a bigger chunk in the last little bit than we've seen them get really all game long, but hasn't really meant much given that there's a 160 point gap between these two teams. But this is not the first time that we've seen this. Very similar to what happened in Stage 4, only on firing range hardpoint. A very big Tribe win followed up by a dominant LG performance. It's not over yet, but man, oh man, they've got to, I mean, at this point, they've got to get like 3 straight full 60s, and just with the way that Tribe's playing right now, I don't know if realistically that's even humanly possible.
And for Tribe, they absolutely know that. Okay, get the scraps. We're going to plan for our setup here, and they're doing an amazing job at just playing the lead that they have. So very commendable stuff here coming in from Tribe, showing everyone how to actually play takeoff. But let's see if Luminosity can finally play Tribe's game and finally dictate the pace, because so far, Tribe is the one that's playing the guitar, and they're going to be the lead.
We were kind of curious if the stationary play style, the more static play style of Tribe was going to be able to match up against a more flexible play style of Luminosity. It definitely is. Obviously, the slaying that we're seeing Vague, Jez, Tech do up in those high ground positions is freeing the OBJ players to take more one-on-one gunfights rather than getting, what, double, triple chowed in the hard point, and it has paid off big time. Tribe now only in need of 5 more points to close this one out. Luminosity starting to move upwards a little bit, but all Tribe really needs is one solid early rotation and should be able to lock in the win. Luminosity, let's see if they can pull off a miracle.
That's going to be difficult because as Luminosity was soaking up the points in P4, the setup going in for P1, it was just not there. Tribe is already there with just 5 seconds left to go in to unlock this hard point, with 5 points left for them to go and win this first matchup. It's still going to be good. It's going to be big for you, Vague. Gets that Purifier kill, goes in this hill all alone, and yes, he secures it for his team. Tribe Gaming gets map number 1.
Well, just like that, winner's bracket advantage is completely gone. Tribe Gaming steamrolls their way through that first map.
Kills being the top fragger for his team, but obviously the numbers the time, especially from the hard point. Not really there. 26 seconds left. Not too bad. But obviously, taking a look at Marshy. 38 kills plus a minute and 50 inside the hard point. VP for Tribe. Just that. The fact that they're always getting... Two's going to be staying.
For them, it was 250 to 20.
Because they were leading by a huge...
Guys still sound...
is actually...
Here on Slums Control. It is going to be Luminosity on the defensive side to start, which should be a big advantage for them if they can capitalize.
Ooh. You gotta play with your snipers. Blur has a monumental job to try and get the search and destroy. Lineups are gonna be there. No information whatsoever. And there you go. Marshy gets down. Ban gets that first opening pick. No, he does get two though, but then Bolu trades him out.
Definitely the better side of the trades for Luminosity. They're going to be able to make their way up, and right now actually trying to catch Tribe off guard. Jez going to take a little bit of damage. Bomb goes down there on B, and now Jez all alone. The 1v3, and obviously Luminosity going to look to play things passive. He's got a lot of map left to clear out, and it looks like he's going to go for every corner that he can, at least on this side of the map. And it seems like Luminosity has read it perfectly right there. They get the information from Envy, and just like that, should be enough to close out the round. Solo connects onto the shots, and Luminosity takes the lead off round one.
Beautiful pick, and it was really that two-piece that Ban did that kind of stopped the push coming in from Tribe. Obviously, just raining down utility down in bricks. That's going to be a really good start. And now for Tribe, though, knowing very well that they can, Luminosity can aggress. Let's see if they can finally get that as Ban gets one more. Second first blood for him.
The utility usage has been so good. They get the man advantage off the start right here once again. Nades do connect, and that's going to force Tribe back on the defensive side. Bomb is in hand. Don't know if there's any trophies available, but there we go. Washi, lethal with the sniper. Arguably the best in the world right now. Now 2 Tribe players remain right here with the bomb going down. He takes another down off the head glitch. That's not an easy shot to hit. Solo reads this next one like a book, but he doesn't even need it. Envy takes another down, and a strong start here on the Slums S&D.
Jez needs to step it up when it comes to those snipes, because if you allow Blur to do that and Washi as well, you're just going to have a very hard time. And what I already mentioned early on into this matchup, Luminosity is just so good when it comes to that util, and they showed it in game number 1, and now they're going to be showing it here in this S&D.
No question about it. A lot of utility go through, but the ADS shots can't match up with the hipfire out of Tribe. And the SKS not going to be able to connect right there. Should be a double kill, and it is for Envy. Equalizes Tectonic, trying to chow. Envy's weak, but he's the one that's got a head glitch to work with. Jez sitting back with the sniper. He's still got Washi to deal with right now, and with the bomb going down, the pressure once again onto Tribe. Jez slowly making his way through blue right here. Tech trying to get some information. They've got some time to work with, but timing might go the way of Washi. It doesn't matter. Jez proves to be the better sniper on that one. And now Envy all alone, but he's got an SKS. And that's best case scenario for trying to take somebody off one of these long angles. Hits the wrap right here. Jez, will he stick it? He should have the time. Envy, the route's too long, and he gives away the round.
Envy took too long, and now if you give Jez that, pros don't fake. That was such good situational awareness for him to kind of just predict that Envy would probably just wrap around. Now, I feel like I'm not quite sure the feeling that you get when you know who you're up against. Okay, knowing this person, okay, he's not going to do close range. He's probably the type of person that will go and have a long wraparound. But you know what? That is a good opener for them as Bolu and Big finally gets to, and Bolu gets to as well.
You can feel the momentum shift. Washi can be able to find a couple, but he's all alone against 3 remaining Tribe players. Shorty in hand, and that time Tribe able to find the first bloods. It pays off big time, and they're able to counter that utility. I mean, a lot of times just, I'm not gonna say it comes down to luck, but the placement definitely crucial. Shorty not able to connect, and he doesn't stand much of a chance. 3 players holding hands. You think back to the Ninja Defuse that Envy gives away right there, and maybe a questionable decision. You got two weapons that are definitely not fast on movement speed. You don't have any type of tactical or lethal that you can pull out. And definitely wishing he could have a redo on that one.
Yeah, and it just seems like a little bit shaken up with that, but they need to make that comeback if needed. Jez spots one, doesn't really go in for the follow. The Vague with a really big opener, but Bolu as well gets rid of Solo. But a response coming in from Washi. He's been an absolute beam in this Bravo Hill. I mean, Alpha Hill, rather.
He's doing everything that he can, but he's the last man standing once again as the momentum quickly dissipating for Luminosity. He's going to make his way through blue right here. Tech on the outside. He's not moving an inch. Audio cue might set something off right here. And that once again puts Washi in a really rough spot. If he reads it right, can't hit the shot though. Tectonic plays things fundamentally. Washi can't connect. And now 3 rounds in a row going the way of Tribe Gaming.
Tribe is just reading this so well. And now I feel like it's always that opener from Vague, followed up by Bolu. And for Bad, he hasn't had those openers in a while. It's been a long time. And now a slow push coming in here. Very passive, the approach coming in from Luminosity. But then finally an engagement goes through. Bad goes in there a little bit aggressively, but then pays the price. Tectonic and Vague get to a piece. Tectonic gets a second. Will he get a third?
Luminosity is just not capitalizing on these early sprays. Even when they get first shot, they just seem to lose the gunfights. They're going to be able to take down one of those Tribe players, but still 3 remain. And right now, in a tough spot once again. Envy's got the bomb in hand, but Tribe able to spread across the map. You got one player hitting the flank. That's going to be Marshy. And this is going to be tough to read. The bomb goes down, but with that information, they're going to go ahead and set up on the inside of garage right here and see if they can cut off that flank while the sniper watches over the bomb.
This is a good setup coming in from Tribe. Playing your numbers to your advantage, gaining a lot of these sight lines. But for you just have to figure out, they're probably going to be planting here for long. That's going to be good. 2 peeks though. Washi gets 1. Even things out. Jez knows very well there's one player there. Tries to go in for the wall bang, doesn't really quite get the shot. And now just applying that pressure, and the bomb is going to be defused. What a beautiful defensive setup coming in from Tribe, knowing very well that they can't go past the defenses of Jez.
And just maybe unfortunate positioning on that bomb plant. I don't know if Washi took the shot and missed, or if he just didn't have an angle, but it looked like it was going to be a tough play to make either way. And now Luminosity moves to the defensive side. Washi's going to find one to open. Vague finding Band on the flip side. And only a 1-for-1 trade. With the way the majority of these early game trades have gone, gotta think that's gonna go advantage to Tribe again, but Washi, he's the do-it-all man right now. 9 kills on the board, a double kill, the quick scopes connecting, and now all down to Tectonic. Luminosity playing this one to a T, and they are not out of this one by a long shot.
Luminosity going in there a little bit more aggressively. That's going to be really good stuff from him. From all of the boys here, they're trying to go in there one more round to even things out. Jez with 2, struggling to get all of these kills. On the other side, though, Washi very hot on his hands. That's going to be really big kills for his team. And so far, again, very aggressive push coming in from Luminosity, looking like they're really good at the defense.
There are very few players that have been able to counter Jez on S&D in this tournament, but Washi has certainly done his best so far. I don't know that either player caught eyes on each other, but trying to find an angle right here to peek through. Jez gonna slide across, but Washi, reaction time not quite fast enough. No first blood quite yet, and the longer that goes on, the more that helps Tribe, but Jez gonna be able to connect onto Washi, and that's gonna open things wide up for a Tribe push.
That's gonna be really big for Jez, open things up for his team. You don't have to worry about Alpha anymore. The problem solved. The strongest player coming in from Luminosity down. Now they have to pick and decide before player number 3, that's gonna be Envy, can actually go in there for the defense and Broken, but he goes on really long rope around here into Alpha site.
Right now, Band trying to stay alive. Couple Tribe players around him, but they're not going to be able to sniff him out. Now down to a 4v4. Bomb is in Vague's hands, and he's actually making his way back over toward A. This is not a play that we've really seen so far in this game. Not a whole lot in this tournament. One for Envy, not able to make it two. And now it's down to a 1v1 between Vague and Blur. Vague only 23 seconds, trying to make a decision right here. If he's actually going to hit the wrap back toward B, Blur may have read this like a book. Oh, perfect positioning. Could not have played it any better. Just like that, Luminosity's tied back up.
He had to guess where he was going to go, and Arches, Vague went. Arches, he went down. Even up in the scoreboard right now. What a good recovery coming in for Luminosity. Big kills from all of the players here so far. Patience definitely pays off. But that's the information from Vague that a lot of these bombs actually raining down from Bravo. That makes them halt just a tiny bit. That's big info for them, though.
Luminosity so confident on these defensive pushes, but the nade gonna connect onto Blur. Trophy system's not in place. Marshy's able to find another, and now this round is split wide open. LG on their heels. They gotta play the head glitches to try to find a couple picks right here. Tectonic's gonna be spotted. Solo gets aggressive, but he's forced back as well. SKS and a sniper still in play. Picks still very feasible, but they get spotted out by the SMG cross map right there. And all of a sudden, it is a wide open B bomb as another Luminosity player drops. And Washi, once again, left all alone, looking for an angle to work with. He's going to spot Bolu right there, but the quick scope not going to be able to connect. A 5-0 round for Tribe Gaming.
There's only so much you can do with that sniper, man, especially in a small map like this. Vague was a player for that round. He opened it up for them, especially with that grenade. Getting that info, there were going to be a lot of players, but unfortunately for Blur, he didn't really go out. Not really bad timing for him. Same thing, though, going in from Luminosity, where they're going to be sending players down to bricks. Oh, no, they learned their lessons. They're not going to touch it, just a tiny bit. Doing it a little bit slowly this time. But Bolu's, he does have a nade to play with. Another one. Oh, gets that.
Wow, the placement on that could not have been any better. And once again, going to open up that bomb site. Luminosity does not have much of a defense. Another player going to drop. Couple trades go through. They're only down a man, but Washi, maybe too aggressive right there. Solo going to drop one, but he needs to pull off a 1v3. The bomb has been dropped. Now getting picked up by Vague. And Shorty's got to be perfect right here for Solo. And he can't connect on either shot right there. Now Tribe, only one round away from taking the lead.
Oh my goodness. At this point, you're thinking, for Luminosity, are you putting down your trophy systems in the same spot? Because twice in a row, in 2 rounds ago, it's the same thing happening here. It's all just nades all across the board.
Kind of curious if they've got different setups for offense or defense, because you think, especially on the defensive side on slums, you know how much utility is getting chucked over to the B side. You have got to be in position to keep yourself alive. They're going to be able to force back the Tribe push. Vague has been tearing it up in this one. He's got 14 kills to his name, leads the entire lobby. Washi doing everything he can, but he's had a dry last couple of rounds as well. And Luminosity needs him to find some of those early picks. And just like that, timing couldn't have been any better. Jez dropped from the map.
That's going to be a really essential kill coming in from Washi. 10 to his name already. But then they're going to be slowing things down. Tribe. Vague. DLQ in hand. Is in a very good spot to take out Washi. So good when it comes to it. Uses the truck to his advantage. Possibility to get another one as he goes in for the chase. Goes in there for the chase, but doesn't really quite get the kill, as Bandit Soul are going to be there for the backup.
And maybe a little bit too eager right there as he gets baited outside those walls. Without the defenses of his teammates, nothing to protect him there. And Luminosity going to be able to take the man advantage once again. Vague still 15 kills to his name, but they don't have him to work with. So now the remaining players going to be forced to maybe make a wrap over toward this A bomb. We've not seen it done successfully so far. It seems like Luminosity's pretty content to give this up, but they're slowly creeping toward this side of the map. Tectonic's not going to win that crucial gunfight, and now Solo finding another kill. Envy, there's one remaining. It's all down to Bolu. He's got to pull off a 1v4, and it's not meant to be. Little body shooting right there is Blur, feeling confident about the prospects for the rest of this game.
Tribe is having a hard time closing this one out. Luminosity's creeping in the distance. Just one more round in between them. And it was Vague. That was the first blunder in this particular round, where he over-aggressed, paid the price.
Frag! Watch out! Flash!
Yeah, I think that was a play. Him picking up that snipe. Could have turned the tides of that one. Tectonic with opening nade, definitely going to have a big impact right there. But Envy equalizes on one. Envy drops himself. And now it's Luminosity, man disadvantage again. You don't want to peek over this bomb head glitch from that low ground. And right now, it's constant trades for Tribe. They can keep doing just that with the man advantage. They can do that all day long. It's going to be Washi. Nate goes over, almost perfect position, but it's not perfect timing. Hasn't been able to connect on the snipe, and wow, Jez could not have thrown that one any better, and it's all down to Washi to try to clutch the 1v3.
Are we playing basketball right now, man? With the way that Tribe is actually doing all of these nade hits is just so good. But Washi being alone, he is the man for Luminosity to try and clutch up this 1v2. Although it's going to be hard because he's going to be stuck in a pinch. But then he needs to get that one kill. Bring around the Rosie right here in Briggs. Bolu gets the kill. And there you go. Seals the deal here in Search and Destroy. Watch, because for Luminosity in that S&D matchup, they were doing a lot of things wrong time and time again. Doing that for Tribe, they're always doing that 50, isn't it? Every single action pull.
All of these map mode combos. Also, I mean, obviously that's number 2. Right.
And it was kind of confusing
to see Tribe, but plus you the map could mean seeing this map.
Teams seem, them just seem.
Again, we framed it up here, and I think
there is Tech, Pat with both
personality traits. We all have trust for our team. We
still have something to say.
But Bobby broke that. I think that's a miss, and I think
robbery.
Well, the map that Tribe had previously beat them on back during stage. Anything besides the Hacienda hardpoint from here until the end of this best of 7.
Yeah, because the last time that they played the raid control, even in stage 4, it was a.
Luminosity, they had that map advantage, so they're 3 away. We will be crowning ourselves the best team in CoDM.
To switch action here for our
hardpoint map. You see Luminosity on. There were a
4-3-0, pretty convincing, but let's see how Luminosity can actually go and perform, respond to that, especially knowing very well that the meta has already changed. And now going in there very aggressively, Jez doesn't really win that gunfight. And now for the defense, LG's going to be starting down, so that's going to be good for them. But with Tribe, they showed a while ago that they can win this on the offense.
Washi's going to be able to sneak away to the top side. Ban finds another. Tribe just trying to find some map control, trying to find a couple ticks. They haven't been able to find a whole lot of kills as it continues to be all Luminosity in the feed right now. And Tribe has not had a response here on the offensive side. Banned. Don't think he heard the shots from Top Modern right here, but he's going to be able to sneak through. He finds some early shots on the Marshy, but get absolutely turned on. Big momentum changer for Marshy. Blur gets shut down as well. And now the feed starting to look very, very yellow.
4-man push coming in from top Laundry, but it's not going to be good as Washi gets rid, almost going down as members from the blue side going down one by one. It's going to be absolutely amazing as the points almost going down for those lives. 18-17 is going to be on the clock, and also Bravo, 3 ticks of progress. Oh my goodness, the rotation in A. You already know how well Tribe actually plays here.
And Tribe already has players over on A. Jez soaking up the time right here. Smoke's cutting off those sight lines. He's going to be able to win a big gunfight right here. Tectonic with a big 1v1. He comes out on top as well. Only 1 tick needed for Tribe to close out here on the offensive side. Marshy, it's all Tribe in the feed. Luminosity started out strong, but lose all momentum mid-round, and they can't seem to find a kill. The take goes through, and Tribe takes round 1.
In true fashion, here in Raid, they get the offensive side really low. Couldn't really sustain.
Tectonic's going to find first blood. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and right now it's going to be Luminosity making the push on over to A. They've already got 2 players on the inside, and Solo has gotten creeped up all the way into the spawn of Tribe. He's going to get a free kill right there if he can reposition. Might be able to find more. That's not the spawn of Tribe. He was just trying to hit a flank.
And now speaking of the flank, player number 5, keep your eyes on him. Marshy yet again being so annoying here on their spawn. Getting a lot of the...
You got a couple that are ready to go. Luminosity doesn't seem like they want to use it, but feels like they're kind of in a dire situation right now with the way things are spiraling out of their control. They find themselves down 12 lives, and to be honest, maybe it's best to save because I'm not sure The operators will even save you right here with how big this life gap.
Backed up in a corner, and that presence in their spawn is always going to be huge. Bolo gets one more, brings it down to 4 lives, 11 seconds left, gets one more. Getting ticks of progress in Bravo as well, but then with 1 life, that's definitely going to be impossible. Bolo.
Again, does Tribe just have this mental edge over Luminosity where they always believe that they're going to be able to take him down, and because of that, they just have the advantage. Tribe winning the majority of the gunfights off the start once again. They get 4 players stacked onto A, and that progression is ticking through quickly. Finally, Envy going to get the better of them on a gunfight. Vay looking to spawn trap with the Purifier, but there's nobody spawning over here. Washi going to be able to push through. They take the Operator out of the equation. And now an opportunity for Luminosity to regain as they start to fill up the feed.
Okay, that's good. Slow things down. And a really big gunfight being won up against Vay that has here as cat and mouse. Solo obviously going to be that cat getting big.
Not yet forward A, but they don't realize. Solo's going to be able to find another onto Bolu. That's going to be a crucial kill to keep Tribe pushed back. And the clock continues to tick as they have yet to pick up any of those objectives. Solo doing the one-man show down below.
Go full rush into that Bravo, but obviously they're just so far away.
Well, we were looking for the glimmer of hope for Luminosity, and it is definitely here. Could potentially be the turn ready for Tribe. 2 good statue. They've yet to find a kill.
Band is doing a great job at holding down the spawns, and now backup also comes through. That's going to be Envy. Tribe going to be backed up in the corner. Band gets another one. Earns him that Hunter Killer. Vegas going to be in big trouble, but it's a good thing he's actually going in there, getting that trade. Solo's over the Purifier is going to be really good in this spawn. Still looking for those players. It's a good thing he goes in there for the reposition.
Solo doing his best to get max value on the Purifier, but not meant to be. Bolo drops him right there. Tribe starting to equalize. They've got it back in their control. Already a full objective capture over on B. And now only 3 ticks needed here on A. With a life advantage, should be pretty doable. Tech has to find Band the top side. He's not going to be able to do that. Bullets not connected.
Him out, but Solo with big kills.
Into it, listening with Tribe.
He's one shot, Mercy.
One in Zig.
Go away.
You went bottom right now, bottom right.
That's looking tech.
That's good, bottom right.
Pillars.
Go back to right. Go back to right.
He's swinging you. Top red. He's in the top red corner.
I'm just there. Go away. There's two B. Go.
Hunter killer drone inbound.
Yo, sniper nest. Yo, bottom maps.
One maps.
Nobody's paying attention to the flank. No one paying attention to the flank. Zig.
Hostile hunter inbound.
What's up, Red?
Great point. Nobody watching the flank, especially if you're going to make these heavy team-wide pushes. They can do this from the top.
For the response with the claw. Big kills coming in from them. Still going for life advantage as they deny the...
How does he get the kill right there? Bolu goes big as well. The lives have been equalized. Tribe can't seem to lose a gunfight right here, and only a little bit more time needed. Bolu's got a claw ready to go. Can he go big right here? The objective capture goes through. Tribe Gaming, 1 game away from that. Off that basketball court area. Vade goes big. Marshy goes big. The whole squad pulling out everything.
100%. Teamed up.
Right here, you can see once again. Opportunity to close this out.
Actually gonna shred it.
Left on a lot is those 4.
This is the best situation for Luminosity, having beautiful 2 wins up against Skate and Wolves here in a pretty convincing fashion. And for Tribe, they lost this one. That's going to be really big for them. And that confidence needs to be picked up by Luminosity right now as we start things off. So far, 7 points for Tribe as they're both clearing out all the power positions here in 2F.
A lot of kills going through for Tribe. Haven't been able to lock in a ton of that hard point control, though, as Van floods through the bottom side. He wins a crucial gunfight there, and just like that. But it is the same case last time around, but a big chunk of kills once again come through for Luminosity. They're doing best to break this one. Only 14 seconds needed. Tribe pre-firing away. Claw going to go through for Tech. He's now up to 50, and they still got operators to spare as they continue to move upward.
This is where the points go down. Tribe, though, still soaking up majority of the points. The comeback a possibility. Doing an amazing job when it comes to the timing, but Blur, really big grab Vortex kills. Tectonic is going to be spotted. Goes and repositions himself. That's going to be really big points. 5 more seconds for Luminosity. Tectonic with a pistol. Gets one more. Stops the push. 10 seconds left. And only one person is going to be right there. It's going to be Jez. And now the rotation pulls through as they can't finish the game in this hard point.
Oh, LG's rotating, but they got to go through the straightest shooter in the land. Tectonic sitting on 57 right now. Tribe continues to pick up the kills. They've got players rotated out early. Vague doing his best to defend, but Luminosity pushing through. They can't seem to find him. They can't connect on the gunfights. They're there to contest for right now. A big gunfight kill for Washi. They finally get control. Tech's doing all that he can, but it doesn't matter. Luminosity.
They did beat Wolves.
They don't have a dedicated OBJ player. Yeah, Washi's typically there, but every single player is within, what, 16 seconds of each other, and how much time they got in the hard point. Every single player doing the dirty work right there. Big credit to Envy.
Honestly,
the win is good news. Search and destroy as well. So going into this one, obviously, you got to give the edge.
Show how consistent you
at get down. Just
copy-paste here. Played it well. Time to close.
That's me. Maybe half of the one we kind of attributed to being
to Romero, right?
Not quite what I expected here.
Yeah, it seems like the snipers this year of Luminosity is just stepping it up, honestly, times 10. Washi and Solo doing an amazing job at giving that information, getting that space, but Envy getting that as well. Body shots coming in from Ben. Hey, buddy, that's dangerous stuff that you're doing.
All right. Well,
the deal here for one
kills on the board. Multiple flanks that he's hit that have had a huge impact to throw Tribe off their normal rhythm on the offensive pushes. And all the different looks that we've seen out of Luminosity have caught Tribe off guard. I didn't think you could wallbang that anymore, but maybe you can. Washi looking to connect on the push into the A bomb site. They've been fine to give away this free A plant every time, and quite a few times the retake has worked. You got one player on the flank once again. Don't know from where. 4v4 right here as Tribe looks to defend.
3 players, we're all looking. It's going to be a 1v2 situation. Still very doable for this one player left, Bolu. 7 seconds, but obviously there's going to be a defuse that's going to be happening right there. Solo save.
Times. Blur and where that he could winging Blur. They were, if that gets pulled away, to Luminosity for bouncing
to our control
line. It's do or die. Jez with the bottom side flank. He's going to be able to get that frag onto Envy and open things up. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but they're looking to set up a spawn trap. But one by one, they fall as Tribe Gaming cuts them down. The bodies are shot, and a new king is crowned. The world champions of COD Mobile, Tribe Gaming.
They're not the new kings, man. They've been here since 2020. Couldn't prove themselves because obviously we didn't have that storyline. 7 teams had to split that title, had to split that money. 2021, East and West, still had no answer to the question. No one yet so far having a definite win.
Group B. Now, Bobby, this one is a little bit different than I think some of the other groups because I think as experts, you all decided this feels a little lopsided with the top and the bottom teams.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a predictable one. Obviously, we're at stage 5. We're on land.
Yep.
All excuses are off the table right now. So there are 2 teams, Strut and Vitality, that I think coming into this, not a ton of people expect a lot out of. But this is a completely new environment. That mentality on the stage is change for a lot of people, and I think if they've got some really mentally tough players that can power through, they might be able to come out on top. But my favorites coming out of this one, definitely going to be Wolves and Inko.
Yeah, definitely Wolves might have an advantage because they've been playing LAN for such a long time, the same as Q9. So they do have quite the advantage when it comes to this setup. But also, negative for that one also is the fact that they've played a different rule set. So that's probably one of the advantages that Strutton might actually have. And also the addition of one player that is very strong. That's going to be Afer that might make the biggest difference.
Right. I have to push back a little bit though. The player base in India and the fandom in India is huge. So Vitality have a huge, I think, weight on their shoulders to make sure that they can live up to how they play though. So what do you think about Vitality here in this situation?
Well, again, India has been a really mixing pot of really good players that have been really performing, and they had their last matchup after stage 4 where they actually beat Godlike, and it was really nice to see that Godlike finally had a little bit of competition against this team. So again, they really deserve to be in this spot, and the fact that they have Sams in their team, I feel like it's going to be a definite killer.
Yeah, I feel like Sams is the game changer for them. He has stepped up massively this year. The performances that he's had on a consistent basis, I would say right now he's probably the best player in India. So for me, he's the player to watch for them.
All right, well, we'll see how it stacks up. As Group B, we're going to be keeping an eye on Vitality and Strut to see if they can get some of those upsets, but this one feels pretty locked on in. Now, Group B done and dusted. Let's move on over to Group A. I believe this is the one that you said was the most exciting group in the whole tournament. Why is that?
I think just because nobody really knows what to expect, because you have 2 1 seeds, but they're not, at least as far as what I've asked the players about, they're not really considered to be the strongest 1 seeds in the tournament. And then you've got a couple 2 and 3 seeds from regions like North America and Garena that are considered to be a little bit more experienced and have better competition. So there's no way of really knowing. The one thing I will say for Stamina Esports especially, they've got a lot of players that have been in stage 4 every single year. I think that that amount of experience and that leadership is going to pay off big time.
Well, Beat Mommy, when we take a look at this bracket brought to you by Republic of Gamers, do you feel like there's an upset brewing here, or how would you decide it's an upset? Because as Bobby was saying, number 1s are like still a little bit weaker region. Maybe we're still figuring that out.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these teams really need to find their footing and find that consistency, and so far I think Stamina does have a little bit of an edge when it comes to that, but they're going up against Omega, and they qualified for 2020. They were able to get a lot of those points, but last year they fell short. This year they started very strong in the first half, in the first 2 quarters of the year, but here at the very end they absolutely had kind of a disappointing run in CDF5. But knowing Omega, they have a switch. If they're backed up in a corner, they can go and perform.
So then I'm gonna put you guys on the spot. Who is the favorite in this Group A? Let's start with you, Beef Mommy.
Well, I'm just going over the fan base here. Omega has a huge fan base in the Philippines. We already know that the viewership there is absolutely huge. So I'm just going here because I'm Filipino as well. So I'm going to go with the boys of Omega.
All right, Bobby.
I think I've got to go with Stamina. I talked about that experience factor, and I think that's going to pay off big time. They've also got a rookie in Guthilia who has been phenomenal. Great OBJ player and does a lot of the dirty work for the team, so may get overlooked in some of the stat lines, but he's definitely a big impact player for them.
Are you telling me the NYSL Bobby didn't pick his NYSL?
I gotta be unbiased, okay?
You said earlier that as the North American viewer,
I can be biased towards North America. That's different. That's different.
All right. Well, none of this would be possible without some of our friends making things happen, and so one of those friends is Republic of Gamers. ROG Phone 6 is equipped with the Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1 CPU that boosts performance and speed to take your mobile gaming experience to a new level. Its unrivaled performance puts it in a class of its own. Thank you so much, ROG. And look at that, both hand models as well. Beef Mommy showing the love, and Bobby giving a little finger dance there. But thank you very much to the ROG Phone supporting Call of Duty Mobile. Guys, I'm feeling very excited here because we're right on the cusp of the World Championship. It's been such a long road here, and you know, I'm thinking of a team even like Wolves, right? Yes, they're the favorite, but the travel that has been involved, it definitely could take a toll on you.
Oh, most definitely, because I came from a very far off place too. A lot of these teams really traveled long hours to get to this point, and I feel like it's all worth it because we waited 3 years. What is like a few hours of flight by that 3 years that we've been waiting this whole time?
Yeah, I definitely feel like jet lag could play in. I think especially if you look at that Group A Omega, 2 of their players just arrived yesterday. So they haven't gotten quite as much scrim time. Hopefully they got rested up and hopefully they're feeling ready to go. But there's a few players from a couple of different squads that flights got delayed, whatever it is. I think you look at Godlike as well. It took them a while to get their visas, so they were a little bit delayed. Hopefully those guys have been rested up because it is a long day of Call of Duty Mobile ahead.
Yeah, well, we are going to get into it. While we are setting up our alpha match, we're jumping into Group B. It's that top match right there, the #1 seed from this group, or Wolves versus Strut here. This will be on Stream Charlie over at our esports here. Wow. That's not a score that we expected after setting things up. We were saying that Wolves was going to be the #1. Didn't expect too much out of Strut. Strut looking pretty good here.
Oh my goodness, this is what I was telling you guys. Strut, knowing very well that they got a key player on their team, and that's going to be April for them. But again, it's going to be really big points. 151 and 69. Wolves seems to be like they're struggling a little bit, but looks like they're gaining a lot of momentum here in P1.
I'm throwing all the predictions out there. Forget anything that I said. This is the #1 seed coming out of China, who I feel like a lot of these players expect to be up at the top. One thing I will say about Wolves, they are a streaky team. So they beat Q9 4-0 in their finals for their Stage 4, but then you hop over to CDFI, they pretty much got waxed going up against Q9 in that same matchup. So we'll see if they can pick things up, but definitely off to a slow start going up against the #3 seed from Europe right here.
Slowly but surely, though, Wolves trying to gain a little bit more of an advantage here, but it's going to be a great setup so far coming in from Strut. They have 2 players, and the rest of their team kind of going for the catch-up when it comes to the anchoring point. Gas station, 3 players already occupying that power position that you really want to get a hold of, and now so far looks like a good cleanup coming in from the side of Wolves.
Right now, it looks like Wolves is fighting back. That's what you expect to see out of a team that's this experienced. And one other thing that we talked about is the factor of LAN experience. The China teams are the only ones that have consistently played on LAN. Obviously, you have Almighty and Omega who played in the one LAN tournament that we had in Garena, but a much different environment. So it looks like Wolves starting to climb back into this one, and we see some streaks start to build right here. This could snowball very, very quickly as that gap is closing, and it's not happening slowly.
Signs of life from Wolves, and if you guys at home are wondering why we're watching Wolves and Strut, this is the Charlie stream as we wait for the main stage in Alpha with Godlike Esports versus NYSL Mayhem, and now it's definitely going to be an extra special challenge here for Wolves to try and get a lot of points here down in P3. It looks like they'll Strut bring out the Annihilator for boot, 21 to his name, looking like they want to hold this down.
This just shows you how strong the competition is in this tournament. The fact that we've got a 3 seed taking it to a 1 seed this early on, great sign. Rasmo absolutely mowed him down with the SKS right there. Big time coming in here over on P3, and right now he's got some streaks to work with, might be able to build toward that Pred as well, and looks like they're starting to take control of the game once again.
Yeah, Rasmo's been leading the way for this squad in terms of kills, and I think one of the major reasons why this upset is in place in the first place. Again, almost 50 points away for this domination and our first upset in our very first match.
So many points already that Strut was able to just solidify in that particular hill. And not just that though, looking like they want to go in for that solid rotation going into P4 and Bakery. Only 1 player from Wolves actually only has that, so it's very possible that Strut is going to easily go inside, especially knowing very well that they do have the util to go in there for the break.
You talked about one of the bigger factors for Strut being the fact that Aper is going to play. He's not even here. You got your X Factor, and he's not even in the lineup, and they are still taking it to Wolves right now. Early rotations here, but it looks like Strut's going to get the break from the opposite side. Zai going to be able to hold down boxes right here, gets taken down. Utility going out to slow down the push. They're waiting on the reinforcements right now. They got to make it in quick, and obviously a couple of those additional score streaks taken out of the equation. No Goliaths in the Stage 5 championships. It is all gun skill with a couple of exceptions right here. Strut trying to make a push on in, but looks like Wolves are going for the full 60.
Man, kind of a waste of the Annihilator going in there just alone. And, you know, it's really hard to spam the Annihilator, especially when you're greeted by 3 players of Wolves. 212 and 177. Still very close when it comes to the points here. Wouldn't be too comfortable if I was Strud. And now the rotation going to Grannies is going to be essential. And it looks like a full 60 going in from Wolves here in P4.
You can really see the gun skill shining from Wolves as they're trying to mount this comeback right now. And one thing I will say that the Chinese teams are really good about is the pre-fire around those crucial corners, especially when you're on land. That's going to be a huge advantage to get that extra little bit of edge in a gunfight. But it is Strut. Early rotation here on P1. Wolves shut him down, but Razmo goes big. He's able to find 2. Zai trades back. The MVP of the most recent China Masters season. He's going big, but Boot's got something to say. Right now, Strut only 15 seconds away from closing out their map 1.
Boot's giving them the boot with the Annihilator. Really good timing over there. And not just that, Razmo with a 41 has been an absolute slayer, but Hisaka getting so many kills already, flushing down one of the players in Wolves. 17 seconds left on this hill with how many seconds left? 5 points left for a Strut win. Having a very early win here coming in from Strut. Just impressing everyone, but the contest comes through, but it doesn't really matter. Our first win of the day. Strut from EU gets that first dub.
Predictions out the way. I don't know. I don't know. Shout out to those guys. First matchup of the Stage 5 World Championship, and they're already impressing us right now. I'm even more excited to watch the rest of this tournament.
Whew. What an intense matchup that we saw. And we went in there pretty late into the hardpoint game, Bobby, and that was so impressive to see that Strut was actually leading by a huge margin. But for me, honestly, one of the plays that we really have to look at is Razmo. 43 with the SKS, and that's the reason why we love to see this gun, especially in a map like this where you can definitely take that distance to your advantage.
Yeah, I mean, we said earlier, we saw him try to 1v3 with the Annihilator. We're like, what is he doing? Well, he's got 43 kills. He's been top in the charts. He's like, oh, I'll get that back real easy. No problem, no problem. And as you said earlier, the gun skill, the pre-fire coming out of Zai, coming out of Nian earlier from Wolves, it was there, it was impressive. But once the point was being taken by Strut, it really felt like it was kind of very difficult for Wolves to break. Not a lot of breaks for them.
Hardpoint, no question on the weekend, is going to be the worst game mode for these Chinese teams because they've been playing on a different rule set. They've been playing with persistence, which completely changes the way that the game is played. So a lot of times they just play it like one big TDM. Requires a lot less teamwork, and that's been the biggest difficulty that I've seen for a lot of these teams, is adjusting to that. The game mode you got to watch out for them in, search and destroy. 60+% of their games are search and destroy. Some of the best snipers in the world. I think game 2 might look a little bit different.
China teams are the best in the world in search and destroy, and I'm very confident in that fact. Q9 Wolves, they definitely have that in the bag. So people say that S&Ds wins you championships, but like we saw over there, we do have control and hardpoint to really take care of. So hopefully we get to see a lot of these teams know that fact. But again, we're going back to the topic of Wolves trying to adjust into the new rule set that they're not really that used to.
Right.
I think that was a huge point when it comes to that hardpoint matchup against them.
And one of the beautiful things about having a LAN bringing East and West together to see these types of things. Yes, you can say S&D, very great, but look how susceptible it is. That's China #1 against Europe #3, and still it was a massive lead when we started. Wolves found a way back in the middle, but then again, not used to it as much as an S&D, I'd say, here, Bob.
Yeah, you can't gun skill your way through a hardpoint, which is different from what most people think that hardpoint is, but it's so teamwork oriented. Whenever you get to this level of the competition, it completely changes the way the game is played, and I think seeing that, I think Control is absolutely going to be the swing mode for a lot of these matchups, because even though Control is not a game that's played in China for their championships, these teams have been scrimming it off stream for a long time. They've got a lot of experience, and they've impressed even against some of the best teams like Almighty.
Oh, definitely. And it just depends on how you're going to start off the matchup, because you'd always want to be starting off at the defense, because you already know if it does reach a game #5, you're also going to end up in the defense, because being in the attack is so difficult because you have to worry about your lives and also the objective at hand.
Right. All right. Well, I love the fact that we kick things off with something that was unexpected. The upset's not done yet, and you could see on the face of the Wolves players earlier, they still seemed in control. You know, again, this is a team that was pushed. They did get #1 in China, one of the most competitive regions in the world, so there's going to be some grit, there's going to be some composure as well. But we do want to celebrate how impressive that was for Strut based off of what we were expecting right off the top there, Bobby.
Oh yeah, you can see the joy on their faces. I think proving a lot of people, including myself, wrong. Obviously, like we said, the matchup's not over. They've still got a long way to go, but that's a phenomenal way to start your weekend. And that momentum can carry a lot of weight as well.
And speaking of momentum, this is where we get to see these teams take a little bit of a break once we slow things down in Search and Destroy, where we already mentioned that Wolves and China teams actually have a little bit of an upper hand because how much they actually played in their region. So let's see what Strut actually has to offer when it comes to that breakdown.
Right, and how much the carryover of just being up 1-0. There's something to be said about punching up and playing pretty pressure-free, right? But now you've got the win in the bag already, and you're like, okay, we can trade games from here on out, and we're totally fine here.
Yep, no question about it. I think showing the amount of gun skill that they have combined with the teamwork, I think the teamwork is going to be the biggest factor for a lot of these teams when it comes to the hard point. Because I think one thing we saw a lot from the Chinese teams, especially in Wolves, there's just a lot of solo chows on a 3-player occupied objective. Yep. You're gonna get torn apart every time. You might get 1 kill on the way in, but you're never gonna be able to find a break that way.
Oh, one thing that I'm really impressed with China teams actually is the fact that they know their lineup so well, because they do have the trophy system banned back in their area, but hey, they know lineup so well, they can stop a plan, they know where all the players are gonna be, so I'm gonna be expecting a lot of kills coming in from the tacticals and the nades.
Last thing I wanted to bring up from that last match was the SKS. And compared to Stage 4, it felt like everyone's using the same gun. Here, SKS popping off like early on, and then, okay, cool. Like, how do we feel about the meta, the gun meta that we're gonna have here in stage number 5?
I personally like the SKS. I was talking to a lot of the players last night, and especially in the North American region, they don't love it quite as much. They're not looking forward to it.
Go talk to Rasmo.
Well, I was talking, the Q9 guys were talking to the Tribe guys, and they were trying to agree on a GA where they just didn't use the SKS at all. But it's no question the best long-range gun in the game by a mile, and especially for the regions that have really mastered it. I think you look at LATAM. That is one of their biggest strengths. Multiple SKS players on every single team. Yep. That's going to create a lot of issues for some of the more aggressive teams in that eastern region.
All right. Well, we had ourselves a heck of an upset to kick things off, but to get into our alpha stream, let's send it on over to our casters, Ship and Prop.
My goodness. Feels like we're just out here watching you guys have all the fun. We want to have some fun too. Yes, I'm Ship. This is Proper. How you doing, brother?
I'm great, man. It feels fantastic to be back on LAN COD Mobile. 3 years in the making. We are here in Raleigh. I am so excited for this weekend, man.
And hey, if that first map is any indication of what we're going to get maybe in this entire first slot, or maybe the entire tournament at large, we're in for 3 incredible days for the COD Mobile. I'm pumped about this opening matchup though, because like the desk had already framed up so wonderfully, this godlike team has a lot kind of riding on their shoulders. India, very proud region. And to be fair, the Stage 4 championships for the region were really tight. So who knows? Maybe these guys do have the opportunity to provide a little bit of upset, because as we kind of see on the other side of the stage, a lot of shaky things from Stage 4 to NYSLM.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even just take that upset that we had, to echo what Bobby said, I mean, all predictions are just basically almost out the window at this point. You know, we got through meta changes, events, time zone changes. So much has just completely fallen off the wayside that, hey, this might honestly be Godlike's best chance to really put their region on the map.
100%, and it's a really interesting matchup just stylistically between both of these two teams, because like they were talking on the desk about Vitality, Sam's was obviously a player that really stood out to us. You look through what we have kind of in the mix on this map set, this is what I was wondering about. All of the NA players have kind of said, we don't like playing Hacienda. So the fact that it got through and we're seeing it for map number 1, there's an opportunity for Godlike to set the tone.
Hey, it could honestly be the difference maker in between how scrims might have felt for NYSL Mayhem, that they didn't want to get the summit all the way through, and Godlike aren't necessarily feeling too nostalgic. They got rid of Raid. So yeah, Hacienda map 1 is going to be interesting, especially, I mean, for everything that we've already seen so far, even in that opening matchup with Wolves, is that, you know, with the SKS coming into play as well, keeping everybody at an arm's reach across from Lambo all the way across the water, it could be very, very potent.
Yeah, and just kind of looking at the overall series, I'm most curious about the 2 and the 5 here if we do see all 5 maps, because Search and Destroy was where New York really looked the sloppiest during Stage 4, and wouldn't you know it, Godlike was undefeated in their Search and Destroys through all of their regional qualifiers. So I anticipate that this India squad of Godlike Esports is going to have a lot of favor in Map 2, Map 5.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you and I, we had the absolute pleasure to watch Godlike in their finals for their region of Stage 4. And every single time that they were on for Search and Destroy, it just felt like that we were just finding another thing to talk about. Whether it was snipers, whether it was AR gameplay, there was just so much that you could just sit there and talk about, and they absolutely delivered. So it's do or don't, I suppose, for NYSL Mayhem. You got to be able to show up and show out whatever is possible on Search and Destroy, because you know Godlike are going to deliver the goods.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you didn't say do or die yet, because this could be a long group stage for one of these 2 teams. You don't want to fall down to the lower side of these GSL-style groups too soon, especially considering the weight of this Group A. And in the desk, again, they did a really nice job of framing it up. I know a lot of us are looking at Group A as maybe being the most well-rounded from top to bottom, where you don't necessarily have a clear-cut favorite or a clear-cut bottom. So, yeah, this is one of those that you come out with a dub, and you're going to feel pretty solid about your chances of maybe getting out early of these groups and just setting yourself up for Saturday. So, Hacienda will be map number 1. And both teams are still kind of getting themselves into it. I would say players to watch, though, for this series. We have to start with the guy that's still on screen. Little B, top left side. He has been the most electric player for NYSLM, if not maybe in North America over the course of the last couple of years.
Yeah, exactly. Has to deliver the goods here on LAN. Again, 3 years in the making. You really want to be able to show out. This is your statement match. You were able to scrim, get used to the phones backstage for this exact moment versus one of India's best teams in Godlike. And if you cannot perform here in your opening match and in a group with both Stamina and Omega, it might not look too good for you.
No, not at all. And I think the other thing about this, you know, when we talk about NYSLM, you know, they've gone through so many roster changes now, it feels like, from last year to this year. Last year was disappointing, I think, in terms of their overall finish in the Western Finals. Stage 4 was worse. I mean, you talk about do or don't in the group. Is this kind of like a do or die for Mayhem if they don't show up for this event?
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of riding on their shoulders, right? You go back-to-back third places, especially after an unfortunate ending to their 2021 finals. And yeah, I mean, blow it up maybe. Try switching out some different parts of the puzzle, just whatever can work, because as a former competitor myself, not even just in COD Mobile, but like in anywhere in general, you ride the bronze train for that long.
Yeah.
It really just it takes a toll on your mental.
100%. On the other side, though, don't want to make sure we glaze over this Godlike esports team, because they're also kind of in this period that we call, you know, hey, you've got a lot of weight with Vitality to kind of carry a very proud region into this World Championship. But there's also this sense of redemption for them, because India at large last year in the Eastern Finals was kind of pushed aside very quickly by the Chinese and Garena teams.
Yeah, 8th place 2021 finals for Godlike, and like when you're thinking about it, even just coming to the event as a whole of 2 teams, you've been talking to some of the players, the coaches, India is not exactly taken seriously.
Sure.
And so for Godlike to really come out and show out here in their opening match, I think would just be a statement on so many different levels.
And I think just, you know, again, talking players to watch on the Godlike side, Burns was just so damn good at Stage 4, man. I think there's a lot of expectation that he could be that kind of catalyst to match up against the power that Little B brings on any map and mode combo. And I think that's the guy that you're hoping, if you're an India fan, continues to perform at a high level going into this matchup in particular.
Absolutely. I mean, if it's not going to be Burns, you know, you can also lean on Trunks, but
sure,
you're thinking about it, you're more or less talking about the front to back line pressure that Godlike does exhibit and exemplify when we were watching them in their regional finals. All of that needs to be the finer piece of the puzzle. Even watching them through their scrims yesterday, vibes seem pretty high. It seems like they're getting on pretty well through this patch.
Speaking of India, though, again, both teams that are representing the region are actually playing right now. You see Team Vitality is already locked in and ready to go. They are mid-map at the moment against Inco Stalwart, who has a lot of high expectation when it comes down to what Latin America will bring to the mix, Brazil in particular. That was a lot of the team from last year that was the biggest kind of Cinderella and upset kind of giver, if you want to call it that, and we jump right into the mix. Map number 1, we do find ourselves on Slums. Pretty tight affair for now, but there is a little bit of an advantage for Inco, not just in the overall scoreboard, but even on the minimap as we take a look going back over to our next rotation, the hills.
Yeah, I mean, you're just slightly pulling ahead. This could just be the overall nature for Slums, right? You're trading 30s, you just got to be able to break and get on in for the money hills, which actually does start to happen. I mean, you ended up having the spawns if you are Vitality, and then Inco just completely roll through the middle of the map and flip it out. Yeah,
one of those players, again, Bobby was talking about at the desk, SKS carriers that this Latin American region loves to pull. Keep your eye on Lucasen. This kid is unbelievable. Already has 23 kills at the SKS, has his highest streak at the moment as well, and, well, Vitality, it may have looked close as we jumped into it, but that significant advantage we saw coming through for Inco on the last hard point at Garage leads into the first about 30 seconds here on Statue. Good break attempt over Vitality, but there's more to do here. It's not just getting into the hill. They also need to flip the spawns around.
Yeah, you really desperately need to flip the spawns, and someone needs to desperately continuously trade Lucas, considering the fact that you just saw their scoreline just somewhere near about 5 times positive, just things you absolutely don't like to see if you are a fan of Vitality, as you're starting to see them maneuver across the bottom side of the mini-map, and all of Inco are just set up. It's so well scouted. They're winning all the gunfights. They're fighting the trades. They're going to get themselves pretty comfortably set up for new.
Rappa holding over towards the barrel. The rest of Inco just kind of bottled up. Playing goalkeeper in the backside of Soccer. Oh, well done to the Predator missile. Just as soon as the break was about to come through, gets called in. Wells able to take down 2 with it, and all of a sudden Inco set up perfectly with a chance to read where this next hit from Vitality is coming from. Trades back and forth, but largely, is it good enough? The spawns are still in for Inco. Bolt will be out in the mix trying to clear out the rest of this rampaging Vitality team on the break attempt. But hey, how about this? Vitality is actually holding on pretty decently considering the break.
I mean, easier said than done trying to hold this hard point from the front, Alan, especially as you were talking about spawns very much so into effect. Resource advantage very much so into effect. That Vitality spends so much time just trying to get Noel out of that cross angle just so that way they can get inside the hard point, and now another avenue for success has just opened up for Inco as they're soaking up just so much time here.
Yeah, this is going to be a conceded amount of scrap time going the way of Inco as they will get their lead to right around 90 points as we rotate over towards the trash hard point B3. Vitality is your first, but the requirement is you have to be able to hold this, and Croza nearly just breaks open the cemetery as an opportunity to try to get a setup going for an early break attempt. Hardpoint will open in the next 5 seconds, and then we'll likely see Inco try to make this play through Garage that they're setting up for. They're looking for spawns here, not necessarily the hardpoint.
Yeah, I don't think that they were fully aware that Random did spawn behind. They actually get a couple shots, whiz right past their head, and yet some immediate Garage control coming through for Inco. It is desperation now coming through for Vitality. You have to hold inside the hardpoint. They know they're all essentially in the backside of the Garage right now, but you just have to stay alive in the hill.
Well done. Gravity Vortex gun will kind of put a pause to this hit for Inco, but now that they have expired it, the hit is on the way. Chiese inside. First one sliding in, not going to be able to find too much. Trades going the way of Inco, though, and the Purifier will be the next thing popped out. Dad able to kind of take down a couple in the hill, but not able to get in himself. Still waiting to find the next set of kills, and how about that for some patience? Back and forth the kill feed goes. Spawns will flip once again, but it's Inco who found the successful break.
Yeah, I mean, also just look at Inco's setup off of that break as well. They never gave up Garage control. They really just leaned off of what Dad was putting down with the Purifier, just cooking it up quite nicely. And solid medium rare, I would say, as Inco completely break back inside the hard point, and the rotation from 3 to 4, Alan, you know it's not a long one, and guess who's there? Inco is.
Yeah, this is looking really solid for Inco. Nearly 100 points to the good. Kills still looking okay for Vitality, but it's one of those moments that you start to talk about, you have to have it now or you're not going to have it at all. And well, hey, how about it? Opportunity to get in with numbers, but of course, naturally, we call it in, and Crozen's able to single-handedly break back through into Garage. Yes, Inco Gaming can win here, and I think they're starting to feel that. Couple operators pulled, trying to put this one over the finish line for a comfortable map 1 win, but the shutdowns are still pretty solid. Vitality, one last try to get in, and of course, it's Lucas in with the SKS. An early double for him, really establishing some long-range dominance.
And Chocos was holding that back Garage area for such a long time that they didn't end up reading where the spawns were coming from initially, coming across that north lane. So Inco will have reinforcements here, but it is currently Vitality with at least one player inside the hard point. Just no reinforcements, no help. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Inco break again.
I don't even think I can get $2 right now out of the banks. Looking good. Inco very clean. And this is what we're, really looking forward to. I know that Beef Mommy in particular is very excited to see this Latin American region. In fact, I think she's even gone as far to say, like, this could be where a dark horse lies for the entire tournament. And well, I'll say that is a very clean map number 1 for Inco. Just need to put some biggie toes on this statue for the final second. You expect it to be pretty clean, pretty comfortable. But Vitality just trying to extend as long as possible. Just, you know, get the fingers warmed up here. Not the greatest first map overall. And Inco's gonna let them know about it. Goodness, get loud on stage already.
Yeah. Hey, gotta show up. Match number 1 on stream, on LAN. You gotta strike fear in the heart of your enemies, and comfortable, to say the least.
Yeah.
I mean, the way that Inco just were completely manipulating every single fixture of Slums was absolutely sublime. They were getting the closer spawns, they were getting themselves in a better position so that way they can get reinforcements out, and they were really playing Vitality like a fiddle. It almost felt like that Vitality had no idea where anybody from Inco was spawning at any given point in time.
Dude, look at Lucas at 41 and 13.
Cash.
Welcome to land, brother. Are you kidding me? That's with an SKS on Slums. Someone put a leash on this guy. He has the opportunity, I would say, to possibly be tourney MVP. Like, just flat out. I know it's like, that's way too early to call, but when we see this Inco team throughout the rest of today, and you would assume, probably based on how the group is going right now, that they would have the best chance to get in towards Saturday in the playoff bracket. That is definitely my player to watch from Latin America, if not maybe in the entirety of the world at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, Inco in Group B, obviously you're seeing them do quite well versus Vitality. Now, you still have Strut and Wolves, obviously, to be worried about, but, I mean, at the end of the day, we were talking about this in the green room. We were talking about this when we were just talking overall narratives for our 16 teams. You know, specifically for this Inco squad, you want to be able to come out and make an absolute statement. If Lucasen continues to play like that in an SKS meta, yeah, we're in for a treat.
Statement has been made. Tension-grabbing statements all over the place from Lucasen. But you got to keep in mind, and you had brought this up, and we saw pieces of it. You know, Strut Wolves, that was a surprising map number 1.
Yes,
I'm kind of seeing it on the Delta stream. I think that Strut is falling right now in the search and destroy. It was pretty convincing at that. But our main focus is still going to stick with this Godlike Esports and NYSL M matchup. That's a Group A opener. And like we just kind of framed up, if you're joining us here late, this Group A, it really feels like it's anyone's to take. And we're going to learn a lot about what this group's overall power is going to look like based on what these two teams bring out here in their first matchup.
Yeah, again, you know, for Group A as a whole, I want to say that it's a toss-up, you know, who's going to be able to really walk away with second place. This very much so could be the difference maker for either NYSL Mayhem on their redemption run from the end of the previous stage, or the same could be said for Godlike to really show the chops that they are bringing to LAN to represent their region as a whole. It almost didn't even make it here. It would be a Herculean effort, I would say the least, but still nonetheless, if you come out and completely beat NYSL Mayhem, your chances of making it out from the group stage become that much better.
Yeah, I'll say, just because it needs to be mentioned. Look, you know, everyone was talking about, you know, the Eastern teams and the extreme travel that they've gone through here in the last couple of hours, but dude, Godlike looks comfortable. They got pillows, they got fans up there. They probably feel like they're still playing at home as they are about to lock in. I mean, that is a setup right there. These guys look comfy.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I think I might have to take a page out of how they're set up on the desk. Like, I'm just, when I get back home, if I don't have at least like 2 fans just blowing on my hands while I'm playing Call of Duty Mobile, then it might just be chalk.
I love it.
You got to feel whatever sort of comfort you possibly can, right? Because I mean, look, first time on LAN, 3 years in the making. You want to feel as comfortable as possible.
100%. Here we go. Group A matchup, NYSLM. Godlike, Hacienda Hardpoint. Again, just to re-mention it, North America has very vocally said how anti-Hacienda they've been, but with the Eastern region playing a lot of it, you kind of expect to see a multitude of Haciendas coming through over the course of the weekend. We're getting it early. 11 opening points for Godlike. Not really anything to be sweating about, though, if you're NYSLM. We expect this first hard point to be pretty neutral and 50-50.
Yeah, it's all about just trying to break if you are NYSL Mayhem. Godlike did start off on the favorite side. That's that P2 side. Where probably we're going to see a lot of time being generated, but controlling these upper halls just about means everything. As Trunks trying to drop back down low, just trying to keep the hard point as neutral as possible. We'll maintain the spawns ahead of Nick.
Interesting little rotation here as we head down to the bottom left-hand side of your map, back over to Lambo for all of you Black Ops 4 enthusiasts from back in the day. So far, so good as far as NYSLM trying to get over through the patio side of this. Trunks up top, lots of damage, but only comes away with 1. Nero's still trying to threaten the front doors. The rest of the team goes on the backside. Godlike are not aware of this in any form. Neutrino tries to turn around to find the response, but it's too little, too late. And NYSLM will find a way to get in really quickly here as the second hard point opens up.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a fantastic timing to be able to find for yourself now, isn't it? Because NYSL Mayhem now, with 15 seconds still alive on this hard point, they can essentially start to read and dissect this very one-dimensional hit that Godlike were starting to put together. But luckily enough, they do have a couple players spawn all the way out on the northwest side of the minimap.
Trunks gonna have a few teammates spawn with him. NYSLM recognizing that they're not in the favorite spawn at the moment, are trying to get over, but the smoke will allow Trunks to get in, but only takes down the first of what needed to be about 4. So NYSLM, good awareness, good response, and what's going to feel like a near perfect hard point for them as they really kind of build an early cushion in this Hacienda hard point.
Yeah, that was just basically every single marble in the basket there for Godlike. Again, starting off on the favorite side of the map, maintaining hallway control, and they get broken up within the first 10 seconds of P2. Not what you want to see at all. Even Rebelo trying to make a very quick and annoying rotation. It comes up with absolutely nothing, but it allows space to get back here with the SKS. And this top position, end of this rotation, is very, very good.
Little bit early streaks called in just to secure this fence line. Trunks trying to get into 10, denied instantly, and that's why the SKS is going to be played a lot. 2 taps all over the place out of it as the hit from Godlike starts to get set up. All of it coming from the front side, except for one member trying to make their way around the back. NYSLM hard focused on fence line, and the spam is just so good. The bolt coming out for Jan, and that is just ripping Godlike's break to pieces.
Shrieks to be using as well. I mean, you are just building this lead so much faster than I'm sure Godlike are more than comfortable with as well. Hunter Killer Drone also being called in, get some space going forward. M16 in hand, won't be able to find anything besides some damage, but it's just about keeping the space for NYSL Mayhem.
Yeah, this is all working out pretty solid for NYSLM, but they are spending a lot. 2 Pred missiles in towards this hard point. 2 bolts were also spent, but the last 15 seconds is actually looking pretty good for Godlike as they make the rotation over towards Spiral. Learning the first mix, but denied instantly, and as we open up the rock hard point, NYSLM have all of the numbers around, blue arrows galore, and unfortunately for Godlike, not a lot of success on the rotation from scrap to noon.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas essentially just had a 1v4 right there, but again, NYSL Mayhem just always one step ahead of the game. The rotational gameplay is at an absolute high for NYSL Mayhem. Again, just keeping everybody zoned away, and Godlike needs someone to desperately turn up right now to try to break inside this hard.
Yeah, the specialist look that you see, there's a lot of advantages earned up for Godlike, but you have to find a way to utilize these, and you'll come to know that we'll be looking a lot at the efficiency and effectiveness of when these teams are popping out these operators. Learn from the side door. Good damage again. Finally able to get at least some damage onto the hard point as the Gravity Vortex gun is spent. Only finds 1. Is it enough to actually get some convincing control of the rock hard point? That was the real question, as Godlike will get the break, but they're unaware of where Mayhem are coming from. A full flood on the way. Just comes down to can they find the right pieces to deal with it. More operators in the mix for Godlike as they look to hold.
Yeah, and they also have the grab cannon being utilized as well. Trunks just trying to play in this corner as well. How annoying has it been? Since Black Ops 4 on Hacienda, Trunks more than aware of that position. You needed this hard point, you needed that break, and now you finally get yourself past 20 points or so as we go back towards another set of hard points.
Not bad at all from Godlike. Key to get the last 30 seconds, and Trunk, he's going to lock down Office. A key position now 1 as he takes his attention to the side door. Little B shut down 4 in a row for Trunks. Streaked out of his mind with operators also earned up, but it's going to be Rebelo who's able to take him down to stop the spree at just the 6 that he was able to find. Now in towards Fountain, NYSLM. Good control. Take a look at the focus towards the high ground. This is picture perfect for NYSLM.
Yeah, it's almost what exactly went wrong when P1 was active in the first set of hard points.
Yeah.
Godlike we're just keeping NYSL Mayhem at an arm's reach and getting that hallway control continuously. But trades are so good for Godlike. They just have to maintain that hallway control and keep all of NYSL Mayhem off of the hard point itself. But 3 go down very quickly. NYSL Mayhem starting to assert control.
Will be making the rotation over towards Art. Godlike still focused on the hard point. And it's Jan who will try to contest. 1v1 with Trunks, wins it, no problem. 15 seconds of scrap time to fight for. But really, you take your attention once again on the minimap to the bottom left-hand side. How can you get in towards Garage? What routes are NYSLM going to take? Not spawning in, but actually, while the hard point's still open, keep an eye on that left side of the map because Godlike just had a couple of spawners on the right side, so all of a sudden NYSLM, the game was starting to get a little bit close, but they're putting it out of reach once more. Good rotation on the way as Lambo will open up, and there are more numbers here for Mayhem than Godlike could really deal with at the moment.
Trunks just try to attempt to break the hard point 1v3, pulling out an operator as well, but because they stayed alive and maintained that space, Well, actually ensue a north to south spawn all the way on the left side of the map. Big fight inside the hardpoint itself. Space is trying to spam all the way through the Lambo. There are actually numbers here for Godlike to try to maintain control.
Every 1v1's a big one coming forward. The car wasn't blown up yet, so the blade through elbow shut down by explosions. Learn! Oh, that's a big kill. Trying to keep this still a 50-50 battle. On the way forward comes Raballo, and he's able to help out with space as NYSLM are keeping this scrappy, keeping it mixy. Not as convincing as you like from either team, but Godlike with the proximal spawns will get the reinforcements here sooner unless Little B has something to say about it. A double on the interior, and with 13 seconds, looks like Godlike are going to concede this and rotate over to New.
Much better than what we saw on the first set of hard points. Just taking a look at some of the stats. I mean, Trunks has been really showing up. Burns is not having a good time at all. Remember, he had a 1.62 KD at the end of his regional stage 4 finals. Little B on the opposite side, 27 and 16. It's a tail of the tape to see if Godlike can start getting a little bit more assistance for Trunks, who's doing a fantastic job at just poking and prodding and finding these nice little areas to try to get in the behind of NYSL Mayhem.
Yeah, really good focus for Mayhem on the break. First 10 seconds. Done and dusted here on the hard point, and it's all Mayhem on the interior. Neutrino trying to get something done with the Purifier. Spitting out ice this time, though, with it. He's able to get just a couple, and that's enough. And I like the play. Sit here and tin. Make sure no one comes around the backside of the flank. Trust that your teammates can hold the front, but maybe not the case at all. Nero space, locking things down through the stone wall. That's going to be enough for them to get a break attempt.
Very, very difficult. I mean, if there's one consistency so far for Godlike, when they do have control of a hardpoint out, they always have one player that pushes up just a little bit too far forward, and then one player from NYSL Mayhem constantly spawned from behind. They set themselves up with a coordinated pinch, and the break continuously comes through. You can absolutely play this game if you're NYSL Mayhem. You just have to break. You can trade these 20 seconds as you have the leader's advantage.
Yeah, this is feeling like something major needs to occur right here, right now if you're Godlike. And it's a hard point to do it. Two hard points in a row to do that. Going from Rock to New on first would be not exactly what you would expect to be the wealthiest of hill combos. But Godlike do open up the hard point to their name. Numbers starting to come through the hallways. Split spawn situation as well. So a little bit of chaos just outside the hill itself. Mayhem able to utilize that as a chance to get in for a time. Space trying to lock things up with the SKS. A lot of opponents in front of him. He gets the read and says, not interested. We'll wait for a little bit of help, but Godlike are on the way.
Learn was pushed all the way up, essentially inside of the office, just trying to maybe get behind enemy lines, but found themselves in a very, very tough corner. Gravity Vortex gun also being burned here for Burns, just trying to get themselves some space. Will be successful. Now you just have to be able to hold these 25 seconds while also thinking about the rotation.
Yeah, we need to see Burns pop up right here, right now. Tagged. Working with Trunks. Here comes NYSL. Good view of this as the break is coming heavy-handedly, and Burns gets absolutely shut down. Mayhem off the break. 10 seconds of scrap time's not going to feel necessarily like a win condition, but for Godlike, they're not liking the look of it. Still full committing to make sure they get everyone and every second they possibly can through old into New, and how about that? Vegas able to light things up, and boy, what a time for it. Godlike still down big, but a chance to extend as now streaks and operators are earned once again.
Predator missile, not exactly what you wanted to see, but it also could, of course, maybe a little bit of a damaging situation should you be able to get those two. Going back towards the third set of hard points, it is just about a 90-point deficit that Godlike have to claw their way back from. Casual as it may be, again, everything comes completely neutral. It's Godlike on the favorite side of the map. This time, though, when P1 becomes active, NYSL Mayhem, hot off the presses, get hallway control.
And it's just, this setup is so good for Mayhem. Continually putting a ton of focus up towards the top windows, lock down the lanes, then take your focus to the OBJ. And it's worked out absolutely beautifully. Killfeed just continues to just flesh out in that lovely shade of blue. NYSLM looking good to possibly even put it away right here. And for Godlike, I think the only thing that needs to be said, I mean, just look at the tally. Burns, we said he was the guy to watch out for, and I don't even know if he fully loaded in. 15 total kills. Getting outmatched by just about everybody on the lobby right now. Not great news for Godlike.
Little B is definitely feeling comfortable here on land in Raleigh. 41 kills, casual stuff, 250 scoreline has been reached. And NYSL Mayhem are definitely feeling quite good off of themselves. They started off on the unfavored side of the map, Allen, and they just ran away with it. It took them all of about 10 seconds when P2 became active to fully break it, and that snowball did not stop.
You know, the interesting thing about it, we talk about this a lot actually between ourselves, it's like, how is it that the NA teams just have not preferred to play Hacienda, considering the fact that we saw it in 2019 during Black Ops 4? It was played almost probably more than any other hardpoint map during the Black Ops 4 year, and the setups were really easy to read in 5v5, because all the other maps that are here in COD Mobile are mostly built off of legacy maps that used to be 4v4.
Exactly.
Not Hacienda. This is a 5v5 map, and I will say, for NYSLM, It's early, but those are the adjustments and corrections that we need to see if they want to become possibly a tournament favorite.
Oh, absolutely. It's the cohesion that really does it for me, Alan. Because you were even breaking it down while we were in that final P1 there, the third set of hard points. I mean, the way that you just got to see NYSL Mayhem manipulate the entirety of the upper hallways while also keeping the player down low, just making sure that you can get in the spiral staircase essentially for free and just shoot all these godlike players from behind. It's almost what you expect to happen here from NYSL Mayhem, absolutely slaying out a map 1.
Love to see it. Love to see it. And especially from that guy that's on the right side of your screen right now, Little B. Lot of just notoriety surrounds the name. What he's been able to do kind of as a star player over the course of the last handful of years. Finally getting a chance to do it in person, internationally, on land with, let's be honest, I hear you, crowd. You guys have been loud for the NA squad so far, so you have to feel like if he's been able to hear that, it's only going to make him better and better as the tournament goes on.
It's all about the comfort, isn't it? I mean, we talked about it before we hopped into map number 1. NYSL Mayhem have gone through roster changes. They've gone through a clean house almost. They've done so many different directions that this is really it. And to be able to see such cohesion and comfort across those 5 players on a map, again, what they were telling us that was going to be a hard veto, I think you're going to start looking pretty good for them.
Why not? Why not? Why not? And now we take a look over towards map number 2, Search and Destroy. This has to be where Godlike shows their overall prowess, because they were flawless in stage 4 in the India regional qualifiers. Didn't drop a single Search and Destroy map. And that's where we're looking at these guys to really have the opportunity to take this group, is off the 2 and the 5.
Yeah, again, in this very massive statement match in between these two teams, it's almost what is going to be expected. If you're unfamiliar with the 2 regions as a whole, NYSL Mayhem, I would almost expect fully for them to come out, slay out in the respawns. But again, Godlike really made a name for themselves off of the objective game mode. They were Nesloing a lot of different teams throughout the entirety of their region, just being able to win the 2, 3, and 5. And that's mostly just off of, again, I hate to put a giant magnifying glass on the guy, but Burns really needs a bounce back from that hard point to really show off those nice long-range AR crosses. Their double sniper was also something that you could write home about as well. All those things need to be there here for map number 2, or it might just be chalk.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that, especially considering that not only is Little B one of the better snipers in the North American region, but Space's SKS in Search sometimes turns into a scope. I mean, these guys are known to play a lot of long range in the Search and Destroy, looking to kind of pick apart their opponents before they make their actual executes come through, whether that's on a defensive retake or obviously the big focus on what they do on the attacking side as we jump in towards map number 2. Again, multiple streams are going on at the moment, and as we look up, it looks like Smart Omega has taken map number 1 versus Stamina. That looked pretty close, if I'm not mistaken. Just kind of watching over our multi-feed. So again, we've got 4 different streams. You can find the Alpha stream right here. Bravo, Charlie, Delta also going on as we focus this first slot on Group A and Group B. I would say, again, this Group A is up for grabs for a lot of people. Group B, maybe a little bit more lopsided in some people's minds when it comes to early predictions, but who knows how much the weight the early predictions carry considering what we've seen so far.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, it was really tough. It's funny that we were just sitting here just talking about it, that there's so many different groups that could be the group of death, but honestly, it all could be up for grabs as we are setting ourselves up for map number 2. If you're just now joining us, 251-21 on Hacienda Hardpoint, and Godlike, through all of their virtues and attempts, really tried their best, but NYSL Mayhem were just slaying out. And Standoff is a map I would again argue should be very, very comfortable for this Godlike esports. We saw them play it tons in their stage 4 finals.
Yeah, I was about to say, if I remember correctly, it was in almost every single series that they played, and more often than not, it was Search and Destroy.
Yep.
So, hey, we talked about it, we've set it up, but I think we could go ahead and just make the bold claim. This is a must-win map for Godlike at this point. It's your bread and butter. It has to be one of your main focused modes, and it's on one of your most comfortable maps. So, if we're going to get a true look at Godlike, and maybe we can use that as a way to umbrella statement the entire region of India, I think right now you have to see a convincing result from the side of Godlike, especially considering the fact that like we mentioned, like Mayhem was really sloppy in their Search and Destroy in stage 4.
Yeah, exactly. And if some narratives might hold true for us, Alan, I think that just might be it. But again, it's going to be really tough to gauge. Even again, talking to those players and some of the coaches last night after scrimming, there's a lot of things that you can't necessarily say that are too comfortable. It's a whole different game out here in stage 5 for Worlds and Finals, and there's there's one thing that you definitely need to be a comfort factor, it is those core fundamentals and a very key moment here on Standoff Search.
Another update as far as what's going on the Charlie stream. Control has started on standoff between Wolves and Strut. We saw that kind of on the desk first and foremost. Strut with the surprising map #1 win, but if I saw it correctly, I think Wolves is really convincing in the search and destroy. So a swing map right there on the Control. And they're playing that on Slums, as mentioned, which, again, I still like. It's just like the COD historian to me. It's like it's weird to see Slums Control, but it's fun how it's played out if you're joining us for the first time here at COD Mobile.
Yeah, it's just still having reminiscing vibes of, you know, casting stage 4 and everything just amounting to a Slums Control. But can't necessarily be surprised. Wolves winning out the search and destroy the way that they do. It's just one of those things that, you know, as a region, search and destroy is their bread and butter.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. The fly-through comes in. Standoff, search and destroy on our alpha matchup. A key one, as we continue to mention, as far as, is there a favorite in this group? And maybe more than that, what is the bar going to be set to for both these two squads? A lot on the line for an opening matchup, which feels weird to say, but we don't want to make it sound under-embellished because this is a key one. You do not want to go in these groups and lose 0-1 because then you're facing elimination immediately. So we'll see how things go. Here we are. It's going to be Godlike on the starting defense. And how about this for NYSLM? Quick hit through Hotel towards B. They're trying to isolate over Delhi, but Vegas has gotten the read. He says, I'm not interested. Let me back up.
Pretty standardized setup when you're thinking defensively here for Godlike, making sure that you have back alley control, making sure that nobody can get behind enemy lines too easily as they're just keeping Learn over by the AS&D, making sure that nobody can get past Statue.
Neutrino from Tank, able to find the first blood by way of the sniper rifle. That's going to force NYSLM to reconsider, and they don't really have much information here at A. Nades are going to go. This is just to sit there and say, hey, look at us, we're coming towards A. But not the case. Trunks starts to feel a little frisky, moving up close towards Fridge, trying to take away this back alley. And hey, how about it? This is good trust from Godlike to not sway their defense at all.
Keeping him honest. I don't know where that sniper might be anymore. Trunks trying to play in a 1-for-1 corner. Will lose the initial gunfight to Nero. And yeah, that's going to be the immediate callback. You saw Vegas having to go all the way back past Grandma's just to make sure that the angle gets held. 50 seconds remaining in the round, and it looks like the bomb is starting to rotate past the bakery. I'd be thinking about A, because, I mean, hey, Space has been over here for a long time, hasn't seen the soul.
Still 42 seconds on the clock. Nero still considering Hotel. This is be a very dangerous cross because, like you mentioned, Vegas sniping deep through his spawn. You also have help from Burns and Neutrino on the cross. Meanwhile, the only defender at B, or pardon me, at A, is going to be number 3 and Learn. He's going to have to find one if they do commit. But have they seen Nero? Is he going to get down this? He's going to plant this bomb for free. And Godlike, they have to be wondering, wait, how did that happen?
Timing of the cross. And now the ball is quite literally in NYSL Mayhem's court.
Yeah.
Look at the immediate rotation. 30 seconds on the clock, and the majority of Godlike are trying to rotate back behind Grandma's.
John's just watching the jump. Just checking to see if anyone's going to cross through him. First shot tags. Gets the second, though. Nice quick scope comes out. Learn will fall. Long flank on the backside. Neutrino trying to force something. Not going to get there either. And all of a sudden, Godlike have no room to work with at all. And that just comes down to the simple fact they didn't see the cross.
Yeah. That's quite literally all it is. You know, Trunks gets blooded. He gets traded outside of Delhi in that alley. And then it immediately just completely throws off the initial setup for Godlike, as you ended up having at least Vegas just like rotate all the way towards the back, just trying to at least watch that very long cross on the back of Grandma's. And NYSL Mayhem just found quite literally the freest timing I'm pretty sure I have ever seen on the standoff search and destroy. They get the bomb down for free at B and then completely concede the space, and Godlike just couldn't deliver.
That's going to play mind games with Godlike's defense. I know it's 1 round in, you're probably saying, Shift, you're getting a little ahead of yourself. But
Shift, you're getting a little ahead of yourself.
I'm telling you, when you've got 2 sniper rifles watching the crosses over towards that B side, that's your entire defensive setup, and you still let the bomb get planted, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised to see someone get aggressive this round from the defense trying to get forward at B here just because of that misstep. And we'll have to see how about it? They're just going to dive right under the gas station and say, you can't plant for free here anymore. But the problem is that focus has allowed free vacancy at A. Bomb's already being planted.
1 round in, and NYSL Mayhem are already living rent-free in Godlike's head. Just completely run all the way through the bakery. They get the bomb down over at A, but Trunks is hot on the flank. He's able to find first blood.
All about bunkering down now if you're NYSLM. No chance to get back over towards this bakery side. Trunks through the smoke. Trying to get around the back. Trades from the front side of this has allowed an opportunity for Trunks. He does get one before falling. 2v1 situation. It's just out of Raballo. Stuck behind Tractor, weakened up, and Burns will get on the board, finish things off, and avoid the 1v2 to tie us up at 1.
It's exactly what you need to see coming out from Godlike, specifically in the retake. You don't want to be trying to play that very slow, methodical style. You already had Trunks just very, very quickly going past the gas station, and that sets up a nice coordinated pinch. You know at that point, if Trunks isn't being gunned, that all of NYSL Mayhem are just set up around the A bomb site, inside of Cube. So you really lean on Trunks to be able to get that initial kill for the retake, and then everybody else pinches from behind. And quick trades are all you can really ask for Godlike as they tie things up one apiece.
Another small update, Wolves have taken the control map number 3 against Strut in convincing 3-0 fashion. Again, you can find that on the Charlie stream. Delta's also going on right now. Smart Omega and Stamina going into map number 2. It's a firing range search and destroy. Smart Omega up 1-0 in that series. Lots of COD Mobile action, baby. I love these days. Group days are my favorite days because everywhere you look, you're watching gameplay. And getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades, and getting in back into the search and destroy, trophy, smokes, nades, all over the top as Mayhem heavy-handedly burst their way in towards A. Neutrino, the only defensive effort, it's by way of scope deep, and well, he's not going to be able to do too much to deny this plan.
Biggest difference was that Space was left behind to watch that back alleyway, but will get blooded because Trunks took a completely different route through the hotel, bombs planted, but it might not matter when you have numbers.
Looking good, SMG gameplay for Godlike, definitely waking up. Nero stuck in Cubby, not much you can do there. Yeah, I love that from Godlike. Yeah. I mean, you see what NYSLM is trying to do. Like, okay, if you're going to hit us on the flank, we're going to way overwhelm this A site and then push through it. But hey, for Godlike, defensive setup is working, and now all of a sudden you can start to kind of settle into the search a bit.
Yeah, I think it's very respectable what Godlike we're able to suggest right there, especially coming from round number 2. NYSL Mayhem quite literally did almost the same thing of what we just saw. But the retake that much better. Now things are changing again. Immediate hotel control. Burns gets snuffed out. Big first blood.
This is a repeat of round 1's break off from NYSLM. Space just watches with an SKS over the A site. Everyone else full floods towards gas station, and Godlike's adjustment after round number 1 does get countered this time. Learn, that's an unfortunate timing on the stun. He had a free look at Yawn, but misses his chance, and we go 4v2. Big advantage for Mayhem as they rotate the bomb for a free A site.
For the retake. I love this call again. I mean, you have to be aware of it. NYSL Mayhem always worried about the flank. Going to end up leaving Yawn behind, but if you're Learn in Vegas, you really need to double up together. Learn's got 2 players in front of him to try to deal with.
First one nearly free, doesn't finish his boot though. Space stays alive. Second challenge comes out, but it was not double chow. That leads to a free elimination for Godlike. Trying to get this back to a level 2v2. Tough gunfight here versus Yawn, who's just dancing with the devil up top. And you cannot sit here and wait for this gunfight to come your way if you're Godlike. You have to force something, and Vegas is going to run right into Yawn. Pistol out, shut down. And in the same moment, Raballo shut down Learn to the other side. NYSLM, big advantage, and conversations you could see very avidly starting to happen on screen for Godlike trying to fix things up.
The immediate conversation shifts to if you take down Trunks, your flank is more or less going to be secured. Great post-flank setup there for NYSL Mayhem once they were able to get the bomb down over at A. It's that statue position, right? Yeah. If you're not getting flanked entirely, that head glitch is just absolutely gnarly to take back.
Again, similar setup coming out of NYSLM. Godlike able to get in towards gas station. Did they see? Oh, I was going to say Trunks is kind of in a different position, holding his life a little bit more wisely this time. Help from Vegas on the cross, but hey, a 1-for-1 trade would be fine for Trunks. Even better if you can get a second and get away with your life. He's a magic man. He's out of there.
Yeah, these adaptations coming to the Trunks just in an initial gameplay for their rollouts round to round has been an absolute thorn in the side. And now he's inside. Hotel loses the gunfight versus Little B, though. He absolutely just lays him to waste, but still 3v4, numbers advantage in that of favor of the defense.
Keep in mind that Burns is also pushed up this time around. Neutrino helping out on the cross once again. Good on towards Space. Yeah, you just don't predict Burns to be here. This is an aggressive game of Surge. Like, I know it feels a little labored at times, but both these two teams are really slapping at one another right off the rip, and Burns will even push it a step further. What a set of map control that is to respond for Godlike.
I think it's respectable for Godlike as well. You know, they're actually meeting the pace from NYSL Mayhem off of their very quick 2 hits over towards A. Trunks says, oh, I see what you're doing. Allow me to meet that pace, and so long as the information is coming through, it allows players like Burns to then take a forward position over by the bakery. Big round coming through here for either of these two teams. It's a hotel rush for the B site.
Once again, Vegas Scouts things out, backs up. Trunks is there for the assistance. One more on the interior. Well played by Trunks as he continues to finesse this backside of B. Snipe connects onto Nero as well. Huge advantage, and we could be looking at a flawless round here. Well, okay, Little B's still alive. So why would I say that?
This would be a highlight reel and a half.
He's done it before.
I know. I wasn't going to say it because Kirby's spoken at least one thing into existence.
Dude, no.
Didn't want another one, but Little B is still searching. We'll take down Learn. 1v3.
I'm not going to lie to you. This feels almost exactly the same as what he did to Tribe last year. Just finds everybody in corners, quick scopes everyone. Still tons of time left.
Yeah.
The problem is, Godlike do know the bomb's down.
Of course.
This would be a little bit more hard pressed than what we saw last year, but you're absolutely right. This is absolutely highlight reel in the making.
Oh, the timing. Our player in top grandmas.
He's so sneaky.
I mean, they have no idea what he is, dude. And you gotta respect what's also coming through Burns. Neutrino just doubling up together. You walked inside Trunks' deli. He is the deli man. We'll end up getting that final kill, and you gotta feel like there's a certain level of sweat dripping down your neck. And Little B's alive with the sniper rifle and 1v anything.
I'm not gonna lie, I felt like for a second there we were seeing into the future. But not
a few
bad.
cups of coffee. I'm not clairvoyant though.
That's I will say, you know, again, it's we'll swap the sides here 4-2. That's a great first half from Godlike. Just to not back down, keep playing your game. And that's what we need to see if Godlike are going to come out of here and continue to be dominant in the search and destroy.
It's again one of those things that we were able to recognize just in their regional finals. So they do a great job of meeting pace on the search and destroy.
Agreed.
They come out very honest, holding angles, playing truthfully. Whatever NYSL Mayhem are throwing, Godlike are answering.
Defensive setup for NYSLM now as we swap the sides over. Will be a 1-2 split, essentially. Raballo's opening nade does connect. That is not great news for Godlike. And NYSLM are looking to maybe possibly get Nero into an advanced position here. You see the rotation starting to come out. Little B's watching the cross through mid, but Nero says no need. As Neutrino nearly gets a pick, but Nero escapes with his life, and we stay 5v4.
I was about to say this was an egregious setup after losing first blood. Burns with the bomb itself is pushed all the way up to statue because Vegas, well, he needs to be able to watch this cross somehow to be able to answer things back. The flank was also given up. See players 5 and 4 in blue. Neutrino Trunks just trying to work through the courtyard. We'll lose Neutrino along the way.
This is what NYSL do so well. They just pick apart at you. Burns pretty much left in a rock and a hard place. Could help though. Trunks opens up an opportunity. Maybe he goes over to B, but the bomb is not able to reflip. And it's just down to Vegas. Zone maybe miracle working, coming out 1v3. Not required, but would be nice to see if the hands stay hot here with scope.
Gotta prove it. Anything Little B can do, you can do better, right, Vegas?
Yeah.
We got the bomb.
We'll find a Craig on the ground. He's gonna be able to scoop up the bomb as well. But I mean, you look at the setup, you got just Nero watching that long cross. Sniper bullet will also ring through standoff. Vegas needs to try to plant this bomb to extend the round. We'll find the first. So Swift's the sniper, and no chow.
That was a good prediction, though. Has the right feeling. Toggles, makes the sound cue come out. Little B's on the rotation through mid. But they're waiting, looking to possibly just pinch this up as soon as the bomb gets planted, which it does. 1v2. Which tool is best for the job if you're Vegas? Little B, snipe over the top, misses. But the information is there. Now Nero on the mix. Vegas, this is the second shot, and the pinch is successful. NYSLM success on the retake.
Maybe you are seeing into the future, especially being able to read that pinch effect. God, you're so smart and handsome. It's just one of those things, again, that, you know, for NYSL Mayhem, this is why they are very highly regarded, especially as individuals and players. That's just what you're supposed to do in a retake. Look, you know that Vegas has a sniper. You don't want to end up just isolating yourself too easily, though Little B really gave it his best effort to be able to take that chow. You just retake it, you get yourself back within one.
Yeah. 10 kills for Trunks. He was great on the defensive side. Do you need him here on the offense? I think is the question. Bomb lingering through mid. Forward position on towards Street here for the side of Godlike, and there really isn't anyone to respond to this if you're NYSLM. They're kind of playing this map on the outsides, and yeah, how about the play? Trunks able to cut right down the middle, looking for a second. It's Little B at range, and you gotta be careful on how you take that 1v1. But Trunks just continues to be on the move, finds Nero for free, but the problem with all this is, yeah, the kills are great, but your bomb carriers dropped on the other side of the map.
Yeah. But now you're gonna be able to do this all the way from the grandma side of the house. How about the reposition from Little B upstairs in the bedroom to be able to take down a flanking Trunks? Now, Just one more player left alive. Neutrino in a 1v2. Got plenty of time to try to work the map.
Catches Yawn on the cross. Tough gunfight here. Backs away. Plenty of time if he wants to try to maybe work back through his spawn to get this bomb. But oh, look at NYSLM. They're like, nope, we'll make the proactive play. We'll keep you guessing. Big advantage for NYSLM on the defense. Can just wait for the bomb to be planted. And this is all about just killing the clock and staying together. Do not get picked apart one by one.
I feel like we've almost seen this before. A whole round to go. Neutrino's going to have some space. He's clearing cubes. Probably very confused. We'll see Yawn at range, but the gunfight will not be favorable. Back-to-back rounds on the defense. NYSL Mayhem tie things up for a piece.
Yeah, now we need to see something here from Godlike. Yeah. It's not to sit there and say that they have to adjust how they're setting up their offense. They're finding some pretty decent success. They just keep losing their bomb carrier too soon. So how are we coordinating these aggressive little hits coming out of Trunks with what bomb site we actually want to get to? NYSLM looking to get aggressive both through Hotel. Opening trade of SPS and nades doesn't really give away too much information, but I mean, this position on Raballo and Nero is going to be difficult for Godlike to deal with outside of Brown. Or maybe not.
Yes, trade will come through. And I like that from Neutrino. Good discipline. Will not push through over towards the B site because that's exactly where Nero was located at, but they will double up together. This is what you want to see coming through from Godlike. Get yourself in a tradable position.
Yeah, with the good bait switches coming out. It's good help across the map for NYSLM. That's the bomb carrier down once again. 3v3 we go. And honestly, how do you even make the call here for Godlike? Who's going to make the first play? And Trunks has no information on what's over towards Granny's. And well, as he does, yeah, the long position from Little B works out. Neutrino last one left. He's stuck in space, feeling good about the gunfight, but turned aside. Everything resets. Still 55 seconds on the clock.
1v3 with Little B still alive on the map. And you can just see how all of NYSL Mayhem are just coordinating around the bomb site itself. Space will get the final bullet required. Neutrino will go down 3 on the bounce for NYSL Mayhem for their defense.
Yeah, flawless so far in the defense. Okay, Godlike, what's the call? And honestly, I think you're at a point here where you're finding a lot of success on these opening engagements. Like the first blood efficiency is not bad. Maybe just force something. Force the gunfight in one direction. Well, maybe not towards Little B's direction. On the cross, he's able to find one. Learn still in though. Raballo deep. Shut down by Learn. Knows that there's one more over, but the trade does come through successfully. Numbers for the moment with Godlike, but Nero trying to cut things off to the middle of the map. Wins the gunfight onto Neutrino. Vegas stuck in the back. Once again, the bomb is down in a very precarious position. And NYSLM just down to Little B after the trades come out. 1v2 for him.
Trunks on 12 kills.
Yeah, he's carrying.
It's very individualistic, though, our Godlike, but you have numbers 2v1. Well, who is it on the other side? It's Little B, very much so alive on the map. 2 weapons to work with as well. Bomb being planted over at A.
Little B will at least be able to clear up the high ground. Oh, he takes down Vegas from Statue. Just down to where is Trunks. He's got time to play with. Trunks with the SMG over the top. Jump peek not going to scout him out initially. And as we get closer and closer, smaller advantages for Trunks. Will be able to see him. The slideshow comes out, but no, not this time. Trunks too clean with it, and we get tied up, not at a 5.
Must need it around right there. You needed to stop the bleeding if you are Godlike, and really it's all at the back end of just one player just going absolutely rogue, just trying to get themselves further space over by the A bomb. They find 2.
Smoke out.
And Trunks on the opposite side is able to at least clean up yet another, keeping numbers intact. But for an offense, it's going to be more aggression this time, much more together for Godlike.
Nero able to help out for the opening trade. Trunks already through. God, how does he keep getting into these positions? It's like you swap over to him and he's already in the defensive spawn. But all things said and done in the very quick opening leads us to a very early 2v2. Nero, Raballo working together has heard or seen this. Oh boy, that's clean. Easy first. Gets the idea. Nero does it himself. Double for Learn as Godlike put themselves on towards map point. Remember, if you're not familiar with COD Mobile, it's to 7 and you have to win by 2. So overtime is still a possibility here for NYSLM.
How important would it really be for Godlike just to be able to close it out 7-5 here? And they're going back to that opening round offensive setup. Again, you just bomb carrier Learn all the way by their lonesome just outside of the bakery while the rest of their teammates are trying to clear Brown.
Bonus on towards Trunks again. Can he get forward, but you have to keep in mind that Little B has sniped from the defensive spot on this cross. You have to be very mindful how far forward you're going to go. Patience echoes across standoff from both sides. I mean, no one wants to take a peek. Just spam shots and nades at the moment. But the onus is not towards Godlike, and they are going to try to get in towards the backside of Delhi. Neutrino watching the cross, seeing if he can force the defender to move. Flashes and nades are all fine, but NYSLM are staying disciplined. In fact, they even kicked down a nade from Vegas deep towards boxes. That is a late set nade to connect.
Yeah, it's a good resource to hold on to this late in the round. So now you will even have yourself a slight numbers advantage. And this is respectable coming from NYSL Mayhem. They know that the retakes work quite well. Just got to make sure that they are more than aware where Trunks might be.
Have to make a move. If they force this towards me, I just don't know how you get the bomb down successfully. Look at the NYSL setup. They've got so many players that can watch this. Learn, praying, hoping. Anything, nothing for sale. That's going to be enough for them. Maybe they have to back away. Little B's in a great spot to read this.
It's going to have to be Trunks that makes a play. Yeah, he's able to at least find one, but Little B again in the position to be able to get that trade. 3v4 and time will now be reset up towards 45 seconds. You asked how can they get the bomb down? Well, you got to get Little B out of the previous position.
And watch out for Neutrino on your map. Deep towards Bakery. Yeah, what a rotation that is with the scope. He can watch over the top of this bomb deep. It takes out a key component for NYSLM's retake. Rabala working back alley. Yon actually able to find a kill on the Learn. They're going to try to force out this position from Neutrino. They actually have already done that. 18 seconds on the clock. Numbers advantage for Mayhem. But can they stiff out where the rest of Godlike are? SKS not going to land. Neutrino with the pistol gets it done. Trade there for Yon. Can they force the OT? Trunks will drop. And enough time for the defuse. Overtime it is.
Just enough time to be able to get it. When you're just watching all of that go down, I don't think that Trunks ended up seeing that one player ended up completely going underneath the half wall outside of Delhi. 2 ships in a night is the phrase, and that's exactly what ends up happening. Trunks went to go at least clear the bomb in the main alley. We will then go back over towards the defense here for Godlike, and again, it's just more aggression. Look at him go.
Well, this is a huge curveball. They hadn't even done this in their opening 6 rounds of defense, but at the same rate, NYSLM have gotten aggressive on towards A. Nero waiting for the call to get the plant off, and so it will be. But Burns is already deep in towards the offensive spawn. Trunks scouted out mid-map, but that's all fine. Neutrino from the front, just waiting for a chance, trying to get spams through. Someone has to make a move here for Godlike, and they're waiting. They don't want Burns to make the first move here. They want him to hit late. So it's going to be Trunks through Statue. Here comes the play. Little B shuts down the opener. Burns reveals himself. Time ticking, 23 seconds. More trades across. Neutrino's time to get activated, as NYSLM have shut down the majority of the flank. Largely on the Neutrino. Pistol lands for the first. Does he get the second? Or on the back? Odds ring around the rosy. Oh my goodness. And it's Little B that will fill the pocket full of posies.
Bring around the tractor.
Yeah, tractor.
Pocket full of hay.
Pocket full of motor oil.
Yeah. I don't know what sounds less comfortable, a pocket full of hay or a pocket full of oil. But yeah, I mean, the immediate A offense just working out quite nicely for NYSL Mayhem, and Godlike trying to at least find their strides. Now we're going back to a position where they're trying to at least answer back with a little bit more of a poke prod effect, with the loose Trunks along the way.
Oh, let's spam through the wall from space. Gets the opening 2. Not great news for Godlike. 5v3 situation. Mayhem looking to take both OTs back to back and get into control quick up 2-0. Godlike just going to try to hope they can find a pick from somewhere. And I don't even know who you look at. I mean, Neutrino's, you think the best player to try to get a pick, but I mean, how often can you really reposition the sniper rifle against the hard scope of both Little B and Space at the same time?
I mean, Little B has 16 kills to their name through the search and destroy. The majority, if not all, have been by way of the boomstick. And again, you can just see NYSL Mayhem. They're playing that very annoying retake possibility. They have the numbers. Burns needs to go big here.
He needs to get this double. No, nothing. Yon shuts it down. Neutrino gets in, finds at least one trade. 2v4 now. Still plenty of time, 50 seconds. And with the double stack towards A, you have to kind of force this towards the B site, which is not going to feel comfortable. Neutrino Vegas trying to work together, and Neutrino's gotten into a position to at least take away some of this back alley. It's still not going to feel good, though.
No. Double snipers watching these long crosses. And the moment that Neutrino tries to make a play, because they have to, they will get sniped by Little B. 1v4. Good luck, have fun, Vegas. That'll do it. NYSL Mayhem. It was a 4-2 half. They force overtime and they win 2 rounds back to back.
Yep. Other update, by the way, as well. How about Inco gaining 3-0 in their opener versus Vitality? They 3-0'd the Control, they 3-0'd the series. You have an overtime match on Delta right now with Stamina and Smart Omega. And Wolves, after their shaky start, are 20 points away from finishing off Strut in 3-1 form as they're continuing on Charlie in a Summit hardpoint. Action all over the place, but for Mayhem, look, I don't want to give them, the weight of the world right now, but much better than Stage 4.
Yeah.
So much better.
And maybe Bobby should be a little biased for NYSL Mayhem because, I mean, they're looking very good. Their composure throughout the entirety of that Search and Destroy because they were being dealt a very tough hand by name of Trunks, who even through that first half was already up to double-digit kills.
Yeah.
And was finding so much value in their isolated plays, but it's legitimately just that. Those isolated plays that just constantly put Trunks out on their own and left Burns on the opposite side by themselves. And it was just too easy to be able to pick apart. And NYSL Mayhem just leaned back towards those fundamentals. You give up the space, you play for the retake, double snipers, standoff, baby. It works.
The one thing we always look for as well is kind of who's winning in like the mental chess that starts to come through. And as much as I can praise Godlike for not changing their ways quickly, I do have to still say the proactiveness of NYSLM kind of did win out the majority of those rounds. I mean, that defensive half was pretty much polished from start to finish for NYSLM. So 2-0 now in the series, and the road becomes very difficult to start to lead up the conversation of a godlike reverse sweep. And a lot of it, I think, as much as I hate to say it, kind of resolves to the fact that we wanted to see Burns be the pop-off star player for this squad. He was empty in the first hardpoint, and he was outshined by Trunks in the Surge. So, you look back over this overall Search and Destroy, and you wonder, were there missed opportunities somewhere here for Godlike, who found so much success off of the unexpected player in Trunks, so to speak?
Yeah, I started hinting at it, especially for Godlike. If Trunks is constantly being that guy to try to make these solo plays happen, someone needs to be on a quick rotation to come help them out, because if you just get that one extra trade, when Trunks finds that first blood, you constantly have numbers advantage. But the difference is that Godlike, at least they were able to adapt to the very aggressive offense of NYSL Mayhem when they were constantly hitting over towards A. But they never adjusted to how slow they played on their defense, just giving up all the space and just letting their double snipers go to work.
Yeah. It's one of the things, man, everyone kind of came to know it through Stage 4. And heck, we kind of saw it last year with the different roster for NYSLM. A lot of reliance on what Little B can do with the scope. With Space now working with him, I mean, they are a deadly duo at range, and even though Neutrino was able to put together some sort of response, it was not nearly enough. So we step away from standoff and head on in towards Slums Control, firing range hardpoint, and then takeoff Search. Those are the 3 maps that Godlike would have to take to get the reverse sweep. Try to find some way to tell me how they do it.
I mean, you need Burns. You just need Burns to be able to have some productivity in these respawns. Without Burns helping out what we at least got to see from Trunks throughout that map number 1, I just don't really feel like there's going to be a way for Godlike to comfortably work their way back into this series.
Okay. I mean, that's the key word there is comfortably.
Yeah.
Working their way.
But they got pillows over there, so
I mean, they're looking pretty comfortable.
That's cozy.
But looks can only go so far.
Fair.
This stage is dope, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about it. I mean, like,
so cool.
There's so many different teams and just facing off against each other, not to mention just all the different languages that you're also hearing just throughout all the different communications. It's just really, really cool. We waited 3 years for this exact event to come through, and oh man, let me tell you, this is just feeling very, very right for this momentous occasion.
So results are starting to come through, as mentioned earlier. Inco 3-0s in their opening matchup. 3-1 for Wolves. Good bounce back after the shaky first map.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, it really was. But hey, this is why we can't say that one instance of something is going to give us an indication of how the day is going to go. But coming up on the following up streams, you've got Luminosity and Nova setting up on Bravo, and then Team Almighty and Skade starting up on Charlie. Don't sleep on that Skade team. They're pretty solid.
I just feel like, you can't sleep on any team. Because again, from what the VOD might suggest through all the different regional tournaments that were suggesting itself, it's a completely different game. You're playing on a completely different device. Everything can honestly change. Not to mention your comfort as a whole back on LAN. And hey, that could honestly be where some of these teams really come through and shine. 3 years since the last time we've had such an occasion like this. Some teams might get upset, and you can't be surprised.
Okay. Group A. Starting to see, I mean, well, I'll say, I think it's a 2-0 for Smart Omega right now, which is the other matchup in this group. They're, I think, getting ready for the control, if I'm not mistaken. But, you know, I guess, you know, while we're waiting to get into this control, again, we've seen one hard point and one surge, so it's hard for us to say for sure. I'm impressed with what Mayhem's brought to the table, just comparing video and VOD from what they did in Stage 4 to what they're putting together now. Is it enough for them to be possibly group favorites for you at the moment?
No. Okay. I need more. I need more sample sizes. It's not enough. I've gotten all but a single drip of what this NYSL Mayhem actually do look like, right? You know, again, you know, talking about just the composure to be able to bounce back from that 4-2 half deficit, the way that they were also able to coordinate the break, not just once, but 3 times on Hacienda for P2. This teamwork and how everybody is just kind of gelling together on the map is just absolutely sublime. Lil B is just doing some eyebrows to the camera.
How about this? You know, looking down at our stats from Stage 4, this is the first 2 maps. They didn't play them at all at the NA Regionals. They didn't play a single Hacienda hardpoint. They didn't play a single standoff surge. So the playbook feels deep too. You know, and one of the things we noted a lot last year during both the Western and Eastern finals is that a lot of the time we saw just kind of like, all right, we're just going to go outgun you. That was like the only page of the playbook. But I will say for NYSLM, they're looking like they're coming in prepped, considering that we didn't see either of those 2 maps in Stage 4 in any regard. I mean, they played a handful of games throughout their groups because of their opening loss that they faced versus Undream, this new LG team. So that says something, maybe.
Well, I think it definitely does. Again, it's just very, very tough. I mean, we talked about this in very great lengths, that it's, you know, everything that happened in the past, you do have to take it with a certain form of an asterisk. Again, I think that the entire conversation right now for NYSL Mayhem does start and stop at their stark differences of what they look like towards the end of the 3rd place finish of Stage 4 and how comfortable they look right now, but it honestly could really say more just about Godlike, not just to completely flip the conversation, but I mean, there's been so many different opportunities for them to be able to walk away with rounds, to walk away with rotations back on that Hacienda map #1 that just completely just fell right through their fingertips.
Okay. Man. And still to come after we get through this stream slot, we then take the focus to Group C and Group D, which who knows what's going to happen to those. I mean, we got Tribe Q9 first matchup. Unbelievable stuff. If we take a look at Group B, which I believe has, there's the first set of matches all completed. Wolves take down Strut as mentioned, 3-1. Clean 3-0 for Inco Stalwart. I don't know, man. This is going to be a really interesting upper qualifier. I think we all kind of expected, just based on the results from Stage 4, that these would be our top 2 teams probably in this group. But picking a favorite, it's hard to do, because I'll tell you, man, don't sleep on this Inco Stalwart team. They're looking really polished, and here's the biggest thing about them that I'm really excited about. Latin America was pretty much all Game 5s against these 3 teams that are here. So they have veterancy, experience, and the ability to kind of show resiliency when things do get tight, which I think we could expect in this upper qualifier.
You know, it's not an absolute pleasure of mine, but I do enjoy arguing with you. I think that will probably have a very simplistic time for Inco.
You think so?
The only reason why I say that is just because of their search and destroy prowess. I mean, just from what I was able to see just off of the Bravo stream from our quad feed behind us, it's just the way that we are quite literally witnessing them really boast their strength of why they are considered a search and destroy region. I think that it's going to be very tough. I think that Inco, as far as the respawns are concerned, with all of their SKS ability, I suppose, I think that that's going to be a certain wrench into the system for Wolves to deal with. But yeah, I think if it does come down to the Game 5, and even that map #2, will be quite telling to be able to see how those 2 regions stack up against each other.
And I don't know, it's just like, I kind of get like this reaction of Inco, kind of like the Avengers, like, yeah, you might have search and destroy, but we have a Lucas in. Like, he's so good, dude. Wow. I'm excited for that matchup. We'll see that one later on today. We take a look over at, again, Group A as we're waiting to get into this control. Stamina Smart Omega is still in the middle of their game, so have a chance to kind of tune in with the Delta stream to see how things are going there. And again, like I mentioned, I'm pretty sure that that was a 2-0 map count, but we'll see. No, we're jumping in. It's actually still the search and destroy here, so okay. My apologies, my mistakes, but Smart Omega are up 1-0. And into this firing range search. It's Kendi by himself, 1v3. Tough situation, but at least he's got the bot to work with.
Gonna start working their way down towards Banana. But Marvel's already here. Just watching this in the window. SMG versus whatever's in the back pocket of Marvel, but actually gives it up. This timing might be quite favorable.
The cross is being watched though as well. See Narks. Yep, he sees it. Marvel not going to peek immediately. Gives an opportunity for Kenny to isolate. Turns off, shut down by behind. But they're able to get into the mix just in the nick of time. Because I'll tell you, Marvel was given some space there.
Yeah, Marvel was really just playing with the food to be able to get that final elimination, huh? It's just, I was right there with you. I was like, Marvel, you gonna jump in back and chow through tires, or just really just waiting? It almost gave himself a nice easy two-piece if it was going to be red. Now a second offensive attempt coming through from Omega. Going to be immediately trying to take 10 in their favor.
Is a triple sniper setup for Stamina? Holy! Marvel, Narks, Drari, all long range. But how do you contest when someone just rushes on for an easy plan? That's the real situation at the moment. Grizz looking to come back through trailer. It's double stacked. He will fall. Narks going to find one on the initial take. But again, how do you retake this with 3 scopes? And Hydra's going to say, well, you don't. I'm just going to get in your back lines, force you to have hits and quick snipes, which Narks provides by way of pistol. We still stay 2v2. 25 seconds on the clock. Narks now with an SMG to work with. Back and forth. He's going to work right alongside Marvel. Narks is in. Not going to find Rage initially, but the second pick comes out. Risky, though, from the corner. Marvel going to force the gunfight, and Risky takes down Bull. Omega responds.
Yeah, tough read right there, right? I mean, you go for the bait and switch, just knowing damn well there's going to be a player in that tight right corner once you go inside of 10. And they get the bait and switch to be able to get that first, but lo and behold, on the other side, through the middle of the map, there was another player waiting to be able to get that trade. And with only 11 seconds left, you really do have to force that engagement to be able to get that elimination, and just maybe hope that you can slide back over towards the bomb in time and get that defuse. But hey, triple sniper is the setup. Retaking with that, it becomes an absolute head scratcher. You need to be able to win a gunfight, pick up a weapon, and just hope that you can use it with enough time in the bomb.
I mean, we've seen double scope and SKS on this map, but I don't think I've ever seen anyone pull out a triple sniper.
No.
It's bold. I respect it, though.
They have the bomb.
You kind of have to. Is it going to be the same again? Drari's already taken some spam shots. Marvel's, yep, set up for the same. Okay. Over the top of Banana. Rage already through. Marvel stuck. He's gotten very limited amounts of health. It's actually just the pistol. Drari actually works out for 2. Hello? Drari's able to get a double. That will put a little bit of a pause on what looked to be a free B site. And now all of a sudden Stamina are kind of here to watch the cross.
You don't know what's going to be looking through the middle of the map. Nice hold there. Be able to at least marginalize the numbers deficit. 2v3. And if you're Stamina, again, you just have to really poke your way through the majority of this B site, not knowing what angle is going to be immediately looked at.
Car explodes. Whoopi gets credit for the kill on Narks. And now the bomb gets planted with the last one left. This 1v3, no chance. Kendi holding the bomb site. Works out well. And I will say, I don't know about this triple sniper setup, man. I mean, I'm here for it, but am I?
Well, you are physically here. I do see you.
Yeah,
you are here in the venue
it,
shift. I can see you clearly. Yeah, again, on firing range especially, it's just you lose that first blood. You start to lose your players that don't have sniper rifles, and then you have to somehow piece things together with a pistol, which, hey, you can probably get away with doing, but when it comes down to overall control, the spammability of those automatic rifles versus a sniper rifle and the space that you can take along with it is that much easier.
Yep. If you want to follow along with that matchup, you can do so by heading over to the Delta stream, but our focus goes right back over towards our main highlighted match, NYSLN. This is how they have gotten to their 2-0 status for now. Pretty comfortable on Hacienda. Really solid stuff that we saw from start to finish. A little back and forth through the opening half on the standoff search. Did lead towards overtime, which NYSLM were able to take pretty swiftly. And it gets us into map 3, Slums Control. Do or die time. Well, not necessarily die, but do or lower bracket time for Godlike. Do or don't. Sorry. Doesn't roll off the tongue the same way.
You gotta learn today.
True.
Yeah, I mean, you really need to have the Slums Control. I mean, through so many different times that we have seen Godlike just play on this map mode combination itself, not to mention just winning stage 4 as a whole, but always ends up really going down to a round number 5. And it's I think that you have to be looking at a player of Trunks' caliber to be able to continuously find some space. But as you were saying, off that map number 1, NYSL Mayhem, their slaying capabilities was at an all-time high.
Things to look for here on this Slums Control, Bricks Control, Statue Control. Kind of have to have it on the offensive side if you want to get any opportunity of winning an offensive half on this very difficult map mode combo. And here comes the push forward. Good kills for Godlike. They actually clean the middle of the map completely. That's very well done. Space is a little bit stuck here at Cemetery, asking, I'm sure, for help as he spams through the doorway. On towards the side, the SKS ringing out. Space through a double, shuts down both Godlike members, and it was a really lopsided approach because it was kind of a hit towards B, but you've got Godlike members also threatening Garage. I mean, kind of need to pick a zone here, boys.
Yeah, Godlike were trying to split the map, maybe trying to pull a few defenders off, but hey, Space with the SKS will be able to shut down that B zone attempt even before that first segment does come through. Very close to be able to get that next segment, but it was Trunks, again, all isolated once more. NYSL Mayhem just have every single angle covered, 27 seconds remaining.
Follow right back into the middle of the map, and you can see why this position is so coveted. A double as he goes from right to left. Now reinforcements for Mayhem. 17 seconds on the clock. You have to make a decision here for Godlike, and your best chance you would have to feel is B. Focus towards the middle of the map. Learn once again another double. That at least creates some opportunity for this hit from the front to have some good focus. Trades coming out. Clock will stop. But it's a 17v9 with 8 seconds on the clock. Even if you were able to secure this B zone, your ability to win this offense is going to be pretty hard pressed.
Yeah.
Enemy taking B.
Numbers not in your favor, time not in your favor, and again, even when you did have 2 players inside the B zone, you immediately get collapsed on. Last hurrah coming through for any sort of segments, only able to get 1. Casual 15v4 won't even be able to get there as the clock does get exhausted.
Space feeling good about it. Fist bumps out there in the camera. And here's the thing, you know, we're going to talk a lot about this throughout the entirety of all of this tournament on Control. If you start on your opening defense and you can put together a spree like that, look at the tools that NYSLM have when it comes to streaks and specialists immediately in this round 2 offense. This is the advantage you need to kind of keep an eye on, because Godlike will not be able to respond with streaks or specialists of their own until maybe halfway through this defensive side. So if you're NYSLM, you're taking this time in between rounds to sit here and say, how are we going to use this to get a zone quick?
Could also just be the grand old gesture of Control ever since coming in towards the Call of Duty histories. You know, saving those resources for when things get hairy, but the way that NYSL Mayhem have looked throughout the entirety of this series, even specifically in that map number 1, things don't get hairy too often for them. Their ability to be able to adapt and be able to get them immediate help even through gunfights alone. It's just shutting down Godlike at the moment.
Okay. See what's going on. I love the fact that we're hearing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the cool thing. I don't know if you guys have really been able to see it from home, but all 4 matches are going on simultaneously on the same stage. Like, there is an opportunity where we could be hearing pop-offs in 7 different languages at the same time.
I don't think that's got to just be overwhelming for some stage managers and referees.
Yeah, good. Bless up, brothers.
Backing towards this one, though. Going to be, you guessed it, Statue Bricks Control trying to immediately be consumed by NYSL Mayhem, but it's going to be trades across the board. Things go neutral, at least for the time being, but kills. So you have some space. Yawn will be traded, so no Garage immediately.
Yeah, Neutrino's got to stay alive. He's number 4 in yellow on the backside of this B site. Over the top of the head, it's a big gunfight win. Pressured, he even finds a second. Very well done. Little B mid-map, trying to keep this play alive, and he at least takes 2 with him, but is it enough? Answer quickly comes to us as Godlike re-swarms right back, not just into, but through the B site. Goodness, Trunks on another multi-spree as he gets 5. Bolt is out, really looking to put the hurt on to Mayhem. But as he pulls it out, he gets shut down, and even though Mayhem are down in lives, they at least deal with what was very forward pressure from Godlike.
Yeah, and again, it's all really on the back end of Trunks, who again has been having himself the best game out of everybody from Godlike, up to 10 kills, and they've completely pushed through the B zone. He is more or less the main defender down over by B, and it allows Burns to get activated on the other side of the map itself. He's going to continue to play this very annoying angle. Look, if you can continuously find trades, you'll hold on to that 5-life lead.
Yeah. Kills coming out. 15 seconds on the clock. NYSLM, clean kill feed, but they have to deal with Vegas at bricks. Well done. Mid-map control goes back towards Mayhem. Clock will stop as they get on towards the B zone. Looking towards what Godlike can do for the retake. Very slow and labored to get over towards this electronic shop. That's going to be the first ticks locked in without any contest. Second tick is going to come through for free as well. Rivalo's just putting on pressure by the Bolt. Where is Godlike? They're just going to give up this B zone? You've got 1 player to try to contest. It's Learn. He needs to work his way in, though. He doesn't have any help, and they're going to give away a free 60 seconds as NYSLM right back into the live.
Hey, you remember when I said that they had a 5-life lead and you just have to be able to play the trades? Yeah, now that just got diminished towards 2. Predator missiles also going to be called in by Yawn. It's going to keep players at a distance. We'll find Neutrino.
Oh, no.
Space is being found.
Rivalo trying to take down Learn. Nades to assist. but Jan does find the elimination. 8v8, 45 seconds on the clock. Little B's created an opportunity to get to the front door of Garage. How has this happened? Godlike had every advantage you could possibly have wanted. And now it's a 7v5. Kills keep going the way of NYSLM. Godlike feeling the pain over through what is the third hard point normally. And as Little B gets over towards Van, you can pull out the operator here to start spamming it towards Garage. Now a 6v4. Berg shut down on towards the site. Clock stops at 25 seconds. And NYSL, they will put together a flawless offense. What happened there?
It just mostly just comes down to poor positioning and awareness coming through from Godlike. Even when you started to see the clock dwindle down past about 27 seconds or so, they didn't see anybody over by B. Why? Because NYSL Mayhem were waiting for the respawns to fully get back to the middle of the map. And Godlike thought that they had the read, that they were all going to be coming through the brick side. Incorrect. They thought they were going to attempt to try to go get that last segment and stop the clock over by B, or over by A, excuse me, and they just completely all go in for B. And as you were saying, Lauren had to somehow get in towards the contest. Even when you had a 5-life lead, you could have at least tried to contest it, buy some time for your teammates to come back and help things out, which should have been a pretty clear-cut defensive round for Godlike. Now it gives NYSLM that match point.
Almost a situation where I had to double check to see if they were like waiting on their delegates to come out of the laundry because they were all huddled up waiting for the dryer today. It looked like. Here we go. Now it's what we like to call the full reverse sweep. You have the mini reverse sweep here in the control while also reverse sweeping in the series. Difficult situations to say the least. Burns shut down by Raballo. NYSLM putting a lot of focus towards this brick side, and as they find kills at Arches, once again, difficult situation for Neutrino to try to work through. He's just essentially on an island by himself, and yeah, clean opening here for Mayhem.
It's just like what we got to see from their opening defense as well. Space, Jan, just absolutely having a field day. 18-6 for Jan will finally be traded out, but all of this immediate mid-map control for Little B just means that he can be everywhere that he needs to be once he gets the information from his teammates to collect more kills and hold on to that life lead.
Red Missile doesn't really find too much, just Neutrino. Not the biggest punish in the world, 6 lives, but Nero able to take down the double, just shutting things from the front door here at Blue. Neutrino hoping for some counter spam, but it's all positioning favored towards NYSLM. Need to see something happen right here. Someone's got to just be a hero if you're Godlike. 25 seconds on the clock. Nero still not done. Space there to assist on the inside. And it's looking pretty clean, pretty comfortable. Not any space at all to work with for Godlike, and you can feel it. Space going to pull out the bolt, saying, let's do it, let's put this one to bed. Let's get on to our winner's qualifier match, please. Red Missile behind it as well.
The moment right there, just all the resources, 7 seconds remaining, not a whole lot left you can do. Not like you have the lives to be able to do it either. NYSL Mayhem comfortably just pushing that line of scrimmage forward. Time will be exhausted. And NYSL Mayhem will win their opening match comfortably, I would say, Alan, barring that necessary force of overtime in map number 2, 3-0.
Needed to see it if you're an NYSLM fan. Had to have it. I mean, there were really kind of a lot of questions going into this matchup. How good was India going to be this year? Especially considering not only the fact that Godlike Vitality in Stage 4 was a Game 7 affair, but also the bounce came through in their own individual tournament where Vitality was able to beat Godlike. So does that mean that India was going to be a region to deal with? It'd be kind of a threat? Or were we going to see NYSLM fix the problems that they had, find the remedies they need? And I'll say that they sure showed us at least some form of that. Hard to say for sure. This winner's qualifier matchup is going to be the real look, I think, to see if they've really come together, but that's a good start for NYSLM.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's the first test, right? We were wondering what type of NYSL Mayhem we were going to get. Same could be said about Godlike, and NYSL Mayhem absolutely just lived up to their name and just brought sheer chaos throughout the entirety of it. I mean, 19-8 for Jan, 16-9 for Space. They were just everywhere, and it was mostly just all off of their opening breaks, just completely spacing out the map and just waiting to see where Godlike were putting in the majority of their numbers. You got to see the collapse time and time again. Just I hate to sound like a broken record here after what we saw, the force overtime for map number 2 and then the control. The cohesion and teamwork is the same exact thing that I was talking about coming away from that P2 break initially in the first 10 seconds of Hacienda.
Hey, 4 out of the 5 members within essentially a kill of one another. That's also great news as far as equal slaying presence. Where on the other side, we didn't see the burns that we had for stage 4. So before we kind of get done with the series, where do you kind of look at for Godlike to make themselves out of the lower round 1 matchup to have a chance at qualification?
Exclamation point regain, because that's quite literally where you need to be going forward. You need to be able to find some comfort. You only have such little time to be able to go back and look over the VOD to be able to get yourself back in towards that headspace, preparing for your next match, because now it is quite literally do or die.
Yep, absolutely. We could say that now. Love that. Look back over the series layout, though, again, pretty much comfortable on the respawns for NYSLM. Hacienda, you know, it's one of those maps that you expect there to be a little bit of turmoil on rotation, but Mayhem were proactive throughout all of that, and that's great news, because that was another part of their game in stage 4 that we were really kind of questioning. As you mentioned, the standoff was particularly close, and I will say for Godlike, if you're trying to get that exclamation point regain, you should feel pretty solid about your game plan in Search and that you were finding success with it. Just a couple of things went wrong for you, not quite able to get through the overtime.
Yep, it was quite literally all on the back end of Trunks to be able to find all that space being provided for themselves. Obviously, the sniper duel wasn't exactly something you want to write home about. It's not easy when you have Little B on the other side of the stage. But hey, regardless of all of that, yeah, it's almost what we did expect Search and Destroy to be very competitive. There's a lot of things to obviously work on in such a short time to be able to do it when it comes down to the respawns. You can't just hope that you're going to be able to win Search and Destroys, because you have to somehow force a game 5 along the way, and it's probably going to have to either be the controller or map 4.
I like the call, but with that, our first kind of leg of this group stage comes to a bit of an end, just waiting on the results from Stamina and Smart Omega to finish off that opening Group A, Group B matchup. We take things back to Degon to the desk to break down all the action that they've seen and maybe some of the stuff that we haven't seen yet. Boys and girls.
Thank you very much. Hit the proper great cast to kick things off here at the COD Mobile World Championship. And let's start with the series that we just saw finish up here. Bobby Plays, Beef Mommy here. NYSL Mayhem, that has to feel so good, because we were sitting in the back room, second map, and it's the same story over and over again. Nice lead. We win map 1, we get a little bit of break, but can we please close out a map? And we were thinking, oh, here it goes again, but they actually reversed it here and were able to close it out here, Bobby.
Yeah, especially on that flip over the defensive side. They look way more confident than they did off the start right there. I think a big factor of that, Little B not really popping off in the early rounds. Once he gets going for them, he's definitely a big accelerator that can change the game. Very similar to another player that we've seen in these stages in Whoopi. Both of those players can have a huge impact, especially in the Search and Destroy.
Honestly, Little B is someone that is so scary, not only in S&D, but also in the respawns as well. As you can see on your screen right now, with Little B having that 25K in that hardpoint Hacienda, it is really reminiscent of someone like Heaven that can definitely rock the sniper, but also can slay out into the respawn. So again, really impressive 3-0, but for me, the S&D was so close. Godlike gave everything that they could to close out the match, but obviously came up short.
Yeah, here on Hacienda, multiple times did Mayhem just break through the defense of Godlike, specifically in Garage. I remember multiple times it just felt like maybe Godlike got there first, but then Mayhem was able to break through. Here's that this Search and Destroy where we're like, all right, Mayhem, you guys are up. Come on, let's close this one out. And Godlike found ways to get back in, whether it was moments for Vegas or someone else coming on through. But eventually, it was Mayhem that did close it out.
And I think for Godlike, they had a lot of really good individual plays. I think we look at the hardpoint, you had multiple players going on 7 sprees. You look at the S&D, multiple players getting multi-kills as well, but it just didn't seem like the team cohesion was there. And I feel like that was the biggest game changer for NYSL, because you look at the hardpoint, you get players double, triple shelling on the entry into a hardpoint. That's really difficult to stop with a single player. And on the flip side, a lot of solo shells, you're just going to get torn apart.
Well, this is one thing that we actually saw. I remember when we were watching it at the back room, where we saw that I feel like Godlike had a little bit of an advantage having that peak, but they did not have the trigger control to keep their positioning, and eventually gave it away to NYSL, and that was supposed to be really big kills. But coming off of that Search and Destroy, we're going into that control slumps where it was a different story, and NYSL just absolutely crushed it.
Yeah, here in the second round, you're thinking like, okay, cool, like they're gonna get closed out here. But as I think Shift said, all of a sudden the cap was open. You got the more time, and the 5-kill lead dwindled down to 2, which dwindled down to a deficit, and Godlike had no answers.
I mean, the thing about Control is it's all about how you use your operators. You look especially at the start of the second round, everybody in NYSL had their operators ready to go. Godlike was using all of theirs for the entirety of the round, so you've got this big life lead, but you can't see all the utility that's available on the opposite side. You give away a complete capture, uncontested, you don't require any lives out of them, and after that it just fell apart.
Well, I was saying earlier we wanted to see good NYSL mayhem, not bad NYSL mayhem, and that's what we got, a 3-0 in the North American squad, now sitting on top of the group here as we take a look at the group results from Group A and B. What jumps out at you?
Oh, so it's really heartbreaking for me to see that Godlike and Vitality, both from India, just having a scoreline of 0-1 that really just brings them down into that lower round one. Ooh, really close games though for Smart, Omega, and Stamina, which we still have to see later on. But again, the second OT matchup that we saw in Search and Destroy, it came really close in firing range.
Yeah, exactly. I want to bring it back to what you were saying earlier about the two squads from India. Vitality taking the loss earlier as the #2 seed, and then Godlike, high aspirations, the #1 squad. And neither one of them having a great showing. I believe the Inco Stalwart match against Vitality, that was the one that wrapped up first. What do you do to bounce back from something like that?
I mean, you got to regain, you got to not think about the loss, and obviously that's not the way you want to start out, but that's the beauty of this format is regardless of where you are, you can always bounce back, and even starting off the first day, you just have as much chance as any other team to make it to the championship. So I think they can regain. A lot of it just feels like getting outgunned, and at this stage of the competition, there's not a ton that you can do about that. But I know this is a resilient team.
Yeah, you think of the for Vitality, they're going up against Strut, able to take that match against Wolves, and it's like that was a good start. Again, Wolves did go 3 more in a row after that, but you know that Strut showed up. Where do you find the beacon of hope here?
Well, they need to find the beacon of hope where they saw it in Hardpoint. They knew that they could slay out 2 Wolves, but obviously in that Search and Destroy, China teams again and again, we keep saying they're so good at that S&D. The game mode that they really need to practice is that control matchup, the swing mode that we really like to see, because that's where everything really comes through. And for them to go up against Vitality, which is also shaking the beginning, they need to find a way to get that control game.
All right, well, that concludes Group A and B with Stamina and Omega still battling it out. But next up, we got Group C and Group D and a prelude to what could possibly be the World Championship Finals here with QC and Tribe. It is going to be a huge one here. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile World Championships. Welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships here in Raleigh, North Carolina. We just got to see Group A and B do battle, and now it's time for Groups C and D to get in there and do the dance. Degon here on the desk with a bit of a caster switch up on the desk now. It's Shift and Proper coming on in. Guys, well done with your cast on the day. How's it feel to get like the dust off at a World Championship, man?
It kind of feels like all the players are getting the dust off right now, too. I'm not going to lie. I mean, we've done this in a studio before, but first time with an audience. I mean, hey, NYSLM's got a little bit of a fan base going on today. I like it.
Absolutely popping off for them as well. You can hear NYSLM, you can hear the fan base. It just feels really, really nice. It feels normal to have it being done here.
Oh yeah, definitely, and I love the fact, again, we're in person, you can feel the energy, you can feel the vibes, and also, you know, you gotta roll with the punches every now and then. Sometimes things work, sometimes they don't, but it feels like everyone's here to play. Now let's get ourselves into the group stages one more time as we take a look at Group A and B. Smart Omega and Stamina still doing battling it out there for supremacy in Group A, but I heard their thoughts before. What are your thoughts here, Groups A and B results?
I think for the most part, we got what was expected in Group B. I think we got proved a point by NYSLM, kind of already establishing some groundwork for improvement. But I will say, the region that none of us are really talking about is Europe, and the fact that they're keeping that series close with Smart Omega is great news for the Stamina fans.
Yeah, we were hearing them pop off just behind us before we actually came back live for the desk. I think it is quite telling to be able to see that Europe is in fact keeping themselves very much so alive in a very contested group.
Well, we've got two more groups to do battle here, Group C and D, and let's dive into Group C by taking a look at the group stage bracket presented by Republic of Gamers. Scars and Influence came in on one side of the matchup, but again, these matchups are random, and it's Tribe and Q9 Club going head-to-head in what we all think are the two top teams in the world.
Yeah, the astonishment in your voice is well merited. These two teams very well could be the grand finals matchup for all we know. I mean, I think just based on expectations, there's a lot of excitement about both of these two teams individually. And hey, we don't have to wait very long to watch them play, which is great news.
Yeah, I think that it's going to be one of those things specifically because we do have Tribe and Q9. I believe that you even said it as well, Degon, is that this very much so could be a grand final in the making, considering the simple fact that Tribe, obviously #1 coming out from North America, can't be slept on whatsoever. Q9 got something to prove for themselves here on the international stage.
Right, Wolves taking the #1 seed from them, but Q9 still regarded as one of the best in the world. And also tells you, luck of the draw sometimes. Scars and Influence coming, feeling pretty good. Now, of course, none of this would be possible without our friends over at ROG. And so, we wanted to thank them and tell you a little bit about the phone. The upgraded Game Cool 6 cooling system on the ROG Phone 6 has an optimized thermal design that cools the CPU not only from the internal structure design, but also from the external gadget. The new Aero Active Cooler 6, which incorporates an AI-powered active cooling system. Get the thumbs up there. Proper. Thank you very much to our friends over at ROG. Now let's dive back into the Group C and talk about these teams. Let's start with Tribe. Now, resetting the stage for those that don't know, Tribe, obviously synonymous with mobile gaming excellence, but specifically here in COD Mobile, best of the West.
Oh, without question, and the most undoubtable team out of the Western Hemisphere, or maybe just regionally overall over the course of every year we've seen out of COD Mobile. And the cool thing about this Tribe team is, even though it's largely an unchanged roster, a lot of excitement about Jez. The rookie that's up, just turned 18, can compete, and he looked really good in Stage 4.
Casual 1.82 coming out of Stage 4. I mean, you look at the pedigree for this Tribe roster as a whole. First in Western Finals, first in Stage 3, first in Stage 4. They have a somewhat of a target on their back. I know that there's a majority of teams back there. They just want to see how they do stand up against this #1 team out of North America.
And again, this is a mixture of new players and vets that have returned from last year's West Championship. What is that combination got to be like? Like, what are you expecting from someone who's been there before and now the young gun that's being shepherded in?
Confidence. That's the one word that you have to assume is going to be the case. And I will say, talking with these Tribe guys, they will let you know how confident they're feeling when they're on stage. So that's another part of it. You know, is that kind of NA wildness going to maybe overwhelm just the mental game coming into this? Because if they can beat you in mental warfare, believe me you when I tell you that they're going to also dominate you in the gameplay as well.
I think it's also really nice as well for Jets to be able to be surrounded by all these veterans as well. You know, Call of Duty's history has always been it kind of made in the notion that these young rookies that can come out and absolutely slay feel that much more comfortable when they have a veteran voice behind them targeting where they should be on the map.
Yeah, and so far in groups A and B, it felt like the Western teams were the ones that had not only the pop-offs on stage, but the pop-off squads here. So shout out to the Stamina squad as well that are making noise throughout. Asian teams haven't quite done that as much yet. Now, let's take a look at the flip side, their opponent in Q9 Club from the East, from China. Again, one of the biggest, strongest regions in COD Mobile, in gaming in general. But what should we expect from them as we look at this matchup head-to-head?
I think the biggest thing is, you know, they came up short in their region, which feels bad. But at the same point, even during the Fall Invitational just a couple of weeks ago, it wasn't as convincing as I think a lot of people would have expected from this Q9 team. And maybe some of that, like Bobby and Aliana were saying, is because of the difference in maps, the difference in modes. But now those excuses aren't there anymore. And you have a chance to steal that spotlight that Proper was talking about by taking down the #1 team in a lot of people's minds right here in your opening matchup.
Yeah, and again, coming from the region that they do, especially in Q9, I will say this much, that the Search and Destroy will have a magnifying glass over top of it. You got to be able to have that map #2 to be able to force the hand. But Q9 is actually one of those teams, funny enough, that I was talking about when I was just casting with you, Alan, is that they aren't feeling too hot right now on the patch. They were specifically saying that the chemistry is not there. You have to wipe that slate clean, especially when you're coming for the king.
You look at this roster here, again, guys that have been there before in terms of high pressure situations and finding success, but you wonder what the travel was like. You saw Wolves, they got sprung upon there early on in their matchup against Strut. Will the same thing happen with what we imagine is a much tougher opponent in Tribe?
You have to assume that there's going to be a little bit of that kind of wake-up period, just because of the fact that the travel was so extraneous on how long they were going. I mean, even the fact that there was, I'm sure, plenty of stress leading up to the event, like were they even going to be able to get the visas to be here? So the fact that now you're here, I think the biggest thing is you have to settle it. And you cannot allow this Tribe team to take things over from the word go. You have to come out and play your game, trust that your prep is good, and even though you have fallen short in the past, you still are one of the best teams as expected to be here at this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I love that phrase again. Just to play your own game, to meet the pace of Tribe and respond accordingly. That Q9 cannot afford to lose. That mental warfare that you were talking about, Alan, especially with this roster sticking together, what they were doing, especially through what tournaments that they played in such recent time.
You know, again, Q9 looking to grab the spotlight and show that they are #1, and they've got to do it through the best in the West. Tribe still has a lot to prove. Again, big legacy to stand up to across all mobile games, and also their own bar that they've set over the last year, 2 years of COD Mobile. So here we go. This is going to be their first step to do it now. We're still waiting for some of the players on the stage to get ready for our alpha, so we'll be hopping into one of the other games very shortly. So in the meantime, I wanted to get your thoughts in terms of this stage and in terms of the stage nerves for everyone. Not only are you playing right now, but you know that you're being surrounded by other matches that are happening. You got to be able to block that out.
Yes, you do, because let's be honest, it's going to get pretty noisy up there as we get deeper through these groups. I mean, these opening rounds may be a little bit more tame, but you expect that when the qualifiers start to happen for these groups, yeah, you're going to start to hear some shouting coming through, and you need to be able to control that energy and not get out of hand.
Well, pretty difficult to do shouting when you hear both English squads coming out right now, which is actually what we're going to hop to in game right now. I believe it's Luminosity from North America up against Nova in Europe. So that's going to be one where teams are popping off. They're popping off in English, but these two squads going head to head.
Yeah, I think that it's one of those things that we were going to be talking about extensively when it comes down to Luminosity and anybody else really coming out from Europe. Both of these two teams really trying to put themselves on the map and make their region feel very respected.
Yeah, as you can see there on the bottom, if you wanted to follow along in this matchup, this will be on the Bravo stream once we get our Tribe and Q9 matchup set up. But it's a 3-0 lead so far, specifically on this map, and a 1-0 series lead right now for the North American kit.
And this is great news for Luminosity, who are also dealing with a little bit of a last-second roster addition of Jesus Saves, who has been one of the, I would say, most fun players to watch in the North American region. So to see him kind of joining the squad, finding early success, great news.
Jesus Saves having the highest KDA in North America from stage 4. And then obviously filling in pretty well here for Luminosity, as they are looking pretty good here against Nova. Another one of those squads with great mobile, mobile esports pedigree, and trying to live up to that. But we're seeing the different strains from the different regions play out early on. Obviously, India not where they wanted to be. North America surprising others. And then Europe. Europe's one of those in the middle where we weren't sure what to expect. Strut still taking Omega a little bit there. Nova struggling right now against Luminosity, and then Strut, finishing in that, surprise win earlier on. Where do we think Europe's going to finish up?
It's funny that you do mention that, because it's one of those things that we all ended up talking about, that when you think about the strongest regions out there, Europe is not one of them. So Europe coming into an international event, and you have been able to have at least a comfortable stage 4 against your own region, I honestly think that Europe are going to be able to stand up quite well. I mean, even against like the Chinese teams that we were just seeing, even in those earlier rounds, they didn't look half bad.
Yeah, the worry was that they would get kind of blown away in a game like that. But that's not what happened.
Not at all. I think that's great news that you come out and you're fighting. Problem is, there's not much of a lifeline out here. So as much as we could sit there and, blow some sunshine towards their direction, you still have to get through these well-rehearsed international squads. And even though the map 1 win like from Strut, surprise, we didn't really expect them to do too much when it came to playing up against those powerhouses. Right. That's cool, great, but in the end, you still have to be able to finish out these series and actually do something to tell us that, yes, Europe is a major contender at this tournament.
So speaking of surprises, right, just like Strut was able to pull one out there, I think the other one that we're all waiting to see, which is coming up very, very soon, is Scars from Japan.
Yeah.
Will Japan sit in this region as well, or in this regional conversation as well? Because for every other team, you get to say, okay, we have regional strength and individual strength. Scars being the only team from Japan, you got to figure out where you sit in all of that, and they got a fruitful draw not to go up against Tribe or Q9. They go up against Influence Kevin to start things off.
But you still have that looming in the distance, right? You're probably going to have to face either Tribe or Q9 maybe once, if not twice, throughout the entirety of just the group stage alone. And not to mention the pressure, coming back to land and representing your entire region as the only team. I mean, they got to show up and absolutely slay out.
The biggest thing is it a big fish in a small pond? Like, it's cool, I think, to have, the whole country's behind you.
Right.
But we didn't really see much competition in Japan. I mean, Scars was flawless. No one really even touched them. I mean, the whole broadcast was over in like 2 hours, it felt like. It was over as soon as it started. And that has to be something that we really evaluate for this Scars team is, are they really, really solid? And is that region just kind of a little lopsided? Or is this just one big fish that kind of has, its own thing going for it in its own region?
Right, and that's part of the difficulty. If you drop down to the elimination bracket, it's do or die time, and you have to tell yourself, you have to be forgiving to yourself. Be like, all right, we just played up against the best team in the world. That's what we got to tell ourselves, and now we're going to bounce back right here, especially because we found regional success, and we know that we're a great team from all of the tests that we've had. How can we test outside of what we know? And so hopefully Scars will be able to do that, or Influence Kevin, whoever comes out on the bottom side.
Yeah, and it's that phrase, you're living rent-free in my head right now, brother, is you have to come in and play your own game. What was your strengths coming out from your region as a whole? We talked about that with Godlike when Alan and I were casting.
Yeah.
It was the search and destroy, and they did look very good on that. Obviously, respawns were not necessarily there. But for Scars, you have to just be able to come in and just lean on the strengths, lean on your vetoes, and whatever is comfortable for you to be able to take as many maps as possible.
Well, what happens when you start losing, too? Like,
right.
You don't expect them to win every map here. You're going to be playing up against some good teams. So if you do find yourself behind, how do you play recovery after that?
Yeah, well, they'll have to figure that one out when they find themselves behind. Right now, falling a little bit behind with all 4 games getting set up. So we're going to take a short 5-minute break. When we come back, we'll hop into groups C and D for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. I'm joined by the one and only Beef Mommy, and we are heading into what I would say is the most highly anticipated match of the day. The Kings of the West, Tribe Gaming, going up against Q9, who has been very dominant recently. Beef Mommy, how you feeling?
Man, we just saw the most anticipated group of the day, which is Group A, and now we're heading off into what is the question mark. Who is going to win between the Reds today, Q9 or Tribe? But obviously there's going to be a lot more matches up next, so I'm really excited. If you guys just came into the stream right now, we already saw a bunch of 3-0s at exception of one, which is a Charlie stream, Strut versus like another team that was really good, actually. I'm really surprised with Wolves. Yes, they lost that hard point, but again, all 3-0s across the board. But now let's see if it's going to be the same thing here. Q9 and Tribe, what are your thoughts?
I mean, both regions off the start, what we've seen from them look very strong. We saw NYSL from that North American region, third seed, still got the 3-0. Wolves, a little bit of a slow start, but they bounced back, and even in their second hardpoint matchup, they were still able to get the win pretty easily. So heading into this one, I think it's going to be a battle of the modes. I think it's all going to come down to control. That's my expectation, because we've talked about that being the swing mode for basically the entirety of the event. And I think with how dominant Tribe is in hardpoint, how dominant Q9 is in Search and Destroy, I'm really hoping we get a Game 5 out of it.
You are absolutely right. Control will definitely be that swing mode. We already know that Tribe very good at the hardpoint games, and for Q9, Search and Destroy is definitely their favorite. But for me, firing range being the map choice, I feel like that's going to be really interesting for Tribe to actually go and win. But I'm really hoping that they did have a really good run, because they did go up against Luminosity, won that 7-4. So that was the last time they actually played in firing range S&D. But for the side of Q9, well, they feel like they need to kind of step it up in this particular matchup, because they haven't really played it too much. The last time they did, it was up against the Wolves, which they did win.
Yeah, this is a bunch of really interesting map picks, because I know that not a lot of players love Raid Hardpoint. I know that North America doesn't like Hacienda, and we're playing that for Control as well. But I think Tribe taking a little bit of advantage for themselves. We got a Slum, Search, and Destroy. I think if it does go to a Game 5, that tends to be the one map where teams that are not as Search and Destroy dominant can seem to find the edge. So I think heading into this one, obviously got to give the edge to Tribe. Their #1 go-to game mode has always been Hardpoint. Their gun skill, their teamwork, just phenomenal across the board. And it looks like we are ready to hop into the action.
Let's see how we're going to do it. Q9, Island, D-Chen, Oling, Tang, Dam. And for Tribe, we have Jez, Bolu, Tectonic, Vague, and Marshy. Let's see who's going to start things up. Jez getting that beautiful kill. Let's see if he can finally get one more. Oling's going to be in a little bit of a pickle up here in top laundry. Going to be proning just a tiny bit, slowing things down, but Tribe still has a solid hold here in P1.
And we saw the Tribe and Q9 guys talking yesterday about whether they were just going to agree to GA the SKS. Does look like they have done exactly that. So lots of Krigs in play for Q9. A little bit of a slow start, but the kills starting to come through. They're able to find the break right here, and some solid map control up by top laundry for Uling. He's able to find 4 early kills, and I've heard a lot of players from a lot of different regions talk about his dominance and how difficult he is to kill. We'll see what type of impact he has for Q9 today.
Oling already having 4 to his name. The next person up to him is actually going to be Jez having that 5. So I feel like it's going to be them, the MVPs for sure. Oling being one of the best China teams, China players here. And now as we slow things out yet again, they're going to be trying to go in for that anchor point, where player #1 is Jez trying to anchor that point up against Oling. Speaking up, but Oling wins that gunfight.
That's an absolutely massive gunfight. Locks in the spawns right there. They're able to break the hard point immediately. Players still spawning across the map for both teams right now. And it looks like Tribe's going to be able to hit the flank. Might be able to anchor spawns right here if they can win a couple of gunfights. That's going to be the opener, and that is huge. Q9 players spawning all the way across the map. And now an opportunity for Tribe to potentially get 30 more points. A little bit of a slow start for Island, but he's able to bounce back and able to occupy the hard point. So even with limited resources right here, they're still locking in the hard point time. Tribe not really capitalizing on what they've got right now, but they break back in and definitely got the setup to get the rest of those 20 seconds. Everybody on Q9 very happy to set up on the inside of that money hill.
Very early rotation coming in from Q9. That was going to be player number 3 and 1. That is Oling and Dam trying to go in there very early in the rotation and just give up with the scrap points. And that allows Tribe to get them a little bit of a lead. And now let's see what we can do to find going for the pick. But then, one by one, they drop like flies. And Q9, 2 only inside of the hard point. As we see the rest of Tribe's actually going to be funneling it through into the backside.
And right now, the spawns are still pretty good for Q9. You got the reinforcements coming from Driveway, so they're still chilling. Tribe, main goal right here is probably just to contest as much as they want. No, they don't want to contest. They want the hard point for themselves. They're going to be able to break in right there. Now Marshy on that back doorway, the Purifier, he's going to be able to find one, and looks like he's working on some streaks as well. A couple more should be able to lock in the Pred missile. Especially come that basketball court hard point, he can get some big value out of that. But Tribe, as expected, the dominant hard point team, and no surprise, 2020 MVP for North America, Tectonic. 11 kills on the board already. He has definitely turned out to be a huge leader for this team, and he is popping off the start.
That was a good break coming in from Tribe, and Q9 kind of, let it go because they went in for the early rotation, planning to get that full 60, but unfortunately for them, couldn't sustain very well. Same case goes over here. Early rotation coming into basketball, and as they're trying to get a hold of the spawns, not really quite winning the gunfights. As we see player number 2 up in Spiral, that's going to be Bolu getting a lot of these kills as well, and not just that, secures it just for a moment. But player number 1 coming in from Q9, that is Dam, tries to flush out all the players, but we can see over here, spawn control for Tribe.
And the thing about raid hardpoint, especially when it comes to basketball, there is no spawn control. You just try to stay in the right spot and hope nobody spawns on top of you, but it looks like they're going to be able to do exactly that, forcing Q9 to spawn out toward that pool side. It looks like they will continue to do so as right now Tribe contend to just continue flooding on in. They're going to spawn a little bit higher up. Player spawns directly in front. D-Chen, unfortunate timing for him, and it continues to go the way of Tribe. Marshy doing everything he can to stay alive. Q9 able to break in, at least for the time being. But with only 15 seconds left to be gained right here, you gotta focus on that rotation up to P5.
Scrap points not being taken right now by Q9, but as I said that, player number 3, that's going to be Oling, tries to get whatever scraps they have because it's 58 and 129. The points are going so far away. And now finding the rotation also very early from Q9. That's one thing I must commend them is that the early rotation, but Jez having the Pred stops the push.
There's just so much gun skill on this Tribe Gaming team. You look across the board. The only player not above 10's Marshy, and he's the OBJ man. He does the dirty work for the squad. Uling doing everything he can to snake his way in. Jez finally going to get dropped right there, but the rookie having his way in this matchup. 18 kills on the board already. And Q9 really struggling to keep up. It just doesn't really seem like the teamwork's there. A lot of individual shells, and they're getting absolutely picked apart. Bolu going to pick up the scrap time here as well. And it may very well be a full 60 for Tribe. I take that back. Instant break for Q9. But they've got a lot of work to do if they're going to have a chance of getting back into this one.
Tribe gives away this particular hard point and moves on to the next setup very clean as they take out all the players all around P1. They have control of top laundry. I mean, that is a really good setup, especially player number 1 off in Driveway. That's going to be really big. But good for him that Tang actually finally gets a really important kill. But 9 to his name, it seems like gun skills, Q9 struggling up against Tribe.
Yeah, and to be honest, this is not surprising. This is a Tribe Gaming team that has been known for their gun skill basically as long as they've existed. Tectonic, an absolute beam right there. Opposition had zero chance. Uling from the top side going to be able to find a kill. But as long as Tribe has those top laundry spawns, there's not a whole lot Q9 can do. We got one player on the flank, and just like that, the spawns are going to go ahead and flip an opportunity. And if you're Q9, you can go 40-20 right here, but you don't have enough time to continue going 40-20 splits. You've got to get some full 60s, and it's going to take some big sprees. Tang's on a 4 right now. He's trying to get 5. He does exactly that. Staying alive, and he's almost on a Pred missile. They're going to close that gap a little bit, cross the 100-point line, and it seems like the momentum's starting to swing a little bit. We'll see what Tribe can do to counter.
But it's all right. It's okay because Q9's going to get in any other way. As we can see here, finally the rotation comes through into Kitchen. Both of them still not having a solid hold here in Kitchen so far. And now we actually saw 100 points in between them, but now the gap slowly closes and still a lifeline coming from Q9 if they get a solid hold here.
right now, Tang's just hoping nobody comes through that doorway. Purifier still in hand, got a little bit more to use, and he's going to find one to the backside, but Tribe still controlling those spawns, and as long as that's happening, there is no real hope for Q9 finding a break right here. They've got to find a flank. Dam's going to be able to find one, and oh my gosh, does he get obliterated by the claw right there. Jez doing everything he can to defend on the inside, and he is tearing them apart, and there's the reinforcements for Tribe. That's that teamwork, the cohesion on point, the communication is there. They're still on the inside of the hard point and only 40 points away from closing out map 1.
This is something similar that we saw in that first respawn, where we saw a very early rotation coming in from Q9 here in Garage, and now no contest whatsoever. Scrap points going to the favor of Tribe, where you should not be doing that in the first place. And now for Tribe, they did such an amazing job at the break a while ago, and now let's see if they can finally take it. But maybe they can as Tang gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. And now for Tribe, they only have one operator to try and go and fill it.
Yeah, right now the operator availability is very, very low. This is what we typically consider to be a money hill, but Q9 was not really able to get a whole lot of time despite their early rotation the first time around, and just like that, Tribe's gonna break on in. Uling, the only one there to defend, he gets shut down, and if I had to guess, that might be the end of map 1. Tribe, so clean on the breaks, the holds have been untouchable. Tang's got a freaking EMP system, but this late in the game is not going to be able to do anything. And you can see the importance that the teamwork playing for Tribe Gaming right now. A dominant map 1.
2 points left. Contest for just about half a second. There you go, Tribe Gaming. A very convincing first win here in Hardpoint Raid. And this is what we expected in the first place. What a beautiful win, and the breaks are just so clean, Bobby. Yeah. Every single lane they covered, especially in Garage, where it's supposed to be the hardest to go and break, they cover all 3 entrances.
Yeah, it wasn't close. Tribe was in control the entire time. There were some points it looked like Q9 might be able to flip the momentum a little bit, but there was not a single negative player on Tribe Gaming that matchup, and that tells a big portion of the story. Bolu, Tectonic, Marshy doing the dirty work. I mean, if you look across the board, there's no one absolute OBJ player. That's the beauty of their play style. Everybody has that ability to stay alive on the inside of the hard point and be where their team needs them to be. So Veg and Jez going to be at the top of the scoreboard, but everybody, huge contributions.
Honestly, for me, one of the biggest reasons why Tribe actually won, I mean, yes, they are really good at the gun skills, but you're taking a look at why. It's because they have better gun composition. They have different SMGs. They got the Krig 6, they have the CBR. But for Q9, they all ran 4 people, Krig 6, and 1 CBR. Maybe that is the biggest difference as to why Tribe kept on winning those close range engagements.
Now, coming into this, I did expect Tribe to win map 1. We talked about they're a hard point team, Q9's an S&D team. Now, if we see Tribe take the S&D, then Q9 starts to get really, really worried, because not only does that mean you got to win 2 straight respawns, but if Tribe's got the ability to beat Q9 in S&D, then I think they can beat just about anybody. So I'm not expecting Q9 to lay down right here. I think they're definitely going to step their game up. It should be a very, very interesting firing range, especially with the sniper dominance that we've seen for a lot of these Chinese players.
Yeah, the question is it going to be as close as we think it is, or is it going to be really far away, kind of like what we saw in that hard point matchup? So really excited to see it, because as we keep hyping up Q9, really good at S&D, really, I don't know, disciplined when it comes to the gameplay. And for sure, they're one of the teams like, okay, we're going to be losing that hard point. But we already saw that a while ago from Wolves, where they did lose that up against Strut. Now let's see if it's going to be the same story here, where the Chinese team struggling at the hard point, but great at the S&Ds.
Yeah, the one thing that I would say characterizes the Chinese search and destroy is aggression. You will never see people fly across the map with as much confidence as these guys do. It'll be interesting to see the clash of the play styles, because North America has definitely been known to have a much more passive play style, and obviously that helped them to excel on that map 1, but when it comes to the search and destroy, especially if you're confident heading into it, that can play a huge role, and if you can catch the opposing team off guard, get you out to a big lead early on.
Let's see. Offensive, defensive side. We already saw some of the teams kind of just struggling when it comes to the offense. We saw that a while ago in Godlike versus Mayhem, where they just struggled for the offense. But coming in for Q9, though, especially in their last tournament, that's going to be CDFI, where they had a flawless run in Search and Destroy, almost at least. They had one little mashup against Almighty. But taking a look at what we have for a team like Tribe, where they're definitely a little bit up and down when it comes to their S&D matches, but a very well-balanced team. I mean, I cannot complain at all when it comes to this team because they deliver every single time on every single game mode.
Absolutely. Looking at some of our other matchups right now, we've got other North American teams in action. Luminosity, the number 2 team coming out of North America. They currently sit up 2-0 over Nova with an opportunity right here as they take the first round of the control as well. You guys can check that out on the other streams. We also have Scars and Influence Kemen going at it right now with Scars in the lead early on. That was a team that had a very big question mark coming into this because nobody really knows what to expect out of them, but looks like they're delivering. We'll see if Q9 can do just that heading into this second map. Definitely a big proving point, and we'll see if that confidence pays off, but forgetting to pick up the bomb off the start, not a great start.
You know what, we're not going to talk about that. We didn't see that one at all, but again, very passive. This is very surprising to me because like what we said before is that Q9, they're usually very aggressive off the rip, and now, let's see it. But then gun carry, that's going to be really hard as Bay gets that first blood, as Dam goes down. Not just that, the bomb is going to be going down as well, and now 1v1s are happening all across the board, and Marshy wins one of them.
That's a huge trade right there. Island's going to drop as well. Bolu pulling out the snipe, and I mean, off the start, Tribe not losing any confidence after that map number 1. We did see a fairly aggressive push into some unusual angles, and to be honest, from what I've seen of the Chinese teams, they don't play a ton of firing range search and destroy, and it's showing right now. Bolu with the nade, Big with another. Round number 1 looking a little bit lopsided right there.
God, nades all across the board. We saw Bolu cooking out that beautiful nade, and that was just fantastic timing on his end. Really good confidence for this team, but Q9 still not over. It's only round number 1, so there's still a lot to show for. As we slow things down yet again, it's really uncharacteristic of Q9 to be so passive off of a really good start.
Yeah, I mean, they had solid map control. We had Island pushed all the way up into trailer, and to be honest, the weirdest thing is that Tribe didn't have anybody in trailer, but they were able to bait them into that aggression and catching them off guard because naturally Q9's going to expect somebody to be there. Jez is going to do exactly that. He finds one before getting traded out, and that's where you see that aggression come to play, but Bolu counters once again. Sniper in hand. He's got 3 on the board already. Uling going to be forced to unshell, and we haven't really seen the snipes have much of an impact for Q9 so far. Obviously, Uling going to be another one of those players that got to watch. Tang going to play the backside of the bomb site. Bolu not able to find the timing over top of the bomb head glitch, and now it's a little bit of a waiting game, but Uling going to get dropped right there. It's all down to Tang, and he's just hoping the timing goes his way, but you can hear the footsteps on the inside of trailer. He's going to be able to find one, but can't get the turn onto Vague, and back-to-back rounds for Tribe Gaming off the start.
That was beautiful. That was a really good take, especially being very passive, knowing very well that you mentioned it before, that we already know that Tribe is going to be passive off the start, and now for Q9, it's just they're falling apart. Like what you said, there is no sniper presence whatsoever here, but as we said that, it has to be Uling stepping it up when it comes to the snipes, and not just that, the information for them.
Well, here, Jez going to get way pushed up on the inside of trailer, and more than likely, I didn't see anybody getting information. This could cause huge issues for Q9. He said, I'm going to push all the way over to wood. Vague's going to find 2 with the Krig in hand, and Q9 is absolutely scrambling right here, trying to stay alive, but they've only got 1 player left in Tang. They are getting completely fried by this Tribe Gaming roster, and Tang right now with an impossible task, especially with the confidence that Tribe has played with so far. You feel like the odds of a 1v4 pretty astronomically low.
This is a lopsided 3 rounds so far, and we did not expect this at all, but Tang is going to be bunched up in the corner. He's going to be pinched right now, 2 players on each side. And what can you do? I mean, all you need to do is challenge, check your corners right, but then it's going to be very hard, as we like to see that Tribe has this passive nature. I like this discipline coming in from this team because they're not pushing whatsoever. They don't have to. They're at the defense. They're just waiting for the plan.
Yeah, right now he's just playing the waiting game. There's 2 players waiting for him on this bomb site. Vig probably heard the slide right here. He's gonna see the feet. Able to take down 1. Smoke gonna go down. I don't think he realizes that Tectonic's on the backside. He definitely does not, and he's gonna get pinched right here. There's no real chance. I don't know how Tech hasn't taken him down yet, but it's only a matter of time, it seems, at this point. They're closing in from the backside. Tech's gonna pick up the kill right there. And now 3-0. I was hoping for a 5-game series, but with the way this one's gone so far, it doesn't feel like the odds are super high.
The timing of that, when he barely saw Marshy, didn't see him, unfortunately. He could have won that gunfight easily, bring it down to a 2v1, but again, it's just really hard in the high-pressure situation that Q9 is really put in right now. 3-0 here at round number 4. Let's see what difference they can go and do. Again, forgetting to get the bomb. It looks like they don't want to pick it up at all. We've seen this already before, where they just trying to go in guns out.
Yeah, I just don't know what's happening. I mean, and they're getting gunned by SMG's cross map when they've got snipers. It looks like they're not agreeing to the GA anymore, because D-Chen's going to pull out the SKS as well. They're pulling out everything they possibly can to try to get the win right here, but talked a lot about their aggression in S&D. Tribe is matching them, if not exceeding them, in that category right now. And man, oh man, these Q9 players struggling to find kills.
Speaking of struggling, Dam and Island having 0 kills, and we're already here at round number 4, just struggling to get that. And only with the 2, very unlike him. And now if you look at the other side, Big having that 6, that was just great. Jazz gets 1 more. Plan is going to be going down, but Dam, signs of life for him and his team. 2v1 situation where he's in a really good spot to try and spot 2 of those players. Information gets 1. Knows very well this is the next one's over there. Marshy goes down. 1v1 situation. There you go. Doesn't win it. Just wins those. And now another round going in for Tribe Gaming.
Huge opportunity to swing the momentum right there. And once again, Tribe shuts it down. Jez clutching up in the 1v1 to end that one out. Man, oh man. 7-0 in S&D over Q9 would be like one of the most shocking things that we see this weekend. So I anticipate at some point, maybe it'll be when we flip sides, whatever it is. At some point, Q9's got to bounce back, surely, right?
Oh, Dam's just like, he's just standing over there. He reconnected. I feel like there's some issues when it comes to the connection of some of these players, but Tang punches him out, knocks him out, and Bolu goes down. And now they're spread out all across the map, all of these players, and now it's going to be a 1v1 situation for all across the box. Then here we go. It's going to be a 3v2 favoring Q9.
It looks like maybe Q9 has flipped a switch right here. The bomb's down over on the A site. D-Chen looking to pinch right here. He's going to have a Jez to deal with. That's big information. That's a free kill, and now all down to Tectonic. We've seen him do some crazy things, but trying to 1v3 with this little time to work with just doesn't seem super doable. So he's going to be able to find 1 onto D-Chen right there. Pushes down. He's got time to work with, but that's 2 nasty head glitches that he's got to deal with right there. Damn, shuts him down. 7-0 no longer in play, in some signs of life out of Q9.
That was a good round from Q9. What they did was they isolated the players of Tribe and did multiple 1v1s all across the map, and maybe that's something that they need to utilize, because so far they've been met with such great force, brute force coming in from Tribe Gaming. And not just that, it's the matter of fact that the snipers of Tribe is just a little bit too overwhelming, and the nades, the god nades, the amount of nades that we saw today from Tribe, definitely really impressive to shut down Q9.
Well, Q9 gonna switch things up, go for a B push right here. You still got a Tectonic in the backside they gotta deal with, but that's just a trophy. Tech's gonna drop right there, and now the aggression starting to pay off. Tribe not sure how to counter right here. We see the Q9 man advantage go through, but D-Chen's gonna drop, and it's gonna be a 3v3 with the bomb down right here. Ooling finally finds a big snipe on the Marshy right there, but just like that, Bolu fires back. 2v2, 30 seconds remaining. That trophy gonna disappear. Jez trying to get some information with the nade, but he doesn't read Ooling around the corner, and now it's down to a 1v1. Bolu versus Ooling. A huge swing round potentially right there. Bolu hoping to bait him in, but he's not gonna peek around quite yet. Ooling playing the waiting game. Will the timing go his way? It definitely does! Bolu goes big for Tribe Gaming. And the ball back in their court. 5-1 is the lead.
Bolu was such a key player in that matchup, and he almost got away with one more kill a while ago. But hey, Tang actually almost got that kill off of him as well, but the timing, obviously with COD timing, he was right in the back. And then when they went in there for the take, he had the boxing gloves out, but then obviously wasn't able to pull out his gun on time. And now we get to see it. Another take coming in from Tribe as we see finally the switcheroo.
Bolu is no stranger to these big moments. The winningest player in probably in COD Mobile history. If you look at overall tournament titles, he goes big for his team. And off the start, Q9 going to find the advantage again. Uling's able to drop Bolu, and that's a huge factor to take out of the equation. Now Marshy and Tectonic going to be left all alone right here. And they're kind of isolated in the back of the map. They have no information right now. Tech going to make an audio cue, and you'd have to guess Island's probably going to be able to sniff him out right here. He's going to find one on Marshy, and just like that, 1v4 once again. Tectonic, he's a great player, but to try to 1v4 in this situation, not going to seem super doable. And Tang drops things down right there. Q9 still alive, but once again, a lot of work to do.
Looks like the defense is working out for them just a little bit. Looking like they're more of a defensive team this time around. And now for Tribe, needs to find a way to answer back. And now it looks like aggression going into Alpha as well as they stack it. But for Q9, they're actually going to be flowing through into mid, all the way into trailer.
This is very unusual. Tribe sends everybody A, Q9 sends nobody. Multiple players flood through mid right there. And if we can take a look at the minimap, it might give us a little bit of a better idea. A couple players set up for the flank. Couple making their way on into trailer, and just like that, Uling finds the opener onto Marshy. Set up on the inside, gonna be able to find one. Uling finds Vague right there. The angles are too clean. And right now, Tribe's got no map control. Dam's gonna find another one right there. Tribe struggling to find these Q9 players. D-Chen and Dam shut it down. And definitely looking like the defensive side is the one to be favored in this matchup.
What a round for both of these teams. Tribe went in there very aggressively going into Alpha, not clearing out any other space but that site. And now for Q9, was able to spread all of their players out, having sites in American, mid, and also in Bathroom where they won a lot of their gunfights. And now looking like it's going to be a similar situation here.
You can start to hear the confidence building for those Q9 players. They're very content to send nobody on over to A. Not only does that mean they don't have to give up lives, but it baits out so much utility out of Tribe as well. And you got to think whenever it comes to the retake, that puts them in such a rough spot. Obviously, the trophy's down, but Q9's ready for it. They're just content to go for the 5-man retake every single time. They feel that good about their map control, and right now, to get Tribe pushed a little bit further back. They got players on the inside of Bathrooms, and Marshy's going to find a big opener. Tech drops another there as well. They got to apply all this pressure from the backside toward American, and Vague peeking over top. He doesn't miss a bullet. Uling, the last one left. He's going to miss a couple shots, does manage to connect, but a 1v5 up against 19 seconds on the clock just doesn't seem to be in the cards for him. Tribe wins another round. They are 1 round away from closing out this second map.
1 round away from making it a 2-0, and that was a beautiful response from a flank from Q9. Now for Tribe, that is going to be a really good start because it was looking kind of shaky when it comes to the attacking side, but they finally knew that Q9's probably going to give it away for a retake. And now that's going to be really big for Tribe, and now closing it out is probably going to be very difficult, but for a team like Tribe, it's going to be easy.
Feel like Q9 got a little bit predictable. Tribe knows you're going to give them a completely free A bomb site. You know, to leave players back there on the flank to at least maintain some semblance of map control. And now Q9 is going to have to reevaluate if they want to continue to give up that A site for free. Doesn't really seem like a viable option with the way that Tribe was able to play that one. And we do see some more players going on over toward that A site. Actually a pretty heavy defense, and Tribe knows it's going to happen. They're like, all right, we'll bait out an aggressive defense out of you, but Uling's going to find the opener onto Marshy.
Look at this aggression coming in from Q9, but there's going to be a lot of trays coming through as a 3v3 situation is going to ensue here in Alpha. And now the one player coming in from Q9, that's going to be Island in Bravo, finally goes in for the reposition. And that allows Tribe to go in there for that A site. But that's going to be good because they need to slow things down just a little bit because they got a little bit too aggressive into the first start of this round. Now 2 players wanting to go in for the flank. That's going to be Oling, and a player number 5, it's Island.
Wuling gets the information right there, but the bomb's down. He's in a rough spot. Big, he just says, I want to chow. Wuling makes him pay right there. The remaining Tribe players get shut down basically simultaneously, and a very quick retake for the Q9 players. That information from the inside of trailer playing a crucial role, and right now, Tribe's got the opportunity to close it out, but it's just tough to read. Very good adjustments out of Q9 to counter over there on the A site. We'll see if they can continue to do that.
That was such a good readjustment coming in from Q9, being so aggressive after being so passive in the last 2 rounds before that. And now, being passive for both of these teams, but that also allows Q9 to go into jungle, giving that information. Jazz gets one, Tan goes down, but Island gets in for the trade. And now it's just Q9 all across the board. 2v4 situation. They're going to be backed up, but again, player number 3, that's Tectonic, just it's going to be slowing things down as the reconnect finally needs to get through, but we are going to stop things over here. We're going to restart it really quick. We're going to stop this matchup as we see kind of a little bit of a trouble when it comes to the phones right now, but you know what, we're just going to wait for it. But how about for you, Bobby? What do you think is happening when it comes to Q9? Because I feel like in the last 3 rounds that we saw, 2 of them, they're being played very passively, which should not have happened in the second time around. Went very aggressive the 3rd time. I feel like they should have been doing that the entire time.
I think it's a big game of chess because there's no one approach that has worked every time for either of these teams. They've thrown different looks. We've seen the aggression over on the A side. We haven't seen a ton of B looks, but it's mainly because the B looks have gotten shut down immediately. So I think if you're Tribe, you do try to slow things down. I feel like there's a pretty easy opportunity to bait Q9 in. It's just about playing the proper positions in order to actually be able to make it happen. So we'll see if maybe they can bounce back. And right now it looks like we might be hopping back in the matchup. Not 100% positive. Looking at our other matchups that are happening right now, Influence Kemen is absolutely frying Scars right now. 5-0 is the round count. Obviously, Scars taking map number 1, but they were a big question mark in this one, and especially for this to be the number 3 team coming out of LATAM. Big performance for them.
The reason why Scars is such a big question mark is that they had 100% win rate all across the board in their stage 4 run, but obviously the region not being as competitive is definitely going to be a big factor. And now for Kemen, they're definitely rocking things through here in the search and destroy. 1 away to evening things up with the scoreline of Scars. And now we see that's going to be Scars yet again with the bomb going in there for the attack. As we can see, a lot of the players coming in from Influence Kemen, that's going to be really big. That really early rotation, fast rotation is really huge coming in from this team going in there for that retake.
And man, the aggression once again, this time from the Latin American team. Scars absolutely picked apart there on the defense, and that first Peacekeeper that we've seen in play all day. I know that's a gun that the Japanese teams have really favored, but I'm curious to see if maybe they adapt later in the weekend, because it doesn't feel like really a viable option relative to some of the other guns that we're seeing in play. Definitely seems like it's likely played a factor here as well, and he's going to look to beam off the head glitch, but he's forced to retreat. Now the collapse coming through. Influence Kemen 7-0. That is a dominant search and destroy, and I certainly, I wouldn't say I necessarily counted them out, but I didn't expect huge things out of them on the weekend. That is a big momentum changer for them.
The momentum is definitely going to be in their favor, and just trying to figure out giving that 7-0 to Scars is just absolutely massive, because going into this, they had a 22% win rate in SND. They only won it twice during their stage 4 run, and now it's so impressive to see that they absolutely dominated it against a team like Scars. But now taking a look at what we have over here, kill rounds. It's gonna be kind of equal-ish. Maybe no, I'm trying to be positive here, okay?
Yeah, I mean, Ryo is a player for Scars that completely dominated all of stage 4. He dropped like a 2-point-something KD. He comes away from that search and destroy with 3 kills on the board. Very uncharacteristic performance from him. And consistency across the board for Influence Rage. Man, they've definitely put in the work, and they came to play. The Brazilians looking very strong so far this weekend. We actually, on another matchup, have Skade up 100 points on Almighty. So that's another very surprising score. That's on one of our other broadcasts if you guys want to check it out. But wow, it's been quite a surprising day so far.
I know. 3 straight firing range matchups that we have for today, and really surprising matches and score lines that we saw. So Scars 1, Influence Kemin 1, Tribe Gaming having that upper hand as well in Q9. Still trying to figure things out when it comes to that search and destroy. And this is Group C. There's another group that you can check out if you are on YouTube watching live. That's going to be Skate versus Almighty, where, well, looking like Almighty's having a little bit of trouble here in firing range.
Yep. It's been certainly unpredictable to say the least so far. So off to a great start for Stage 5. These teams have definitely not disappointed. You can tell the amount of work that each and every one of these guys has put in is paying off, and you love to see it, especially with $1.7 million on the line.
Oh, that's a lot of money. A lot of pride in the line, because obviously not only are they playing for that cash money, but also the pride that comes along with winning and representing your country. This is the first LAN that we've ever had, and this sets the tone for the years to come. I'm so excited for it.
Yep, it's 3 years in the making. So a lot of teams, I think, got some adjustments that need to be made, but I think even going down 0-1 off the start, it's designed to be group play for a reason. You can bounce back and show that you're stronger on other maps. I think that the map pick can play a huge role in whether or not you're able to get the wins as well. Taking a look at our map counts, Smart Omega was able to close out that win over Stamina Esports, and as somebody who picked Stamina Esports to win the group, things looking pretty dicey right here. I think Mayhem versus Omega is going to be a very fun matchup to watch.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to this one. Actually, out of every single one of the matches here in Group A, NYSL Mayhem versus Omega, I feel like is going to be so interesting, because both of these teams kind of scrappy, but also gave us a little bit of a surprise, giving 3-0s all across the board for today. And so, again, we've been seeing so many matches. Group B, obviously, Inco, Stalwart, and Wolves getting that upper hand, where Wolves won it 3-1 up against Strut, and Team Vitality has the donut for today. And now for Group C, no one yet so far having a definite win, but for Group D, look at that. Luminosity and Nova Esports. I did not expect that to end so fast.
That was really, I mean, based on how quickly that ended, I feel like that has got to be a 3-0. Not a surprising outcome. This is a Luminosity team that not a lot of people have been talking about just because of how good Tribe is, but they are incredibly well-rounded, phenomenal teamwork for them, and that's another team that I think, if they reach their full potential, could potentially be top 3. They could take the whole thing, but it's all going to come down to consistency and the mentality that you have. Strong start for them, though, and in a pretty competitive group, especially if Skate's playing that well against Almighty.
Yeah, that's what I keep saying. LATAM is a really competitive region, because going into Stage 4, they had so many Game 5, so many close calls. The points were really close, so I'm not going to count them out just yet. And now for Luminosity, like you keep saying, it's like people always count them out because of the fact that Tribe is just so strong, and they've always been under the shadow of Tribe in these past few years, but looking like they're making their mark here today in day number 1. It's no joke to actually pull off that 3-0 up against Nova Esports. But if you are wondering what is happening right now, Tribe Gaming in Q9, we're going to be having that reset. The scoreline is going to be 6-3 once we do come back in just a tiny bit as we fix things for you guys watching. But yeah, great day so far. I feel like here in this particular group, everything's happening very fast.
Yeah, it's definitely been developing quickly. I'm excited to see all the stat lines once we get everything figured out right here, but it's the rookies have come to play. That's one thing that I have definitely noticed. You look especially at Tribe Gaming, and you got Vague and Jez, both rookies, both stepping their game up in their first ever World Championships. There's a reason that even coming off of a World Championship, you decide to drop 2 players and pick up these guys instead. Obviously, you got Tectonic, who is very well respected in the North American competitive scene as well. Adding all of that together with 2 real anchor players in Marshy and Bolu, it's just tough to beat. So if we're going back to 6-3, like, if there's connectivity issues, maybe we don't feel quite as good about Q9's ability to close that gap, because if you got Tribe players disconnecting, that changes the equation pretty significantly.
Yeah, that's always the thing in our minds, is that we're finally here in LAN, and let's see how well put together these teams go at the face of adversity. And now, speaking of adversity, before we actually hop into the matchup, I just want to say that Skate and Almighty that game, Skate won that hardpoint matchup, but let's take our attention to our match here, Search and Destroy, where Tribe has the upper hand. One more round for them, and they win this, bringing them into a 2-0.
Yep, score is 6-3 right now, but Q9 getting aggressive on the defense right here. You got 3 Tribe players trapped on the inside of bathrooms. I don't see any way they pull this off. Obviously, Jez finds a big kill right there, but Tang gets pushed up. It's still a 1v2, but Fake trying to do the impossible right here. Uling's the only one left to counter, and he's just not in a position to trade at all. He's all the way over in the inside of trailer. He's going to back up and play A. Vague reads it properly, and he's going to make his way all the way over to the B site. So now an opportunity for him, maybe to get the bomb down. I don't think Uling's going to have time to make that read, and oh my gosh, a cheeky plant spot out of Vague right here to be unspottable. He's going to go ahead and reposition right here and see if Uling has the IQ to make the read.
I love that plant. It's such an open plant, and now he's going to be so far away. He knows that Uling's going to be a little bit more of a long and passive player, but Uling gets that information. 1v1 as Vague spots him, but then Uling spots him as well with the deagle. Uling gets that 1 kill, has enough time to go in there for the defuse as well. That was a valiant effort coming in from Babe. I understood what he was trying to do, right? Because you wouldn't expect the player to be so far away, wrapping around all the way through mid, but I feel like it was the gun. He was trying to go in for the shots. Didn't quite close it out.
Updated score is now 6-4, as Vague's not going to be able to clutch up. Maybe a little bit overconfident right there. He was just stomping around the map, and Uling makes him pay. The Deagle basically a little mini SKS, so they're going to be able to capitalize. Jez finds the opener onto Dam. Man advantage goes to Tribe Gaming once again. They only need 1 round to close this one out. And it looks like the aggressive A push is going to be the move for them once again. Uling on the inside of American. Not going to be able to get any information. Tank gonna find 1, find 2. Can he find the third? Yes, he can! And all of a sudden, Q9 in the driver's seat. The bomb has been taken down. Jez on the backside is not going to be able to connect. Tectonic trying to find a kill right here, but it is the lone man, and Uling finds the kill. Just like that, we move into 6-5 territory, and we might have overtime on our hands.
Oh my goodness. Dropping the spaghetti. Please don't do that. Now we're trying to go in there for a question. Q9 having that restart. I feel like that restarted their minds just a tiny bit. They had such an amazing run here so far, but then obviously Tribe still has the advantage. And now again, very aggressive going in their Tribe, but then going to be going down 1 by 1 as a 3v3 situation ensues. Number 1 coming in from Q9. That's going to be Dam going in there for 1 player. Really good with the flank.
Dam doesn't know how to go anywhere but forward. He is just non-stop running ahead every opportunity that he has. He's going to back up. He knows there's a couple players, but he hits the beam anyway. Marshy going to be there for the trade, but Island knows his location right here. A 2v2 as the Tribe players can be backed up into their spawn once again, and the bomb is down. It is a must retrieve, and looks like Tech's going to be in a position to pick that up. So now the decision, do you want to make the wrap back toward B or just kind of sit here and try to bait an aggressive push? But Tech's going to get spotted. I thought he saw Uling, but apparently not. It's now down to a 1v2 for Marshy. We'll see if he can do Marshy things it's not meant to be, and just like that, we're heading to OT.
3 straight rounds coming in from Q9, and that really reset their minds. That's going to be really impressive for them, and now as Tribe kind of struggles to go in there for the attack. Let's see for Q9, being aggressive, that's what they're good at, and now it seems like they're finally getting their footing. And now, speaking of aggression, going there very aggressively, that's going to be Tribe Gaming, but then stops the push, trade after trade. Tech gets 1, but Dam getting that beautiful double. It's going to be a 4v3 situation where the bomb carrier is going to be right in mid.
It's just a battle of the wall bangs. Who can land the most shots through the wall? It's going to be Q9 coming out on top in that one. The man advantage going to force Tribe back once again, and we see them taking the passive approach. Couple players looks like making the read over toward B. And we see both Tang and Islet making their way through. Oh, the whole team. They're looking to hit the flank right here. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to read it. Bolu seems to have an inkling, but they've got a head glitch to work with, and Bolu gets torn to pieces. Vake's gonna push up. I don't think he realizes Island's push up into this treehouse. And they're forced back once again, but we got a player on the pinch once again. Vake trying to get out of it. It looks like he's gonna be able to make his way into trailer, but they gotta make a move right now. They have been scrambling for the last 45 seconds.
Well, it's a good thing for them. Time is on their side, 50 seconds on the clock. That is a lot of time to play with, but what a beautiful counter coming from Q9. Amazing read, knowing very well that Tribe is going to be in for that Bravo rotation. And now for them, numbers advantage. But if you're going to be left with the two players, Tectonic and Vague, that is the two people you can definitely rely on. And now 1v1 is going to ensue here in mid. That's going to be one player. Tectonic wins those. 2v1 though, as Tan finishes through. And may I remind you, it is going to be OT 6-6, but now going to be a 7-6, where Tribe had the upper hand the entire time. And it looks like Q9, they're so close, one round away from shutting down Tribe from this S&D.
Just the look that Uling gave the camera, you can tell there is ice in his veins right now. Trying to pull off the comeback over Tribe Gaming to equalize the series, and that's 4 rounds in a row. Q9 making the right reads everywhere they go, and what do you know, it's D-Chen with the first blood onto Vague once again. Tribe scrambling, they're just trying to find some information somewhere, have not been able to get a read on this Q9 team ever since the reset, and right now, they're going to make the wrap back toward A, but there's not really been much sniper presence. No snipers in play for them. And you got to think that allows for Q9 to take a huge amount of map control, because you can dominate those long lanes as much as you want to.
3-1-2 split, 2 players from Q9 at both bomb sites and 1 through mid. And that's been an absolutely key place where Q9 keeps shutting people down. And now for Tectonic goes in for the pre-fire off the smoke. Doesn't quite get any information whatsoever. Oling's gonna be right there, especially with the snipe. They're taking their sweet time because obviously number is not in their advantage. And as Oling tries to go in there, that is the information that they need. Tectonic's gonna be in a bit of trouble. Tang gets 1, 2v2, no, 2v4 rather, as the bomb goes down. It's gonna be troublesome for Bo to go in there, especially with 1 down. And there you go, Q9 tries to go in there for the comeback, and Tribe drops the spaghetti and loses this search and destroy, where they could have had a comfortable win. All they needed was a reset.
I mean, that tactical usage was unreal, perfectly calculated by every player on Q9. Seemed to know every angle where a Tribe player was going to be. And that's how you bounce back. You look very, very slow off the start of the S&D, but once they flipped on over to the defensive side, Tribe did not have an answer.
Well, that is definitely one for the books. I mean, a pretty unorthodox way to end the search and destroy, but again, it just took a reset for Q9 to just, you know what, let's breathe a little bit, and that kind of went in their favor. And now for Tribe, what are you going to do in this control? This is a swing round that we keep on saying that they need to go and perform. A 1-1 is the scoreline for today in this matchup in our alpha stream. And if you guys are at home, we're going in for different streams as well. If you're taking a look at our quad feed, we have 4 different streams right for you. So if this one ends, you can definitely go and hop onto a next matchup.
Yeah, right now, Skate and Almighty going at it. They had a reset, and it is currently tied up. So those guys very, very busy right now, but heading into our swing mode, the control, kind of a big question mark in this matchup. Obviously, we didn't expect that to be a super strong mode for the Chinese teams because it wasn't a primary mode that they played throughout the entirety of China Masters, but they definitely showed up in CDFI. They won against some pretty strong teams in control. And I think they've definitely got what it takes. You got to think the momentum carrying with them as well. The one big thing going to be that slaying ability that we've seen in the respawns for Tribe. Hacienda control, though, not one that I would imagine either of these teams has spent a ton of time on and really could result in a toss-up. Sometimes we give the advantage to the defensive side, but I've seen a lot of scenarios where offense is actually even better on Hacienda.
Yep, absolutely. You're 100% right. It just, when you're trying to go end a matchup, it's just way easier in the defense, but it depends on the map. When you have a huge map like Hacienda being played in Control, a lot of these teams actually try to not play Hasi here because of how huge it is, and it's so hard to be on that objective. But hey, this is a map that could favor Q9 because of how well they can do all the sniper fights. And now for Tribe, having that loss in Search and Destroy, hopefully their hopes aren't too down and just forget about that, have a memory of a goldfish and move on into winning that Control.
Yeah, and Tribe has looked very strong in Control throughout all of Stage 4, all of the smaller tournaments that they played in as well. They've had no issues, so they absolutely have an opportunity to get this Control win. I think if they get the win, the odds of Q9 taking another hard point is just very, very low. But we've also seen their ability to flip a switch and all of a sudden dominate a map. So I think all of it is going to come down to confidence for them. They didn't look super confident through those first few rounds, but once they got on a hot streak, there was no stopping them.
Alrighty. Well, as we try to move on into Control, well, it just seems like we're gonna have a little bit of a replay situation here where we're finding Tribe and Q9 still vying for that S&D match. Well, 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 that is going to be one little pickle that we have over here, and looks like the Battle of the Giants is not over yet when it comes to firing range. We keep seeing firing range all across the board for today. 6 and 6 is still going to be our scoreboard, so we're not going to remember that game a while ago from Q9 and Tribe. We're going to erase that from our memories and do another restart here. Whew, Bobby, I feel like we cast or cursed this our situation. We were like, hey, this game looking like it's going to be really fast, but nope, this is the second restart that we have here.
Yeah, obviously the difference being pretty big is that whenever you're playing regular Search and Destroy, no OT, one side has 6 straight rounds on the offense and the other side then moves to offense, has 6 straight rounds. It's supposed to be varying back and forth, and obviously with how strong both of these teams looked on the defensive side, it makes sense that you would want to have that switching back and forth. So we'll see what happens, but it looks like Almighty and Skate still going at it right now, so I'm excited to see the outcome of that one, but oh, maybe it's already over. I don't know.
Well, taking a look at what we had over there. No, actually, you know what? It's going to be Almighty getting that win up against Skade, where if you guys didn't know, we also had a rematch for these two teams, and now Almighty actually got the upper hand in that first matchup. But as we wait for our S&D Q9 versus Tribe Gaming, let's take a look at what we've had in the scoreline so far here. So if you missed out when we had Group A versus Group B, that was going to be a really interesting look into how we're going to start off the day, where Godlike Esports went up against NYSL Mayhem, where an unexpected 3-0 actually happened. And now for Inco Stalwart versus Team Vitality, another 3-0. Now this one's a little bit more expected, don't you think?
Yeah, we expected that group was going to be pretty straightforward. It ended up being exactly that. Obviously, Struck caught us off guard in that map #1, but it takes 3 games to win a series. So we'll see if they can bounce back. I think that lower bracket matchup is actually going to be a very, very entertaining one, because I mean, not only is it an elimination matchup, but I think the two teams are very well matched as well.
Oh, most definitely. And it was just like a matter of who was going to win that Omega fight versus a team, like one more really big team actually that was really surprised is Stamina, that it was a 3-0. I was kind of expecting that to be in the distance, but again, let's take a look at what we have over here. Here are the brackets that we have for today in the round #2. Group C versus Group D, and this is Group C, where Scars having that 1 win, Influence Kimmy having that 1 as well. And now for Tribe Gaming and Q9, obviously that's going to be 1 round win coming in from Tribe in that hardpoint matchup. And Q9, that's what we're trying to look now. If Q9 can secure this S&D again, or can Tribe Gaming go from under them and pull the rug?
Yep, it's definitely going to be a spicy overtime, because I feel like both of these teams are like, oh, we should have had it, we should have had it. And this will be the ultimate deciding factor, because there's no momentum, and it all comes down to the Search and Destroy. Looks like Scars and Influence Kemen going back at it as well. That is the other matchup that we'll see here in Group C, and seeming to be pretty unpredictable as Influence Kevin completely dominating the S&D. Scar's looking pretty strong at the hard point. And it looks like we are going to be replaying that S&D as well. So potentially a different outcome.
Woohoo! Here we go. Restarts all across the board. But hey, another chance of winning this again. So let's take a look at that. Mike gets 2. That's going to be really big for them. 1v2 situation. And now for Influence Kevin, you have one more person left. That's going to be key. Going all the way around. Looking like he doesn't know that there's going to be 2 players waiting for him in that Bravo site. Oh, that's going to be really interesting. And if you are curious as to what you're watching, this is the Charlie stream right now. And as we're waiting for our Alpha stream, and there you go! We get to see one more win. Okay, hey, if you're confused, don't worry. We're going to be catching you and filling you in later on as Scars gets that 1 win. But hey, we're finally going into our matchup. S&D Q9 versus Tribe. Hey! How you doing so far, buddy?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm so confused, but I'm so excited for the matchups that we have ahead of us. We are going to be hopping into the overtime for Tribe versus Q9. This is the ultimate test because you're back and forth. There's no real type of advantage on that one side as you're constantly flipping. So we'll see if the momentum carries for Q9 or if Tribe truly was the stronger S&D team in the first place, if they can come out on top.
6-6 is going to be our scoreline, and we're going to be going into game just right now. And it's target to 2 because we did go into overtime, and now as Q9 is going to be picking up the bomb right now. Engagement being 1, Tang gets that first opening kill.
Yep, right now it's going to be big for Vague to find the trade right there, and not really much defense over here on the B site, so should be free if they can take down Vague there as well. They do exactly that. And with Island way pushed up on the outside of 10 right now, he's going to be difficult to deal with. Jez is going to have to make a read right here. The bomb goes down, and Jez can't do that. Now down to Bolu and Tectonic. Long-time teammates. Tech's going to find the first one, but the rest of Q9 content to play on the inside of that B site, and going to be tough for Tech to sniff out everybody remaining. Bolu going to make the play toward tires. Nobody going to peek that. Likely a sniper in hand for him, and the longer the clock goes, the more pressure mounting for Tribe Gaming. Tech's going to try to find that first, but the CBR just not going to have the range. Bolu going to drop there as well. Tech doing everything that he can. But who else but Uling there with the Deagle. And right now, an opportunity for Q9 to close it out.
Advantage to Q9 and up for Tribe. They tried to slow things down and try to make a pick, but unfortunately for them, the numbers too much coming in from Q9, and now we get to see it. Exchanging, Tribe getting that bomb, being on the attack, being a little bit slow, trying to go in for the information first before going in for that bomb site in A. Bomb carrier going to be Jez. No information whatsoever yet, but Vague gets that first opening pick. Not only that, Marshy as well. Back and forth coming in from Tribe, and looks like they're having an advantage here. A 5v3 situation so early on.
So interesting that in the entirety of this series, the defensive team has dominated the entire time, and now off the start of overtime, both offensive teams winning. Uling waiting back here, you get some information, a nade connects.
Flashbang.
The flashbang going to go over as well. Not sure if he was able to, but Marshy able to take down Tang. Trades left and right. Uling, sniper in hand. The bomb is down. Trophy's going to disappear, but he's still got 3 Tribe Gaming players to deal with. Looked like he had the shot lined up, but just didn't take it, and we've got some more free COD mobile for you.
Yeah, that was actually a really good play coming in from Q9, waiting for that particular stun to go and pop, but then unfortunately the timing was just not it. Tang went in there before it actually went in for the pop, and now we get to see a 1-1. Race to 3 is the scoreline. Again, OT ensuing. This is the longest search and destroy game that we've actually had so far in this day. And now it looks like they're trying to go in very passively yet again, as Dam goes in there for the wall bang, because they really quite get any information.
Tribe's going to make the read right here. It is not going to be easy at all to make your way into this B site, and I mean, right now with the head glitches you got to go through, you got to wonder, is it worth it for Q9 to make this push? Obviously, trying to hit the bank shot, but there's Trophy there. Wasn't going to connect anyways, and the longer you wait, the more opportunity you give Tribe to put on a pinch right here. It looks like they're content to sit back and play things passive. You got Bolu still holding down that A site for as long as he can, and potentially a big gunfight over there, as it looks like Q9 going to go ahead and make the wrap back. If Bolu can find the snipe right here, could be huge, and he does just that. Island's going to drop. And now on the offensive side, Q9 not looking quite as confident.
Q9 took too long to go in there for the rotate. Player number 1 coming in from Tribe. That's going to be Jez going there for the back end, the backstab. Going to be met by 2 players. Oling turns around, gets him down as Bolu tries to go in for another pick. Doesn't really quite get any. And now they're going to be on even playing field right now, with Bolu still having a really good sightline going in for the defense for Alpha. And now the bomb is going to be going ticking down to 30 seconds. We need to see some movement coming in from Tribe. And speaking of movement, Bolu gets 1. Essentially, can finally get that second. He's still alive.
Ooh, Tang with the hop up right there, able to take down Bolu. And now 2 Q9 players left to deal with Tectonic. 15 seconds doesn't look doable. All you got to do is play your life right here. Tang's going to go ahead and back up. And that should be another round going through for Q9. Back and forth, keep in mind, COD Mobile S&D rules, you can go to 20 rounds of overtime. So we may have a lot of gameplay ahead of us.
I mean, if it was the 2 teams that we thought that was going to go to overtime, it was going to be this one right here. But honestly, I thought Q9 might have had an advantage a little bit, but looks like they're struggling just a tiny bit going up against the team like Tribe. And now we're going in there again. We're switching it up where Tribe has a hold of the bomb. And now the story of the game is, if you have the bomb, you're going to be having an easier time on the attack. Kind of like a situation that we saw a while ago, which was the opposite. Defending side was actually easier. And now let's see, very passive from both these teams.
And once again, Q9 throwing that look where they have no information over on A outside of Tang overlooking the bomb site from the inside of American. Not taking any risks. You don't want any stray nades catching you off guard for a first blood. And right now, Tribe playing the waiting game, starting to look a little bit more confident. Marshy, is he stuck? Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Marshy trying to get out of that spot right now, and that makes the push a little bit more difficult. He finds himself free from the wood in the top side, and now the push going through for Tribe, but you got to think him getting stuck might force them to second guess themselves a little bit. And now the counter.
Oh my god.
Q9 tears them apart. Tectonic trying to do something to stop the push, but D-Chen going to be able to push on through, and it looks like the defuse going through for Q9. Nobody there to cover the bomb, and they finally take the win in Search and Destroy.
Q9 woke up in those last few rounds, and yes, we had like restarts, multiple restarts, but even in the second restart that we had, they were still killing it. And now they just proved how well they can defend and also really just handle themselves under pressure, even though they were down so much all throughout this S&D. I was honestly very convinced that we were going to take it to around 20, Bobby.
Oh yeah, I had that feeling as well. A little bit glad that it didn't happen, because we're still only 2 games into this matchup, and we still got a lot more COD Mobile to play today. We're not even to the second round of things here in the group stages, so it's a lot more COD Mobile to cover, and it does look like some of the action has started on the other channels. I believe all 3 of the other channels covering action right now, so Vitality off to a strong start, maybe an opportunity for one of those Indian teams to make some noise. And the reset seeming to go in favor of Scars, as the 7-0 has quickly turned around and they are now up 5-1.
Yeah, the resets, man, it's just changing the tides of the games of these teams, as 5-1. Well, we're going to be changing that storyline, and Scars might actually just be up 2-0 up against Influence Kemin. And now for our first lower round 1 matchup, Strut versus Vitality. Vitality having that upper hand, 142 and 108. If you guys aren't in our other streams, open it up. You're at home. We're going to be seeing a lot of Call of Duty Mobile action. And if you have multiple monitors at your home, just have each and one of them just over there. Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, Delta, right in front of you. And now speaking of, we are going into one of our streams right now. This is going to be our lower round 1. That's going to be Strut Vitality. If you're at home, this is a Bravo stream in YouTube right now. As you can see, a very comfortable lead coming from Vitality. Not just that, having the Gravity Vortex shutting everyone down, coming in through spawn.
Yeah, right now, Vitality seeming to have bounced back. The one thing to point out over on Strut, Rasmo has come to play. He was frying in that first matchup for them, and now sitting on 24 as well. We have seen a substitution. Afer back in play for Strut. That was a player that we thought was going to be a major player to watch. His absence could have played a big impact in that series up against Wolves. So we'll see if they can bounce back right here. But Vitality, teamwork on point, and I said, who did I say was the #1 player in India? Sam's? Well, he's got 28 kills.
Well,
he is frying right now, single-handedly. Actually, the twins, Sam's and Yokos,
yes.
combining for 51 off the start of this one.
Quick maths over here, but obviously we have a similar response on the other side as well. Hisaka and Razmo trying to go in there as well for the take. But obviously with Razmo, you're already going to expect that he's really good with the SKS, but with a map as small as this, not going to be able to utilize it very much. And now you can see it. And now for Sam's getting that 29, almost getting that 30. Annihilator up in hand. The retake finally comes through from Vitality, widening the gap even more. 193 and 111, 26 seconds, no contest whatsoever coming in from side of Strut. And now one player though coming in from Strut. Oh, Sam's getting a beautiful kill. How is he still alive?
Oh my gosh, he's dumpstering everybody right now. Finally gets shut down, but he's got a pocket full of streaks. And that's going to work wonders for Vitality. Is, to be honest, you kind of want to be right here. That gives you the early rotations off the late break, and that probably hurt Strut more than it helped them. Not a whole lot of time to be gained. Sam's playing a cheeky position. He's going to be able to find another double kill. 35 kills on the board. This dude is an absolute madman.
You can say that he has a pocket full of sunshine. That man is just absolutely insane. And now we actually saw one player from Strut. Speaking of, my gosh, I can't. It's just yellows all across the board, and Strut just having a difficult time with the gunfights right now. A different Vitality is actually going to be seen right now compared to their first matchup a while ago. Very impressive stuff. And not just that, the rotation was just absolutely key. Scrap points coming in from Strut.
Yep, this is a huge break for them. Sam's doing everything he can, but he gets shut down. Still got that streak to work with, but a big feed. I believe that's 5 in a row now for Strut. They got a lot of gap to close, but they seem to be confident, and I don't really think they're getting outslayed by that much, but they've just not been able to get any of these holds to stick, and Aether's just gonna kind of let the Hunter Killer go to waste right there. Slides on out, finds a big kill to lock in the rest of that scrap time, but Random able to shut it down. But it looks like Vitality with the early rotations here once again. They're gonna hop on down into the point, and only 20 points needed for them to close this one out.
Aver's spread missile does not find anyone at all, and for me, actually Vitality, when it comes to the gun skills, kind of equal, but they're winning more on the anchoring. And when it comes to the anchoring, it's so important because you're basically dictating where your teammates are going to be spawning, and Vitality did that to perfection, especially in P3 where they had really good control outside of the spawn, and also when it comes to the rotation going to P4. But now we finally get to see signs of life coming in from Strut. 30 seconds left, it looks like they're probably going to be having so many points here so far. 168.
And right there, we see the Annihilator go to waste for Vitality. This lead starting to dwindle right now. Only 60 points separating the two. Was previously 100, and it looks pretty sure that they're going to pick up these last 10 seconds as well. That lead should be all the way down to 40 by the rotation back to P2, and it looks like Strut's got this setup. If you're Strut, you just can't afford to give up scrap time. Unnecessary right there for them to give up, what, 4 seconds, especially now that Vitality only needs 10 more, and we do see the Annihilator get shut down. The Gravity Vortex comes out, and it looks like Vitality going to be able to close this one out. Yoko's going to be able to find 2. Sam's pulls out the Annihilator, and no comeback today. Sam's goes big, and he's going to drop 44 off the start of this one.
Woo. Beautiful matchup here at Summit. Strut had a very hard time where I thought they might have a little bit of a comeback. Did not happen, as anchoring was just too good when it comes to Vitality. And the timing of their score streaks and their operator skills was just so good. But taking a look what we have on our screen, Group B, Wolves and Strut Esports, if you didn't see it a while ago, 3-1, where Strut just surprised us with a very beautiful hardpoint game. Inko Stalwart 3-0 against Team Vitality. That's the reason why we're seeing him over here into lower round 1. And now for lower round 1, we just saw them a while ago, Team Vitality and Strut Esports. Vitality just, they had a really good opener here.
Yeah, that was it felt like a must-win for them, and definitely a big win for the Indian region in general. Obviously, Godlike with a little bit of a disappointing start up against NYSL as well. But we got another very high-octane matchup. It's going to be Almighty going up against Skade. Pretty tight in that first hard point, and looking to be exactly the same. And Incendio, that not been sniping for all that long, but he has had a huge impact for Almighty since he started.
Now he looks so comfortable when it comes to that sniper. The right tech definitely his best friend right now, and it looks like 4 players of Almighty is actually very proficient when it comes to the snipes, but it looks like it doesn't really matter as Skate still has that upper hand. SKS seeming like it's still very much strong when it comes to those engagements as Papzera gets one, and now Leosin tries to go in for the kills as Heaven's going to be really low on that HP. 1v1 situation. Now they're going to be playing Ring Around the Rosie as Heaven doesn't really quite spot that one last player, Papzera. The defuse is going to happen, but then Papzera hears it. That is enough time for him to go in, cancel that defuse. Beautiful presence of mind coming from Pap.
That's a huge clutch for him right there. We are actually going to head on back to our main matchup, Tribe versus Q9, getting ready to hop into the control. Right now, the momentum kind of slipping away from Tribe, but we know they've got the gunny, especially whenever it comes to the respawns. And yeah, I think that's going to play a big factor in this map number 3. We talked previously, domination is that third game mode in China Masters. So this is not one that the Q9 roster is going to be nearly as familiar with, but the fact that it's Hacienda control kind of equalizes a little bit.
Yeah, that is the mode that is kind of a big question mark, because if we're going in through Slum Search and Destroy, if it does reach map number 5, I feel like Q9 has a little bit of an upper hand, but obviously when it comes to the hard point, it was no question whatsoever the Tribe just absolutely sent them home. And now it's going to be in standoff though, which is going to be a very interesting map to play on. But we do have a guaranteed game number 4 as Q9 just very closely won that S&D in firing range. And now we're finally going in through Hacienda where it's going to be really close because, again, control matchup, we're not quite sure. I feel like Tribe has a little bit of an upper hand, but the fact that the map is going to be Hacienda, that brings it a little bit more of mystery.
Well, you can see the Q9 team strategizing right now, getting ready to hop into the action. We've talked previously, especially for COD mobile control defensive side, typically being stronger, especially with there not being any way to flip for round number 5. So we'll see who has that advantage off the start, but with the experience that we've seen from Tribe when it comes to the respawns, you got to think, even if they are on the offensive side, which they are not, could go their way, and they're going to make their way up on the defensive side to start right here. Jez looking to take this top side control, and there is nobody here to counter for Q9, but they are going to be able to find 2 opening kills, and Tectonic, about as straight as they shoot, he's going to be able to take down 1.
Now let's see what happens here as we can Q9 going him in there for the offense. And now, like what we said here, is actually going to be really big because when you're on the attack here, it's a little bit easier compared to other maps. And now for Dam, gets that beautiful kill, 26 and 25, with B having almost 2 ticks of progress, finally going through. But the cleanup pushes through, coming in from Tribe.
Wow, a cheeky spot for Dam, but Marshy sniffs him out right there. 23 lives apiece. Very patient right now as Uling pulls out that SKS as well. Looks like nobody opting to use it yet for Tribe Gaming. They're able to win a couple of big gunfights. That's going to give them the man advantage. Tectonic does not check all of his corners, but Dam going to be able to, or actually D-Chen going to get traded out right there. And now Tribe starting to get a little bit of an edge. Looking like they're definitely comfortable over here on the defensive side. And right now, no map control for Q9. They have gotten pushed up a little bit on this opposite side, and maybe a chance for them to occupy some time here over on A.
Tang was in a very cheeky corner where he actually could have spawn trapped some players coming in from Tribe, and now the cleanup pushes through. Patience is definitely going to be rewarding them as A finally some progress, but 16 seconds left on the clock. That's definitely going to be very detrimental for them to go and capture. There you go, A and B, all good, but then the players of Tribe, they're going to be split up just for a little bit, and now for Oling gets that 1 essential kill. stopping that A push. Bravo's still going to be contested just a tiny bit. No progress whatsoever in that Alpha flag, but just as I said, that Bravo and Alpha going to be taken down. 16 seconds. That's going to be really big for Jez to win a lot of these gunfights.
Every time Tribe finds that life advantage, it seems like the Q9 players are able to find a way to trade. Nobody wants to peek Jez around this corner. You got to pay attention to the objectives, though. 3 straight kills in for Tribe, and they only need 1 objective tick in order to get the win right here. Damn going to be able to fire back. Marshy backing up right here, and you got to be very aware of the lives right now. 9-9, and especially this topside control could work to the advantage of Q9. Bolu's trying to sniff him out, and I think Dam's wishing he hadn't gotten himself into this spot. Players for Tribe everywhere, but he's still able to win the gunfight. And if you're Tribe, you've got to get him cleared out. They're not able to do it. Now a 2-life advantage. Another trade goes through. Q9, 7 lives, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this final tick of progression. They do just that. They take the offensive round to start.
Dam single-handedly captured that Bravo flag, giving the advantage to Q9. He was so good when it comes to the movement, knowing very well when to engage. And unfortunately for Tribe, there you go. First big opener for Q9. And now we're going to be switching things up when they're going on the defense. Let's see how well Tribe fares on the attack.
Yep, definitely puts a lot of pressure on them, with most teams feeling more comfortable on the defensive side. You give up that early offensive round win, puts you in a tough spot. Uling's going to be able to take down Jez, and especially on a map like Hacienda, SKS is going to rain absolute terror onto everybody. And it seems like every angle that the Q9 players read, there's a Tribe player right around it, and they're ready to pick up the kills. Damn, maybe not optimal timing for pulling out that claw. He doesn't get a single bullet to land off of that one. Fortunately, his teammate Tang actually has a Pred and a Hunter Killer ready to go. Right now, Tribe with 1 life advantage, putting the pressure onto Q9. And right now, they finally get somebody hopped on into A, and this is where we see the opportunity for Tribe to turn the tides.
Oh, that was a good stun coming in from the teammate of Uling. That's going to be really big for him. Get that vital information down. But in player number 2, he's going to be spawned off all the way. Spawn trap is going to ensue. 2 players coming in from Q9. Unfortunately for them, both are being shut down. That was a very close call, and Tribe gets away with it.
Q9 trying really hard to spawn trap right there, and that's, you gotta think, gonna leave them questioning where the players are. Damn nearly finds 3. He's finally gonna get traded out, but Q9 now with a life advantage once again. That main issue for Tribe Gaming, you gotta get on these objectives, and the kills continue to come through for Q9. The control play is absolutely there for them right now. We might have been second-guessing them a little bit off the start of this matchup, but their reads are on point right now. Tribe has no counter, shut down left and right. A dominant round for Q9, and now an opportunity for a surprising 3-0 in the control.
They're so good at the defense, so good at the offense, and now for Tribe, they were almost spawn trapped, but it just wasn't enough to try and break free from that. Looks like they need to find their footing here. Now for the offense, they do have a little bit of an advantage. They need to control 2F. It's just like they really need to, because the fact that they kind of lost that a while ago, especially with a player that Tang, that goes in there always at the very back, trying to go in there for that early spawn trap, that is going to be really essential. Now speaking of, we do have 3 players from Tribe going up against there.
One thing you got to worry about if you're Tribe, Dam has snuck all the way through. It doesn't seem like they know where he is, but Bolu's going to be able to sniff him out. That's going to be basically a full reset for the Q9 players. A couple trades do come through, and I think that is a full objective tip over on A. So that's put some pressure on. Uling seems that he just has spidey senses right now, knows where everybody's going to be. Marshy's going to make his way through right here. He doesn't get anything. Does get 1 kill off that Purifier, but you got to be able to find more value. And Dam makes the read. Claw comes out. He gets away with his life. Maybe a little bit too aggressive, though. He's going to get shut down, and that's a huge kill for Tribe.
That is going to be probably, if Q9 loses this round, that was the reason why. You had a really solid hold here in Bravo, and then overextends. and you could have had a really solid defense here. And now it seems like Tribe going in there for that defense, really good when it comes to the numbers. 22 and 16 is going to be the life count here. 1 tick of progress coming in from Q9. There's still a lot of work to do. 30 seconds left on the clock. There needs to be some sort of progress on any of these hills.
Big, you gotta finish your food right there. Kill that was waiting for him, but allows the teammate to get into position to trade. And Big on the bottom side, Overchell's there as well. And now top side reigns dominant for Island as his teammates gonna be able to make their way on in. Now the claws coming out once again is Q9. They don't want to play another round. We want to go ahead and end it right here if we can. 2 takes a progression over onto A, which is typically the more difficult one to find. Big gonna find a big kill to clear things off, and Tribe still has the lives advantage. All you really have to do right here is keep A clear, and there shouldn't be much of a chance for Q9 to clutch this one up. Big makes the read, he finds the kill right there. Still a 6 life advantage, and seeming like the ball is now in their court. Oh my
gosh!
0 seconds! Okay, there it is.
Because we've seen that before, Bobby. We've had like war flashbacks when it comes to that. We've seen a very, very, very insane comeback happen. But there you go. Sides of life from Tribe. Now it looks like they have finally found their footing. 30 and 30 life count. 125 on the clock very early on. Let's see if Tribe can shut down one more win coming in from Q9.
Thing for Tribe is Q9 still got a defensive round on their hands, and that's definitely where they look more comfortable between the two. They're going to come out on top in those gunfights. On the top side, Island and Uling picking apart Tribe, and they're going to be set to completely reset. No type of progression. Down 2 lives right here. Vague's going to get shredded as well. And now Dam working on some streaks as he's got a hunter killer in his pocket. A couple big trades come through for Tribe, but the main issue, no real map control and no ticks of progression on either side.
Well, they're trying to go and set up for the retake, actually. That's really good because they know they're not going to be winning it if they go up in that spiral staircase. So they're going in through the sides. And so far, so good, especially here in Alpha. Player number 5 is going to be their only problem. That's going to be Island, waiting for reinforcement. But Bola goes in there, goes in for the trade. That's going to be ticks of progress going in from Alpha. That's going to be really good. I'm really liking this play coming in from Tribe.
They're trying to go for the control reverse sweep. Tang has got to win that gunfight. He gets absolutely dumpstered. And now the progression coming in on both sites for Tribe Gaming. And there's no real counter for Q9. They haven't gotten any kills in the last 2 minutes, it feels like. And we finally find a couple for Dichen and Uling, but they've still got a lot to do in regards to protecting. It looks like they're basically just going to give up B for free. Jeds with the pre-fire with the claw, going to be able to shut down another one. It was still a 7 life advantage for Tribe Gaming. Looks like a good chance for them to close this one out and push it to around 5.
Dam goes in there again for the spawn trap. Gets a few lives, but not really anything to change the game up. Bolu spams that claw, doesn't really quite get anyone there, but knows very well that Island's going to be right up, but then obviously having the upper hand of the second floor, he does win it. Alpha almost going to be captured. 1 minute, a lot of time to play with, and now so many members coming in from Q9 funneling through, giving Tribe a hard time, but they're going to clean things up. But 1 tick of progress, that's going to be good. So 1 big push coming in from Tribe is going to be essential.
Marshy, big jump shot from the water side right there. A 9 life advantage should afford Tribe the opportunity to just play TDM right here. You don't really need to get that ticket progression, but if you want to apply some pressure, you absolutely can, because you only need that 1 take. Q9's going to get rid of the progress, and Jez has managed to sneak all the way through. He's going to be able to find 2, find a 3rd. Can he make it 4 right here? Finally going to get shut down, but he's got full streaks, which is going to be massive. Heading into that final round, only 1 life right here for Q9. No real hope through the smoke. Big connects, and now Tribe looking for the reverse sweep in the control.
2 rounds in a row, and now when we thought that Q9 had a very huge lead, similar story, don't you think, from S&D? Something that, you know, feel like Q9 just dropped the ball. And now for Tribe, they do have the advantage of being on that defense, but let's see what kind of response Q9 can give us on the attack.
That's one thing about Tribe. They're incredibly resilient, and showing that right here. Tang gonna go ahead and back up, but doesn't play it slow enough. Jez gonna find 1. Gets the information with the hunter killer as well. That's 2 kills on the board. Q9 has not gotten a single kill here in round 5. Dam's finally going to be able to open it up right there, but there's hunter killers up in the sky. They've got to make this push quick, and if they can maybe stack this B point, might be able to get themselves a little bit more time, but it is costing them a lot of lives in the process.
I feel like that B push could have been so good, but unfortunately for them, did not win the gunfight. So far, Oling actually gets 2 really big opening kills, just providing that first tick of progress in B. That's going to be for 1 player for Island to go and take it out for Jez. Spots 1. That's a really big kill because that gives him the claw. The claw. That's going to be really big for him if he actually saves it later on.
Now Tribe looking to set up the spawn trap right here. Bolu gets pushed all the way up into garage. The Tribe player is going to go ahead and flood through, and they're trying to spawn trap from both sides if they can. Island trying to force his way through. Uling going to find one, but they can't kill Bolu. He's working on streaks. D-Chen finally going to be able to find the shutdown, but the lives are the bigger issue at hand for Q9. Have not been able to win the bulk of the gunfights. And now an opportunity for Tribe to find 3 rounds in a row. We'll see if they can make it happen as another big gunfight goes down. Q9, they got to get that last tick of objective time over on B, but with a 12 life disadvantage, how much are you willing to afford to Tribe? Dam's gonna hop on, but the Purifier comes out for Marshy. Only 7 seconds remaining. Not a whole lot to work with if you're Q9. They hop on B. How long will it last?
22-2 with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna have some kind of progress, but no, it is just not enough. As Tribe goes in there for 3 rounds in a row, secures 1 more round for them. A 2-1 as we get to see Hardpoint in our next matchup. Can I just say how Tribe played that so well in that last matchup for me? It was going to be Tectonic and Marshy having that crossfire in Bravo. That was such good defense.
Yeah, it felt like a confidence swing more than everything. We saw the Q9 players first couple rounds, they're pre-firing everything, they're snapping, they're turning. They seem to have everything on lock, and I don't know if it was a lapse in communication, whatever it is, but last 3 rounds, they get completely fried. And my, oh my, the rookie Jez. He was the North American MVP for Stage 4, and he's bringing that same level of talent and gameplay here in Stage 5 as he goes 36-15.
Big scores, really big scores. Bolu as well, 31-22. And on the other side, Dam, he has been absolutely great for his team too, trying to go in there for the spawn traps, but he is going to be the only one that tries to do that most of the time. And so it kind of slows down Tribe just a little bit, kind of gives them just a tiny bit of a delay going into the side, but obviously it didn't work out too well at the very end because for Tribe, they flipped the switch. They changed up and they adapted very well when it comes to going in there, because there was one point actually in the matchup, I think it was their second win, where it was they couldn't fight mid. So they were like, okay, we can't fight mid, it was too strong. So they went into the outside lanes anyway and win a lot of those gunfights, and that is just really good plays right there.
That's the thing about Tribe. We saw it in Stage 4. You see them get down at big deficits, whether it's in a round, whether it's in a series, and they are just such a difficult team to close out because of the way that they bounce back. They make adjustments mid-series, mid-game, whatever it is, and they're just tough to kill. That's just the way that they play, and that's one of the reasons why they're one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah, and speaking of another really good team, one of the best in the world, Q9, struggling in that control, struggling to close it out. And as we saw, it's very back and forth when it comes to search and destroy and control, but the only lopsided game that we actually saw was Hardpoint. And guess what's next? It's going to be Hardpoint standoff. Now, do or die for Q9. You do not want to be in that situation where you're at the lower round 1.
And standoff Hardpoint is Tribe's home. That's where they want to be. That's where their SMGs are really going to be able to thrive, and they have a lot of SMG-oriented players. Obviously, you got Tech that's going to typically play in the long range, but everybody else has the opportunity to pull out the SMG and just fry on the inside of the Hardpoint. So they're going to be tough to shut down. If you're Q9, you gotta, I'm not necessarily gonna call it a choke, but you gotta put that last game out of your mind. Definitely should have been able to close it out. You gotta give yourself a chance at the search and destroy, because if you do, you know you're able to beat Tribe in search and destroy.
Weapon comp for me is going to be the biggest question mark for Q9 because a while ago, when it was Raid, it was a 4-man AR, 4-man Krig, and 1 CBR for Q9. And now for Tribe, obviously a little bit more, you know, adjustable when it comes to their gun selection. So hopefully we get to see Q9 play it a little bit too much because obviously it didn't work out for them. That was the most lopsided game in this particular matchup in this series. And so we need to see adaptability coming in from Q9 because so far struggles for that control matchup, and obviously signs of life rather coming in from that search and destroy where they were able to pull it up. And now this is do or die. If not, Q9 goes into the lower round 1.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be. I think the other big question, we talked earlier about how it seemed like the two teams have agreed on a GA for the SKS, but then Q9 starts losing a little bit, and they're like, you know what, maybe we'll use the SKS. Could potentially be something that we see come out, and actually, for the first time, at least from the games we've seen, the R9 coming into play for them. A double shot shotgun, and it definitely has lethal ability in smaller maps like Standoff and Summit, but Marshy!
Oh my God!
Nade right there, he is flying across the map, and what a start for him.
I wish I saw where that nade was at. I was too busy looking at what was happening right in front of me, but oh my goodness, I want to see that in my highlights later on. Going on a 4 spree. Early points coming in from Tribe. Very solid hold a while ago, but now Q9 gets the 25 seconds. But 2 players coming in from Tribe. Now all 4 actually goes in there for defense, but Tang and Island get essential kills, and they still get the scrap points.
Yeah, pretty even off the start, which is not really what it seemed like for that first hard point, so good signs for Q9. Tang frying off the start once again. He's been huge for them so far. And right now they're rotated pretty early over toward P2 as well, and that is the power of the R9 right there. Crazy, crazy range for a shotgun. And this is a solid early setup for Q9. Dam's gonna be the biggest issue. If you're Tribe, you gotta try to get to that opposite side and shut him down. Marshy just doing Marshy things, but he doesn't have a counter for the R9 on the inside of the hard point.
Oh my God.
Dam with the 4 Ps right there. He's going crazy with it, and he's got full streaks off the start.
If Tribe has Marshy, Q9 has Dam, and now it looks like he's playing his angles really well, knowing that it's going to be close range engagements are what he's going to be winning. But scrap points going in for the side of Tribe. Contestation not really quite pulling through, as the rotation really early coming in from Q9. Again, we've seen this already in their first hard point. They're not actually going in there for the contest. They're just giving away all the free points going to Tribe.
Yeah, they have definitely put a big emphasis on those early rotations. I will say this is a very early rotation. Early rotations are a good thing, but when you're giving up this much time for the enemy to just get free scrap time, you're not contesting at all, and you're also opening a door for them to be able to rotate early as well. You got to question, is it worth it? So Tang on the bottom side, trying to make something happen. He's able to break through. Shots coming, I believe, through the wall right there. He's going to be able to make the one-man break. D-Chen finds one on the bottom side as well. Tang and Dam, not 2 players that have, from what I've seen, been big highlight players for Q9 in the past, but they have absolutely come to play today as they're already combining for 20.
But Tribe is just so good when it comes to the retake, and that's why when you're Q9, it's just like you already know that if you're gonna do an early rotate, it's not gonna work out for you. So now, Tribe,
with 30 seconds?
30 seconds! 23 on the clock right now, and still no contest whatsoever, no anchoring, no spawn control coming in from Q9, and now it looks like slowly but surely Tribe is actually gaining that lead, that momentum that they need. Early rotate coming in from Q9 as 2 players going there for the defense.
I mean, it's one thing if you're getting like rock solid defenses and you're basically untouchable on the inside of the hard point, but Tribe is able to get the majority of their breaks within the first 10 to 20 seconds of each of these hard points, and the fact that Q9 is rotating so early is making it easier and easier for Tribe to do that. Obviously, Q9 still in this, absolutely. It's pretty much a tie game right here as Jez looking to get pushed out and take some control on this side of the map. He's frying with the switchblade in hand. And once again, 20 seconds in, Tribe already finds the break. if you're Q9, you got to find a way to contest a little bit more.
Patience from Tribe. 3 players actually in boxes and just waiting for that one last player coming in from Hay. That is so good. That's the reason why that they always do so well in the break. Big almost gets another one, but information does gather for them. And now final contest finally comes through from Q9 as well, but not enough as only one player is actually going to be there. They're funneling in there one by one. That is the biggest difference between these two teams, is that, taking a look at that, who's going in there for the early respawn as well, the early rotate rather into Grannies. That's going to be Q9. 109 and 86 is the scoreline.
Yeah, if you're Q9, I think early rotations are good. I think the timing that they've had on these rotations need to be adjusted a little bit. We'll see if they can make that adjustment. Tectonic. Oh, the straightest shooter in the West. He's going to be able to drop down. Maybe going to hit the reload first real quick and see what he can do from the top side. But once again, 12 seconds until you get that break for Tribe. And if that's happening, like, why rotate early? You know, there's no need to rotate early. They're going to give you, what, 20, 30 seconds of free scrap time? You will take that every single time. Q9 finally going to be able to break back in, but they definitely seems like they need to make some adjustments. And I guess to a certain degree, the rotation's paying off, is they're getting outslayed pretty heavily and still at a tie game. Maybe if you're Tribe, think a little bit about not fighting as much for that scrap time and capitalizing more on the gun skill that you know you have.
Now, speaking of timing of the rotation, now this is a better time when it comes to Q9. As 126 and 113, the gap is a little bit close as Q9 gets majority of the points in P1. 3 players from Tribe going into gas station, but then they are going to be losing it. Just one more player out there tries to go in there for the kill, but unfortunately for him, Tang is going to be right there. Very slick guy. And now points, yet again, the timing is going to be really good for Q9 this round. Purifier is going to absolutely stop every single one, but then where did that person come from? Just that one essential player is actually going to be Jez, taking down one essential operator.
Maybe not the best position to pull out that Purifier. Obviously, you want to take gunfights on the inside, but if you're gonna peek, then don't pull out your operator. Tribe absolutely floods into the hard point right here, and now the big question once again, does Q9 rotate already? One of the players has that 25, 30 seconds that you're giving away for free, trying to make a 4-man break up against Tribe Gaming. It's just not gonna happen. So you want to get the map control, you want that early rotation, but at some point, I feel like you got to make a little bit of an adjustment because it's allowing Tribe to just barely stay in the lead for the entirety of the matchup.
Q9 is just trying to go in for the break one by one, and they spawn so far away from the next hard point. They spawn over the way in Hay. And now there's only, what, 3 players that's going to try to go and defend that, where the rest of Tribe's actually there for the break. Player number 5 and 3, that's going to be Marshy and Tectonic, patiently waiting for the rest of their teammates to go and break, and that absolutely pays off. Again, early rotation from Q9, but they always lose when it comes to the contest.
And this could be the nail in the coffin right here. Island, unfortunate timing on that spawn. That's a free kill for Jez, and if we don't see Q9 break back in here, I don't know that they have much of a chance of closing out this one. Could be sent to the lower bracket early on. Right now, Tribe unrelenting in these pushes. They just go ahead and hop out of the hard point. I guess wanted to get some more kills just for lulz, but they hop back in and should be pretty close to a 50-point lead heading out of this. Once again, that you see the free 25 seconds of uncontested scrap time for Tribe. I understand what Q9's trying to do. I'm just not sure about the timing of it.
That timing was really off. I feel like the only really good rotation they had was P2 in this particular restart. But again, Tribe is just too strong when it comes to the retake. As 4-man push coming in from the back end from Blue. And now we get to see, Warehouse rather, where they're still waiting very patiently for the rest of their teammates to go and gather up, as player number 2 from Q9 is going to be outside in Statue, loses that gunfight, but finally a solid hold coming in from Q9. That's going to be really big for them. Again, another big push coming in from Tribe. Going in there, 3 and 2 split is going to ensue.
And the big question for Q9, can you actually get an early rotation to stick? The answer has been no every single time.
Oh my god.
And even though it's not quite as early as it was previously, still 30 seconds in, Tribe Gaming able to find the break. Oh, big Purifier for D-Gen though. This is an opportunity for close to a full 60. I think probably at minimum 50 points for Q9 if they can get it to stick right here. Tribe just so clean on the gunny. It has been a back and forth hard point right here. Nobody able to tell. And that's the thing, Q9, you've got the gun skill to break back in. You're just not really trusting your ability to do it. They don't rotate early off of this one, but they're in control of the hard point, and now they have an opportunity to close the gap even more.
Let's see if the change of pace of Q9 is going to help them out. Not rotating early enough and just finishing and getting the scrap points finally. And now getting the scrap points is going to be really big, as we already saw before in this second reset. They had majority of the points here in P1. Looks like they still have a very solid hold as well. 2v2 situation happening over here in Granny's. Really big gunfights being won. Tang going in there with the Purifier, not really getting a lot of these kills. Still very heavily contested spot.
It is all Q9 in the feed right now, and that lead is getting smaller and smaller for Tribe. A big feed right there, and just as we get a 5 feed for Q9, all of a sudden there's a 5 feed for Tribe, and they're back in the driver's seat. The Purifier comes on out for Big. He's got 3 players he can shut down, but isn't able to get either of them. Fortunately for him, Marshy is there, and they're going to be able to get it all the way down to, if I had to guess, 243 heading into the next one. And now, I think for the first time all game, it's Tribe with the early rotation. They've got the setup right here and should be able to close this one out, assuming they play it correctly.
Yeah, they gave it up because they know they can finish things here in P2, and they're doing such an amazing job by clearing out every single one of the players from Q9 over here in Gas Station. There is just no way that they can go in here. 250 is the scoreline, and finally, after a grueling 4 rounds, we get to see a Tribe finally comes out on top as Q9 bumps down into lower round 1.
Woo! That was a tight one. That's one that I feel like could be a preview of our grand finals. Both of those teams incredibly talented. For Q9, very, very winnable control, very close second hard point as well. And over on the Tribe side, the S&D was close too. So I don't feel like coming out of this, either of these teams can feel bad about their performance, but obviously Tribe asserting their dominance early on. That's a great sign for Tribe fans around the world.
Wow, what an amazing matchup that we have, and we're not done yet when it comes to the other teams that are performing here. If you guys are at home, you can definitely check out our Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams. As you can see over here, our Bravo stream going to be Almighty versus Skade, where surprise, surprise, Skade is going to have that upper hand. And that's going to be really exciting once we see what is going to be that scoreline. But it looks like we had such an amazing round number 1 here in our Alpha stream, where number 1, hardpoint looks like Q9, they're having a little bit of difficulty, but honestly, they improved so much here in standoff.
Yeah, I think a couple tweaks in the way that they played that. I think the early rotations they had were great, but if you look maybe like 10 seconds different of contest time rather than just giving it to Tribe for free in that hardpoint, could be a completely different story, especially given how close they were able to keep it in spite of some of those mistakes. So I'm excited to see how they fare up against some of the other regions. I don't think this is going to be the end of the road for Tribe, but or for Q9, but I think they're going to have a tough matchup in the lower bracket as well.
Yeah, it's a question of who they're going to be going up against. That is the biggest question of all, as we're waiting for a lot of these teams to finish their matchup. So again, we're going into hardpoint because that was the biggest, I feel like, kryptonite coming in from Q9. Control, they could have had it in the back. They should have had it, and I feel like we would have been casting map number 5 today. But you know what? We're going to save that for grand finals possibly. And so for me, Tribe is just so good with their plays. They're so patient, and not only that, they occupy all of the entrances when it comes to a single hardpoint. That's why they're so good at the retake. For me, probably one of the best teams to actually utilize that.
Yeah, I think their teamwork is the reason that they're able to find those breaks so easily. And that's the thing, when you can find breaks that easily, you don't have to be quite as strategic as long as you're getting the bigger chunk of the time. And you know that they're going to give you, what, 20, 30 seconds for free off of an early rotation? Like, you take that every single time.
That's going to be really exciting. But obviously, we have a lot of matches here so far, but Q9 getting that 1, and obviously Tribe getting that 3. Very close matches that we actually had here so far. But before we actually go into whatever match that we have left. I'm pretty excited to see what Tribe actually has to offer, but I feel like D-Gun, I feel like he's going to be having a little bit of an interview with one of the key players of Tribe Gaming. Vague, that's going to be up next.
I'm excited to see that one. Vague always has very interesting things to say.
Hello, all right, thank you very much, y'all. Great cast. I'm here with Vague from Tribe. Yo, give it up for Vague. All right, Vague, obviously that was a long series. How did you guys work through the fact that it took a little while to get through?
Well, honestly, like, it was a long series, especially after the S&D. It kind of threw us off guard. We had this 6-3 lead, and unfortunately Tech did get disconnected, and it kind of threw us off guard. Going into the S&D, we ended up losing, but then we went to Hacienda, and being down 0-2, some of us might have lost hope, but I'm guessing we didn't because we ended up coming back, getting that 3-2 victory, going into the hard point, and then we won the entire series, which is a really good thing.
Q9 is one of the top squads in all of COD Mobile. You knew that this was going to be a hype match coming into it. You obviously being like best of the West. What did you think of Q9?
Oh, Q9 are definitely a great team for sure. We did do some VOD review on them, and they do have some good ideas, especially the fact that they are a team-based, I guess, team. Our team was mainly started out as like a gun skill thing, ego chow everything, and they were the reason why we started to like get the whole play style working together and stuff, and that was definitely one of the reasons why we did win that game today with this whole series. So I guess shout out to them for giving us that whole idea.
Well, with that victory now, you're on the upper side of the bracket. It feels like you had one of your toughest tests. What are you guys trying to prove here and work on as you continue to move through the tournament?
Well, what we're trying to prove is that we are definitely the best team in NA, and even today we show that with beating the #1 team, which is Q9, obviously. Really great team. And I'm just hoping we can keep the same energy throughout the entire tournament, because at the end of the day, KD doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who does good or bad. Even if someone does good, if they lose, they won't remember it until the winner of the whole tournament wins. They won't remember who did good. They'll remember who won.
Well, you guys got the victory in your first match. Vague, congratulations, brother. You and Tribe moving on to the upper side of the bracket. Let's send it back to the casters to close out this series.
Thank you so much, D-Gun and Vague. Congratulations for your team moving into the next matchup. But before we actually move on into our next set of matches, let's take a look at the highlights that we actually had, because there were a ton. This is probably one of the closest matches that we've seen so far.
Yeah, it was super tight all the way through. Obviously, the first hard point, not so much. It was a Tribe show through and through. And I do feel like Q9 learned off of a lot of mistakes that they made right here, maybe overly corrected in some situations, but I think overall they put up a good fight. A lot of it is just the pure gun skill of Tribe, and also that team chemistry of playing together that long, having such a team-oriented play style. And like Vague said, it's not about KD for them at the end of the day. They just want to get wins, and whoever has to get kills to do it, they're going to do exactly what they need to do. But across the board, no question, Tribe looking like the hardpoint team to beat in this tournament.
Definitely. We already expected that off the bat, but obviously Search and Destroy is a different story here, where obviously the China teams, both Wolves and Q9, have the upper hand because their region is so heavy when it comes to playing this game mode. But surprisingly, actually Tribe did an amazing job and just really pulling off quite the shocker in this situation and making Q9 and its fans kind of shudder in fear just a tiny bit, because at some point the points were so far away, as you can see over here, but obviously up until our restart where we saw Q9 just wake up.
Yeah, and the thing about it is we talk about how the control was very winnable for Q9. You can say the same about the Search and Destroy for Tribe. Like, I think a couple things changing the momentum in this one definitely had a huge impact on the overall outcome. And I think if Tribe's able to play that first map all the way through, maybe just a straight up 3-0. Obviously, there's a lot of different things that you got to take into account, but Tribe looking very strong, and definitely not a weak Search and Destroy team by any stretch of the imagination.
And now, speaking of the highlights for our control game, where Q9 had the upper hand of those 2 points, defense and offense. But you know what, Tribe shows, yep, we're going to be doing the same thing to you. and that just seals the deal for them. And now for Q9, I feel like they were just being predictable at the very end, where they just had to close it out just once, like what you said. The same thing happening for Search and Destroy and Tribe. They could have just closed it out, but no. Same case over here for Q9, where they were just so predictable, and Tribe did so well at trying to be more adaptable to the play style of Q9, just not going in there for that mid push, knowing very well they're gonna lose it every single time. And so they went into the outside lanes and just free B and Alpha going in there.
That's the thing about always being an aggressive team. Like, yes, it can definitely work to your advantage, but in some situations it also makes you predictable because the opposing team knows that you're always going to be aggressive. So I think reevaluating in some of those situations could work to the advantage of the Q9. I'm excited to see how they match up against some of the other teams in the future of our tournament.
Yes, we have so much to say, but we do know 3 people that have a lot to say. Digon, Shift, and Proper, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. Y'all did a great job for groups C and D. A lot of stuff to cover here as we hop back on into that Tribe Q9 match. There was a lot of things that happened there. Vague had a lot to say about it too, but like just he slid it in there. He was like, you know, we were gun skill team, but our utility usages, am I allowed to curse on the interview? I was like, don't curse on the interview, but we'll get to that if you want to. So things to optimize there for Tribe, but they still get the victory over Q9.
And I love that Vegas getting us a little headpiece of like what they're thinking through, because this is just one step. Yes, it's a major matchup when it comes down to you have a tough opponent in front of you.
Right.
But this is just winners round 1. It's a long tournament. So you do need to be kind of picking apart the things that are technically not going perfect, because you're going to need to win here this weekend.
Yeah, and that's definitely something that we want to do with Q9 as well, as their S&D was something that was worth it, right?
I would say that, you know, we expected their surge to be great, and there were some really great moments defensively. Obviously, they won that huge tear, and that's how they get back into it after the reset.
Yeah, I mean, for Q9 as a whole, as we're watching through some of these replays, you'll see something as a swift decision ends up coming through. Is they didn't want to meet the pace anymore versus Tribe. Defensively, they actually recognized just to give up so much space just outside of Tin and just play for the 5v5 retake, and hey, it worked.
It's great awareness a number of different times, because it's the same setup once again for Tribe. Get on, get the quick plant, but look how Q9 are stacked. They're taking away the mid lane. They have the ability to get players in towards trailer, and then the retake is so darn swift. That's something that Tribe never faced at all during stage 4, and 100% was a catalyst for why Q9 was able to take the surge.
Yeah, and again, showing the power of Q9 and why they're one of the most successful teams in the world, and why they win most of the time on S&D. But they are not without their flaws, and we've got a couple of clips here to show that prove it in map number 3.
Yeah, map number 3 was a little bit of a head start here. This is the bad and somewhat of the ugly, right? You know, you do not adjust the screen at all. Yeah, that was a 2-0 lead, in fact, for Q9, and things start going rather awry, and yeah, it has everything to do with that life deficit, plus the resource that Q9 had in their back pocket. They were down at one point like 5 to 12, and they somehow decided just to pull out operators for some reason.
You're 2-0 up. You don't have to spend anything. You're guaranteed another defense somewhere. Why try to force operator usage when not only is it 2 to 10, but you have a safety blanket for their defensive round? They threw away 3 different operators, and I think the word we could use is that's a breakdown. Like, you cannot have those mistakes happen coming out of a major region that is looking to possibly win this tournament. That is a massive mistake, and that's 100% what cost them the map.
Yeah, and again, it feels weird because that doesn't feel like necessarily a difference of strategy. That just felt like a brain fart on stage. So
it's like desperation almost is what it felt like. Just sitting there thinking, there's like, okay, well, I have a grab cannon or I have a purifier. Maybe I can get a couple of kills with this, but you're still down horrendously. Like you're down by like 12 lives at that point. Yeah. There's no reason just to throw away resources when you have such a great lead.
Yeah, well, with that victory, Tribe is now top of the group. Q9 will drop to the limb bracket of the group stage and has to work their way through it. So we take a look at our group stages brought to you by Republic of Gamers. Group C completed already. Team Almighty and Skate still doing battle, and I think Skate's up 2-1 right now over Team Almighty, who's one of the top teams. Luminosity getting the victory over Nova Esports. And then it was Scars, the Japanese outfit, taking down Influence Kemen in a series here. Thoughts?
Hey, we asked the question at the top of this whole segment, was Scars going to come out and actually do something, or were they just, you know, the only sleeping giant in Japan? They looked good. I mean, we're watching them on the quad feed, and they were making some great plays. You even mentioned a couple of times, like, they're not getting the most kills, but they're getting the important ones. So their objective focus is really good, and it will provide a little bit of a threat, I think, for Tribe.
Yeah, in their map number 1 against Influence Kevin, Influence Kevin had 2 guys drop 49 and 41 kills, but everyone, like, Scar still won, right? They still were able to hold on to the hard point, get the points needed, all in the 30s in terms of kills, but they held the point. It was fascinating to watch.
It's one of those things, again, in Call of Duty, historically, that you'll see the same thing here across the entirety of Major 1, even with the CDL, is that you don't need to get all the kills all the time, but you need to find the right kills, and every single time that we were looking back up at Scars and Influence, they were always in the right place. They were winning those rotational battles, and they were making sure that they were locking down 40 points at a time. You could drop 50 kills, it doesn't matter if you're not generating time.
Yeah, shout outs to Chaotic for those, like, that 49 kill performance in the loss, but still a loss, and it showed as Scars moves on, and they are 1-0. They will take on Tribe in the winner's side of the bracket. That is very, very exciting stuff. All right, y'all. That is all the matches from Group A, B, C, and D, that first round. But now we've got ourselves the elim brackets. It's the put up or shut up time for all the teams that dropped their first series. We're going to have that after we take a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the COD Mobile 2022 World Championship. Hello everyone and welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship. We've had 7 series wrap on up and we're waiting for the final series to close on out for our first round of the group stages. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. Y'all, we were going right through it, but we're actually gonna hop right into the action with our final first round group stage match. It's Skade versus Almighty. This is one here where Almighty was favored. We weren't sure what to expect out of Skade, and Almighty getting pushed all the way to the brink here at 2-2.
Man, these LATAM teams are just so good, and that's why it's just like so amazing. Babzera gets that one big kill. And now you're watching the Delta stream if you were wondering. They're the only ones left here, and that's why we're getting the little bit of a spotlight from both of these teams. Really surprised that the scoreline is actually going to be 2-2, knowing very well that Almighty is the #1 in Garena and Skade is the #2 of LATAM.
Babzera is a player that we saw hitting some big snipes in Stage 5 last year, and he's looking to bring that this year as well. 4 kills on the board for him. There are only 2 rounds, and they're putting in the work, but Almighty is not a team to be scoffed at. They got 5 players still up here in the Slum Search and Destroy. Once again, this is a very unorthodox search and destroy map, very, very compact on those bomb sites, and if you can manage to get a bomb down, it's pretty easy to hold off the retake, but that's a very, very big if.
Winner taking on Luminosity, who defeated Nova. Obviously, that means Nova will then be the opponent for whoever loses here.
First game 5 of the day, and it's really exciting to see because this is one of the teams that could be OT yet again. Babzera gets that information. Doesn't really quite land the shots though, but he will reposition himself into arches and hopefully getting that information, but none goes to him so far.
Right now, it's definitely a waiting game. Skade doesn't want to force anything. Oh my gosh, but he gets caught off guard by Incendio. Only needed a sliver in that line of sight. He absolutely shuts it down. That likely gonna round out the round for Skade right here. The bomb is down and in a really tough spot to retrieve. Leo's in trying his best to get pushed up right here, but he's gonna get spotted out. Does get the kill onto Jeff Pro, but there's Heaven. Trade at hand, and Mihawk left all alone. Gonna be able to find Irfan J, but he's still got 2 Almighty players he's got to deal with. But he drops Incendio right there, and now into a 1v1. Heaven and Mihawk!
Oh
it's a 1v3, but we didn't get to see!
What was that bad? I'm so nervous, let's go! But hopefully in the highlights later on, we do get to see that beautiful 1v3, but oh my gosh, what a shift in momentum, and that is definitely needed by Skade. And now for Almighty, you had the upper hand there, and you just lost that 1v3. What can you do? Full rush comes through from Skade here into that alpha site. Bomb goes down very early.
It's just got to be confidence shaking for Almighty right there. That seemed like the most clutchable round. And you've got the bomb sitting right in front of you. They haven't even picked up the bomb. You don't need to challenge, just sit back on a head glitch. Absolutely thrown away round, and Skade's gonna find a couple to open right here as well. Jeff Pro able to find 1 trade, and the pressure's on, but Almighty is executing, but just like that, only 1 player remains. Incendio shut down, and who else? Babzera coming through with the snipes once again. A 3-1 round lead. This would absolutely be an upset, especially with right now the #1 seed in Garena being Almighty.
Skade doing really well when it comes to that aggressive push, but now it's going to be different. 3-2 split for them, trying to gather that information first, and now there's going to be 1 player going in for that Bravo side for Almighty. That's going to be Heaven. Getting that information down, and they're just going to slow things down just a tiny bit as they go in for the repositioning here through mid. That's a really good split. 3-2 split, and that is going to be able to stop Skade right at its tracks, but then the information finally comes through.
I think a little bit of information for Skade. You can hear the SKS bullets whizzing across. Incendio, that 3 times Rytech, which honestly we haven't seen a whole lot outside of Garena, but he's definitely been able to have a big impact with it so far. Heaven going to be able to find, I believe, deagle shots on the Leo right there. Trade will come through, and now the smokes across. Utility usage is going to be so crucial in this matchup. down to a 2v2. If you're Almighty, you've got to find a way to close it out. Heaven's going to find one. You still got a Pabzera to deal with, and he's got the bomb in hand. It's going to go down over on the B site. The pressure now on as Almighty desperately trying to avoid another big clutch for Skate.
They got all the lanes covered as Heaven gets that beautiful, beautiful timing. That is COD timing at its finest, and unfortunately for Pab, he was at a pretty good spot, but numbers advantage going in from Almighty.
Yeah, and I like this one from Almighty because you stopped the push early by Skate. Skate just rushed A site in the round previously, and it felt like once Almighty gets a little bit more control, you get to see the class that made them the #1 squad in Garena.
Yep, no question about it. We'll see if they can do that again. Obviously, defending over here on the B site, not an easy thing to do, especially if you get that barrage of utility, but Skate gonna play this somewhat passive. One player floods through the midst of the statue area. Leo and Lynn's gonna find the openers right there. That's gonna put Almighty in a bad spot, but Incendio finds a double right there. He gets traded out anyway. Shut Up left all alone, and man, those remaining Almighty players got shut down real quick.
Leo's in, responded with a 2-piece of their own, and now for Almighty in a very tricky spot as Skade is slowly but surely gaining that momentum for their end, and now it really is going to be very difficult because Almighty getting that bomb carry down, it really looks like they're better when it comes to being passive, and it looks like for Skate, they're so going to be aggressive. Speaking of aggressively pushing in through that alpha, going to Broken, but then they do pay the price, and Irfan J gets that beautiful 2 as Shut Up goes in there for the backup as well. They push back though for Skate, and now that's going to be really big kills coming in from Irfan J.
The one thing that's going for Skate, they've got a lot of players in a lot of different spots. Shut Up reads that perfectly. He's able to find the trade onto Lynn's, and now all down to Leo and Pabzera. We've seen some big clutches out of them so far. Looking to make the cross right here. Got players on each bomb site. Jeff just kind of waiting, letting his snipers do the majority of the work right now, and Pabzera not getting any angles to work with. Shut Up's going to be able to shut down Leo. And now a 1v4. We've seen the 1v3, 1v4, maybe not as feasible. Irfan J shuts it down. Now Almighty most certainly still in this one.
3K for Irfan J, that's going to be huge kills for his team and slowly closing the gap against Skade. And now like what I said, that Skade really does well when it comes to the aggression. They actually pay for that in that particular round. And now we're going in for a full defense going in for Bravo, and a very aggressive push coming in from Almighty. Looks like they want to rush going into Bravo, but that's going to be 3 players that they have to worry about. And Leozetta gets 1, but then Almighty gets 2, gets 3, no, gets that 4K. And now all alone, that's going to be you. You have so much time, Leosin, but not the numbers to back yourself up.
The bomb's going to go ahead and go down, so Leosin's going to find the opener onto Irfan J, make it a 2-piece. And if you're Almighty, you're thinking back to that 1v3, you don't want it to happen again. This one would be a 1v4. And you got to think with the bomb down, it just hold hands. You know he's got to make a push through. You know what side of the map he's on, but still very, very split up right now. One's going to get spotted out. And now an opportunity for the 1v4. Leo doesn't have the information on that last player on the inside of Garage. He's going to go ahead, peek around. But right now, Shut Up, all you got to do is play the bomb. You planted it perfectly. He gets the information, but no time to work with. Shut Up's going to go ahead and peek through, but the last shot does not connect in time. Nearly another miracle for Skade, but just like that, Almighty ties things up.
That was beautiful. The way that the bomb was planted was so good for Shut Up in that post-plant situation, and he had all the time in the world to just stop the push, play with time, play with his food, and there was really nothing that Leo can actually do to stop that. And again, that was really clutch for him as well, getting that 1 kill off of Heaven. But yeah, really great post-plant situation coming in from Almighty. Now we're even things up with a 4 and 4.
I feel like some of these setups for Almighty are just a little bit questionable. They keep putting themselves in really difficult situations when they have big man advantages. It feels like the teamwork just not quite there for them right now, and they get a couple players picked off the start right here. And with Mihawk getting way pushed up in that mid-map area, there is no control, no information, no anything for Almighty right now, and just praying for one of their snipers to find a pick.
Now, speaking of one of their snipers, that's going to be Heaven with the monumental job to try to find someone there. But Shut Up yet again. One more sniper for them. Going to be going down for Skade. Still very doable for Almighty to go in there for the clutch as Heaven spots and knows very well that one person is there, but Jeffra goes in there for the kill. Leozera goes in there for the trade as well. Still doable 3v2 situation, but 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of time to play with.
Ooh, and Heaven just not quite enough patience right there. I think he definitely could have found one person peeking over top of that head glitch, but now left guessing once again. Lynn's right outside the door. May have been an audio cue for Heaven right here, but once again playing the waiting game. That's not where you're going to want to counter up against an SMG. Reads it like a book. Lynn's going to drop right there. Mihawk's able to take down Jeff Pro in that same breath. And what do you know? Mihawk doing all the dirty work for the squad. Skate retakes the lead.
That was the first round we got to see in a while where everything slowed down. The last like 4 or 5 rounds have all been rushes and someone losing a ton of members and then a cleanup right afterwards. That one we finally got some breath and got to see the class by both squads.
So good. I mean, Mihawk is just really good at clutching up those situations, and now for them, they just need to stay put, because so far so good for them. And now very aggressive going in for Almighty into that Bravo site. Very well that they can go and re-affect it. And now a very important gunfight being won right now into Arches. Mihawk yet again, he's the king of this place. He's been getting so many kills here. And Popzera gets a triple kill. Skate, one more to go, and they will win this best of 5.
Our first Game 5 of the day has definitely not disappointed. And maybe didn't talk enough about Popzera coming into this event. Obviously, I remember him making some big plays. But
remember? The man, the myth, the legend.
He's definitely not disappointed one bit, especially against a team that we expected to be top 3. But just like that, the bounce back for Almighty, making Skade pay. Kind of forcing them into that aggressive push. And now with the bomb going down, they're exactly where they want to be. You still got Popzera alive, you still got Leo alive. Anything's possible, but Heaven shuts down Leo, and now all down to Popzera. He's gonna hit the quick scope to open things up right here. But a 1v5, 1v3, yeah, 1v5, just throw away the phone.
You're pushing it right there. But hey, he definitely made at least one mark on the team, 1 dead, but 5 and 6. Whew, very close to an overtime, and Bobby, it looks like we have a caster curse of just extending all of the games that we actually cast right now. But hey, here we go. One more lifeline for Almighty to try and even things up, and Skade just needs to close this out for 1, but then Almighty getting 2, but then the trades from Skade is also going to come through, but then a 1v3 situation. Hey, what are you going to do, Shut Up?
Oof. Skade trying to shut things down before we get to OT right here. Leo's in, very comfortable on that bomb heady, and Shut Up gonna have to make a lot of consecutive reads right here to make things happen. You can see the cross look right here for Skade. Got all their angles covered, and Mihawk's gonna spot him. Hit markers! Oh, he shot him in the foot on accident right there, and that's likely gonna be the end of the round. These shots don't connect. Skade coming out on top, showing they 100% deserve to be on this stage, and what I would definitely consider to be our first upset of the day.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful round coming in from Skade, and I could not believe my eyes when we were actually watching simultaneously from our screens today. But really valiant effort though coming in from Almighty, taking it to a game number 5, but obviously just could not rely on that search and destroy, could not respond to that aggression.
Well, the Norwegian organization with the full Brazilian roster coming up with the first definitive upset, not only in a map, but in a whole series, and push down the #1 squad from Southeast Asia. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm very glad we waited for all the matches to complete to watch that one finish on up, because it was an impressive, I guess, usage of bricks and grinding that last map on out here, Bobby.
Yeah, there were so many difficult situations that could have very easily gone the way of Almighty, but just sticking with it, not giving up on those individual rounds when you got a 1v3, when you got a 2v4, executing to absolute perfection. Almighty didn't have a counter. I think the map pick probably playing a really big role right there as well, and Skade did everything they needed to.
I was about to say it was the map pick. The Slums, their Almighty just struggles because you know them as a very passive team when it comes to search and destroy. They like to take their time, but obviously Skate abused that, knowing very well that being aggressive, they can very well do that as well. But then hey, Pab and also Mihawk did so well when it comes to gaining a lot of the points, but hey, it's going to be a difficult matchup for all these teams today as we finally go into our losers round 1.
Yeah, perfect transition as hopefully we'll be able to get the updated group stage graphic for you in just a second because, man, we've had a lot of results that were kind of expected, maybe some of them closer in terms of maps than we thought, but generally it's gone the way that we had predicted, except the Influence Kemen and Scars. We weren't sure which way that one was necessarily going to go. But with this upset, I mean, again, it's showing that everyone belongs here, and based on the map, based on the game mode, you might be able to pull out an upset just like we saw.
Yeah, the Latin American region has really showed out so far. We saw a dominant win for Inco. Definitely not a dominant win, but it was a win against a really, really good team. And I'm very impressed by what Skate's been able to do. I actually asked a lot of these players who they felt like the toughest team that they scrimmed while they were in the hotel. A lot of them said Skate. So this might not just be a team that the group needs to watch out for, but maybe the entire tournament.
Honestly, when it comes to Skate, I feel like the number 1 and 2 in LATAM is a little bit blurred because during their stage 4 run, they had the most game 5s, very close calls when it comes to search and destroy, when it comes to control, and also hard points. So I'm not very surprised that this is going to be the scoreline that we actually had today in Skate, just bringing it on top against the number 1 of Garena. That is something that I never knew that was going to happen.
All right, well, we're going to take a short break so that Almighty have a little bit of time to prep for their lower bracket run because when we come back, it's all on the line for the teams in the elimination side. They lose, they're out, they win, they continue on in their journey. Make sure you stick around. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championship.
Target down.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up. Defend the objective. The enemy has the bomb. Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Frag out.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Raleigh, North Carolina for the Call of Duty Mobile 2022 World Championships. The first round of the group stage is done, y'all, and now it's pressure cooker time. Lose and go home, stay, and you still got one more shot to make it to day number 2. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. Y'all, we saw that final match. We saw how much it meant to him. Skade taking the victory over Almighty, but those aren't the only upsets we've had, or those aren't the only close matches we had, surprises that we had throughout. What has stuck out to you so far, Bobby?
Just how talented all the different regions are. I think there was a question of, is East going to dominate? Is West going to dominate? It hasn't really been either. There have been crazy good Eastern teams and crazy good Western teams. And I think still a lot of question marks up in the air as to who's going to qualify tomorrow. Obviously, pretty big edge for the teams that have already made it through, but it's definitely not locked in by any means.
No, definitely not. As we take a look at our lower bracket matches here, these are all the matches that you lose, you go home, and where you can watch them on the streams at the Call of Duty Mobile Esports YouTube channel. On the Alpha stream here with us, it'll be Team Almighty and Nova Esports, and Strut and Vitality, Q9 and Influence Kevin, and over at Delta, Godlike Esports and Stamina Esports. Remember when they played earlier in that first? It was like it felt like a couple days ago.
Yeah. Definitely one of the fastest matches that we've had today. Definitely kidding, being sarcastic. That was an absolute banger of a matchup. Tribe and Q9, that was a battle of the giants that we really love to see. But obviously for me, I think it's going to be a really fast, lower round 1 compared to what we actually had in the group stage.
Yeah, speaking of group stage, let's take a look at it all one more time, that overall group stage scoreboard. As we've got our teams on the top, teams on the bottom. The one that I didn't get your opinion on, I got the other guys, but you guys were still making your way over from the caster desk. Scars in that group C, getting the victory over Influence Kevin. They did it in unique ways in that first map. They were getting out fragged, but on a hard point, they got the victory. And obviously, we had some remakes, I think, in firing range. They got bodied. I think they lost 7-0, but then they remade it, and then they won. And then it was crazy to see how they've been swinging back and forth, but they end up with a 3-0 victory over Influence Kevin.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to evaluate just with Influence Kevin being the 3 seed in the Latin American region. Obviously, the 1 and 2 seeds have been very, very dominant, but Scars, I feel like coming off of that one, still a bit of a dark horse, and they're going up against a Tribe Gaming team that's coming off a huge win against a debatable top 3 team in the entire region. So I think Tribe probably going to handle business in that matchup, if I had to take a guess, but I think it's going to be a very different change of pace just because Scars has a different play style from a lot of the teams that Tribe's used to playing.
Well, speaking of playstyles, I'm really interested to see how Scars can actually go and perform because obviously 3-0'd Influence Kevin, and we already know that LATAM has a really competitive region, and now for Japan, they don't really have a really competitive region. I feel like for them, Vox was probably the closest matchup that Scars could actually go and perform, but hey, Tribe is a different beast. We saw it up against Q9, and looks like they are at tip-top shape.
It also feels weird because as Tribe will play Scars, it feels like we haven't learned, we're still at the same point that we thought we were with Scars, where it's like, well, I guess we'll find out. Now we have the measuring stick as they're going to go play against Tribe. Now let's take a look over at Group D. We just saw that one wrap up here on the main broadcast as Skade took down Almighty in our big upset of the day so far. That means the Southeast Asian squad is going to take on the European kid in Nova Esports, and on the top side of the bracket, Skade and Luminosity. Let's talk through the top side, then we'll go to the bottom side here. Skade and Luminosity.
Ooh, this is going to be really interesting because we know that Skade is going to be the top 2. Actually, both of these teams are their top 2 seeds in their respective regions, obviously for Luminosity and for Skade. That's going to be for LATAM. I don't know what's going to happen for this one. I'm going to be honest with you because we already know both of these teams have been so good so far today, but up against each other, I think it's going to be grounds for another round number 5.
Yeah, it's going to be chaotic for sure. I think both of these teams have gotten overshadowed by their 1 seeds, but both of them have the potential to win this entire thing. So it is going to be a battle of the play styles. I think that Luminosity is a much more aggressive play style. LATAM has talked a lot about how many different stationary players they have around the map, and that's part of the reason why their SKSs are able to have the impact that they're able to have. it's going to be a big question, I think, in regards to the utility in a lot of those matchups.
Now to the bottom side of that same group, you got a team that had the longest series, go all 5 maps in Almighty in their loss, and I think probably one of the shortest series as Luminosity took care of business against Nova Esports before they could even really settle in. These guys don't want, we didn't expect Almighty to be here in the first place, to be quite frank, but now they're here and it's starting to get real. You feel the mortality in your tournament run.
You never want to go down 0-1 in this competition because it's too close for comfort. And now for Almighty, we expected them to be one of the top teams that we have today, but obviously the seeding was not in their favor. And so for them, they have to go and match up Nova, where Bobby and I were actually casting another game, and we were just so surprised that, hey, they're done already. Nova's going to be in that lower bracket run, and now I feel like for now, Nova is going to be in a very tricky spot. I think out of all of the teams that we have here so far, Nova, really tricky spot because Almighty is just so good when it comes to all of that.
Yeah, I think right now both India and Europe have a lot to prove because 5 of our 8 losing teams are from India and Europe. None of those teams from those regions got a win in that first round. So I think one of the teams that has the potential to do that is Nova. I think that they are going to struggle in that matchup because it's definitely an Almighty team that has a lot to prove. This is an Almighty team that beat Q9. They beat Q9 in CDFI, so we know that they're a good team. We've seen them bounce back in difficult scenarios as well. I feel like that back against the wall situation is probably going to elevate their gameplay even more.
That is just intense matches through and through, and it's looking like it's going to be LATAM that's really good when it comes to those rounds, but also North America really just showing up, since you did bring up regions, right? And for Garena, didn't expect that Omega was going to be winning up against the #1 of EU so convincingly, giving them a 3-0, and that is going to be a huge win for that particular region. But obviously, we're taking a look at the players right now, Almighty versus Nova, where we were kind of expecting Nova to actually pull through in stage 4 and be that #1, and they were having such a good run up until where they were still Animus, actually did such an amazing run at the very end.
Again, Almighty winning the CDFI, huge victory over invitation of some of the best teams in all of the East. That's why that loss quite eye-opening, and we'll get to find out how they do against adversity. I feel like that's what I want to really dissect. The difference between losing a close series 3-2, being like, man, that could have gone either way, and it's international performance. So, you know, you do run into a team that's hot, you do run into a style that's different, compared to losing 3-0 where you get smacked and you're like, you know what, that one doesn't even count. Yeah. Or, you know, rarely are you like, wow, we've lost our hands, we are panicking now. Like, I wonder how the teams are going to react as we take a look at Team Almighty right there.
I think the other thing is the fatigue factor. Like, Nova finished a while ago, and it was a 3-0, so they've had plenty of time to rest. We literally just finished casting Almighty. Those guys have got to be exhausted, especially after a grueling series like that where you've had multiple map resets as well. That's going to take something out of you. Could also mean you're a little bit more warmed up, but it's kind of the flip of a coin as to which way that swings.
The thing with Almighty is that you need to show them that you're in charge. That's the one kind of kryptonite that this team has. And yes, they can be cool, calm, and collected, but once you kind of cross the line with them, that's where they kind of falter when you put that pressure. And I feel like that team comp of Skade, knowing very well how to push the buttons of Almighty, that was probably one of the biggest reasons why they actually won that. But for Nova, can you be as aggressive? Can you really just assert that kind of dominance into a team like Almighty where you know that they will be really gracious under pressure?
Yeah, you can see headphones already on for Nova. They're starting to warm back up for the Almighty guys. Taking a second there, just gathering their thoughts as they just completed the marathon, the longest series that we've had so far. So both squads just getting ready, preparing. And remember, one of them going home after all of this. Again, proud to be here, proud to represent your region. You do leave with a pretty good chunk of changes, $15,000, $16,000 for that 13th, 16th place spot. But you don't want to go right now, especially in front of this crowd and the lights and all that stuff. And specifically Group C and D, this Group C and D losers who've lost 2 in a row, you got to be on stage for like 2 hours and then you're out, right? You didn't even get that break in between to process. That's a tough, tough thing to battle here.
Yeah, you can see Irfan J trying to like lift the spirits of the team because it's just like it might not even be like disappointment, but it's just like, oh my gosh, like it takes so much out of you, and that's what from a viewer perspective, I think a lot of times we don't realize how exhausting it is playing at that level of competition because you're constantly making split-second decisions that have a really big impact on the outcome of a really big tournament. So hopefully they'll be able to regain right here and drink lots of water.
Oh yeah, absolutely, drinking a lot of water. So I mean, I feel like we just need to cut some slack when it comes to all of these teams because they've been playing for so long. And I feel like what you mentioned before, the jet lag that a lot of these players actually have to go through is really important. But hey, I feel like this is the time to really just step it up. And I feel like for us, we definitely need to drink some water as well because we've been going at it for so long.
Yep, they've been going for a while, and you know they're not the only team. Again, we're highlighting the Alpha Stream, I guess lower bracket matchup, but we got 3 other ones. Godlike and Stamina Esports, another one that I want to set up that storyline right there. Godlike, we've talked about how India 0-2 right now with both their squads. Stamina had a very close battle in each one of the maps, although they did end up losing the series. They were very close against Smart Omega, both these squads with their tournament lives on the line.
Yeah, I think Smart Omega is a team that whenever it comes to big moments, they know how to show up. It was interesting to me. I didn't expect Stamina to go out that way. And obviously, I predicted them to be the winner of the group. So I am interested to see what type of adjustments that they make. Obviously, looking especially at the S&D, Marvel dropped 20. So if you can elevate the level of play of the rest of those players, you got to think they should be able to handle the S&D relatively easily. But then it's just a question of making those adjustments in the respawns.
All right, well, to get us ready for our next matchup, we're going to set it on over to our casters to get us into the game. Shift in proper. Go ahead, guys.
Thanks, friends. Hey, this is an interesting situation. I don't think any of us expected to be getting this matchup. The thing about it is Almighty just sleeping through their alarms, or are they finally awake? Because it's like everyone's been talking about it. It's literally do or die time.
It really is. You know, we did do or don't, first.
I could now say do or die.
But now we have made it to do or die. Absolutely. You know, the entirety of just the Eastern groups are just absolutely down horrendous. It's just something that we honestly didn't think that was going to be coming our way. But I mean, hey, you know, you played Skate very closely, end up unfortunately ending out on that Slums search and destroy. Just didn't go their way.
Yeah, and here's the thing, it's like this happened last year in the Western Finals. Skate upset a ton of teams in the groups, nearly made it into the playoff bracket. Maybe the same thing's going to be on hand rush for today. On the other side, though, okay, lots of expectations was built over towards this Team Almighty squad. Yeah, they're great. We have the results to back that all up. Not just inside the region, but as the desk had very, very vividly mentioned, also against China in the Fall Invitational. That's an incredible result, and yeah, outside of Tribe being a favorite, they came in as the Eastern favorite. But Nova, here's the question. They got smoked in the opening matchup versus Luminosity. So now it's really kind of this battle of who's here to play today?
Yeah, I think especially for Nova, you're coming into this entire matchup, right, that you had a very tight EU finals at that. And then you come in and get absolutely worked by LG. Again, it was not pretty. That 3-0 control on Raid was just very, very quickly done and dusted. So you better hope that it started and stopped with the pick, ban, and veto process, especially for both of these two teams. Raid hardpoint for map 1, takeoff, search, and destroy, and summit control are our guaranteed 3 maps. And what's even more interesting as well is that Nova actually opting in to get rid of the Hacienda, where Almighty doesn't want to go to firing range.
Yeah, that's fair. And just kind of as far as Nova is concerned, the only map mode combo that's going to make its way back into the series is that map 4 Slums hardpoint, where they got 250 to 69, bro. I mean, not even close. So I think if you're Nova, you have to be thinking, we got to get to map 4 up to 1, please, or just get out of this one 3-0, which, I mean, again, if you're a big avid follower of the COD Mobile scene, you don't necessarily expect that to happen versus Almighty, but if we've learned anything through our first set of group matches, is to expect the unexpected.
No, absolutely. And that's almost what is very unexpected is that the simple fact that Nova actually allowed that Slums to come all the way through. Clearly they know something more than what was already offered in their matchup versus Luminosity, and you know, again, it's just one of those things that we can then go back to and actually highlight that, yeah, maybe it was just a very slow start to the day. There was obviously a decent amount of time in between that match and now, but they're also going up against an Almighty roster that legitimately just got done playing against Skate. So you really do have to show up and absolutely play your heart out.
I think the biggest thing, though, kind of comparing these two squads and their opening results. Almighty, maybe it was decision making, because it didn't really seem like there was one player that was like, oh, he's just not here today. Like, the team was playing fine. Yeah, Skate was just playing better. On the other front, though, you look at Nova, we had this same conversation stage 4 EU. What is Spy going to do? Because he's kind of like the new guy in, and we kind of had this comparison between Spy and Jez, you know, their first times playing in Europe and then North America respectfully. But, you know, are we actually going to get the superstar that Nova expected to get from Spy?
Yeah, we need that playmaker to show up. If you are a fan of Nova as a whole and you want to see this EU team really go far, because I mean, you can't just always just rely on just one player to be able to make all those plays happen. I mean, I felt like it was almost a broken record continuously going through the entirety of that slum search and destroy, where you blink and you're just down to just one more player left alive. It's just a lot of isolation that was coming through, and for Nova as a whole, I think that that's something that you immediately need to rectify. And hey, maybe it could honestly be somebody like Inferno. You go all the way back for Inferno's entire year, an entire tenure rather, in COD Mobile. They'd have time on stamina, placed third in 2021. It's kind of the veteran leadership that you almost need, especially in a LAN experience.
He was a standout player as well all through last year. I mean, he was definitely the guy to watch out for. So, I don't know. There's a lot of missing pieces, I think, to what we kind of see result-wise on both fronts, just in different ways. Yeah. Team-wise, I think Almighty is like, okay, collectively, you even kind of saw a coach kind of going back and forth, like, hey, we got this, it's regained. Even heard the devs talking about it, like collective breaths, just let everything settle. Let's get into this one and just start our run right here. We're on the other side, Nova, you're coming off of an absolute smoke show. So you have to be able to essentially try to put your finger on what went wrong. Were we just not ready to play, or is there something that we're just missing in our planning? It's kind of a little more of a hogwash when it's, where is the problem?
You have a lot of times watching hogs?
I don't watch many hogs.
Oh, okay, all right. I was just curious. But regardless, though, I mean, not to go back and use the same point, but I mean, Nova's match was a decent amount of time ago. To go back over those 3 maps specifically, just scrubbing back at the YouTube feed, is very possible. Sure. And I do honestly stand by this. No matter the Call of Duty, no matter the year, you can learn a lot from getting absolutely taken down the way that Nova did. And when you go back and you take a look at the way that Luminosity was able to play throughout the entirety of those maps, that's what you want to be able to adapt and really implement into your own gameplay.
It's always so tough, because it's like, would you rather be the team that just got 0-3 and you're just like, oh, well, okay, that was just not our match, reset? Or is it like what's going wrong? Right. Or on the other side, like, if you go this intense, close series in 5, you start to nitpick on everything. And it's just like, oh, well, we're doing this wrong. You start to overthink things. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be one of those situations that it's all about regaining here throughout this entire slot, as it is elimination round 1. But we are just a minute away from being able to get into game, and while we're waiting, we'll step away for a little 5-minute break. When we come back, elimination round 1 graces our screens. Don't go anywhere. Hello, you. It's us, and we're back, and we've got great news. Games are just about ready to go. Elimination round 1 is just about to get underway, pretty much across everything that's happening on the main stage. Our focus is going to stick, though, with the team that just got shocked on main. It's going to be Team Almighty taking on Nova Esports from EU. We already kind of did a lot of frame up, but here's the layout once more proper. Kind of take us through our headspace as far as where do you feel like the must-wins are for either team?
Well, I honestly think that it's all over the place, right? I mean, if you're looking from Almighty's perspective, I think that the hard point specifically on this raid might just be able to favor you. It's very, very difficult to gauge fully where Nova does stand, because if you're just now joining us and you haven't been watching all 4 streams, well, what have you been doing all day? Because you missed Nova getting absolutely slammed by LG in a 3-0 fashion. They lost that Slums hardpoint 250 to 69. That's not nice. No. So they have to come out of this raid hardpoint absolutely swinging to show why they belong here.
And here's the cool thing about this map is we're going to get a really good feel for both of these two teams to see, was it just an off first round for them, or are there actual core mechanical problems that are going wrong? This map is all about just valuing rotations, being able to set yourself up for success. So we dive on in. All the grenade trails right over the top. Neil will secure first blood, having able to at least win out the backside of Ring, and the colors, well, I'll say the colors are going back and forth. A little bit of a pinstripe kill feed, but Heaven still involved. Yep, finds the last elimination, double for him, and it's Almighty in the hill.
In the hill for now, but I gotta say, I really respect what I am seeing out of Nova thus far, and that's just the simple fact that they're at least waiting for respawns and before they even think about taking laundry control. But player number 5, Saturn's able to get up close and personal, able to hold the line and space provided. This is very big moments coming forward for Nova, so that way they can hold the spawns ahead of the kitchen rotation.
Kills coming out from Nova, all of it from laundry. They're able to take the rotation, start playing over towards P2. Creed flashed up, has a little bit of assistance though. They get to the money window just a touch late, and yeah, Shut Up able to find at least 1 elimination. The rotation coming out though from Nova, trying to scramble, get here, win this hard point, and more importantly, win the spawns in the back. But you take a look at the minimap, the flip is successful, and Nova all of a sudden in a chance to kind of have to fight back into this.
That was a really big moment for Almighty to immediately recognize the one simple fact that they had to end up trying to put themselves in a position to try to work down towards the south side of the map. Get past Tiki and then flip out the spawn so that way they can inevitably get in here for 2.
All right, Jungle spawns in for the side of Almighty. Have to dig back in towards the cushion that was gained off the first hard point though. Nova looking good from the front. Numbers and eliminations behind that. Heaven's able to get a double, but Jeff able to fall means that all of a sudden Almighty's bounced out of the hard point just as fast as they were set up. Still 35 seconds to fight for. Heaven on the way in. Already doing a lot of the legwork for his team, but it's just not quite enough to single-handedly get the break. Teammates are there to follow up, though, and it will be Almighty hanging in towards the second hill.
Yeah, and also just look at Almighty just manipulating the map entirely. All of Nova essentially spawning into P4. Why is that? Because you have players being the route man, Heaven being that route guy, absolutely getting paid, pulling out operators to boot.
Heaven already in towards New, as you mentioned. Almighty looking to turn scrap into initial here, but Nova's very quickly just going to concede the old time and try to focus on the front here. But this is all in shambles. I mean, this is just 1 by 1, a little piecemeal on this break attempt, and Almighty's going to reap the reward. Creed's the only one to really get into the hard point. Spawns are still all over the place, but Creed is locking things down single-handedly. A little hero moment for him, but it gets cut down, and with that, Almighty will win the rotation over to Garage.
Yeah, this string of scrap into initial from 2 to 3 isn't exactly an easy one, but Heaven on 11 kills is still zoning players in and out of Art. The bait and switch up through driveway inevitably gets traded, but reaping the benefits from all that work that has been put together. Now you still have to deal with Saturns and Creed trying to push in through AC. There's 40 seconds left to fight for over here in Garage, and I'm not gonna lie, I think that Nova desperately needs this break.
Yeah, 50-50 fights happening in and around the hard point at the moment. Heaven still trying to play through Fountain. Yeah, that works, even though he's flashed. He's able to deal with the next opponents coming forward. Now the next hit for Nova all has to come through Jim's side. Not exactly what you want, because you gotta go through this small doorway. Inferno not going to predict the right, and well, it's not quite a full-on lineup, so Nova will get a bit of a break. That gets us to about a dead-even game, but we take our attention back to the minimap, bottom right side, big battle for jungle spawns.
There's actually a 3-for-1 that's actually going down over there as well, as Jeffro will end up getting traded, but that's all just good information whose Heaven is going to be right there to try to clean things up. 16 kills, by the way. Now it's up to Neil down low here for Nova to try to zone away the pool. Can only come up with 1, and it's still Almighty setting themselves up for 4.
Inferno from the window, SKS has Heaven around the outside. Oh, not able to get the shots to land though, and the regen's good for Heaven, which means Almighty now have numbers. Nade's starting to flood into the basketball hardpoint, but Almighty are pretty comfortable off this setup, and you can see it just off the kills alone. Purifier that was being held by Irfan, not really going to be used for much of anything, but still, I think you take a trend of the game right now, Almighty's on top when it comes to how proactive they're being on the map.
And it's literally just that. It's like I was talking about at the beginning of the day, some better hardpoint teams will be able to exemplify really good core fundamentals in the respawns, making sure that you're rotating ahead of time. That's been Heaven every single time, and he's reaping the benefits continuously. Has a streak to be using, already calls in a hunter-killer drone. He has 21 kills to his name, Alan.
Spy going to pull out the Gravity Vortex, just looking to lock down Old Time. Well, that's really well placed. It's going to provide at least a little bit of a cushion here, maybe even a bit of a dissuading of Almighty just saying, we don't want to deal with this hard point. Give him the Old Time, which, once again, yeah, at the moment, Almighty's doing better on the early sets of rotation, but Nova's scrap battles have been really efficient.
It's legitimately just that, right? Just making sure that you're annoying, making sure that you have players like Creed being able to find 2 off exit, and it kind of sets the rest of Almighty off kilter. So they don't have the setup that they're constantly looking for, because you always have flanking members of Nova to deal with.
Heaven trying to lock things down from the bottom side of the double stairs. Nothing there, but his teammates pick him up. No worries. Hardpoint opens up towards Rocks, and it's all Almighty in the kill feed. We continue to see this trend of the first 30 favoring Almighty, the back 30 more so favoring Nova. Hard to say it convincingly, but that pretty much has been how it's gone. Neil shut down, but he's opened the door for his teammates to start to push through, but Almighty predict it. The shutdown is there once again, and this could be the first convincing hold we've seen from Almighty yet.
Still 30 seconds left here in P5 before we go in towards the second set of rotations. Now, if you're Nova, you really don't want to give all this up, but it's a double-edged sword because you want to make sure that you maintain this side of the map ahead of the P1 and P2 rotation. But you can even just look at the mini-map here. It is all just completely covered in Almighty. You said big win because Spy needs to go big here in P5 to be able to fight for the scrap time.
With spawns coming out for Nova, trying to surround this first hard point. It's just Jeff that's here for Almighty at the moment. Teammates are trying to frantically get here to assist him, but honestly speaking, he's been fine. He's got a little bit of cover, doing a lot of damage to Inferno up top, so that SKS isn't going to find much value. And as the Old Time once again expires, it's Almighty who's here first. And now with all of a sudden a pretty large cushion, we're looking at 150 to 94.
Saturn's only has 7 kills, but they actually get gifted a spawn right behind Kitchen. Can't come up with anything at all. Almighty just existing around ring. It's so annoying because Nova constantly have players in position to potentially do something, but they're not winning the crucial gunfights for the initial time.
It's just all very disjointed. There's a couple of pushes here off of this one guy, and then there's somewhere else who was trying to do something different. It just doesn't feel super coordinated right now from Nova, and even though Almighty have not necessarily been dominating this game in the first rotation of Hills, they're starting to do that now. Things starting to fire up pretty quickly. Heaven breaks to 30 already, and now we got a 180 to 95 game with Heaven leading the way.
It's kind of the big difference maker, doesn't it? I mean, Heaven, yes, 31 and 17 on a 5 streak currently, even almost has a minute of hardpoint time as well. You even look on the other side, the one person that we said is the superstar that we need to show up, 13 and 21 for Spy on a map like Raid, not going to be good enough.
Have to have a huge hardpoint right here, right now in Kitchen if you're Nova. Numbers are decent, but they do not currently control this back jungle area, which is what you want for spawns. Well done for Inferno, able to take down one. Doesn't expect that Heaven's nearby though, so he continues to lurk and persist into the back. Neil, the next one up, and he's the next one to fall. Goodness gracious, who else wants to come in one by one, I think, says Heaven, at now 33 total kills. First 15 seconds, though, are good for Nova. The thing is, you have to win a full 60, and you have to win rotation to new.
And that's a very, very tall ask. And you can see just with this leader's advantage just diminishing down to 80 points, Almighty can pick and choose how they want to be able to break this hard point. Wait for the respawns, work your way around the back, while you also have players trying to hit through the front.
Heaven down the flank. Pinch is absolutely perfectly timed, and that's just not, we haven't seen anything like that from Nova. It's been, okay, you guys go, and then 20 seconds later, I'm gonna go. And it just doesn't really feel like it's all happening at once. And Almighty are just overwhelming. We had the question of, was this gonna be a pretty evident map in terms of what's been going wrong? And I think we could say, yeah, for Nova, but on the other side, Almighty's definitely stepped back up. But as we rotate the garage, you'd hate to call it now because anything can happen still on this map, but Nova, now it's time. You have to have the full 60 if you want to have a chance to extend this map.
It's so hard to be able to string so many different hard points together on a map like Raid, which is again why we're singing the praise for Almighty through that first and half of this hard point rotation so far. But in their previous push, they allowed Nova to spawn in towards Garage. They are all hunkered down. They have players spawning over towards Ring. So player number 5, which was Arfen, and will end up being dealt a very swift hand. But the rest of the numbers for all of Almighty, they're coming from the Fountain side.
Neil, next one in, does well. Gravity Vortex also finding value for Spy. The lock is looking pretty darn solid, but the hit's not done yet. Almighty still trying to force their way in, possibly trying to win the game here, but as the last hit is shut down, you take a look at the minimap, and turning tail and running back towards basketball goal Almighty. Nova have to pick. Every kill on rotation here is a massive kill for Nova if they can find him.
The same could be said for Almighty. The more kills that you find in the middle of rotation is going to constantly keep Nova spawning out. But where player number 1, where Heaven's located at, yeah, you're slaying out, but you're actually opening up spawns over by ring.
Yeah.
If you can find that trade, it would be massive. But even calling in the Predator missile from Spy, that could be the opening to potentially get in here early.
Wait for some help here. This is a tough angle to chow by yourself. Inferno's not even here yet. He's pulled out the bow. Sparrow's going to work out for at least one. He gets the second, but he takes his own life. 1v1's in the back. It's down to Creek. Can he hold on? No, not quite. And spawns will stay good for the side of Almighty. 50-50 battle onto the interior. Saturn's looking to do something from inside the cubby. He's earned himself a straight. The Pred missile's called out desperately. It's going to find nothing at all, and that's going to be an Almighty. Will be able to reinforce, and they can put the game away here.
Just need 20 more seconds. They have to close spawns. They're working down Spiral. Still more isolated gunfights. Money control through that window for Almighty could be the benefactor. Creed is the only player that's pushed up closest, and he's not getting any reinforcements because he still have Jeff and Money.
Yeah, this is Nova's just getting put into a little bit of a chokehold. Neil, Sparrow works out for a couple. There's the pinch. Spy finally able to get back in. This game's not over yet. There are streaks to be used here for Nova as we rotate to the most open hard point that we could possibly see here on raid. This comes down to, can you possibly use that in combination of your operators to actually make this comeback happen? Keep in mind, you can't let this last 5 seconds go either.
No, you cannot. We'll be able to win that, though. Now you have to just hoof it over towards the rotation.
Gotta call streaks, yeah.
Have to use the streaks early. You're gonna end up having a Vortex gun inside of Kitchen as well. Saturn's needs to go big, needs to find value to provide space for their team.
Yeah, it's not gonna happen. Not here, not now. It was a valiant effort for the side of Nova, but in the end, it really does feel like there were just too many moments for Nova that you had the right setup, just didn't communicate and coordinate how we were going to say go together.
Yeah, I got to highlight specifically in that second set of rotations, Alan. You know, one thing that we were ended up talking about, there were moments that looked really, really good. You know, when Spy was finding those 3 pieces, sometimes Inferno was also there as well, piecing together a handful of eliminations. But it was all just isolated plays. Sure. Very individualistic was the way that Nova was playing throughout the entirety of that hard point. And just to wrap it all up in a beautiful fundamental bow, Almighty was quite the opposite. Yeah, Heaven went absolutely AWOL. I mean, the guy was just dropping numbers continuously, as you can see on your screen. 43 and 29, how casual was that for the kid? But regardless, it's what the rest of the team was able to do, benefiting off of all that space that was being provided.
Yeah, and Irfan's the exact next person up. 2 minutes and 42 seconds inside the hard point while also tallying 31 total eliminations. That matches the best on the opposite side, which, to your accord, you wanted to point to Inferno, say, hey, he played really well all through last year. Maybe the guy that needs to step up, he did what he could, but it was just a little bit too late.
Yep, just not enough, really. I mean, again, you're basically picking and choosing a whole bunch of different players that really just kind of struggled throughout the entirety of that. Again, it really did feel like Nova was missing that route man through the entirety of the first set of hard points. There was nobody trying to get rotations early. The only reason why they were in for the initial 10 seconds before they got broken was because they got spawned out, because that's just how Almighty was playing. They were breaking them late.
5v5 on a 4v4 map. That 5th person should be going rogue, finding something to really benefit his squad. Yep. So, well done by Team Almighty to come back after a very tough 5-map series in their opening round matchup. And now we take a look at the takeoff, search, and destroy. First time we've seen it here on the broadcast today. Actually, I think maybe the first time that any of our teams have played it yet today. And I think the person that we have to continue to highlight, I hate to keep singing the same song, but Inferno, if he's going to pop the SKS again, this would be a great map to have lockdown potential out of him.
There is a lot of range potential on takeoff. I mean, obviously you can find opportunities in certain avenues, basically looking at Heaven that you have to deal with, but the name of the game here, from what we've been able to see from that raid hardpoint, is that Almighty are probably going to want to play very, very fast. That is what they were able to exemplify when they were playing against Skade in their previous match on the Delta stream.
Yeah.
That Nova just need to be able to keep them at a sniper or SKS reach.
Well, I mean, the SKS may be kind of the lens of defeat here for Almighty, because they did lose both the search and destroys to Skade, who does love to play the SKS. So, you know, maybe there is a problem there when it comes down to Almighty's play style and how they want to try to counter that long-range ability. And maybe on the opposite side, we take the other side of the sword here and say, maybe that's exactly how you slay the dragon if you're Nova. Not that Almighty is represented by a dragon. I've just been watching a lot of House of the Dragon.
That was a great reference.
Thank you.
I haven't been watching House of the Dragon, but I appreciate the reference.
Very good. But here we go. Search and destroy. Take off. Key, I think, here, if you're Nova, you do not want to go down 0-2 to this very good Almighty squad. in the face of elimination round. Neil, first blood. Okay, how about that? Long range. Oh, but immediately countered. It's Incendio and Shut Up. Able to combine for 3 almost exactly in the response. Heaven also in the mix in the last player left is Creed, who could do absolutely nothing. And wow, yeah. Wow is right.
You know, it's one thing that we were sitting there trying to highlight what Nova was going to be able to do so well and what their potential was going to look like on a map like Takeoff. But, you know, what Almighty were able to do so well, even in a losing fashion, 7-5 on that Slums, the Search and Destroy versus Skate, was the simple fact that they had snipers popping off.
Okay, we need to have a conversation here, Nova. Continue to get aggressive, continue to get picked apart right off the rip. It's the second kill right down mid, and this defense is not even coming close to getting even set up. Almighty reaping the reward of some free first bloods at the moment. Still some difficulty, though, I will say, with the last 3 defenders holding on to angles that are pretty safe for the most part. But the thing is, you can't play 1-for-1 corners if you're Nova. You have to make something special happen. And as Heaven is able to pick up on Spy, looking like it could be a flawless round here for Almighty, pending they find the last 2 kills cleanly.
I was about to say, Neil has no idea what they were about to be walking into. The double sniper setup, as meta as it is on a map like Takeoff, this is what you needed as Creed to be able to find a 2-piece, but it's just a moment, maybe just a little bit too late. Bomb being planted, information has been traded, but trying to make an argument was Creed there. Beautiful stuff coming through with the Krig 6, but nonetheless, Almighty in their double sniper setup looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. But look, okay, this is 2 rounds in a row now. Nova's been essentially out of the round in the first 10 seconds. You cannot get picked off spawn here. Have to stay alive. Give your defense a chance. And this time they're going to avoid the middle of the map almost completely. Bomb carried by Jeff. Just kind of feeling things out over towards the A site. No real commitment at the moment, but this is Almighty saying, hey, if you're going to give us 3 kills, we're going to wait here until we feel like we have to be the ones to make the first move.
Yeah, Jeff just, again, maybe expecting Nova to make a very aggressive hit past the ASD site, but this is what you need to do if you're Nova. You just wait for them to make the mistake. There's no reason for you to get aggressive. I love the angles that are being held.
Now it comes down to trying to feel things out. Shut Up, still alive through Scaffold. How does he manage to stay alive there? Creed does tally first blood. That pretty much eliminates the entire B side of the map. He may not know that, though, considering where the kill was, and on top of that, the fact that he had to back away. But with 60 seconds left to play, there is still a lot of doubt here for Nova as far as where is Almighty, because they haven't shown themselves really at all.
You got information on 2. You were able to deal with at least 1 player coming through from that north building, but you still understand that there's going to be a player all the way down towards scaffolding. So that's why you're seeing all these blue arrows on the mini-map coming through from Nova, making sure that the A-bomb site is reinforced because the entire cross is being watched by Neil.
Ah, there you go. Speaking into existence, why don't you there, friend? Shut Up, able to drop. Heaven with 1 response, but this has to be an 8 commitment. And there are rifles waiting for this push. Much, much better from Nova. Yeah, perfect. Very well done. And that's just a split of focus. Just don't peek mid. That had to have been the comm there for Nova.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you don't have to take an engagement within the first 10 seconds on Takeoff, why try to force it? You're both going to be running double snipers. You might as well just play very steady and wait for them to work in towards your line of sight. It is defense after all. Search and Destroy. They are on offense. Almighty have to make the move.
Once again, everything just being felt out. Snipers looking for someone to cross. But Nova's discipline, not peeking anything. Literally nothing except now. As there's a push coming forward. Spy after that first blow. Look how far Spy has gotten. He's already bottom scaffold. That's number 4 in blue. And there's an opportunity to possibly even isolate on the Shut Up top. He's going to reveal his position with that kill on a Creed, but it just comes down to, does Spy feel frisky enough to make this push?
No, I think I want to go over and help out Neil, who was able to convey information off of Creed's death. Spy is just going to be playing for the exits here. This is a very forward position. Egregious play, potentially. Spy needs to be careful here.
Oh, I don't know. I think Irfan may have just seen him. Yep, there's the feel out. Ah, but Spy still deals with it. Well done. Shot up there for the response. Neil with the trade. Well done. Numbers stay with Nova's defense. Still plenty of time on the clock here, and with the defense now being stretched, maybe an opportunity for Almighty to actually force something.
You have to deal with Neil on this cross. If you don't deal with Neil on this cross, specifically from Heaven, I don't know if you're going to be able to work towards one of these bomb sites. This line of sight all the way across ring is everything. That's why you're starting to see Heaven make moves.
Now the defense just pulls back. They know they can play just for a retake if they want to. Heaven's starting to look over towards Jens, maybe to throw some pressure to B, but the defense is pretty much fully stacked here at the A site. Inferno up top is going to be the first point of contact if there really was anyone to hit through launch. The bomb has actually snuck up pretty far. You got to be careful here if you're Neil. If he could get a sound cue, that'd be great, but really he's by himself, and the quick scope comes out. And how about it? Take the challenge on towards the spike, the site as well. And Nova's defense is looking much better.
Yeah,
the patient approach is really good.
I mean, that's what it comes to at the end of the day, right? I mean, you got to play your search and destroy. If Almighty are going to be punishing you for trying to take such a forward approach, you better make sure that you're fundamentally showing that these crosses with the double snipers are at least being looked at. Big 2 rounds on the bounce here for Nova.
Oh, here we go. Little smoke push from Irfan. Oh, and he's been freed up, but tagged by a multitude of nades. I imagine that information was transmitted as Creed was able to find the first blood. Once again, back and forth goes the kill feed into a 3v3 with tons of time on the clock. Bomb is still in hand, though, for Jeff. And they have a good look at B, but the problem about this is they've lost Heaven, who was supposed to be watching that mid-cross, and the map control goes significantly over to Nova.
And Neil, what a heads-up play, just climbing up towards the ladder. Going to have this very nice line of sight if he understands correctly. This is a great read. Almost like a chess game is what these two teams are doing in the 2v3, just making sure that there's rotation available. The only big difference is for both Shut Up and Jeff, they have so many angles to clear, they have no idea where anybody from Nova is located at.
Has Neil seen this? Yep, sure has. Shut Up will drop. Jeff, still at the moment, unknown, has not been seen by Neil. At least that would be our inference. Time to get a plant off, though, if he feels frisky enough. That it would be really the only play available to him, is to try to force in a plant and get out and try to play the 1v3 with the clock on your side. Spy looking to possibly check this. Sees the exit, but Jeff stays alive. 1v3, now down to 37 seconds. And Spy's hopped. He's got a bodyguard with him as well, and Jeff's not going to get here to check in time. Nova, 3 rounds in a row. So much better. Just, hey, go figure. You don't lose half your team in the first 10 seconds. You got a chance to win the round.
You know what it feels like?
Tell me.
Q9 v Tribe on firing range. Because, you know, when Q9 was trying to meet the aggression coming out from Tribe, it was the same thing in those first 2 rounds, specifically for Nova.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong whatsoever with playing the retake.
Not at all. Especially with how many scopes and long-range rifles we're seeing out of Almighty. 3 scopes in the play. Jeff is essentially just sitting here waiting for an opportunity with numbers to do something. Neil just over peaks, gets punished, not able to find first blood. Creed's position known now over towards generators, but with that pick happening over towards the middle of the map, you have to feel like Almighty will continue to get the scopes involved, and boy, do they.
Yep, absolutely. Big picks coming through. Nobody dropping for Almighty so far. Spy needs to go big. Does find one, doesn't even really take a lick of damage, so they can reposition themselves and just try to force off the information. Still 2v4 though.
A couple of kills do come out, even though that was a free one for Jeff. Loses a teammate in the process, so it makes it doable for Spy in the 1v2. Bomb gonna commit. Will be planted over at A. Shut Up on the rotation up top. Don't know if you've seen him yet. Oh, sure has. Oh, okay. Almost played himself off the map with that.
It's a brute force.
Get over there,
even half. 3-3 off the adaptations that Nova was able to showcase, but Almighty also showing life in their previous offensive round. Still double snipers on both sides, don't act surprised, but look at that A-rush that's starting to come through.
Yeah, this is, again, I think Nova saying we want to play quickly. Spam is decent. Inferno actually held in first blood through the smoke. Creed just throws the frag at his feet, feeling that there was going to be pressure, which, to be fair, there is. Bomb does not commit for the plant, by the way. Spy pulls off of this, and the defense is going to be able to hear that this plant's still going to be committed. Long flank coming out. It's Jeff trying to hit onto Creed. Feels pretty confident in that challenge, you'd have to imagine. But trades allow Neil to stay safe. Only for a time. Yeah, man, I don't know. Almighty's just got a really solid read on what Nova's trying to do.
Oh, absolutely. And you've really got to tip it to Irfan. You were sitting there saying they have the audio cue that the bomb did get canceled, and then it also started to get replanted. But because Irfan was never scouted, because he was never seen, he just pops up at the right time, gets the trade required, and it just completely keeps any post-plan epic.
Would love to see some coordinated utility hits coming out of this Nova offense. Just smoke out or nade out some of these scopes. Because everything right now has just been sniper v sniper battles. And the trend continues to favor that of Team Almighty.
Lost the bomb.
Same situation. That time though, that's your bomb carrier. That's one of your SMGs that's off the table now for your Nova.
Have to somehow recollect that.
Yeah.
And recollect their thoughts, really, because Nova are just spread entirely across the map. They're essentially trying to take 2 separate 2v2s.
Smoke through the middle. I don't know. He's not going to know, but he was real close and doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, what do you say about it? I mean, the sniper rifles are just dominating the map for the side of Almighty. They're essentially just you watch mid, I'll watch left, I'll watch right, and apparently win the round just by doing that.
Well, it was what was so successful for Almighty on their offense was because Nova was trying to make plays happen, and they were getting caught out. They were getting red. Saturns will try to collect the bomb and try to come back over to their teammate of Neil, who tries to go for a quick scope versus Jeff, but misses wildly, and would have been insane if they ended up hitting that shot, but it's not going to be the case whatsoever. 5-3 goes the scoreline here, and again, Almighty just absolutely punishing Nova for trying just to move through the map. Yeah. They're just holding crosses. The double sniper is absolutely popping off right now for Almighty.
It's just too much to juggle right now for Nova. You're telling me you want to play aggressive, not working out. Then you're telling me you want to take the sniper 1v1s, that's not working out. I mean, heck, Neil's finding hit markers just to kind of give you a sense of how this map has been going. Irfan, first blood. Commitment towards B is still successful. Trade under Jeff will mean that this bomb can be planted. No chance to contest it, and that means Almighty is not going to be forced to have to play off the retake.
4v4. I mean, his understanding and reads are just so good. But you need to take this building back entirely if you're Almighty. There's also a flank starting to be put together.
And it's not a lot of time for this full flank to come all the way through, though, especially considering it's Heaven with a sniper rifle. Or maybe that's just enough and send you able to lock things in. These are your 3 snipers. Shut Up's going to hold. Spy needs to get there to try to stop this. Sure does. Down to 17 seconds. Spy for the 1v1. Reads it. Shots do connect. Nova stay alive, bring it back to within 1.
Yeah, big moment, big round from Spy as a whole. Again, those reads were fantastic to get the understanding and, well, the communication to be coming through from their teammates as well. Like, hey, we got inside control. You can plant the bomb at B. We are holding these snipers at bay with good damage. We'll keep this within 1.
And to be fair, I like that call to Nova. Overwhelmed with smoke and utility, and then just get a quick plant. Stop trying to force these long-range 1v1s where it feels like you're just kind of flipping a coin to see who's going to come out on top. Bomb stuck mid-map. Spy maybe looking to make the same play happen, but look at the defense. Oh, they're starting to come on the bottom side of Fountain. I think Spy may have read one player, but maybe not, because Incendio is already on the backside of this play, and this is just full awareness for Almighty. They know exactly what's coming their way.
Comes Incendio. Just casual stuff. Massive flank with a sniper. Misses the timing ever so slightly, but he's still behind the entire play. Now, some shots will be thrown out, but it's going to make all of Novich just trapped.
Yeah, B's not an option. He's watching over the backside of it. Now with the bomb down, Nova have a very different problem at hand, which is how do we even get this bomb, knowing that you're being scoped at from behind? Creed Saturns, the last 2 left. Looking to get us knotted up at 5. But Incendio and Irfan have no reason to move, and they are absolutely letting us know that, staying completely statuesque on the map.
Bomb dropped, needs to be recovered. 48 seconds remaining in the round. And yeah, you're right. I mean, Irfan just needs to hold this angle, just any sort of information whatsoever, which comes through an audio cue of nades. And throw some shots, just got to stay alive, run. You know time is on your side.
Yep. Full rotation out. Saturns has to clear out this high ground still. And here comes the play. Where is Irfan gone is the current question. Checking every corner. Catches him with his back turned. Oh, okay. 20 seconds, but Incendio is in a masterful position. Sees the first, misses. Second also goes a bit wide. Okay, uncharacteristic, but finds the kill. 10 seconds on the clock for the 1v1. Creed, do you play for the kill? Do you play for the plant? He's choosing the former. Just down to the timing. Can you find him? Incendio, a dance with the devil. Gets away. Will use the clock as win condition, and it's Team Almighty on 6.
See Incendio pop off at his camera as well. He knows damn well what he did. That's such a tough read when you're thinking about it in the 2v1 after you found that first kill to be able to force out the numbers advantage. Because, I mean, Incendio never moved from that window, just watching the B site entirely.
Have to have it if you're Nova. Got to get this to OT. And they lose Inferno right off the rip again. The story of this entire Search and Destroy could be really categorized by one word, and that's snipers. Flat out. Spy is able to at least force out one trade, but there's just no space to work with back here at Gens. You even got a long flank once again by Irfan that's on the way, and the timing should be pretty much a free kill on the deal. Sure is. Last hope in this second map comes down to Spy, and he can't get out from red. And maybe that face right there on the right side of your screen says it all. Frustration maybe has set in for Nova as they drop map 2, 7-4.
It's got to be frustrating to a certain degree. 7-4 versus Almighty, 7-2 firing range search and destroy loss versus LG. They just can't really piece it together. And it's again, that Almighty, we got to talk about that they actually play that very, very well. They played against the hand of what Nova were looking for continuously, and that was trying to take space. Look, it's takeoff, right? Longer lines of sight, you're going to expect that double sniper to come all the way through. The biggest difference was that Almighty was hitting the trigger first.
Well, yeah, and the fact that on top of that is it's not just the double snipes. Almighty's feeling frisky enough with the snipers to pull out 3 at times. So how do you deal with that if you're Nova? And I think the only real response, and you were to go back and kind of look at this, you sit there and say, we have to do better with our utility. We have to get these guys out of position, or at least put them in a spot where they're not going to find as much value as they are in the first 10 seconds of these rounds.
Well, it's even to put it beyond that. Shadow has 13 kills. Yeah. The majority of those have to be first bloods, but it's one of those things that when you're watching Almighty, if you go back and you really dissect those offensive rounds that they were able to win and the defensive slobber knocker that they just put together for us, it was that when they found those first bloods and they were able to find the second, reading where the trade was going to be coming from, then they started to take more of the map away rather than just waiting for the play to continuously come from them. It's that proactivity that we got to see from the raid hardpoint bleed into the takeoff search and destroy.
Absolutely. Correct call from you.
Thank you.
Other updates around these elimination rounds that we've got Stamina up 1-0 on Godlike. They're currently in the search and destroy. It's 4-2 to Stamina's direction. Map 1 has started on Influence versus Q9. That's a firing range hardpoint that's very close at the moment, 68-73. And then a 2-0 count for Team Vitality over Strut, which we're going to be jumping gun with. Opportunity to possibly 3-0 and get India into the next round. It would send Strut home, but currently in this slums control, we're tied up 1 apiece.
How massive would that honestly be, especially for Vitality? You even go back and, yeah, they're the number 2 seed coming out of India, but even in a recent tournament versus Godlike, they were able to win. Yep. So you have that going for you yourself. And here on the slums control, no less, you got to be feeling pretty good about yourself after the 250 to 185 hardpoint win.
Good mid-back control here from Team Vitality. Still some more gunfights to find. It's Razmo and Azoko. That's going to work out nicely. 3 straight eliminations. The only player to find is Jokos, and they do get the trade on him. So this is an opportunity to stop the clock early, get on towards B, maybe find some significant progress, because you're forcing out a couple of operators and some streaks that have already been earned up. This is looking good for Vitality at B.
For now, but start losing some more lives, and things are starting to get a little bit more hairy. So all of those streaks and operators will end up at least finding value. Not a whole lot of resources to speak of for Vitality to try to work their way back in. You can also see what's starting to be put together. A little bit of a spawn trap as well. An offensive team coming through from Strut, absolutely letting Vitality have it.
Concession comes through, 2 minutes on the clock, and nearly a 10-life lead starting to amount. But Vitality can lock this in. This is a very difficult zone to break through, especially if you can regain some mid-map control. That's the next big obstacle here for Team Vitality. So far, so good. They clear off the exits from the B zone, and now it's about, can you get in towards either Cemetery or, more importantly, over towards backside bricks. Afer starts things off. Strut looking to break on forward. Just comes to timing this in.
Also got to be talked about. Bobby shouted this out earlier. We did not see Afer in the first match, but he is having a day on this slums control. 23 kills through the name. Also have a lot of players coming through from Strut that was trying to get at least in towards the junkyard. Unsuccessful. This hold so far has already shaved off 40 seconds. Vitality stabilized.
What do you use here if you're Strut to try to break through this? Do you possibly look to Rizmo to pop something here? Pop the operator, get on forward. There's the slide. Where's the follow-up? Sam's gets 2. Really, you don't expect that to happen, but at least the trades do come out. It allows Strut an angle to get through blue and maybe even play through the middle of the map. Argon's the next one kind of in line defensively, just trying to lock things down by Van. The whole focus has to be from the front. There's the Gravity Vortex, gets the first and the second, good double down, and Argon all of a sudden is on 5.
They have shaved so much time. That 10-life lead, it's still kind of there, but so long as you're able to at least find these trades, Vitality can maintain stabilized. It's really just Argon in this position. He's watching the cross, and Strutter just sliding in one by one, allowing these kills to be gifted over for free.
And Mojito's weak. He's not able to get anything going with the Annihilator, so that's another streak and Specialist taken off the table almost immediately. 11 plays 7, but maybe it's more of 11 plays 25 seconds because the clock is becoming an issue. Play through Cemetery. Allows Boot maybe a chance to see the zone. Argon still on the backside of the van. Goodness, he is disastrous from this position, but can't quite slide away. Are his teammates there to pick up the pieces? Smoke starts to encompass the front. You have to get in, have to stop this clock. It's a 5v7, 10 seconds. Paper clears out the back alley. Sam's for the trade, sure, why not? And Team Vitality look good for the hold for now, but there is still a contestant stopping this clock at 7 seconds. A 4v2. Sam's, what else can you find? Nothing as Strut lock in the offensive round and go up 2-1.
You almost feel like it was inevitable with it, just how the blistering pace had ended up starting through the entirety of that round, is that they were just really letting them have it. I mean, every single time that it felt like that Vitality was about to have something going for themselves, it just, Strut absolutely turned up. They were able to find the trades and absolutely slam them down. As we take a look back at our main focus here, Alan, again, Nova not exactly having the day that they were looking for, and well, it's going to go to a control on Summit. You have to reverse sweep just to stay alive in the tournament.
And for that Strut Vitality matchup, you can catch the finish of that over on Bravo, as we of course keep our focus, as you mentioned, with these two teams right here, right now. Also, another update on the Charlie stream. Stamina, I believe, is up 2-0 after a convincing Search and Destroy win versus Godlight. So action all across, and this is, again, the first 4 teams we have to say farewell to. Never happy to do that, considering this is a giant celebration of everyone being here for the first time, but it's the way the cookie crumbles.
It's the way it's the way the news goes, the way the cookie crumbles. It's just, hey, you know, it's the experience at the end of the day, I'd always like to say. And hey, representing your country is definitely something that you can always write home about here on the international stage in Raleigh, North Carolina. Do or quite literally don't time coming through from Nova. Keep in mind you that the last control that they played versus Nova, they got slammed 3-0.
Good start here for Almighty, taking control of the second floor. That's exactly what you want to get this defense going. Possibility of starting to maybe throw in a spawn trap. I hate to say that in the first 30 seconds of a map, but that's currently what we're looking at. I mean, you can see the group up of Nova. They can't get outside of snow at the moment. Saturn's trying to force a gunfight with Jeff, but there's no reason for him to take this challenge. We have 60 seconds left, and I mean, Nova can't get out of spawn.
It's currently a 7-to-3 ratio as far as the opening engagements are concerned, and this is a more disciplined Almighty as well. You know, they're able to find the eliminations, but they understand they push too far forward. They're going to lose so much map space. They're waiting for all of Nova to challenge into them, and again, it is another 3-for-1.
Killer drone already earned. They're going to spend that. Why not? I mean, if you can convincingly and quickly take this opening defense, the advantages for you on the round 2 offense are astronomical. And that looks good. I mean, the only kills we've seen of are, you can count on one hand. Final attempts, I hate to say that too, because there's still like 20 seconds left, but it looks like there will be a chance to stop the clock. It's going to be Creed stepping out towards the B zone, but it takes one step too far forward, and Almighty's going to punish that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. So now it's down to 13 seconds, and Nova, what do you say? They're all over the place.
Twice on Sunday, and that makes it even crazy because it's Thursday. 20v9, 5 seconds is where the clock will be stalled out, but again, it's just so much map control coming through for Almighty. It's a pick and choose battle. Yeah, Nova are able to stabilize, but at what cost? You have no respawns remaining.
When we get into the second round, we're going to need to see what the operator charge is at, because Almighty's probably close to a handful. Yeah, that is a 17-3 first round.
No segments captured.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really that opening break, wasn't it? I mean, Almighty, they understood the assignment quite wonderfully. They got top class control inside of Control Center, and they just never really gave it up.
Oh, yeah. You've got Purifiers across the board here. One already charged. Another very close to coming through. Actually, another 2 that are close to coming through. So if you can find a way to get on towards either of these zones, those Purifiers could be massive. Incendio says, time to live up to my namesake. Create a little bit of a fire here, but no, Neil shutting it down. Great stuff from Nova. Big bounce back here in the opening of their defense.
Yeah, very interesting choice to try to work your way in initially with the Purifier rather than try to win the gunfights and then set yourself up inside with the Purifier. Egregious, maybe, but still finding trades across the board. 24v25. You had one rogue player of shut up just or immediately, he passed the ski lift trying to be a little bit of a nuisance. Now Nova will deal with him and they can try to restabilize the middle of the map, but you still have more Almighty players to worry about.
And I will say, this little play here from Heaven and Irfan is actually creating a bit of a bottleneck where Nova's trying to force in the same spawn trap that they were just put in, but they can't deal with the players individually in the back, and now all of a sudden the lives split. You've got a light fleet for Team Almighty. Problem with the clock, though, is that it's down to 38 seconds. It's being stalled with this little play over towards PC. Jack's trying to predict down towards Spy, who does well to take down 2, and that will mean the clock will keep on ticking.
Yeah, Spy was actually able to get themselves an operator. It's really the only one that's doing really much anything to its right home about him. You also have Saturn's yet to even get on the board with a single elimination. 16 v 17 clock, slightly stalled here at 26 seconds, and well, really this is it for Almighty. You're able to find the kills required. Now you can get on this B zone.
First pick's going to be good. Second, quickly starting to come through as well. And you have to feel if you're Almighty, all you have to do is just keep this clock stopped. Continue to try to out-frag this Nova team. Good bait and switch coming out though. Creed able to take them off the B zone. Clock will keep on going up once more. Jeff with the gunfight window through A can once again hop on, stop the clock. 11 v 12. Those lives getting very, very low. But the problem is Jeff is the last one left, and he's not going to be able to do anything. Creed pops out the Purifier to clean things up for 2. And that should be enough to get this defense to win. A significant margin, I would say, compared to the first round that we saw, but at least for Nova, you stabilized and you've earned up some streaks and operators of your own.
Yeah, I think tenacity is definitely a word that you could use, considering the fact that Nova were able to work their way back in quite often. But we're still talking, and that first segment comes through over at A. Yeah, it's 2v5, and you would really think that the defense would be able to win this unless Heaven goes absolutely massive. Can you put on a performance like map 1? Well, you can't even get to the zone, but still, the conversation does have to start to come around. 2 segments worth of progression, that could be round 5 implications.
Yep, absolutely could be. And now we have to kind of take the attention right back to Nova. With that in mind, you have to be able to match what you just saw in that last offense. In fact, you kind of have to do a little bit more than that. Gravity Vortex, Purifiers, all earned. And a lot are being called right off the rip here from Nova. And all of them are shut down by Shut Up. Are you kidding? That is an unbelievable starting spree. Neil still is able to operate onto his Purifier, but he's not really in a good position to do too much with it. He's number 2 in orange. He's just kind of between both zones, and no one's in his way. This is going to expire without him really doing much with it.
The Killer Drone at least is going to start coming all the way through for Creed, but even with a Purifier, you really have to pick and choose. Wait for the assistance to come out. We'll take down our Fen, but still, space needs to be taken. First segment will be captured over at B. I love this double-pronged attack that is starting to come through.
Bye, big double. Keeps things alive here at the A zone, looking for number 3. Shut Up is low. Pistol out, not quite able to find the connection. Regen, reset, no problem. Spy now on 4 in a row. Having a great map all of a sudden. 24 total kills. I mean, no one's even close to him.
Yeah, the only one that's probably is close is actually Incendio, and really everybody else from Almighty that was trying to put up their own effort. But hey, this is what we wanted to see. World-class affair coming through from Spy. We've been waiting all day to watch this guy absolutely pop off, and that will be the entire B zone completely captured. The second segment at A, not too far away, Alan.
This is looking good. Second tick of progress locked. Who can contest this? Jeff only for the first. Shot Up is still deep in the offensive spawn, but you have to do something with this position to stop these reinforcements, because the third tick of progress is on the way. Could anyone from Almighty get back to this in time? Creed's cutting down reinforcements, and A will be captured. How about that for Nova?
I'm just very... I was also watching Shut Up down there the entire time. Just like, we need to go out from this specific area because you are letting so many reinforcements for Nova just quite literally waltz through the snow to get back in control of the A zone. Just things you absolutely cannot see. 14 and 7 for Shut Up scored, but on the other side it has been the Spy show, 24 and 11.
Monster game from him. Good off the break rip though here from Almighty. Only just stopping the clock though. They're not really doing a lot of progress. No stacks. They're looking for kills here. Front door still being locked down, trades back and forth, but you have to get in, and that's the problem because Irfan's watching from the top side of the staircase. Jeff from the side door, yeah, good help from Heaven as well. And that's going to be the first tick and likely the second quickly to follow, and Almighty is still dominating the kill feed. What a response this is.
I mean, it's a 2, now 3 to 11 ratio as far as kills are concerned in this first 45 seconds. The clock's still stalled out at 1:15. The A zone, the more difficult of the 2 zones, looking to be captured. Almighty came into this offense and they want to make a statement.
They sure have. B-zone, last one left, 26 playing 14. And you have to have the conversation right here, right now, if you're Almighty. Don't spend too much, because who knows what's going to happen for round 5 at this point. Kind of the same conversation could happen for Nova, too. Just don't spend anything. Just send this maybe to a 5th round. Not to say that it's over as of yet. Nova's still in a pretty solid position to stop any progress towards the B-zone, really, as Almighty is a little bit late to the punch here, trying to get on in. Irfan, the only one that could really step on and stall the clock. He's going to do just that. A little bit of help. Heaven just waiting to play bait and switch with him. Nova taking their time. First tick of progress. Works its way up. Here comes Saturns. Just contests in the nick of time, but he's by himself. There's really no one else to follow up on this. And as Heaven gets the trade, he's also going to lock the first tick of progress.
Oh, that's going to be Be really good. Minute and 38. Clock will start to tick all the way down. 17 v 9. You have so much time to be able to find these kills, to be able to keep all of Nova at bay, and we'll even up this control to a beast.
Purifier out for Neil. Trying to stop them at the front doors. But Almighty are kind of hitting through mid here. SMG gunfights kind of echoing across. Phil's not really doing too much with this besides just controlling space, which is fine. But the problem is, here comes Almighty from the flank. They're on the high ground. They're coming from behind. Kills are looking pretty solid. 13 v 5. Still tons of time on the clock. Almighty can choose just to play for the kills that they want to. And Nova, a little bit of pressure here. A couple of trades do come out, but it's a 10 v 2, and that's pretty much all she wrote on round number 4.
Yep, that'll be it. 9-2, and look again, coming into this, off of the 2 segments that Almighty are only allowed to come all the way through, is you were really looking at what was necessary. You only needed maybe just 1 extra segment over at B to guarantee the simple fact that you're going to get defense, but I think the statement still remains coming through for Almighty as a whole that, oh man, when they want to turn up the heat, they absolutely turn it up. They blistered all the way through the A zone and just completely got close towards the ski lift, and Nova just struggled just to get themselves out of their own spot.
Here we go. 1 round of control could be all that's left for Nova in this first ever Stage 5 International World Championship. Have to have it right here, right now. Irfan, first 2. Purifier, good for the double. Nova stuck at the moment, not really able to do too much. And oh boy, light him up! 3 comes out for shut up with the Purifier. Irfan right behind him. Oh, it's just absolutely abusive.
There's another one. Here comes Jeff now. Yeah, you just go ahead and just use everything. You got streaks, you got resources, though it could be almost reciprocated on the opposite side if Creed can go big. Just needs to be able to get into a position to pop set Purifier. But now we're going back towards that round 1 here. Allen, just all of Nova absolutely trapped. The setup for Almighty out of their spawn is very good.
Yeah, I love that call. Just hit all the triggers. Get the Purifiers out, put them in a spawn trap, force them to have to fight through this at a very significant life disadvantage, let alone the fact that we only got 30 seconds on the clock. It has to be heroic right here, right now for Nova. Spy has the Purifier ready to go, trying to find some created space. And how about Creed right behind him? Okay, this might lead to some catwalk control. Can you get on and actually make progress on towards the B zone and send you up top? Falls right back down, but Saturns predicts it. The shutdown comes through, and the first tick of progress looks good.
The Purifier earned for Saturns, who finally started to heat things up, but you're still down by 9 lives. You need to get this entire segment over. You need the B zone. You needed those 60 seconds, now just down to 18.
Heaven, oh, he locks everything up again. Just too much to deal with. A 15 v 6. 10 seconds on the clock. And it looks like that might just be the end of Nova. Not the showing that I think anyone would have wanted to see out of one of European strongest teams. I mean, you got to remember back to Stage 4. These guys put up a heck of a fight versus that Stamina team, but a convincing 3-0 win for LG. Maybe not as convincing here for Almighty, but the 3-0 will still stand. 13 v 1. Almighty, stay alive. Nova, unfortunately, time to pack it up.
Unfortunate to say sayonara to Nova. First team will end up dropping, and EU will lose one of its, well, actual best. Because, I mean, we came in here, you know, as a very tight EU finals.
Yeah.
Not what we expected at all, but Almighty just absolutely bringing the powerhouse of Garena. This is exactly what we wanted to see from them, just being able to showcase why they are one of the best and highly regarded from the East. It was just pressure continuously. Heaven in the respawns always had some help. Shut Up was also consistent throughout all 3 maps worth of play. Almighty came in, they made a statement showing why they played Skate so close and why they deserve to still be in this tournament.
100%, and look, I know that the Deaths is going to talk about this more, but for me, you talk about like the measuring stick. We're still kind of shell-shocked off of the Skate win versus Team Almighty. Not that we're sleeping on Skate, but the expectations for Team Almighty were super high. And I think you could go back to each of these maps and pick out one little thing to say, okay, this is how they make this run happen. You know, we'll see it here in a moment, but that opening hardpoint, how good were they on rotation? Winning the opening time, largely every single hill that we saw on the raid hardpoint. The search and destroy, how about the sniper gameplay? Through and through, not just 2, but sometimes 3 scopes that come out, and that helped dominate on both sides of the bomb on the takeoff search. And then here on the summit control, I will say, some creative usage of operators to dominate space. And I think that's going to be a problem for a lot of teams if you don't expect it.
I think it's the adaptive capability that Almighty were able to exemplify versus this Nova roster, because Nova were able to showcase a hefty amount of talents and abilities, but you know, they were exploiting Were Almighty through the majority of those maps. The simple fact that you ended up having Heaven just going completely AWOL. Again, we were talking about 5v5 on a 4v4 map. You need that one player to go rogue. Yeah, Heaven drops 40 kills in the opening raid hardpoint. And then you also take a look at that sniper play that we were going through continuously, and it's just the way that Almighty were playing against the way that Nova wanted to play Search and Destroy. And again, the operators continuously through all three maps, or through the two maps that were played with those operators in tow. It's just crazy to see what it looks like when a team hits the gas and it goes all the way through the pavement.
So I think the best way we can kind of recap all of that is, if Almighty finds advantages, they will take the chance to grab the ball and run with it.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like that a lot. I'm sure Team Almighty also likes that too. Maybe even on top of that, 3 of our friends over at the desk will also enjoy what they saw from Team Almighty, and I'll let them do their due diligence and say farewell to Nova as well. That's takeaway.
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast, and there we have it. We have our survivor of our first elimination challenge, and of course, our first casualty here in the bottom side of the bracket. Degon here with Beef Mommy and Bobby. We just watched that one, and it was a 3-0, the Almighty that we wanted to see.
Yeah, no question about it. Almighty showed up big time. We knew they were capable of that, and we were going against a Nova team that seemed to be a little weakened. They had some roster issues coming into the weekend and everything else. And obviously, when you have this much build up to a competition going out this early, it's got to be discouraging, but these are absolutely phenomenal players. They brought everything they could to the table, and I really felt like they gave it their best.
What an amazing run for Almighty, definitely making a comeback compared to their first matchup, because obviously that is definitely hard going up against a LATAM Skade. And now for Nova, they wanted to go and get that beautiful win off of Control. I actually thought it was going to be a reverse sweep. It was very, very close. But speaking of a matchup that wasn't too close, that's going to be our hardpoint matchup here in Raid, where Almighty just took it every single time. They made it into perfection. But for me, it was this S&D matchup that Almighty just showed who's boss.
Yep, there's no question about it. They brought their A game. S&D has been a little bit of a toss-up mode for them. Obviously, the Control is like their one go-to mode where they feel really confident, and that one was probably the closest out of all of them. So it felt like they did start to run away with things toward the end of this one. And not sure there was any one major deciding factor outside of just consistency for Almighty.
Absolutely, and for me, I think Takeoff is just such a good map coming in from Almighty, because they need that space, they need that time to think, and that's the reason why I think that they lost that slums S&D going up against Skade, because Skade was just all up in their face, and now for this one, they had enough time to think, recalibrate, and that's the reason why they won that S&D matchup. But here at Control, I felt like it was a different story, where I feel like there were signs of life coming in from Nova.
Yeah, as you said, the pressure that Skade was putting on seemed to be the solution against Almighty, and Nova starting to figure that one out here, winning the attack. We always say, all right, if you're on attack, if you're able to break that, then you get the control. Nova's able to do that. Almighty then answered back in round 4, and they close it out in round 5. As we say goodbye to Nova Esports, the European squad from Group D, but we can also confirm Stamina Esports outlasting Godlike Esports, meaning the India #1 seed, also saying goodbye.
That is crazy to me, because we expected Godlike to perform a little bit better, but obviously the chance that they were supposed to take was up against Mayhem, and they did not take that. And there you go, Stamina brought them down. 2 teams are already gone, India and EU. This is just a reality check for a lot of the other players that are actually waiting for their turn right now.
Yeah, I was watching the Godlike game pretty closely against Stamina, and it was very one-sided, which I think for Stamina is a great sign, because I think they had some issues in their first matchup. I think they underperformed relative to what their standards are for themselves, and I think their next matchup is going to be a really, really fun one to watch, because that's a team that, once again, has the capability of winning the entire group when they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and Strut and Team Vitality, the other Indian squad, still fighting for their lives, currently at 2-2 in map score.
So it might be both Indian squads out now, it might be 2 European squads out now. We'll find out in just a little bit. Now, of course, none of this is possible without our friends, and our friends over at HyperX are running a special sale this holiday season right now, where you can get up to 50% off HyperX products for the holiday season with free shipping this December. Make sure that you check out the YouTube link. That'll be great there. Make sure, there it is. Game with those who matter this holiday. Thank you very much, HyperX, for supporting Call of Duty Mobile Esports and the championship specifically. All right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, more group stage action here at the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. See you in a bit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 Call of Duty Mobile World Championship here in Raleigh, North Carolina at the Raleigh Convention Center. Degon alongside Shift and Proper back on the going home and more life for the Garena #1 squad almighty. But they're not done yet, right? So let's take a look at that group stage setup right here, just because, again, want to see it one more time. Who's in, who's out, and get your thoughts on it with Nova and Godlike already knocked out. Strut and Vitality currently 2-2 playing their S&D match, map number 5. And you'd imagine Q9 and Influence Kemen, Q9 probably the favorite. Get your thoughts so far here.
Yeah, I think you nailed it perfectly. The curiosity point here, though, is Stamina, who put up really good fight in their opening winners round 1. For them to cleanly take down a pretty solid Godlike team, that's inspiring for the EU team in regions that just saw one of their other favorites get knocked out pretty swiftly. Where on the other front, like, hey, if you were able to find a win from Strut out of Team Vitality, there's nothing to say that Strut can't get out of that group still.
Yeah, I honestly think that Vitality really need to continue to show their signs of life, right? I mean, especially going into a map 5 versus Strut, that would just be absolutely monumental, especially as you just saw from Group A. Godlike are no longer in the tournament, will be fully eliminated, so it's India's last hope.
Yeah, you know, and I love the fact that you bring up the Stamina Esports against Omega, because I think that one was a 3-0, and a lot of the time there's cliche where you're like, it was a close 3-0. That was an actual close 3-0.
Yeah.
That was an actual close 3-0. It wasn't a close 3-0, I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. That was an actual close 3-0. So we're going to go ahead and dive in to the ending of this Strut and Vitality matchup, as we are 1-0 in it. Final map, loser goes home. If you want to dive into all the action there, it'll be on the Bravo stream. But you can just come and catch the action here with us as we dive into it.
And how about the fact that Afer subs in after not playing in the first round of action for Strut, and now all of a sudden Strut's showing some major signs of life from Afer. Okay, talk about him, shows up in a big way with the opening double. And it's looking like it could be a pretty delayed 1v1 here, although Rasmo does find him on the backside, so okay. Good quick start here from the side of Strut.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, it was something that we were all questioning, right? Even when Bobby was on cast just not too long ago, when we were taking a look at Strut and we didn't see Afer originally, but now N drops almost 25 plus within a round and a half of control. Yeah, I don't know why this guy would ever be benched.
Vamps for first blood, follow up by Rasmo through the smoke. Well done. A little bit map battle starting to unfold just outside of Scaffold. Back and forth they go, and Rasmo had no idea how far pushed forward Team Vitality had been. Now it's about trying to recover and make sure you can isolate these players in the backside. Well done by Strut. Only one more to find. And honestly, they've got options towards both bomb sites. Just comes down to trying to avoid Argon in the middle of the map.
Oh, and he's in such an annoying position. Actually almost loses that gunfight versus Hisoka, but stabilizes for now. Bomb will be collected, losing lives down through the middle of the map if you're Jokos. You just have to hold the line here and just maybe try to isolate one of these last few players.
Just don't want to get caught, though, on that second floor, having to rotate back over towards A, which is where his focus currently is. But little does he know the bomb has actually made its way in towards B and through it. So this is going to be a lot of information for the side of Strut's offense. No sniper still upstairs. We've got lounge control. The only place that Jokos could possibly pick us from is from the cross here through mid. But delaying, finding a little bit of time and maybe some breathing space. Boot will finally drop this bomb, and it is set up on the backside for Mojito to just kind of casually watch over the top as Jokos is now tasked with a very difficult 1v2.
I'm gonna have to do the majority of this with a sniper. I mean, if you honestly think that either Mojito or Boot will end up giving you a free line of sight for the pick, you are sorely mistaken, but the deagle's gonna be good enough. 28 seconds remaining, 1v1.
Mojito, does he take the battle or does he play the clock? Regen for Jokos. Quick on the move as well. This is bold. You have no idea where Mojito is, but he's just going to just run right towards it. Toggles! Still has a chance. Pistol out, but no! Mojito shuts it down. I think we all saw that going the other way for a moment.
Yeah, I think we all really wanted it to go for a moment. That would have been sick.
How many times have we seen the second player just dance and play time there? And I think Mojito was not letting that happen.
No. Bomb acquired. Goodness, what a look. That's a bold route to be running down right there. Nothing with a pistol in hand. But a very convincing opening offense, mind you, for Strut. This map that we just saw was defensively dominated by Team Almighty. But the quick pressure starting to come out from Vitality is getting punished at every single turn. Sam's able to at least deny the initial kill, but it's still traded in favor of the side of Strut. And with numbers and, again, control over towards Lounge, this could set up for a really good look at the B site, pending they can go back and get the bomb, but no, Jokos locks things down from any further pressure, and we get to a 3v2 to Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jokos has been the only person to actually pull out a sniper from these 10 players in the lobby, and you know, that could be the difference maker, is that Strutter trying to play with a certain amount of ante comparatively to the Vitality counterpart. Middle of the map still at least being looked at. Afer, Nojito, just trying to clear away as much space as possible. Now bomb will be collected by Nojito. And Afer has essentially just cleared all of control.
Yeah.
It is more or less fully clear out of the way, but there's no telling what's on the other side of launch.
And Mojito did get tagged up heavily from the backside of Scaffold. Trophy will go down. That will keep him safe from any incoming utility while the bomb is being planted. Oh, he gets off it though, Jokos. He was taking shots at his feet, and as he stands up to force the gunfight, exposes just maybe a little bit too much of himself. So now it's just down to Afer. 30 seconds, 1v2. Goodness, the floor is shaking. Nah, not gonna work out. Okay, good response from Vitality. And you bring up a good point though. If there's not gonna be any scopes going, Jokos has got to be feeling real frisky about just taking aggressive peeks.
Yeah. Oh, you have to be. I mean, especially when you do end up taking a look at how the defense is physically played, right? Is that you do have that entire top control window. You also have the opportunity to get in between both red and control and just look down past ring. And yep, Jokos again. Pulls out the boomstick, gonna be able to find first blood.
Ahsoka's got a sniper rifle this round, but he obviously does not choose the right angle to challenge. So it's a free first blood. Does Jokos recognize that Ahsoka's got a sniper out? I think he now does. As they continue to look at one another right over the railings. Jokos misses the chance. But meanwhile, the rest of his team is just cleaning up through missile. This is absolutely devastating for Strut, who is off to a great start. And now seeing two very convincing rounds kind of come back here for Team Vitality's defense.
Yeah, that's what you want to see, especially out of Vitality, is that, you know, you go all the way back to even stage 4 in their regional finals, and Search and Destroy was a fumble back for them.
Yeah.
Which is godlike. But for them to be able to exemplify such good adaptations in completely, well, not in completely flip over the half, not yet, but win 2 rounds back to back really does say something, and you're forcing adaptations out from Strutus. Ahsoka, again, pulls out the boomstick, and I have to see if they end up choosing a better angle. Actually puts it away for this round. It's going to be in the hands of Boot.
Okay. See if he's got any more favor with this, because at the moment, Jokos is just free. First blood this time by Random. Responded to go to an early 4v4, but Strut, quick aggression coming out through Lounge. Jay-Z is actually able to deny this. That's the bomb that's down. You can make this comm happen, and all of a sudden, here comes the defense to rotate over. This is very, very defendable for the 2v3. Jokos sniping through mid. Jay-Z just kind of putting his left foot on the bomb lid, making sure no one takes it from underneath him.
It almost sounds more dangerous than a rug being ripped out from underneath you, but here comes the challenge around the corner. And Chieze will be taken down. So now it's all up to Jokos. Casual 1v3. Boot will scoop up the bomb. We'll go ahead and plant this over at B. And correct me if I'm wrong, I don't even think that Jokos has really thrown any shots. He has no idea where anybody else is. He might be able to get a free one on a Boot. Slides underneath the bullet.
And now the help from the side. Well done. And that's just a good set of, okay, this is where he wants to set up. Let's just push right into him. You know, force him to have to hit the shot. It's risky, don't get me wrong, but hey, it works out nicely. And so a 4-2 half in favor of Strut. Again, this is a map 5, elimination round 1 matchup. Win and you continue on with your hopes to make it into the double elimination bracket. Lose and you're done. You gotta remember, it's 1.7 million. I mean, the difference between 15,000 for finishing in the top 16 versus 700,000 for winning, a little bit of a difference there.
Yeah, one is a significantly bigger number.
I agree.
I will say that much. First blood trades Afer for 2. Finally will be dealt with. It's 2 pieces on 2 different sides. We'll have a 3v3 here momentarily.
How does Afer even get 2 right there? It looked like he was barely gonna get the first.
He has 11 kills now.
Yeah, he's good. So now 3v3. Still plenty of time on the clock. Bomb still in hand. It's on Argent. Forward, though, is Mojito. Has some sniper help, but no real exit, and that's going to be Sam's punishing the forward play. So now 3v2. Nades are out. Focus is initially towards B, but they're trying to pull the defense and then re-wrap back. A little bait and switch here off of the macro rotation.
This is going to cause considerable doubt for Strut. Do you double up together, or do you just at least try to defend 2 bomb sites simultaneously? Because you don't have numbers. That's why I really like what I'm seeing on Vitality. Just completely go back through launch, flip out the map, might be able to get behind enemy lines.
I think the thing about this, though, the longer you don't see anything at B, the more I think if you're Strut, you start to be suspicious about A.
Absolutely.
The problem about this is the bomb will be planted. Rasmo may not have been close enough to hear the sound fuse for it. Does take down Argon on the exit. Do you get a read, though? There's a player behind you. Might be a little bit too late.
Finish it.
Sam's able to get the elimination, and it forces Boot into a 1v2. And how do you deal with Sam's up top in that position with the sniper rifle? Would have to hit the shot of your life, you think, unless he just tries to climb the ladder on him. Shows himself. How does Sam's not hear that slide? So now the 1v1. Jokos, no sniper at the moment. Has an SMG. Clock becoming a problem here for Boot. Shot connects! Whoa!
Some words being talked about on stage over there. From
Casual conversation. Very polite conversation.
Hey, you know what? It's funny because we were sitting here talking about the duality of the sniper play on two different sides of the screen so far, and that time around on offense, Vitality completely don't bring a sniper to play with. You know, it's one of those things that defensively Boot is able to find more value with.
That is a massive advantage now. 5-2 up. From the defensive side, pressure on towards Vitality. Afer goes rogue once again for the opening double. Traded, but it comes with a significant advantage towards Strut's defense. 3v2 very early on, bomb down. And you have to look at either Sam's or Jokos with an AR sniper combo to do anything in this position. And now it's just down to Jokos. 1v1 with Ahsoka. Tons of time in the clock. But no bomb at the moment. And Jokos is going to be able to trade the pistol out for a Krig rather.
He's got a Bison versus a double weapon setup. They have completely passed each other. I mean, Ahsoka is just trailing the same route that Jokos just took. And this could be the difference maker. This specific window, you have a minute and a 1v1 out.
Who has made their noble sacrifices to the gods, because it's all about timing. And Ahsoka is feeling very comfortable up top. He's got a good look at B. Knows that he's got an advantage with the sub in this position. Does he know he has the bomb down here? If he's got that key piece of intel, that could be win condition for Ahsoka. Jokos is re-wrapping back. And they very well may meet just inside this building.
It's all about the noise. How much noise you're going to be making here. Ahsoka didn't hear a peep.
Here's the check. Oh, they see each other, and Ahsoka just bails. Nah, I'm not interested, brother. I got the clock.
It's a good call.
Down low. Oh, Jokos! Little special response out of him.
Yeah. Required response, I would say. I mean, the moment that you see Ahsoka just dip out through the window, you have to be able to find that counter timing, right? To be able to find them in the rotation and where they are going to be heading, keeping their heads above water. Still 2 rounds away. Our Strut sending Vitality home.
I feel like you have to have this one, though, too, if you're Team Vitality. You just don't want to have to run 3 in a row to force an OT from the offensive side. Quick hit, though, over towards B. Defensively, Afer not hitting aggression initially. He's waiting for the read, and him and Boot together take down the entirety of the play. Afer's a little spinnerama, but he gets shot down. That's a quick snipe out of Jokos. And just like that, we go from a 5v3 to a 3v2.
Jokos didn't bring a sniper out in their opening offensive round. Wanted to counter snipe, and it is offering so many opportunities for Vitality to command the space. Now Boot, 1v3, has a boomstick of their own. The biggest issue is where that bomb has patty caked itself on the ground.
Yeah. Advantage to Vitality. Info, though, for Boot. Did he see both, though? That's the real problem. And you're kind of stuck. I mean, this is not where you want to be. Footsteps, for sure, heard right then.
The enemy has the bomb.
Bomb collected. They're going to commit to B here. This could lead to Boot. He hears everything. Quick snipe is able to land. That's the bomb carrier down. Pistol out, but no, Chiesi there with a quick response, and now we're back to within 1.
Big 2 rounds in a row. It cannot go understated. You have adaptations across the board. Vitality of their opening offensive round wanted to take a page out of Strut's book, get aggressive. Joko says, nah, I need that counter sniper back in my hands, brother.
This has been a battle of players making huge plays. All these quick scopes here for Jokos and Vitality. Honestly, thought they were reeling. And then Afer's just been leading the line over and over again. And there it is. Those 2 playmakers meet. Jokos gets the win here. And Vitality starting this one off well with 5v3.
You can kind of feel the snowball, can't you? It's starting to get a little bigger. Boot on the corner. Not going to find anyone off the exit. Maybe saw the barrel of one, but he gets tagged up from his left, and oh yeah, that just causes just absolute chaos on the crossfire. Rasmo, good luck, have fun, only finds one. We're tied at 5.
Oh, way, we get to round 10 and we tie things up when it was a 4-2 half. Vitality on offense are coming a little diffy right now, and yeah, I mean, look, Degon, you're right to highlight just one thing in particular. Afer, albeit at 14 kills, ever since I'd highlighted them being at 10, has almost been not as influential as they were on their previous side.
Smoke will take over the middle of the map. Vitality looking to go quick towards B, not contested at all, at least not initially. Boots able to keep the long angle safe, but the plant is still being committed to. Jay-Z there to help.
The bomb has been planted.
And as the bomb is planted, the last thing you want right now if you're Strut is to not have entry in towards Lounge, and Afer may have just forced another consideration for Vitality to have to put a response to. Sam's just waiting to watch someone on the cross. Big 1v1 for Chiesi, and he gets away with his life. Oh, maybe not fully. But Sam's in the corner, hits a complete off angle, and you still have help over the top. Joko's just watching the bomb avidly from the deep side of this. This is all on Sam's just trying to kill off time. 1v2 for Joko's, but mostly it's just, hey, make sure no one's defusing. And as I say it, gets the corner! Rasmo down! It's just up to Boot, who's waiting to play for the counter snipe. Not gonna happen!
Okay, Jokos. Okay, we see you. Putting on a masterful clinic over here. And that's even after losing first blood. There was so much space that struck out in that round. But the difference maker, bomb planted for Jokos with the sniper. 1 shot, 1 kill, 2 times.
4 rounds in a row here for Vitality, going from looking at death into possibly putting Strut to the death. 1 more round can do it, or we go to overtime.
Random's the first one to fall here, though. This makes things a little bit more problematic because Vitality was stacking for something over towards A. They have no information if anyone's crossed through B at the moment. You have to clear all of this. The only good news is that you've still got a minute and a half, but there is a lot of pressure right now on Vitality to regain some space over towards B. And how about that from Jokos? Oh my goodness, 15 kills for the young man. And that's a huge component down. Mojito's not able to watch over the top of this B site, and Argon's gonna go for the plant.
15-6, bomb being planted.
The bomb has been planted.
And this is the worst case scenario now for Strut, having to retake all of the space while being aware of Joko's positioning.
And Sam's is forward. And look at the focus, you can see the arrows. I mean, Boot's just watching the flank. He knows that he's got his front side completely covered. Hisoka hoping, praying, looking for something to shoot at. Chiese safe at the moment. Gets tagged up, doesn't make a difference. 3v3. But 18 seconds on the clock, and there is just nobody from Strut nearby. You've got to go now. Chiese still in the corner. Breaks the camera, finds one. Afer, it's your time, brother. Time to go. Gotta get there, 7 seconds. Shots come through for Hisoka. Afer's on it, but Chiese saves the day, plus the seconds! And India stays alive after a Mat 5 win.
What a massive turnaround. Vitality. We were just moments ago, I mean, even before you and I hopped on and off the casting desk, we were very surprised to see the way that Vitality were able to win that Summit Hardpoint. It accumulates into a Mat 5 barn burner, down by so many rounds as the side swap. And then Joko says, hold my apple juice, brother. I'm going to go ahead and go AWOL with the sniper. Insane.
That was after the pop-off as well. Strut thought they had it in the bag. They were yelling across the stage over at Vitality. Vitality calm, cool, collected, and say, all right, go ahead, call the ambulance. But not for me. All right, we got to go ahead and toss it over to our casters, get into our upper side of the bracket. So, Beef, Mommy, and Bobby, go ahead. Take it away, y'all.
Well, hopefully the ambulance arrived on time, but we've got a lot more action ahead of us, and it's definitely going to be knockdown, drag out COD Mobile action at 2 of the best teams in the world, 2 #1 seeds getting ready to play. We've got Wolves going up against Inco Gaming. China's proved they've got what it takes in this competition. LATAM has done the same. 2 very, very different play styles. Beef, what are you expecting going into this one?
Well, China #1 and LATAM #1. This is going to be, honestly, I'm hoping that it's going to stretch out to the distance. But taking a look at our map picks and bans as the moment. Map #1, Takeoff Hardpoint. Map #2, Slum Search and Destroy. Map #3, Standoff Control. And if we're going to reach Summit Hardpoint, I feel like this is one of those matchups that could actually go to the distance. And especially going to a map #5, Hacienda Search and Destroy. If we do get there. Love playing this particular map in this particular game mode, but obviously we have to start things off with Takeoff Hardpoint, where I think a lot of these teams just really take advantage of the space, and you just really need to bring it down, because we already know that LATAM teams really like their close range engagements.
Well, the thing about LATAM is they've been dominating with the SKS, and Takeoff is going to be a perfect position to use that one. It talked a lot about how much Krieg usage we saw on the Chinese side of things, and to be honest, I would say the Krieg is more of like a flex AR SMG than it is a true AR. So we'll see if they make those adjustments as well. Obviously, there's some debate over whether or not the Chinese teams are going to be using SKS at all, but you got to feel like, especially with how dominant players like Lucazin are able to be with that, you got to have some sort of counter. So we'll see what they can break out right here. But looks like we're already hopping into the action, and outside of the Tribe Q9 matchup, I think this is one of the more exciting matchups that we'll have all day today. It's going to be a spicy one.
Oh, definitely, because I'm already looking at their hardpoint matchup. It looks like, you know, Inco has a little bit of an upper hand when it comes to the hardpoints and also respawns in general. So very exciting to see what they're going to provide here for today. But again, Inco on the right side and also going to be Wolves on the left. Don't really look at the, you know, the different Inco members that we have here, because they're just scattered all across the map. But 15 already to their name, 32 seconds after the clock, an open hard point for them.
You're going to want to keep an eye on where they're positioning those SKSs, because they are looking to rain terror from above. We know Wolves' strongest mode, probably not hardpoint in general. We actually saw them drop a hardpoint map to Strut, which is definitely a surprising start to our day. So yeah, you got to feel like coming into this one, probably giving an edge. And even looking at the meta, like we only have SMGs and Kriegs, which once again, kind of a flex AR SMG. And on the flip side, we got 2 SKSs in play for Inco. It has worked beautifully for them so far, as they are sitting pretty right now. And no surprise to see Lucazin slaying out early on.
No contest whatsoever coming in from Wolves in that first hard point. Try to go in there for the early setup into P2. We've already seen it before. Tribe in Q9. Q9 went in too early of a rotation, and now looks like it's going to be the same case, where Inco really good at the break here in P2. Also, really good spawns as well, because taking a look at that, everyone else coming in from Wolves are actually spawning so far away, right in Generator. This is the spot that you do not want yourself to be in.
And right now, Lucazin going on a big spree. He's got streaks for days right now. 15 kills to his name. You can actively see the Wolves players tilting as they repeatedly die to his SKS. And he's just been a one-man show so far, and a big reason why Inco now sitting up 60 points after only 2 rotations of the hard point. He's been an absolute menace on the map. I mean, I've had to play against him on when he's on 90 ping, and he still obliterates me. So I can only imagine when he's on 0 ping what type of menace he is.
You know, it's really cool, because every time that we have this conversation with who is the best LATAM player, Lucasin's always going to be that one in your mind. When you ask the casters, it's him. When you ask everyone else, the pro players, it's going to be him. And it really just proves how well of a player he is. 18 to his name. No one from Wolves even comes close to that.
And right now, that topside control going to be crucial. Wolves going to be shut down from above. And if you let Lucazin get into that high ground, you're not going to be able to make an entry into this hard point from really anywhere. Wolves doing everything they can. Peg's going to be able to find one, and that's the first true break they've been able to find on the game so far. You got a couple players on the backside looking to push in. And one of the beauties of the way Lucazin plays, he doesn't need long angles to dominate with the SKS. He can do it in any situation possible. I'm kind of in disbelief right now. He's at 22 kills. Oh, wait. We might see a freaking 60 bomb in this one.
I mean, without a doubt, but let's see how Wolves can actually go and retaliate to that. But the one thing that I actually noticed from this matchup is, like, Wolves, they look like they're in shambles. They're going in there one by one into the hardpoint. That just allows Inco to just pick them off just like berries from a bush, and that just provides them so many kills already, provides a lot of score streaks and operator skills already down for them. But here we go. It's actually going to be a really good rotation from Wolves very early on. Let's see if we can try to sustain us. Neon gets a beautiful 4K, and he's gonna keep on rampaging 5 times. He's gonna be getting some more. Will he get another one? That's gonna be the 6th for him, and that's gonna be really big kills for his team.
Really big operator investment coming in for Wolves as they're trying to close this gap right now, and it's paid off so far.